Alright, you and I are staring at a massive red banner asking a brutal question. Have you ever truly given your absolute best? There are only 25 days left until the college entrance exam. This exam is a once-in-a-lifetime shot to soar like a dragon. Yet here I am, eyes wide in absolute horror with cold sweat pouring down my face, realizing I've somehow regressed to 25 days before the test. Right in the middle of a chaotic classroom at Anning First High School in the Great Xia Kingdom, my own terrified scream echoes through the halls. Clutching my head in sheer despair, I scream in agony. What kind of twisted horror is this? If I had to reincarnate, couldn't it at least happen after I already finished college? Suddenly, a booming voice echoes to explain our dark reality. Since ancient times, humanity on Blue Star has faced constant disasters due to the sudden invasion of dangerous spatial rifts. Vicious colossal monsters emerge from these spatial cracks, which connect our world to a terrifying alternate dimension filled with nightmarish beasts. Occasionally, these creatures seize the chance to cross over and invade human territory. These high-tier monsters can easily destroy entire nations, threatening the very survival of human civilization. To fight back, humanity developed a revolutionary technology, the Beast Gene System. By injecting special beast genes, legendary warriors can merge with beastly powers, awakening primeval monster templates that allow them to unlock incredible supernatural abilities. Only these elite warriors stand a chance at saving our civilization. Because of this, they enjoy immense status and luxurious treatment that ordinary humans could only dream of. As a lone warrior stands majestic in the heat of battle, the entire Blue Star has entered a brand new era, where martial strength and raw power are absolutely everything. Inside a digital void, system notifications flicker to life. In this brutal world, everything else is secondary. Only martial arts reign supreme. Transmigration system introduction complete. Target host for transmigration Yi Shi. Initiating memory integration now. I clutch my head as a flood of foreign memories rushes in. Turns out I am just a mediocre high schooler. Mocking laughter immediately erupts across the classroom. Look, our resident trash Yi Shi is having nightmares again. How can a pathetic loser like him even dream of taking the college entrance exam? A girl sits arrogantly on my desk, flipping me off with a sneer. Why don't you just drop out and go home, you loser? Just work a dead-end factory job until you die. Another student sighs at the cliché. It seems every story about a bullied protagonist has to feature a toxic bully leading the charge. I stroke my chin in deep thought. Clearly, the original owner of this body had a terrible reputation in class. Tragedy struck when his parents died in an accident during his 11th grade year, completely shattering his focus on both martial training and academic studies. His once decent grades quickly plummeted, turning him into a massive drag on the entire class average. As I process this, a harsh, irritated voice suddenly barks from right beside me. What are you looking at, loser? This is a martial arts class. You want to fight? My face scrunches up as if I'm about to cry. What do you mean? I was just thinking. He was the one who slacked off. But now I am the one paying the price. Man, inheriting this pathetic, humiliated, and completely unloved life is just downright tragic. The teacher stands proudly at the podium to deliver a major announcement. Students, are you ready? We are about to begin the gene transformation serum injections. Stay focused and believe in yourselves. 3 years of physical training and martial arts preparation have all led up to this crucial moment. The teacher adjusts his glasses, casting a cold, sharp glare in my direction, adding, "And as for those who slacked off," I just offer a quiet smile, resting my chin on my hands. Sure, the original kid was lazy, but that's not me anymore. Now that I'm here, I have absolutely nothing to fear. Suddenly, my soft smile fades away, replaced by a highly confident and determined smirk that says I am in charge. My eyes flash with a powerful, glowing blue light. Since I've inherited this poor guy's life, I will set things right and clean up his entire mess. Soon we are standing in the main gene injection hall of Anning High, beneath a massive banner welcoming everyone to the awakening ceremony. Pay attention here as the excited crowd gathers. One student eagerly asks his friend what kind of beast they're going to awaken. His friend answers confidently, maybe a Tier 3 mountain-splitting beast, or even a Tier 4 abyssal sea dragon. Meanwhile, a girl nearby giggles mockingly, betting that he will end up with a useless Tier 1 trash beast. Suddenly, a high-tech metallic container slides open with a sharp hiss, displaying rows of glowing green vials. These are the powerful gene awakening serums that everyone has been waiting for. They contain the primordial genes of every single magical beast recorded by humanity. The teacher explains solemnly, while massive, terrifying images of these legendary creatures display right behind him. Once injected, you will randomly absorb a gene and awaken. Generally speaking, the stronger your physical foundation, the more powerful your awakened beast template will be. Do not panic, students. Once the serum is injected, stay calm and embrace the explosive rise of your new power. The eager students' names are called out one by one. Chen Bangfei Miao Yanuo. The sharp needles plunge directly into their arms, unleashing painful screams as their transformations begin, wrapping their entire bodies in massive, violent waves of raw, surging energy. I stand there quietly clutching my syringe, watching the chaos unfold. Judging by their bizarre, agonizing expressions, this genetic awakening process is definitely not going to be a walk in the park. I close my eyes, grit my teeth, and plunge the syringe directly into my own neck. Screw it, I am going all in! Suddenly, my eyes snap open, burning with a brilliant blue light. After a moment, I stare blankly at my teacher, who looks equally bewildered as he adjusts his glasses. Yishi, you don't seem to have changed at all. I mumble to myself, wondering if I got a fake dose. The toxic girl who mocked me earlier bursts into hysterical laughter. Look at that. It seems our useless Yishi couldn't even manage to awaken a single thing. She struts right up to me, mockingly poking my cheek. An unawakened warrior is just like a bird without any wings. Doesn't this mean our precious Yishi is completely done for? He is ruined. This fits you perfectly, doesn't it? You don't need to dream of being a warrior anymore. Just go back home and wait to rot. I roll my eyes at this incredibly annoying girl. She's the ringleader of my bullies, right? But you and I are about to see everything change as a bizarre sensation suddenly surges within me. Wait, a blue system window suddenly materializes before my eyes. Infinite monster template unlocked. Host, Yishi. Overall physical attributes analyzing. Physique tier E. Martial skills, 9-layer foundation Qigong iron body technique. Monster template successfully extracted. Meanwhile, the girl looks extremely confused and annoyed, shouting, "What are you doing? If you failed to awaken, stop acting tough." I whisper, my voice dropping dangerously low. All of you, get out. My face falls into shadow, leaving only my glowing eyes and a threatening grin. If you don't run right now, it will be too late. A colossal monster, shrouded in dark crystals and crackling blue lightning, materializes behind my back. A terrifying aura erupts from my body, blasting the arrogant girl backward with immense force. Every student in the room is crushed by this terrifying pressure. One guy clutches his stomach in pure horror. Why am I about to throw up? Another student screams. What a monstrous, overwhelming aura. Who on earth just awakened this thing? Miserable cries and gasps echo throughout the entire hall. This aura is too intense to bear. A purple-eyed girl stares at me in pure shock as purple flames erupt from her hands. We'll find out what happens next very soon. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate ice prodigy stare in utter disbelief, wondering if someone actually exists who is stronger than him. Another status screen pops up, detailing my true powers. Class A template Vima Damola. Bloodline abilities include Scorching Breath, Molten Veins, and Spore Absorption in evolutionary form. Flame Lord Damola unlocks at 100% compatibility, but my current rate is just 3%, I whisper in shock. An infinite monster template. I stare down at my hands, glowing with a strange blue light, completely unable to believe my eyes. Could this be the cheat system given to me? Two nearby students watch in absolute terror, whispering, "Is that really the loser Dick?" He instantly releases his powerful aura, blowing everyone back in a split second. Wang Jing, the girl who bullied me, lies unconscious on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Even she got crushed, despite awakening a rank 2 beast with fire claws. What template did he get? Standing in the middle of the collapsed crowd, I scratch my head awkwardly, clearing my throat. Oops, sorry about that. I guess my awakening got a bit too loud. I warned them to step back, but they refused to listen. Suddenly, the school speakers crackle to life, ordering all awakened third-year students to gather at the testing hall immediately to evaluate their beast genes and reassess their martial arts level. Repeating all students. Tech screens in the lab flash as they prepare the advanced gene breakthrough detection machines. These scans test beast genes and skill levels. A student's profile appears. Lesion from our class awakened a Tier 3 beast bloodline, the Swift Spiked Slasher. Lucky guy, he was completely average before this. Now he is the absolute best in our class. A powerful bloodline is seriously so unfair. Let's pause here and check out this next screen, showcasing the handsome genius, Jojo, who fully deserves his top rank. Not only is he a level 9 martial apprentice, but he also awakened a premier Tier 3 bloodline, the Ice Demon. This year, the championship title of N-City is guaranteed to be his. On the giant screen, another elite student's profile pops up. Can you see that? Miss Liu is also a level 9 martial apprentice. So what did she awaken? Unbelievable. It is a rare Tier 4 Netherhound bloodline, making her the top student in the entire province. If a Tier 4 beast reveals its true form, it can level a whole city. Normal warriors are like ants before them, as only grandmasters can stand a chance. Dick watches in deep thought, wondering why their beasts are only tier 3 or 4. Why is mine classified as a class A? Suddenly, a voice booms over the intercom calling his name. Next up, Dick from class 1217. Dick gasps, his face turning pale. This situation is getting completely out of hand, isn't it? Meanwhile, the crowd keeps admiring Joe, the school star. The students whisper in awe of his overwhelming presence. Wow, he is going to be someone truly important. He is my absolute idol. I should build a good relationship with him right now and follow his lead. Standing behind them, Dickie murmurs, "Power is indeed everything." Dick takes decisive steps toward the testing device. The crowd, who were just mocking him, now watches with intense anticipation as his turn arrives. Judging by the massive aura he released earlier, his rating must be insanely high. What kind of bloodline can produce that level of pressure during awakening? It is crazy. This time our usual loser might actually make a major breakthrough. Even Joe, the school genius, narrows his eyes in interest. Wait, you and I did not see this coming. His results pop up on screen as a massive glaring question mark, leaving technicians baffled. All other data is hidden. Dick class starts whispering, Level 3, Martial Apprentice, Unknown Beast Bloodline. Anticipation instantly morphs into pure mockery. Laughter explodes. A Level 3 apprentice, please? Even my little brother in middle school could easily beat him. What an embarrassing disappointment with an unknown bloodline. He probably has nothing. Exactly, how could a Level 3 weakling ever have a decent bloodline? Looks like that loud explosion earlier was nothing but a cheap fluke. How pathetic. Dick, you really are just a hopeless loser. He walks away silently, thinking just as expected. He lowers his head, sweat dripping down since his template was not detected. Suddenly, the system screen flashes in his mind once again, triggering a notification for the Infinite Monster template and displaying an upgrade guide. This can be done by completing missions or increasing your reputation, which unlocks more beast templates. Your current number of draws available is 0. A subtle, mysterious smile plays on Dick's lips as his expression fills with extreme excitement. As long as I meet the conditions, I can draw infinite monster templates. The scene shifts to the campus of City No. 1 High School. Inside the office, Dick faces his teacher, who takes a sip of water and looks at him skeptically. What? You want to stay home to self-study and only return for the college entrance exam? Do you really think I can trust you to study at home? Dick stands straight, clenching his fists as he speaks decisively. Teacher, I genuinely want to improve. I know I have fallen too far behind, so I must go through a special training regime right now. If I just follow everyone else's pace, I will have no hope. His teacher sighs, offering some practical advice. Dick, you know how this works. If you want to become a warrior, university is your only path. I know you awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is just too weak. There is no way you can pass the entrance exam. So plan to stay behind and try again next year. Do not rush. Dick is shine with deep sincerity and determination. Teacher, I truly yearn to make progress. Maybe you do not understand, but I awakened an incredibly powerful bloodline. As long as I train hard, I will succeed. Look at my eyes, teacher. I would never lie to you. Flustered by his extremely earnest look, the teacher finally gives in. All right, but you still have to report back to me to repeat the grade next year. Leaving the school behind, Dickie heads toward the City Martial Arts Center. Walking inside the modern building, he begins calculating his finances. My parents' house was mortgaged for $600,000, plus their compensation of over $1 million. I now have a solid starting capital. To boost my power, I have two choices: rank up as a warrior or increase my compatibility with the Demola template. His system shows 3 points of compatibility, but where did the other 2 come from? And that's where we leave it, with only one single answer left in his mind. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a wild story where Dick Hay absorbs Gene Awakening Serum, gaining 2 compatibility points with Demola as golden coins shower around him. A sly smile creeps onto his face. This proves that using gene-strengthening serums in this world can actually upgrade his template power directly. Why train to death like other warriors when he can just spend money to boost his template compatibility? He decides to buy more gene serums, swiping his student card at the gate with a loud beep. As soon as he swipes his card and steps inside, he suddenly freezes, his eyes wide in shock as cold sweat breaks out, watching powerful warriors train and release crushing energy. He realizes everyone here has already awakened their bloodline. But thanks to his newly unlocked Flame Demon Demola template, he now possesses a unique ability to sense life through biological magnetic fields. As Demola's giant dark shadow looms right behind him, he can detect every single life signal around him by releasing this invisible, powerful biomagnetic energy. He can clearly feel their vital energy burning like hot furnaces. hearing the wild beast roars echoing deep within their bloodlines. With his eyes glowing purple and a predatory grin spreading across his face, he looks at the warriors and monsters. He can barely suppress his burning urge to fight. After all, the flame demon Demola is the absolute king of beasts in its home world, destined to conquer all living things. Unfortunately, since he is still a new rookie, he has to hold back that savage combat instinct for now. He vows to show the world who the king of beasts is. But watch closely here, a mysterious hand suddenly drops onto his shoulder from behind. A voice speaks up, calling him kid, making him spin around in surprise. Standing right there is a gorgeous, incredibly stunning woman with an absolutely breathtaking figure. She playfully winks and slides up her sunglasses, teasingly telling him not to stare at others so boldly. Dick Hay awkwardly scratches his head, apologizing and claiming he did not mean to. The woman gives him a friendly smile, saying she understands. Since he likely just awakened his monster gene, struggling to control his overwhelming power is totally normal. She asks what brings him to the martial arts center, and he honestly admits he is there to buy some evolution fluid, but got totally lost in this massive place and needs directions. Hearing this, a nearby warrior gasps, asking if he is really using evolution fluid at his current stage. Dick Hay just looks back blankly, wondering if there is something wrong with that. The woman patiently explains that while it is fine, evolution fluid is extremely expensive and can easily trigger a high resistance, making it far less effective over time. She advises that to maximize the results, most warriors wait until their bloodline power hits a natural bottleneck before they ever touch the stuff. Curious, he asks her how much evolution fluid actually costs, and she takes a brief moment to think. She explains that at his current level, he can only use the beginner-grade fluid, which costs around 400,000 credits. Dick Hay's face completely twists in shock, realizing his entire life savings would not even cover 5 bottles. I know what you're thinking. He's totally shameless, desperately asking her if she knows anyone who could hook him up with a discount. She chuckles and pulls a sleek business card from her pocket, offering it to him. She says a recommendation from a veteran warrior like her should get him a decent discount. The card reads 4th rank martial arts counselor Huang Ha Li. Overjoyed by this sudden stroke of luck, he bows and thanks her repeatedly. Huang Ha Li waves as she walks away, playfully telling him they will meet again if fate allows. Once she is out of sight, his eyes burn with absolute determination. Next up, he stands at the martial arts center register, paying a massive bill of 1,450,000 credits. Right after, he heads to a weapon shop where the clerk happily showcases expensive gear, starting a crazy spending spree. That night, in a building resembling a dormitory, a painful scream echoes through the dark as a bright blue light bursts from his bedroom window. Inside, Dick Hay is writhing in absolute agony, his body glowing with raw blue energy amidst a pile of empty syringes. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, showing his flame demon Demola compatibility rising from 3% to 4%, then 7%, boosting his overall power stats. All the way to 10, then 15%, reaching martial artist rank 7. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he grins in satisfaction at this incredible power-up. However, he notes that each dose of evolution fluid yields diminishing returns. It seems that as his physical body grows stronger, triggering those deep genetic mutations becomes much harder. Still, doing in minutes what takes other people 3 years of brutal work is incredible. And keep in mind, this is only using his basic physical stats, before even unleashing the true demonic bloodline power of Demola. He stands up, muscles rippling with raw power as a crushing aura erupts around him. Maybe he actually can crush the top student in the upcoming exams. If his system cheat can't even beat a regular genius, then it's too weak. It's time to head out to the secret realm. The system voice explains that spatial cracks are ranked from S down to E, containing increasingly deadly monsters. S-tier beasts are completely beyond human control, and if they ever breach into the real world, it would trigger a literal apocalypse. Fully geared in his battlesuit, Dick Hay arrives at the gate of N-City's S-tier secret realm number 3. He notes there are far fewer people here than expected, likely because it has been fully explored. Since it is a very old realm, any valuable treasures are long gone, leaving behind only weak monsters for rookie warriors to use as punching bags. Approaching the counter, he finds a lazy receptionist with her legs resting on the desk. He politely tells her he booked a pass for secret realm number 3. She indifferently tosses him a paper, telling him to sign this death waiver before handing over his pass. Standing before a massive portal glowing with swirling blue energy, he realizes this is a real secret realm crack. A wild, bloodthirsty grin spreads across Dick Hay's face as excitement takes over. In his mind, this is the official beginning of his journey to become the ultimate king of monsters. He throws himself headfirst into the portal with a loud, excited shout. With a swift whoosh, he vanishes straight through the spatial gateway. It feels like tumbling through an endless whirlpool before he lands gracefully and firmly on his feet, ready for whatever comes next. Looking up, He is completely blown away by the epic, majestic scenery. 3 massive planets float lazily in the starry sky above. Even though he had seen pictures of this secret realm in his textbooks, the real deal is something else. Actually seeing it with his own eyes is a million times better. As he wanders deeper into the forest, he marvels at the fact that he can see a whole starry sky from inside a cave. But wait, a giant red rabbit is stealthily stalking him from the bushes. The system immediately identifies the creature as a rank 1 magic beast, the saber-toothed rabbit. The bloodthirsty beast charges at him with terrifying speed from behind, but He simply smirks, acting completely unguarded as the rabbit goes for the kill. And that's where we leave him, smiling as he grabs its ears and says, "You idiot, did you really think I couldn't sense you coming? You and I are about to watch a weakling become godlike." A system panel pops up showing his biomagnetic field ability as Yi neatly takes down a monster rabbit with a single punch. Examining the beast core he just harvested, Yi notes that the saber-toothed rabbit's core is white and of average quality, worth only about 1,000 credits. Still, making 1,000 credits just minutes after entering this dungeon? That is incredibly efficient. Normal people have to grind for a whole month just to earn 3,000 to 4,000. Yi tosses the core into the air, realizing that hoarding low tier 1 cores won't help him level up. He needs to find at least 1 tier 2 beast. And as if his words are prophetic, a hideous giant monster erupts from the ground right in front of him. It is a tier 2 corpse ghost worm. Yi draws his sword with a battle-hungry grin. Speak of the devil and the devil shall appear. Inside Ansheng's tier E dungeon number 3, his real hunt begins. Yi swiftly slashes at the corpse worm, sending toxic green blood spraying everywhere. Even as some poison hits him, he calmly recalls his monster encyclopedia studies. Compared to the steel-hard shell on its back, the soft underbelly of the corpse worm is clearly much easier to pierce. The giant worm curls up into a massive wheel of death, charging straight toward him. This is where our main character has to gather raw inner power throughout his body and unleash his ultimate blazing sun martial arts. But the beast is unmaw, spinning knife-sharp mandibles at lightning speed. Yi stares in absolute shock as its jaw begins firing rapid-fire bone projectiles. He barely dodges the deadly blade as a projectile grazes past, tearing his jacket to shreds. Yi yells out in pure frustration, cursing his bad luck. Do you have any idea how expensive this jacket was? After a fierce clash, Yi realizes his current martial artist level is just too low. He can't even scratch this monster. Without any powerful martial techniques, even with his deep Danshin energy and massive bloodline vitality, he can only unleash 50% of his true combat potential. It is all because his host body was an absolute academic failure. With no other options, Yi decides to unleash his ultimate trump card. He has no choice but to cheat. The Demon Emperor bloodline, Flame Demon Demola activate. Yi's body transforms as his power surges, boosting his raw stats from 15 to over 21. The corpse worm opens its mouth wide, baring rows of razor-sharp teeth for a final strike. Now in his terrifying half-demon form, Yi charges straight into close combat. With his overwhelming demonic strength, he easily tears the giant corpse worm to pieces using his bare claws. Reverting to human form, steam rises from his skin. With his physical stats peaking at 21 points, he has completely crushed a tier 2 threat. After turning off the transformation, his body still needs to vent intense excess heat, making him feel like a roaring jet engine. Yi picks up his short sword only to find it completely ruined by the corpse worm's toxic acid. The weapon he just bought is practically melting. A weapon worth 250,000 credits can't even handle a tier 2 monster? What an absolute scam. Zero quality control 1-star review. After the battle, Yi collapses, clutching his aggressively growling stomach. Is the energy drain from his very first monster hunt really this insanely high? He's starving and forgot to pack rations. But suddenly a mouth-watering aroma wafts over, making him drool. What is that amazing smell? Yi picks up the corpse worm's glowing green beast core, realizing the scent is coming from it. This tier 2 green beast core actually smells like an incredibly delicious mouth-watering gourmet meal. Without a second thought, Yi tosses the hard crystal straight into his mouth. You and I can practically feel the insane surge of power as the beast core shatters inside him, releasing a massive wave of green energy that completely envelops his entire body. The system panel pops up showing his monster template. His compatibility with the Demon Emperor, Flame Demon Demola, rises from 7% to 7.3%. Feeling the power surge, Yi grins like a maniac, remembering how he spent 100,000 credits on a potion just to get a 1% boost. Yet this single green core gave him 0.3%. Consuming just 4 of these is basically equivalent to that entire expensive potion. If so, those white cores from the saber-toothed rabbits must increase his compatibility too. His joy instantly turns into crushing regret as he bursts into tears, cursing his stupidity. He realizes he basically threw away free power upgrades. Wiping his tears, Yi stands up with burning determination, gripping a core and turning his frustration into pure raw motivation. Tonight he is going to hunt to his absolute heart's content. Activating his life magnetic field, ripples of energy spread outward to track down new prey. Fast forward to the next afternoon. After an entire night of hunting, Yi has grown significantly stronger. His status panel shows a massive jump, with his Demon Emperor compatibility reaching 9% and his overall stats skyrocketing. With his stats at 180, consuming more white cores won't help him level up anymore. Time to cash them in. Arriving at the trade counter, Yi dumps a mountain of cores. The receptionist gasps in utter shock as Yi presents 20 white cores and 1 green core. She stammers, asking if he's actually serious. How could a regular high school kid collect this massive amount of cores? Yi explains that according to official rules, martial artists must submit 10% of their spoils to the government. Taxing his green core costs him 5 white ones. Once the trade clears, a massive sum lands in his account, 200,000 credits of the kingdom safe in his pocket. Time flies, and with only 9 days left before the college entrance exams, Yi seeks a brand new challenge inside Ansheng's Tier D dungeon number 4. At the dungeon entrance, a party of hunters gears up. One of them asks their leader if they can finally secure the Blood Jade Flower bounty on this run. Captain Lin confidently replies that they already located its general area during their previous run. However, another teammate worries because their strong vanguard, Old Chen, was badly injured by monsters and cannot join them inside the dungeon this time. A female fighter points out they only have 5 active members. Another confirms that dungeon regulations strictly require at least 6 people to enter any Tier D zone. Captain Lin, a Tier 2 martial artist, gestures toward a nearby figure wearing a hoodie. He tells them not to worry, as he hired a broker to find a replacement. The recruit is none other than Yi. Strike a pose. Are you the Tier 9 martial apprentice named Fubo? Yi confidently grins and says yes. He secretly laughs to himself. Since he is still a student, he had to use a black market broker to forge a fake identity, just to sneak into this advanced zone. It cost him 100,000 credits. What an absolute rip-off. Captain Lin frowns, finding the name Fubo a bit weird. Yes scratches his head, looking incredibly embarrassed by it. If I used my real name, I would get flagged for copyright. The captain waves it off, saying it is just a nickname anyway. With your low Tier 9 strength, you are barely qualified. We will let you watch and learn, but you and I both know he is about to turn this entire raid upside down. Trust me, you and I would agree with Dish here, who calmly signs up since setting clear rules first is actually smart. Better than being scammed mid-mission. As their off-road vehicle charges into the spatial rift, the captain shouts, "All right, let us go. This time we must find the Blood Jade Flower." Inside the realm lies a massive desert under a sky with multiple moons. According to the tracker, the Blood Jade Flower is in an oasis ahead, guarded by a level 2 beast with a general tier bloodline. Sitting in the car ditch, he observes the strange surroundings. Last time was a tropical jungle, now it is a dry desert. It seems these realms do not just connect to one single world. A member suddenly screams that earth demon rats are tailing them, as a horde of rodent-like beasts chases down their off-road vehicle. The captain orders Hut to handle them. The sharp-clawed member quickly nods, climbs onto the roof, and unleashes a massive flurry of flying daggers from his hands. The demon rats are instantly impaled and die on the spot. The vehicle speeds ahead, leaving small explosions caused by the daggers in its wake. Ditchy watches Hut with clear admiration, as the threats are completely wiped out. He thinks channeling martial energy into daggers makes them explode like bombs upon impact. This guy is silent but incredibly ruthless. Meanwhile, a lush green oasis finally appears in the distance of the vast desert. Ditchy asks why they do not just drive inside, since the oasis is still quite far. The captain explains that the oasis monsters are extremely sensitive, and the loud engine noise would instantly alert them of their presence. Time to assign roles while walking. Captain Lam decisively gives the orders, telling Xiao Xia to throw a stun grenade soon to lure the beast right out of its hiding spot. Xiao Wu and Hut will set the traps. Lao Liu provides suppressive fire and I will handle the front line. He turns to pointing at Dish He. Now watch closely because our main character just shrugs nonchalantly as a grenade is fired into the sky, leaving a long trail of smoke. The grenade detonates, releasing energy. This stun grenade contains high-level monster pheromones, tricking local beasts into thinking their territory is being invaded, which will drag them right out. The ground shakes violently as a massive creature emerges from the sand. It is a level 2 beast, an earth dragon. Captain Lamb screams for the rookie to watch out as the beast approaches. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious figure stands hidden among massive swords driven into the ground, his hand tightly gripping a hilt. He is a massive bald thug wearing sunglasses, creepily licking his blade with a sinister laugh. This is the calm before the absolute storm hits the peaceful oasis. Captain Lamb charges bravely, slashing the earth dragon's head and drawing heavy blood. The beast seems defeated instantly, but as Lamb stands proud, a massive claw suddenly swings right down at him, forcing a frantic warning cry. In the nick of time, He dashes forward and leaps high into the air. He delivers a devastating punch straight down on the monster's head, triggering a massive energy explosion. The entire squad freezes, unable to believe their eyes. He is just a martial apprentice, yet he possesses enough raw strength to completely shatter a level 2 beast. What a powerful punch. Xiao Wu puts his arm around He like a close friend, laughing that his mountain-crushing blow just took down a level 2 beast. He smiles shyly, playing it down as Captain Lamb approaches with deep gratitude to thank him for saving his life. From now on, we are real teammates. A team member holds up the glowing red loot, shouting to Captain Lamb that the Earth Dragon has been completely taken down. The squad gathers to inspect it, celebrating the harvest of the Earth Dragon's soul essence. Seeing the shiny red object, He asks if it is really that valuable, casually putting it in his mouth like a piece of fruit. Of course, this can vastly improve your stats. Captain Lamb sighs in relief, admitting it was a close call, but they managed to defeat the beast and are on track to find the flower. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierces straight through the captain from behind. The attacker is none other than Hut, who chuckles wickedly, saying there is no point in thinking about the future anymore. You and I both felt that shock as everyone screams in horror. What is happening? Hut, or rather Huda, ruthlessly kicks the captain down. They demand to know what he is doing, but Huda just smirks, asking if it is not already painfully obvious. Another voice rings out, mocking them. The mysterious bald man appears, taking off his sunglasses. Recognizing him as Wobong, He turns and asks who this guy is. Do you know this bald guy? Xiao Wu grinds his teeth, explaining that Huobong's notorious gang specializes in robbing hunters inside dungeons, and they have been targeted all along. That bastard. Lao Lu supports the dying captain, realizing the blade is poisoned. He yells at the traitor Huda, demanding to know how he even found this secret location. Even the teammates only learned the flower's location after entering. He stares intensely at the daggers Huda used earlier, his eyes turning ice cold as he recognizes them. You leaked the coordinates through the daggers. Huda laughs, suggesting that the kid should head back to school for his upcoming exams, instead of walking hand in hand with death. He calmly replies that his exams are indeed close, and he has a top scorer title waiting for him. Furious, Hud hurls a dagger straight at Arrogant. He catches the blade effortlessly, his eyes glowing with a blue light. He tells the bald freak that laying a trap right in front of him is the real height of arrogance. He's hand erupts with blue energy. Huobong, the leader, watches with amusement, admitting that the kid is actually quite interesting. Huda, bring me his head. Obeying the command, Huda leads a rain of flying daggers directly at He. He releases a massive shockwave of energy to block the attack. As the smoke clears, Huda vanishes, leaving behind scorched earth. They shout a warning that he is gone. Suddenly, Huda drops down from above with a deadly kick, aiming for his head. He looks up, completely calm, preparing his mountain splitter technique. He concentrates energy into his fingertips, a perfect chance to test his new skill. He fires a devastating beam of pure energy, blasting Huda dead on. Captain Lam and Lao Liu watch in absolute disbelief. He took down Huda with just a single strike. Is this guy really just a simple martial apprentice? Standing in the ruined desert after the blast, He nonchalantly blows a wisp of blue smoke off his fingertips. Behind him, Huda's cold body collapses heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. Huobong's eyes widen, his massive face twisting in utter shock and rage as he points at He, demanding which great family's gene technique he is using. Behind He, the massive phantom of Flame Demon Demora looms in midair, its purple crystals glowing menacingly in the dim desert light as he simply smirks. I am from the Demora family. Are you about to beg for mercy? You brat! Huobong roars, dark purple energy enveloping him in a cocoon of darkness, mocking that even with gene techniques, he cannot bridge their massive power gap. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what comes next. You and I are jumping right into a wild transformation as the energy clears, revealing a grotesque half-human, half-bear beast. Black Bear Tyrant Bloodline activated. In this beastly form, he roars like thunder and charges, radiating pure violence. Martial art technique, Earth Tremor. He dodges the bear's attack with lightning speed, gliding past his foe as a brilliant green blade of light flashes from his hand, slashing Huabang's hind leg. First, I will take out your legs. Huabang screams in absolute agony, crying out that his leg is broken. Even while injured, Huabang desperately spins around, raining devastating punches onto the dusty ground. He pours all his power into successive strikes, causing massive tremors and sending pillars of purple energy erupting from the earth. He thinks to himself, a Tier 2 martial artist is really something else. My atomic punch could not even break his ankle bone. Huabang gathers all his remaining energy, slamming both hands into the ground to release a violent purple shockwave that makes the entire arena shake. He floats down gracefully from the air, calmly watching his opponent struggle. Are you done yet? Now it is my turn. He charges forward, his fist erupting into a brilliant blue energy sphere that shines like a miniature sun. Mountain-crushing fist. An earth-shattering explosion of energy completely swallows them both, as blinding blue light covers the entire desert arena. When the dust and energy finally clear, Dicty stands firmly inside a deep crater without a single scratch. Huabang lies motionless, his body reverting back to human form. Lumhe and his surviving teammates can only watch from afar, stammering in shock at how incredibly strong he is. Huabang, bruised and swollen all over, glares up at Dicty with absolute hatred. An evil martial artist like you will surely be punished. I curse you, Dicty. He looks down coldly at his defeated opponent, his eyes glowing with an emotionless blue light. People who curse me just keep appearing, but trust me, we are about to find out who their group really is. The scene suddenly shifts to N-City's grand sports arena. This modern, massive dome structure is packed with thousands of roaring spectators. A hot air balloon floats in the sky, carrying a banner that says, "Step onto the stage with confidence." A banner pulled by a plane reads, "Welcome students, this year's High Martial Arts Academy entrance exam is starting. I wish you all the best of luck in your martial arts journey." Up in the stands, a host comments excitedly into his microphone. This year's exam uses a tournament system where contestants compete in pairs, and the winner advances to the next round. The exam lasts 3 days, with the first 2 days dedicated to preliminaries, and the qualifying students will proceed to the finals on the 3rd day. A massive glowing tournament bracket flashes brightly on the screen. Every student must fight 3 matches in the preliminary rounds, and those who successfully advance will keep battling until the ultimate top champion of this year's exam is decided. An official stands at the podium, declaring proudly with a bright smile that the responsibilities these students carry represent the very future of humanity. Therefore, show your true potential in this exam for both yourselves and all of humanity. I declare that the High Academy entrance exam of N-City has officially begun. Over at Arena Number 1, 2 competitors clash fiercely as one unleashes an energy blast. Meanwhile, at Arena Number 4, a girl blocks her opponent's heavy strike with hands that glow with brilliant green light. However, at Arena Number 6, the stage is completely empty except for a lone girl waiting. What is this? It seems there is a problem with the Arena 6 preliminaries as one fighter has still not arrived. The host, a stylish guy who is live streaming, announces that the 2 scheduled contestants are Huang Dum and Dicty from N-City's Middle School Number 1, yet only Huang Dum stands on the stage. According to the rules, if Dicty fails to appear after the match starts, he will be disqualified. Up in the stands, Vung Ting is enveloped in a bright pink aura, grinding his teeth in pure rage. Being humiliated at the Gene Conference was the greatest shame of my life. I thought I could use my fire lizard to completely humiliate Dicty this time, but that coward is hiding and dares not show his face. What a disappointing loser. I know what you are thinking, but the crowd actually starts whispering with total scorn. What a complete coward. He does not even dare to show up for the entrance exam. He is probably shivering in bed at home right now. Cowards like him should not even attend high school. They should be sweeping streets instead. The referee on the stage checks his timer and raises his hand. Time is up. Dicty of N-City's Middle School Number 1 is disqualified. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials sitting in the VIP stands look up at the sky with sharp, intense gazes. An invisible pressure weighs heavily over the entire stadium. What an incredibly massive aura. High up in the blue sky, a brilliant blue energy sphere wrapped in black smoke plunges down toward the stadium like a meteor. Is that actually a person? The energy sphere bursts to reveal Dick He diving down in a powerful stance. He crashes onto the stage, unleashing a mighty shockwave that kicks up thick dust, forcing his opponent, Wang Dum Dum, to struggle to block it. What kind of crazy power allows him to fly through the sky? She looks completely baffled, wondering what on earth is going on here. While she is still standing there dazed, a shadow flashes right past her face. He delivers a devastating kick, fast as lightning. After knocking out his opponent, he stands on the stage, shielding his eyes from the sun and sighing in relief. Whew, I almost had to wait and repeat this exam next year. Wang Dum Dum lies sprawled unconscious on the ground. The referee declares the result, announcing that Dick He wins. Dick He looks down with a blank face, wondering if it was really that easy. The crowd explodes into wild cheers. This Dick He is unbelievably strong. He defeated his opponent with just a single kick, and his dramatic entrance was absolutely incredible. Could this be the legendary kick from the heavens? After the match, Dick He flashes a mysterious smile. His status screen appears, showing host Dick He, overall constitution 226, monster template wild footprint, Demora with 20% compatibility. Captain Lum gave me a blood jade fruit out of gratitude, but it will take some time for the fruit to fully upgrade my physical body. Now you guys can relax and enjoy what is coming. The bracket is updated as Dick He easily advances to the next round. Anthon Middle School No. 4's Long Thao versus Anthon Middle School No. 1's Dick He. Dick He knocks out his opponent with a single blow once again. Dick He wins. Anthon Middle School No. 3's Long Thao versus Anthon Middle School No. 1's Dick He. The result remains the same. Dick He wins. The crowd goes wild as they witness Dick He's overwhelming power, ending every single fight instantly with a single kick. He is basically a one-kick wonder. An announcement echoes throughout the stadium, stating that Dick He of Middle School No. 1 has won all 3 matches to enter the 3rd round. In an instant, Dick He is swarmed by university recruiters. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see which academy he chooses next. Alright, you and I are jumping into a wild story starting with recruiters begging our main character, Student Yi He, please add us on your contacts. Consider our private university, we have massive funding. Student Yi He, our university needs a powerful warrior like you. Tell us, do you have a dream school in mind? Yi He simply glances at the massive crowd of recruiters. A dream school? He smiles confidently, flashes a thumbs up and says, sorry, but I am aiming for Huadu University. The crowd goes dead silent before bursting into mockery. How arrogant, just for making the finals. When reality slaps you in the face, you will come crying to us. Remember to call me when you fail, kid? Yi He just laughs internally. They simply do not believe I can make it, but that is not their fault. Huadu University is the premier martial arts institution in the country, and one of the top 5 schools globally. It is a sacred holy land in the hearts of all martial artists. He flashes a sly, confident grin. In a Tier 2 city like in City, only the absolute top geniuses are qualified to enter that sacred place. But whatever in this world, warriors speak through raw strength. I will see them all once I secure first place. Suddenly, 2 men in sharp black suits block his path. Student Yi He, we require your full cooperation. We must re-evaluate your official martial arts level right now. After running the test, one agent screams in sheer disbelief. Level 9 martial arts. Student Yi He, you were only at level 3 just 2 weeks ago. He aggressively grabs Yi He by the collar. It is impossible to grow this fast in just 3 months. Are you implying that I am some kind of cheater? Yi He calmly asks. Pay attention here, because they found he secretly visits dangerous E-rank dungeons after school. Why would you risk your life in such a deadly place right before the big college entrance exams? Yi He looks into the distance, his voice turning cold. To find myself. Before my father passed away, he told me that if I ever want to surpass humanity, I can no longer remain human. So I kept fighting in those deadly dungeons, and during one brutal battle, I completely broke my own genetic limiter. Both agents stand there speechless, sweat dripping down their faces. What? You broke your limiter? They frantically scramble away in sheer panic. That is impossible, we have to report this immediately. Yi He watches them run off. Somehow he has become a major target of interest. He pulls out his phone to browse social media. His feed is flooded with families cheering for their kids. Do your best, son. Honey, just focus and show them what you can do. Old Wang. Once our boy passes the double first-class exam, we are throwing a massive feast. The streets are packed with live streams interviewing proud parents and friends of the students. He silently stares at his screen, a trace of loneliness in his eyes. There is nobody to cheer him on. I guess I really am just an orphan with no one to care. In a tiny room, Yihee's old teacher clenches his fists, eyes glued to the television screen showing the match. Come on, Yihee, you can do this. The first promotion round begins. Representing in City Number 1 school, Yihee steps onto the grand stage, radiating absolute confidence. Suddenly, his opponent is announced on the giant display. From in City Number 3 school, Latone. The crowd immediately starts whispering in excitement. Latone? I remember him. He is the absolute top-ranking fighter from Number 3 school. Latone is a level 8 martial artist who awakened a rare rank 2 demonic beast bloodline. Plus, both of his parents are elite warriors. His opponent is completely doomed. On the stage, Yihee stands calm, his glowing blue eyes radiating raw power as he says, "You can make the first move." Latone smirks smugly, his perfectly gelled hair not even moving an inch. Heh, you have no idea who you are dealing with, do you? He responds with a completely blank stare. And honestly, you and I both know he is right. The final result will not change. Latone bursts out laughing in pure arrogance, his body exploding with a massive surge of greenish-blue energy. The result is that I am going to win. Awakening his bloodline, he charges at Yihee, lethal energy claws forming on his hands. I hope your luck is good, otherwise you die right here. Martial arts. Thunderclaw. Latone's mutated hand, crackling with lightning energy, strikes forward at terrifying speed, but Yihee effortlessly reaches out and catches the blow mid-air. A sickening bone-cracking sound echoes. He coldly remarks, "Your momentum is decent, but you are absolutely nothing compared to the power of that bald old guy I fought." Latone screams in agonizing pain. With just a single hand, Yihee effortlessly crushes his mutated beast transformation. He slams his opponent straight into the arena floor, unleashing a massive blue shockwave that violently shakes the entire stadium. He looks down into the massive crater, looking completely disappointed. Are there really no decent opponents here? The referee stammers out the official announcement. The winner is Yihee from City Number 1 school. Latone, the highly hyped star candidate, lies unconscious at the bottom of the crater, his body twitching uncontrollably. The one utterly crushed is their starseed, Latone. What on earth just happened? Latone looked incredibly powerful, but he got knocked out instantly. Across social media, Yihee goes viral as shocked comments and likes endlessly flood the feeds. Calm like a cloud, steady like the wind. This is the sign of a true master. His combat skills exist on a completely different level compared to any other contestant. The power gap is insane. He is too cool, I want to have his babies. The crowd in the stands screams non-stop in pure hype. Exactly what we expect from the one-kick Superman. Even though he used his hand this time, it was still a clean knockout. Yihee, I love you. Yihee is definitely heading to the finals. While medics carry Latone away on a stretcher, Chu Xiao stands in a dark corner, arms crossed, glaring at Yihee with razor-sharp eyes. Yi Chu Chao's blue eyes flash with unwavering determination. You are exactly the kind of man I have been looking for, and I will be the one to defeat you in the finals. Meanwhile, in the admissions office of Huadu University, a man in a suit points to the monitor showing Yihee, "Get me every piece of information on this kid in 30 minutes. The staff responds in unison. Yes. In another arena, the promotion matches for the second bracket are heating up. The commentator screams in pure excitement. Oh my god, we have a showdown between two genius beauties. I Liwi Lo am officially tuned in. On the arena stage, a girl with vibrant orange hair tied in twin braids points directly at her opponent. Miss Liu, I seriously cannot stand that emotionless robotic face of yours. This fierce girl is Tai Tu Alang, famously known as the Queen of City Number 2 High School. Her opponent, a gorgeous girl with long black hair and a freezing cold beauty, remains completely silent. She is Lu Tan Chuk, the legendary untouchable goddess of City Number 1 High School. The male spectators drool, whispering to each other that nothing beats watching beautiful girls go all out. An annoyed girl snaps, "Keep it in your pants, you creeps." The referee blows the whistle, and you and I are about to see Tai Tu Alang roar in charge. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total clash of titans. Let's see how well you can keep up that act once I pin you down. Liu Qingju stands firm, weaving hand signs as jade green energy wraps her. Behold her secret clan technique, the fleeting brilliant reincarnation. The two girls instantly clash in a deadly dance of offense and defense, their colliding energy creating brilliant blinding flashes of light with every single strike. Too slow, Liu Qingju mocks, but Tai Tu Long responds with a blazing fist. Martial art technique Gale Force steps. Tai Tu Long thinks she has spotted a massive opening, a fatal opening, but she fell right into the trap. Oh no, I fell right into her trap. Her hand gets completely stuck in the swirling vortex of air created by Liu Qingju. My hand is trapped in her swirling wind. I can't pull it out. Meanwhile, Liu Qingju prepares to unleash her final devastating blow. Mystic grade martial technique. Primordial Chaos Pond. The commentator screams in absolute shock. A mystic grade technique. An ordinary high school exam candidate has actually mastered a legendary mystic grade technique. With this level of martial talent, she doesn't even need to take exams to prove her worth. She could easily get directly admitted into the prestigious Huadu University. Cornered and desperate, Tai Tuolang unleashes her entire power. A massive ghostly fox appears behind her. Her bloodline awakens, the Shadow Fox Claw. This girl actually awakened a grade 3 royal bloodline, the Fox King Shadow Claw. Royal bloodlines are notoriously difficult to control. The Shadow Claw Fox is a legendary ferocious beast. Her future potential is absolutely limitless. Now show me your Netherworld Phoenix bloodline. Liu Qingzhu responds with freezing coldness. This is more than enough for you. Tai Tuolang flies into a rage. Enough of this. Do you really think anyone below martial artist rank can challenge me? Liu family secret art. Fleeting brilliant illusion. Martial technique. Fierce Foxclaw strike versus primordial chaos finger. Their ultimate moves clash head-on. The raw martial energy of Liu Qingzhu and Tai Tuolang collides with earth-shattering force. Now don't blink, because this next clash the arena under a massive cloud of dust. The crowd holds its breath. Who survives? As the smoke clears, a single figure stands tall. It's Tai Tuolang. She is the only one left standing on the stage. Tai Tuolang stands amid the ruins, but her eyes are wide with horror, a cold sweat dripping down her temple. But wait. Tai Tuolang collapses from sheer exhaustion. Liu Qingzhu stands there, her long black hair blowing in the wind, looking down at her fallen opponent. She is the true winner left standing. The commentator screams in pure excitement. Using only martial techniques, she completely overwhelmed Tai Tuolang, who is also at the apprentice stage and has awakened a royal bloodline. She truly deserves to be called the 101 genius. The referee raises his hand to declare Liu Qingzhu the winner. Social media explodes instantly. Oh my god, Queen Liu is way too strong. She is a literal legend. I am calling it right now. She will definitely top the exams in Anthan City. Anyone dare to disagree with me? To the guy above claiming she will top the exam, do you even know what bloodline she awakened? A grade 4 Netherworld Phoenix. A grade 4 bloodline. What kind of monster is she? Most actual martial artists would not even stand a single chance against her. After the qualifiers end, a massive screen lights up the entire stadium for the top 8 tournament draw. Next up, Yi He steps onto the stage. Yi He representing Anthan High School number 1. He reaches into the box and pulls out a ball marked with the letter A. A heavily muscled guy with massive biceps approaches Yi He, holding his own ball marked with an A. He says, I am also in Group A. Looks like you and I are facing off. I am Shenguan from Jingfeng Private High School. Yi He calmly replies, Anthan High School number 1. Shenguan throws his arm around Yi He. We have the second match. Let's watch the first battle first. The giant screen displays the top 8 bracket. Match 1 features Luo Qi from Jingfeng Private High School versus Zhou of Anthan High School number 1. Yi He and Shenguan watch the match unfold. Luo Qi is incredibly strong. He even held himself back a year to polish his skills specifically for Huadu University. His bloodline control is exceptionally refined. But honestly, you and I both know he doesn't stand a chance against Zhou. Shenguan turns to Yi He in shock. Zhou? Yeah, from your school. Don't tell me you don't know him. Up on the stage, Zhou effortlessly crushes his opponent. The winner is Zhou of Anthan High School number 1. In the stands, the Jingfeng High principal fumes with rage. Damn it, eliminated in the very first round. Yi asks Shenguan, how does that Luo Qi compare to you? Shenguan confidently runs a hand through his hair. Compared to me? Heh, I am the martial arts club president for the senior class at Jingfeng Private High School. In terms of pure raw combat power, even if both of my teammates teamed up, they couldn't take me down. He turns to look at Yi He, his expression suddenly turning dead serious. Honestly, in this year's exam, I believe you are my only real threat. Shenguan stares into the distance as a visual of an erupting volcano flashes in his mind. Ever since I was a kid, my natural senses have been incredibly sharp. I can tell, Yi He, you are like a dormant volcano with a terrifying monster sleeping deep inside you. He smiles, giving a thumbs up. Let's go, 8 bracket, match 2. The two opponents step onto the arena stage. Shenguan from Jingfeng versus Yi, representing Anthan High School number 1. The brutal competition for the top 4 spots in Anthan City's university entrance exam is officially heating up. Yi He versus Shenguan. Both are exceptionally powerful. Two colossal forces clash, unleashing a raging hurricane across the entire stage, forcing the terrified spectators to shield their eyes from the crushing pressure. Shenguan wipes a streak of blood from his nose and laughs maniacally. A nosebleed? Is this the extent of your bloodline's power? Yi He stares at Shenguan, who is shrouded in a golden aura. How mysterious, targeting cells directly for pure destruction. Shenguan has used his martial energy to create a defense barrier on the surface. Yihe smirks, his blue eyes flashing with excitement. What incredible martial arts! The guy in front of me is a genuine beast that cannot be underestimated. Shenguan gathers his energy, and the image of a giant serpent rises behind him. Then I will also use my family's heirloom martial arts handed down through generations to defeat your Shen clan. This is a highly practical, devastating style. The formidable Xingyi Quan. Feel free to analyze this. He unleashes a barrage of lightning-fast punches. A direct hit, his eyes widen in sheer shock. So fast, he gets hit cleanly. The guy previously known as the one-kick Superman has been struck for the very first time. Yihe coughs up blood, showing just how terrifyingly powerful Shenguan's fist is. He slides back, his foot shattering the arena tiles to stabilize his stance. Shenguan transforms his aura into a giant bear charging with terrifying speed. You can't escape! Boom! An earth-shattering collision creates a massive energy vortex. Yihe blocks Shenguan's blazing attack with his bare hands. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he survives this. Shenguan's attack is not just physical force. He has seamlessly infused martial energy directly into the blow, dealing a brutal double layer of damage. Alright, you and I are about to see that Yixi's past opponents were total weaklings with no real combat experience. Watch closely as he deftly redirects Shenjun's attack, letting it slip right past him. But Shenjun grabs Yixi, locking him in a vice grip. You're only half right, he sneers. I don't just channel martial energy into my body, I can also lock yours down, completely sealing your martial arts. He slams Yixi onto the ground with a heavy thud. Sensing his advantage, Shenjun wastes no time, instantly transforming into a giant serpent to crush his opponent. Next, he shifts into a flaming tiger, pouncing wildly, then morphs into a massive golden eagle diving from the sky. The announcer screams that this guy is literally a walking zoo. Even under this overwhelming barrage of combos, Yixi stubbornly fights back. Shenjun roars, Yixi, there's absolutely no way you can beat me. Two massive energy blasts collide, triggering an earth-shattering explosion on the stage. Shenjun stands in the smoke, crossing his arms with a satisfied grin. Ha ha ha, now that felt amazing. Shenjun's relentless onslaught leaves Yixi with zero room to fight back. Outside the arena, the medical team is already on high alert, fully prepared to rush in at any second. That devastating Xingyi Quan combo Shenjun just unleashed would easily kill any ordinary martial artist. It really looks like the winner has been decided. Don't blink, because just as the announcer declares the winner from Jingfeng High, Shenjun senses a terrifying aura rising from the rubble. The sky above the arena turns pitch black as dark clouds roll in, unleashing a colossal aura while blue lightning rips through the air. From the wreckage, a sharp, dark-clawed hand slowly reaches out. You're seriously strong, Shenjun, Yixi says as he rises. His body is now wrapped in a jet-black mist armor, with blue lightning dancing around him, but that doesn't mean you win. This is the very first time I've ever used this form, Bloodline Awakening the Demon Emperor. Fully transformed into this beastly state, Yixi radiates a terrifying, majestic aura. If it's any consolation, you're the first to witness me in this form. High schoolers who can manifest a demon beast avatar can easily enter Huadu University without taking any exams. Watching from the sidelines, Jojo gasps in absolute shock, realizing it's a true demon beast manifestation. I never expected that a tiny place like An City would produce a bloodline genius alongside Liu Qingju, the martial arts prodigy. A demon beast avatar? Shenjun can't believe his own eyes, utterly stunned by the sheer overwhelming level of Yixi's awakened bloodline. Up in the stands, the judges are also monitoring the situation very closely. Each judge is equipped with monitoring gear to track the candidates and surrounding variables. Suddenly, one proctor stares at his screen in pure horror as the nuclear radiation reading hits 999. 999? What on earth is happening? The nuclear radiation has completely broken the scale. Seeing Yixi's terrifying demon avatar, the judges quickly realize there is a massive problem. They quickly wrap the arena in martial energy to prevent any toxic radiation from leaking out. The crowd starts whispering in shock, wondering if this is Yixi's real bloodline awakening. That is so cool. Does anyone know which demon beast bloodline he actually awakened? I go to First High, and word is he unlocked a completely classified unknown bloodline. I know what you're thinking. How is a beast this strong completely unknown? Well, creatures like Demora don't even exist on Blue Star, so it makes total sense. Shenjun's nose begins to bleed again. Damn it, my nose is bleeding. It looks like my martial shield can't block Yixi's overflowing energy anymore. It seems I can't let this fight drag on. With no other choice, Shenjun unleashes his full power, transforming into a massive, glowing golden demon ape. Bloodline Awakening the Golden Demon Ape. That is yet another Tier 3 bloodline. This year's college entrance exams are truly stacked with elite talents. Executing his Xingyi fist slam, Shenjun lunges at Yishi with blinding speed, but Yishi counters instantly, slashing his massive claws. A crushing punch collides with the claws, triggering a devastating explosion. Shenjun's hand is instantly crushed from the impact. My hand! If I hadn't dispersed the force in time, my entire arm would have shattered. I was talking so much trash earlier, but now I'm getting completely slapped in the face. Yishi stands there in his beast form, coldly looking down at his defeated opponent. You're excellent, Shenjun, but unfortunately this won't change the outcome. The commentator screams in excitement as the two colossal beasts square off in the center ring. In this second match of the quarterfinals for this year's college entrance exams, we have a rare Tier 3 King bloodline facing off against an incredibly powerful unidentified demon beast bloodline. Shenjun grinds his teeth, sweat dripping down his temple. Now that Yixie's bloodline is fully awakened, his physical strength is simply impossible to measure. I can no longer suppress his martial energy. My only option now is to retreat and look for an opening. Yixi dives from above, roaring, "Big guy, don't lose focus now." He unleashes a tempest of rapid strikes, wrapping Shenjun in blue energy, while Shenjun desperately counters with another heavy slam. But Yishi is caught off guard as Shenjun locks his arms. "I can't overpower you head-on," Shenjun smirks, "but my real goal was to get right behind your back." Shenjun slips behind Yishi as a colossal golden hand of pure energy rains down from the sky, aiming to crush Yishi into dust. Yishi is trampled by the massive hand, triggering a violent explosion as Shenjun stands there panting. But Yishi remains standing, arms crossed, completely unscathed. "My turn," Yishi says, digging his razor-sharp claws deep into the arena floor. He releases a surge of pure violent blue energy before rushing forward to deliver the final blow. Just when everyone expects Shenjun to get pulverized, he suddenly kneels down. Yish, who was ready for the finishing blow, completely freezes in confusion. He roars in sheer frustration. "Bro, I literally charged up all my energy for this, and now you're just gonna surrender like that? I was so hyped, but now this feels totally anticlimactic." Retracting his claws, he sighs, "Fine, whatever," as he exhales a puff of blue smoke to release his excess energy. "Holding back all this energy makes me feel sick." Yishi reverts to his human form, revealing a well-built muscular upper body. By the rules, once a side surrenders, the other cannot attack. The referee declares the match over, announcing Yishi from City First High as the winner, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Brother Yishi is legendary. Online, hilarious memes about the match immediately go viral, showing Shenjun before the match bragging about his victory. And then Shenjun after the match apologizing for not even forcing Lord Yishi to use his full power. Yishi's fanbase instantly skyrockets, prompting fans to join his WeChat group number 4. Since the first 3 groups are already full, follow me to watch the complete exam videos of our top candidate, Brother Yishi, who is definitely destined to be this year's ultimate champion. So yeah, even geniuses like Jojo or Liu Qingzhu stand zero chance against our boy Yishi. Alright, you and I are jumping straight into the drama. Inside his office, the principal of Jingfeng Private High School grits his teeth in pure rage, pointing at Shenguan and roaring because his star fighter actually dared to admit defeat. "Do you have any idea how much money we spent training you? You ungrateful brat, if you don't pay back every cent, forget about going to college." In response, Shenguan grabs him by the shoulder. "What do you think you're doing? I couldn't take that blow, so I admitted defeat to keep myself safe. Why should I ruin my body for your school? If I didn't surrender, were you going to take that punch for me? I will repay whatever kindness your school showed me, but remember this. You can't threaten a warrior who is stronger than you." He squeezes so hard the principal literally breaks down in tears of terror. "Alright, you make a point." After intense battles, the top 4 contestants for this year's entrance exam are locked in. 4 faces pop up on the massive screen: Yishi, Liu Qingzhu, Chuoso, and a complete wildcard. Up in the VIP seats of Anqing No. 1 Middle School, the principal is happily fanning himself. Old Liu has worked at this school for so many years. It is finally time to promote him. Down below, Yishi's old teacher is literally jumping for joy. Our boy Yishi is absolutely incredible. And now the semifinal draw begins. Stepping up first is Liu Qingzhu in an elegant white dress, holding her drawing ball. She drew number 1 as well. The very first semifinal match of this entrance exam is going to be an intense civil war between students of Anqing No. 1 Middle School. Yishi versus Liu Qingzhu. The commentators in chat are absolutely losing their minds. Everyone has been dying to see this epic showdown for a long time. This is easily the most anticipated battle in the history of Anqing's entrance exams. Fans are screaming for Goddess Liu in this legendary, highly awaited matchup. Yi Shi must win. Meanwhile, analysts are placing their bets. Pay attention here because most favor Goddess Lu since she has reportedly mastered 2 secret high-level royal martial arts. With those alone, she crushed a level 3 king-class bloodline user. Plus, her awakened level 4 netherworld phoenix bloodline has not even been revealed yet. On the other hand, Shengguan had a level 3 bloodline and was forced to fully awaken it because of Yi Shi. His power seemed extremely advanced, likely reaching level 4 as well. But even he cannot compare to Goddess Lu, who holds a level 4 bloodline and comes from a supreme martial arts lineage. That makes total sense. Now at the semi-final arena of Anqing No. 1 Middle School, Liu Qingju and Yi Shi finally step up. These two rivals stand face-to-face on the grand stage. The referee raises his hand. Let the battle begin. Immediately a massive shockwave erupts, leaving Liu Qingju gasping in pure confusion. She stares at Yi Shi, who is completely enveloped in a dense cloud of bright blue energy, his eyes glowing like intense high-beam headlights. Liu Qingju locks eyes with him, her violet gaze burning with absolute determination. Yi Shi, I hope you are strong enough. The commentator screams as this epic fight finally kicks off. Right from the start, Yi Shi releases a massive wave of steam that completely blankets the entire arena. The crowd goes into a panic, crying out because they cannot see a single thing. How will Liu Qingju, the genius prodigy of the Liu family, handle Yi Shi, the ultimate dark horse of this year's entrance exams? Could Yi Shi have awakened his bloodline once again? Deep inside the thick blinding steam, Yi Shi keeps his eyes locked onto Liu Qingju. Her martial arts techniques are way superior to mine. No matter how much raw power I have, I might not even land a scratch. He grits his teeth, eyes flashing blue. Let's pause here. Yi Shi knows fighting a genius means the longer this drags, the worse it gets. He decides to strike first, charging forward with a heavy blow. As his heavy punch approaches, Liu Qingju spins her energy to defend. Since you are attacking directly, I will block with my martial arts and launch a quick counter. Yi Shi roars, his eyes blazing. But suddenly he shifts his attack trajectory, whipping his tail straight toward her head. What on earth? He actually tricked her. He yelled that he was using his fists, only to catch Liu Qingju off guard with a tail whip. Yi Shi morphs into his beast form, baring his razor-sharp teeth. He throws a vicious uppercut right at her. The online comments instantly explode, screaming that Yi Shi is playing dirty with absolutely zero sportsmanship. Poor Goddess Liu, in battle anything goes. But oh no, her rhythm has been completely disrupted by this underhanded move. Yi Shi's pursuit is just too relentless, leaving Liu Qingju absolutely no room to escape. But Liu Qingju quickly unleashes her energy, shaking Yi Shi off to break free from his tight grip. However, Yi Shi raises his sharp claws. She is not getting away that easily. He launches another savage barrage of strikes, completely suffocating her. Her eyes widen in sheer terror as his deadly claws slash right toward her. The claws are packed with raw energy. She barely leaps away in time as a massive explosion erupts behind her. Do not run away, classmate! Yi Shi bellows, his voice echoing. He unleashes a lightning-fast combination of thunderous punches that reverberate through the arena, forcing Liu Qingju back with every single strike. Back into a corner, she struggles to block while desperately analyzing the situation. Is this guy seriously not tired after such high-intensity attacks? His physical stamina is unreal. I have mastered 2 secret royal martial arts. One of them is my family's ultimate defensive technique, the Shadow Drift. The other is the offensive primordial Jade Finger. If I could just cast one of these, I could break free from his fierce assault. But Yi Shi is not giving me a single second to breathe. At this rate, I will be knocked off the stage and lose. Pushed to her absolute limit, Liu Qingju grits her teeth. Left with no other choice, a glowing purple feather appears in her hand. This is my final trump card. She screams as ancient text manifests in midair, bloodline awakening, netherworld bird. An ear-splitting shriek echoes as a massive torrent of pure purple energy erupts from her body, instantly blowing away all the dense steam around them. Liu Qingju ascends into the air, majestic purple wings spreading wide behind her back. Shimmering energy feathers drift down all over the arena. The commentator screams, his voice cracking with pure hype. It is Liu Qingju's awakened demonic beast bloodline. The netherworld bird makes its first appearance. Staring down at Yi Shi, her booming voice echoes through the stadium as a warning. Classmate Yi Shi, be careful. I cannot fully control my power in this state. Down below, Yi Shi braces himself against the crushing pressure. A wild, battle-hungry smile spreads across his face as his own eyes glow purple, reflecting her majestic image. I get it, and I'm glad you said that. Trust me, you and I are about to see a real clash. I've only used 50% of my power. Alright, you and I are about to witness an absolutely epic clash. Spinning instinctively as Yi Shi shouted, Liu Qingju moved like a lightning-fast purple phantom. Her deadly energy feathers left glowing trails of light in the air as she swept past him. She was already right behind him, her majestic wings spread wide. Channeling every ounce of her power into her fingertips, she conjured a destructive, blinding purple beam of light. Unleashing a mysterious royal martial art, the primordial jade finger, he spun around. He roared like a wild beast, throwing an explosive, earth-shaking punch right back at her. A highly compressed blue energy sphere crackled violently with wild, crackling lightning. The purple and blue forces collide right in the center of the arena, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. A blinding dome of pure light completely swallows them both. Up in the stands, the crowd is blown backward by the shockwave, forced to shield their eyes. The impact is just too overwhelming, absolutely massive. People scream that they cannot even open their eyes. Right in the epicenter, Liu Qingzhu is hurled backward. Her shattered wings struggle to balance as she lets out a painful scream. Looking down, her purple eyes widen in pure horror. She cannot believe her ultimate attack was stopped so easily, then brutally pushed back with such overwhelming force. On the ground, Yi He braces himself in a firm stance. Blue energy erupts from his body like an active volcano, shattering the concrete beneath his feet. He raises his head as his full beast form gradually emerges. Letting out a terrifying dominant roar, he prepares to unleash a final devastating attack. The first semi-final of the college entrance exam has completely devolved into a raging energy storm. Sensing a terrifying spike in power from Yi He, Liu Qingzhu panics. This energy fluctuation is totally abnormal. What on earth is going on here? Yi He's beast form is clearly gathering immense power. Roaring loudly, Yi He's body expands as pitch-black scales cover his skin. The jagged spines protruding along his back begin glowing, storing a massive reservoir of energy. The glowing crystals on his back burn brilliantly, channeling all that raw power directly into his mouth, piece by piece. An energy sphere so brilliant it distorts the surrounding space forms in his jaws. Throwing his head back, he unleashes it. Atomic breath. A massive beam of pure destruction, as wide as an entire building, erupts from his mouth, surging straight toward Liu Qingzhu in the sky. In a desperate bid, Liu Qingzhu wraps herself in her wings, forming a protective purple cocoon to shield her body. Backed into a corner with nowhere to run, she releases her hidden potential as her eyes flash, awakening her hidden ability, Diamond Feather Storm. Thousands of energy feathers as hard as diamonds shoot from her wings, forming a massive swirling vortex that collides with and redirects Yi's beam. Oh no! Yi He's beam gets completely deflected by Liu Qingzhu's feathers. Now pay attention here. Those stray energy blasts are raining down all over the stadium, hurtling straight toward the screaming, panicking crowd who are scrambling for cover. Suddenly, a massive golden hexagonal shield forms in the sky, protecting the entire crowd. A man in a sharp suit, radiating a brilliant golden aura, hovers high in the air. It is Mayor Huang Than of An City. He looks down at the battle with a serious expression full of high expectations, declaring that the strongest champion in our city's history will be born today. The commentator sighs in relief, his voice thick with gratitude. Fortunately, Mayor Huang protected the spectators. Amidst the eerie silence following that massive blast on the cracked arena floor, a drop of crimson blood falls, then another. As the thick acrid smoke slowly clears away, a heavily injured Liu Qingzhu is finally revealed. Her elegant white dress is torn to tattered shreds, and those magnificent purple wings are completely shattered and broken. Fresh blood flows down her slender legs as she gasps for breath, staggering but forcing herself to stand on the ruined arena. Lowering her head, she stares at her trembling hands as a trail of blood drips from her mouth. Her voice cracks, filled with utter bitterness and disbelief. He really managed to defeat my strongest state? A desperate question echoes in her mind. Can I actually beat him? Instantly, her mind is dragged into a dark, heavy illusion. The looming shadows of countless ancestral tablets of the Liu clan appear, towering like a stone forest to trap the helpless young Liu Qingzhu. Stern, soulless voices echo from everywhere in the dark. Liu Qingzhu, you are the only hope for the survival of our clan. You cannot lose. Generations of our ancestors are watching you from beyond. Do not dare to disappoint us. The young girl can only cower as the illusion shifts. Her strict silver-haired mother emerges from the darkness like a towering, inescapable mountain. Placing a cold hand on her head, an invisible weight presses heavily onto her tiny shoulders. Qingzhu, I have poured all my efforts into training you, so that one day you can revive our fallen clan. You cannot be stubborn. Looking up, the little girl whispers, Mother, The phantom of her mother leans down, whispering in her ear, each word feeling like a heavy chain. You must not only win this exam, you must keep winning forever. Struggling in her embrace, she gasps, But mother, I cannot breathe. Snapping back to reality, Liu Qingzhu stares blankly into space as a single tear rolls down her cheek, whispering that she is just so tired. Staring at Yi He, she sees him standing there enveloped in crackling blue lightning, radiating a terrifying primal power. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. He is just on a completely different level. A bitter smile of pure relief flashes across her face. Facing an opponent who is this insanely strong, it is only natural that she cannot win, right? Suddenly she charges forward, throwing a weak, lifeless punch with absolutely zero intent to harm. She silently begs him to take advantage of the obvious opening she is showing and just defeat her quickly. Her fist lands squarely on his chest, but Yi does not even budge, standing solid as a rock, her eyes widen in complete shock. Why did you not dodge? Yi glares directly into her eyes, his voice dropping with deep disappointment as anger begins to simmer. Demanding to know where her fighting spirit went, he roars with eyes as sharp as daggers. Have you even looked at me? Bracing himself, his energy violently explodes, blasting her far away. He declares he will win this championship fairly. Stunned by his raw fury, the fire in her eyes, which had been completely extinguished, suddenly flares back to life. Yi He lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch straight at her face, warning her to finally take this seriously. His fingers glow with intense blue light, leaving sharp trails in the air. He relentlessly attacks, cornering her with brutal force. Are you going to get serious now? Are you? You really are unbelievable. Nobody has ever hit her like this since childhood. As he continues punching, she yells that she was trying to hand him the victory. Why do you keep pushing for a real fight? A fiery red energy suddenly erupts as she screams not to hit a girl in the face. Yi He smirks, his body enveloped in purple light. That is more like it. If you do not want to get hit, then get serious. Liu Qingzhu roars, releasing her full power without holding back. Her royal martial arts and awakening explode. And trust me, you and I are about to see her unleash her terrifying true demonic beast form. Trust me, you and I are about to witness an epic showdown. Classmate Yi He, I will defeat you with my strongest form as you wished. She hovers in her gorgeous purple phoenix form, surrounded by crackling lightning, a deadly beauty. Yi He looks up, a smirk playing on his lips. So you have finally revealed the true form of your magical beast? Now this is where things get truly interesting. In that case, I cannot afford to be careless either. He also transforms into his full monster form as his body expands, black scales sprout, and glowing blue crystals erupt from his back. Utilizing hard Qi Gong, this is Yi He's physical skill combined with his ancient monster template, known as the nuclear light battle body. Charging forward at a terrifying speed, he shouts, "Let us have a battle to remember." Liu Qingzhu lets out a roar that echoes throughout the entire arena. Storms tear open. She conjures a massive purple energy storm, spinning and crashing down like a destructive tornado. Yi He charges straight into the storm's eye, his body like a blue energy drill. His fist explodes with power. Liu Qingzhu concentrates all of her energy into a single point, creating a blinding sphere of purple light. She unleashes a massive shockwave, but Yi shouts back as they clash. Did you think you were the only one who could scream? The crystals on his back glow brilliantly, accumulating nuclear energy. That is the same old trick, but this time I won't back down. Abandoning defense to unleash the strongest technique of the Liu family, I will face you head on. As purple energy converges, he fires a massive blast of nuclear energy straight toward her. With all of her remaining strength, Liu Qingzhu screams, pouring every ounce of energy into a final attack. Bloodline ability Nether Blood Spikes. Countless purple energy spikes shoot out, creating a deadly rain rushing towards Yi He. Pay attention here, because the collision between his atomic breath and those blood spikes triggers a massive second explosion, shaking the arena to its core. The commentator jumps out of his seat screaming, Yi He's atomic breath and Liu Qingzhu's nether blood spikes have collided, creating an incredibly powerful impact. This is bad. A collision of this magnitude is not something these two young fighters can control anymore. High in the air, Mayor Huangqing frowns deeply. Performing a rapid hand seal, he shouts and slams both hands onto the ground. Divine leyline wall. 3 giant stone walls carved with glowing ancient patterns rise from the ground to encase the arena. The explosion's massive shockwave slams into them, causing deep cracks but failing to shatter the barrier. The audience in the stands sighs in relief, staring at the stone walls in absolute awe. That impact was way too intense. Did the mayor just erect those walls to block the shockwave's destructive force? If the mayor had not acted in time, things would have been disastrous. Looking down with clear exhaustion, Mayor Huangqing murmurs that his leyline walls were summoned too hastily to be fully stable. Finally, the ultimate attacks of Yi He and Liu Qingzhu clash with devastating force. Seriously, who could have ever expected to see 2 unbelievably powerful candidates in this year's college entrance exam? A blood-soaked hand hangs limp, crimson drops dripping onto the shattered ground. As the dust clears, Liu Qingzhu is seen kneeling on the floor, her entire body covered in wounds. Her white armor has nearly vanished, and her wings are gone, leaving behind a heavily mutated arm. The power of her true beast form is completely depleted. Struggling to stand, her purple eyes still flash with determination as she whispers, "I cannot give up, I can still fight." Yi walks up to her as his monster form deactivates. Looking down, he says calmly, "My attacks clearly hit you, yet you managed to survive without being completely crushed. If you do not purge the nuclear radiation from your body, you will be crippled." Tears welling in her eyes, Liu Qingzhu screams in despair. "I did not even want to fight you this hard. Why did you force me?" "Okay, let's pause for a second." Yi squats down, looking straight into her eyes. "Do you really hate fighting, or are you just too stubborn to admit your own competitive spirit? When you were fighting with everything you had, I could feel your deep desire to win." Liu Qingzhu freezes in shock. She lowers her head as memories rush back. He is right, I really did want to beat him. That is why I abandoned my defense and unleashed every ounce of my power. But is there anything wrong with fighting fiercely while simultaneously wanting to lose as quickly as possible? Yet when I was fighting just now, I truly felt it. Her face blushes. I felt the sheer excitement of fighting, not for anyone else but purely for myself. Yi places his hand on her, as a gentle blue energy envelops them both. "You have too many distracting thoughts when you fight. That is why you lost." Liu Qingzhu looks at her arm in surprise, noting that the radiation and wounds are completely healed. Yi stands up and turns to walk away. "But you are still the strongest opponent I have ever faced," he says, turning back with a smile. "Next time I get the chance, I really want a pure battle with you, Liu Qingzhu." Her face turns red as she stammers his name, while Yi stands alone in the ruined arena. The smoke from the impact clears, and the one left standing is Yi, still dominant on the field. He raises his hand high into the air as the first semi-final ends. Yi from Anshang City No. 1 High School is victorious. And right after his victory, Chuzhou also wins his match as expected. The climax of the N-City College entrance exam, the battle for the top spot, is about to begin. The finals poster lights up, showing Yi versus Chuzhou from N-City No. 1 High School. Facing off against Chuzhou, who also comes from N-City No. 1 High School. The stadium's giant screen shows the live viewership count, skyrocketing by millions of viewers every single second. Finally, the number stops at a staggering 496,588,741. The whole world is watching this peak battle. The referee yells, his voice echoing across the arena. The finals of the N-City College entrance exam begin right now. In the center of the ring, Chuzhou is enveloped in freezing frost and glittering ice crystals, shaping an ice sword out of thin air. He bows politely, saying, "After you." In stark contrast to his opponent's polite mien, he flashes a savage grin, exposing razor-sharp teeth as his blue eyes burn with a wild, feral light. "Come at me with everything you have." Chuzhou acts instantly, his body blurring into multiple frozen afterimages as he creates countless ice clones of himself. From all directions, these clones rush toward Yi like a deadly blizzard, each wielding a sharp ice sword. He shouts his technique name, 7 Emotion Steps! But Yi just stands still in the center of the encirclement, bracing himself as he roars, "Atomic!" His fist explodes with power as a pure blue energy blast erupts from his body like a bomb, instantly shattering all the ice clones and shaking the entire arena. Standing in the distance, Chuzhou watches the destruction with a calm expression. He was too lazy to search for my real body, so he used a simple brute force technique to blast all of the clones at once. He looks down at the arena, which has shattered into a giant spiderweb of deep cracks. "Even with my defense, I cannot go head-to-head with Yi. Seriously, you and I have to admit, is there any warrior of our age who can face him in close combat? What an absolute monster. Let's dive right into this insane clash." Chuzhou's eyes gleam with pure calculation. Knowing he can't win in close combat, he decides to drain his opponent from a distance. He flies up as a majestic frost dragon rises behind him. Unleashing his frost dragon bloodline, massive and razor-sharp ice spikes erupt from the ground, racing straight toward Yi with deadly force. On social media, the chat goes absolutely wild. "Oh my god, Chuzhou literally created a massive iceberg out of thin air. Those frozen crystals are whispering the legend of the frost dragon's rebirth. Chuzhou is so cool. Yi is completely trapped inside a closing mountain of ice. Defeat the great demon, Yi. Go ice guy." Chuzhou's bloodline power is so intense that a literal glacier has swallowed the entire arena, freezing Yi solid inside. Chuzhou lands back down, sweat dripping from his forehead as he gasps for air. Unleashing that much raw freezing energy in one burst takes a massive toll on his body. But suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashes from deep within the frozen prison. Look at that! The giant iceberg is starting to melt. A sudden explosion of golden red energy blasts outward, shattering the ice into a million tiny pieces. Chuzhou gasps in disbelief. How is this possible? He escaped so easily. He stands there in his full beast form, completely unharmed, radiating an intense heat that melts everything around him. Your ice power was never going to work on me. He looks down at Chuzhou with absolute dominance, his massive beastly size towering over his opponent. Looks like I am your ultimate counter. Chuzhou grits his teeth, exhaling a cold mist. He has to face the brutal truth: the power gap is just too wide. Gathering his final drops of energy into his frostblade, his eyes lock on with grim determination. Yi, take my absolute final strike. This is the absolute limit of my martial arts. I wanted to save this for Liu Qingzhu. Raising his sword high, he summons a colossal ice blade as tall as a skyscraper, radiating a terrifying freezing aura. Now pay attention here, because Mayor Huangqing gasps in shock. That is true sword intent. Not only can he unleash it, but he holds that level of power. Chuzhou swings the massive sword down in an earth-shattering strike that looks like it could split the stadium. Yet, it only grazes Yi's shoulder, leaving a tiny scratch on his armor. Yi calmly speaks. Once you get a better sword in the future, you might stand a chance. Chuzhou stammers, falling into complete despair. And then the frost sword in his hand, the very symbol of a genius's pride, shatters into pieces, raining down on the cold floor. My sword is gone. Chu, still holding his majestic frost dragon form, stares at his opponent with a mix of shock and exhaustion. He asks himself, do I even have a chance? Suddenly, Yi flashes right in front of him, wearing his deep blue beast armor, smiling playfully. Well, maybe slightly better than actually succeeding as a total simp. Chuzhou smiles bitterly and raises his hands. I forfeit. Yi stands alone amidst the ruined arena, his beast form dissolving into a cloud of white steam. The referee yells. The winner of the An City College entrance exam finals is Yi. Up in the stands, his classmates go absolutely wild, screaming that they knew he would win all along. Amazing. Although Chuzhou was incredibly strong, he was just no match for Yi. On the livestream screen, comments fly in like a rapid-fire storm. Yi, this ultimate dark horse, actually rode his way straight to the very top of the rankings. Across An City, skyscrapers are now decorated with massive billboards, showing his victorious face. I heard he was at the very bottom of his class last year, yet now he has beaten every top student to become the champion. Let's pause for a second, because this is incredibly inspiring. With this year's exam being tougher than ever, Yi's breakthrough makes him the absolute strongest champion in the history of An City. Almost no one will ever surpass him in the future. The crowd in the stands chants his name in unison. Yi, the commentator speaks with deep emotion. To all our amazing viewers watching the 24th Annual College Entrance Exam live, both here in the arena and at home, after 3 days of brutal, bloody battles, the ultimate champion of the college entrance exam has finally emerged. Yi stands there, exhausted but completely satisfied. He has achieved his goal. Representing An City High School number 1, he did it! A reporter shoves a microphone in his face. Yi, word is that your sudden growth is the result of starting from behind and accumulating power over time? He thinks to himself, wow, you sure are polite. You actually managed to describe my literal system cheating in such an elegant way. First of all, I want to thank my teacher. He was the one who never gave up on me and encouraged me at my absolute lowest. On screen, his old teacher breaks down in tears. I really do not deserve your praise, Yi. I was so blind. I failed in my duty as an educator. I feel so guilty for not recognizing your true potential sooner. As Yi continues his speech, he spots his principal waving frantically in the distance, shouting about $2 million. Promote An City High School number 1, and he will reward him with a massive $2 million scholarship right now. Yi's eyes turn into literal dollar signs. Oh, I also want to thank my school and my wonderful principal. Without his wise leadership, I would not be here today. Raising his fist high, he shouts with pride, and finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own hard work and brilliant mind, I definitely would not have achieved this success today. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in his head. Congratulations! You have obtained the champion title and unlocked a random new template reward. Yi is stunned. It turns out this template system has its own achievement system too. The moment he steps into the stadium corridor, a massive crowd of reporters swarms him. He is out. Yi, did you find it difficult to secure first place? Yi, how did you grow so fast in just 6 months? Are you planning to attend Huado University? Panicked, Yi waves them off. Stop chasing me. I really need to use the bathroom. A reporter holds up a phone showing photos of Liu Qingzhu and Cai Shaolang. Who do you think is prettier? Liu Qingzhu or Cai Shaolang? Do you prefer Shenguan or Chuzhou? Yi is totally flustered. I do not have time to waste on these questions. He bolts. Wait, I have one final question. Finding a quiet basketball court, Yi pants heavily, clenching his fists. Phew, finally lost them. And trust me, you and I are about to see something wild, because who knew he could unlock even more broken templates through these system achievements? A mysterious figure suddenly appears behind him. Congratulations on taking the top spot, Yi. Yi flinches in shock. Seriously, more reporters? The cloaked man pulls off his hood. Do not worry, I am no reporter. I came all the way from Huado. Let us discuss your relocation package. Let's dive into a crazy story where our main character Yi Shi freezes in shock when asked about a move lock, knowing his powers actually come from monster templates. Does this guy somehow know his secret? Who exactly is this guy? The man asks if Yi Shi heard the term from his father, leaving him completely stunned. That is true, he thinks, remembering his past. Right then, the mysterious man pulls a thick folder out of his briefcase. He asks Yi Shi if he ever wondered how a simple taxi driver knew a term so completely out of place for his job. Yi Shi narrows his eyes as a massive secret starts to unfold. Due to your special situation, Huadu is unlocking a secret document for you. Yi Shi opens it, his eyes widening in absolute shock at the name Prometheus. This research institute was once a massive giant in the biological fusion field on Blue Star, blacklisted and hunted by multiple nations after a certain incident. Because of that, a massive number of core researchers were forced to hide their identities and blend into cities. Yi Shi mutters that this move-lock technology was once their top project. So you actually think my cheap dad was a high-level researcher, and I am the secret result of their experiments? The man just smiles back. Do not worry. The country will not make things difficult for you. I only came to explain the situation. After all, you have a right to know. Yi Shi calmly replies, asking the man if he would believe that he is actually calmer than him right now. Since you are a key asset, we will always protect you. Now watch closely as Yi Shi just grins, his nose stretching like Pinocchio. Talk about a total headache. Getting famous always brings unwanted attention and endless trouble. But this kid adapts incredibly fast. The man politely bids him farewell and finally leaves the room. Yi Shi sits alone, holding his face in absolute ecstasy. The guy is finally gone, and he just made a massive fortune from the college entrance exam. Not only did he secure a spot at Huadu University, but he also scored a 2 million scholarship from the principal, plus an 800,000 bonus. But the best part? He can finally pull a brand new monster template in this quiet post-battle space. Yi Shi immediately activates his gacha system. He cannot wait another second. A virtual screen flickers to life in front of him, starting the epic gacha draw. A massive purple energy sphere covered in swirling black holes appears before him, radiating a chaotic ancient power that fills the entire room. Yi Shi looks up at the floating sphere, his eyes wide with absolute shock and left completely speechless. Suddenly, the energy condenses into a glowing magic card, surrounded by terrifying monster silhouettes and crackling purple lightning. Then the card shatters to pieces, unleashing a towering colossal humanoid monster before him. Its skinless blue body is covered in raw, rippling muscle bundles. Immediately, the system screen flashes to life, revealing the colossal giant template, which grants 60-meter gigantfication and deadly superheated steam. Its evolution path is shifter, with a compatibility of 1%. Now I know what you are thinking, and yes, it gets even crazier. Yi Shi mutters about this colossal giant as a wild idea sparks in his mind. What if he stacks this titan with his Demora template? In his mind, he envisions a colossal Demora as massive as a mountain, its body enveloped in crackling lightning and glowing crystals. An ambitious smile spreads across his lips as he vows to become the absolute king of monsters. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious penthouse, a scarred man is listening intently to a phone call. Brother Huo Long, are you saying you have some personal business to handle and will not be taking on any more missions? Yes, cancel every single one of my upcoming schedules. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Huo Long grits his teeth as raw fury takes over his face. A nearby worker in protective gear reports that they could not find his brother's body, but did find residue at his last signal location. He hands Huo Long a tablet displaying footage of Yi Shi fighting the icy monster. Further analysis of the area reveals that a small amount of nuclear radiation was actually detected there. Clenching his fists, tears stream down Huo Long's face. Oh, my little brother, I told you to stay away from the underworld, so why did you not listen to my warning? Our mother told me to take care of you before she passed. He stares at the name of the An City exam winner, Yi Shi. Huo Long glares at Yi Shi's picture on the screen, a sinister smile creeping up his face. This kid must be a rare genius in An City. Huadu University is probably head over heels for him. Too bad they will never get to witness him actually enrolling. Back at school, a delivery arrives. Yi Si, shirtless and showing off his toned muscles, receives a letter. He wonders who sent it, just as he was preparing to test his new template. He opens it. The letter says that according to the Central Research of Huadu, a new secret realm rift is opening at Mountain Inn City at 3 p.m. today. It is estimated to be a rank C realm. The writer asks him to team up and investigate, signed Chuzhou. Yi Shi's jaw drops, his face completely twisted. Seriously, what era is this guy living in to still be using handwritten letters? Is he some kind of secret time traveler too? At Redwood Mountain, majestic peaks are covered in vibrant red leaves under the glowing sunset. Down below, a massive, excited crowd has already gathered at the foot of the mountain. There are easily thousands of people here. A new secret realm always draws a massive crowd. Right then, Chuzhou spots Yi Shi and eagerly waves to him. Hey Chuzhou, you look even stronger now. He did not expect his friend to have such sharp perception. Yi Shi explains he spent his prize money on some high-grade gene serums, successfully boosting his colossal giant template compatibility to a solid 35%. It seems even low-level templates have their perks since they yield such fast results. Yi Shi asks Chuzhou where he is applying, and he happily replies that he is also headed to Huadu University. Chuzhou seems to be acting a bit unusual. Suddenly, someone screams that the portal is opening as a giant spatial rift tears through the sky, radiating a brilliant purple glow. Screaming out of the rift, a massive winged beast with 3 terrifying dragon heads flies into view. The massive 3-headed dragon circles the sky with a deafening roar. Suddenly, a warrior screams for everyone to tear the beast apart and force their way inside the portal. Thousands of warriors charge directly at the beast, unleashing absolute chaos and kicking off a brand new chapter in Yi Shi's wild adventure. So what do you and I take from this? Even the most terrifying beast stands no chance when a mob of hungry hunters shows up. Once inside, Redwood Mountain is a breathtaking sight of glowing red trees and floating energy. Alright, you and I are diving straight into a secret realm where the strong stench of blood immediately forces Yi Shi to pinch his nose. Right before their eyes is a terrifying sight, a massive pack of hideous giant monsters waiting to strike. It is a full-blown monster wave. These beasts have been waiting for us for a while now. A booming voice echoes, shouting orders to everyone. According to national law, every warrior must prioritize fighting this massive beast wave. As the bloody battle begins, Jojo unleashes his powerful bloodline ability. With one swing of his sword, the charging wolves are instantly frozen solid. Suddenly, a flying monster swoops down from above, but Yi Shi unleashes a nuclear-powered atomic punch, completely blowing the beast away. Yi Shi warns Jojo to watch his back, who quickly thanks him. After a long, intense battle, the two stand victorious over a literal sea of blood. Yi Shi casually remarks that none of these monsters are even worth fighting. Jojo stares at him in sheer disbelief. Did this guy seriously slaughter all of them? Here is the crazy part you and I need to look closely at. These corpses are completely melted into mush, meaning he must have unleashed massive nuclear radiation. This terrifying power is nearly impossible to block, silently attacking a living creature's cells directly from the inside. He walks forward slowly, his entire body radiating an eerie blue nuclear energy. Elsewhere, another group of warriors is struggling. Damn it, why did the fight behind us end so quickly? Is there some high-level hunter back there with them? No, the top student of NCity's college entrance exam is back there. The top student? Wait, isn't that kid just a standard martial artist? How could a regular martial artist possibly slay so many beasts? Did you not even watch this year's exam live stream? No, what's so interesting about watching high school kids throw punches anyway? Man, that high schooler could easily beat 10 guys like you. Meanwhile, another group of warriors is intentionally luring a horde of monsters toward Yi Shi. They try to herd them toward the top student, but suddenly a bright flare lights up the sky. A signal from the front lines, the monster boss is dead. We won. The beast wave begins to retreat. After the battle, the surviving warriors gather around, exhausted but relieved that they at least managed to survive the very first wave. Out of thousands of starting warriors, only about 800 remain, with many severely injured. Meanwhile, Yi Shi is casually dragging 2 massive sacks filled with loot. Hey Jojo, do you think there's any easy way to transport all this loot? Jojo stands there completely stunned, wondering how he gathered so many monster cores, before pulling out a special ring. This is my storage ring, you can put everything inside for now. Yi Shi grins widely. Wow, a storage ring worth tens of millions of dollars. I didn't realize you were so loaded, Jojo. Just then, a group approaches. Boss Wu Sen and his team have returned. Luckily, they had him to take down the Lord-level beasts. Otherwise, everyone would have eventually died of exhaustion fighting that endless horde. Suddenly, a tall man in a white robe approaches Yi He with a polite hello. You must be the top scorer of the City College entrance exam. I am Wu Sen, leader of the Silver Wolf Martial Arts Guild in City. My guild members just told me all about your heroic performance during the raid. I was wondering if you would be interested in joining our guild. If you do, it won't interfere with your university studies at all, but it will grant you massive allowances and incredible benefits. In fact, I am fully prepared to offer you an S-tier contract today. The crowd immediately starts whispering in shock. Boss Wu Sen is personally inviting Yi to join his guild. This is a life-changing opportunity, because without backing, a lone warrior can never support such an incredibly expensive cultivation path. Plus, Silver Wolf is one of the top guilds in the region. Even regular students from Huadu University can't qualify for an S-tier contract. But suddenly, now watch this. A woman riding a massive black tiger cloaked in purple flames arrives, teasing Wu Sen for running so fast just to steal the kid. So you rushed ahead to snatch him first. Yi He, forget him and join our Shengda Martial Arts Guild instead. Although our guild is slightly smaller than Silver Wolf, I can personally guarantee that you will receive 15% of our entire monthly training resources upon joining us. The crowd is completely dumbfounded by this offer. 15% of their total resources is practically equivalent to owning shares. A mere high school graduate is actually driving two major guild giants absolutely insane with these competitive recruitment offers. Yi frowned slightly, raising a finger to his ear. Sorry, but I have no plans to join any martial arts guild right now. Wu Sen bursts out laughing. Haha, just as expected, recruiting the top scorer of the national entrance exam is no easy task, but that is totally fine with me. Let's just be friends for now, Yi He. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact Silver Wolf, and our rivals here will also be waiting for your call. The two of them shake hands. Even if I don't join now, there's absolutely no harm in making friends. Wait, didn't you just use that exact hand to pick your ear a second ago? Hey, don't worry about tiny details like that. Once the crowd disperses, Jojo notes that now that the wave is cleared, they are free to explore. Since this is a massive forest, let's climb up to the treetops first to get a good look and plan our route. Yi He agrees, and the two of them launch themselves into the air at blistering speed. Standing atop the massive redwoods, they overlook a vast, beautiful territory stretching beneath a cloudy sky. Jojo narrows his eyes, peering into the distance. Wait, what on earth is that? On the horizon, a colossal shadow towers high, standing solid like a mountain. A massive creature standing over 1,000 meters tall is truly beyond imagination, but Yi He just grins wildly, saying it is not hard to imagine at all. We are still young, and in a few years, we will easily conquer these secret realm monsters and uncover the ultimate truth behind these portals. Jojo looks at him with pure admiration. Anyone else would freeze in fear facing such an unknown godlike beast, yet Yi He is completely confident in his ability to crush it. I guess I am still far behind him, but in sheer willpower, Yi He is a true warrior. But hey, your monster cores will eventually be mine anyway. He suddenly closes his eyes, focusing deeply. Strange, my life force radar can track the distribution of life in this realm, but there is a lake area to the southeast that is completely empty, like a vacuum. Where there is smoke, there is fire, and the bigger the risk, the greater the reward. Jojo, look over there. There is a lake to the southeast. Let's check it out. They reach the shore of a vast, tranquil, crystal-clear lake, where they spot Sister Nuklai. Yi He calls out happily as he recognizes a familiar group. Well, if it isn't our star student Yi, I had no idea you were actually this insanely strong. Whoa, Nuklai, do you actually know City's top scorer? Introduce us quickly. He was so cool in that last battle, and trust me, you and I are about to see him do it again. Alright, you and I are diving into a mystery where Nuklai explains they just arrived. Two expert swimmers went down to scout the lake, but when they surged back to the surface, they were completely pale with terror. We hit the jackpot. We are going to be filthy rich. But wait, how exactly are they getting rich? Turns out there is an ancient ruin deep under the lake. Are we really about to strike it rich? This is awesome. While everyone celebrates, he asks with a puzzled look. What exactly are these ruins and why is everyone so incredibly hyped up? Chu Chao steps in to explain. Inside these dangerous secret realms, there are mysterious structures believed to be left behind by ancient civilizations. Experts refer to these lost domains simply as ruins. Word is our modern martial arts and advanced movement tech actually originated from these ancient ruins. But suddenly a voice barks out. Who goes there? Who are you two? And how dare you eavesdrop on us? Hold your ground, Vodwang. He and Chu Chao are actually the top scorer and the runner-up from the prestigious City University entrance exams. Their raw strength is far beyond ordinary warriors, so let them join our squad. Dish. He smiles and tells them to relax, offering their help to conquer the ruins. But the big question remains, how do they split the loot? Since we are just outside help, you can distribute the treasure based on our actual contributions. The more effort we put in, the bigger our share of the reward will be. Fine, I will let you join for now, but do not try anything funny. Deep down, they know these top exam scores are bound to become absolute powerhouses in the future. It is definitely best not to make enemies out of them. Soon, the entire squad dives deep into an underwater cave, knowing that the hidden ruins lie just on the other side. But hold on, where is Levi? I told him to wait right here. Pay attention, because this is where the mystery starts getting incredibly creepy. Hello, can you hear me, Levi? Please answer. Hey, after you discovered this underground cave, did you actually check for any monster activity? They explain that they threw out all their special monster bait, but surprisingly, not a single beast showed up to feed. This place is dangerous, and Levi is missing. Should we turn back? Vodwang snaps back, insisting they must press on. If you do not have the guts to seize wealth and glory, you will stay a weak warrior forever. Anyone afraid to die can leave right now. The rest of us are getting rich. Since no one is backing down, let us move out. The group journeys deeper into the pitch-black cavern, passing strange floating spheres of light. Dish he narrows his eyes, silently calculating the situation before whispering over to Chu Chao. Something is not right here. The timeline does not match up at all. NUKES said her team arrived at the lake only 10 minutes ago. Yet somehow Vodwang and Levi already located this deep cave at the bottom of a massive lake, bypassed the tunnels and mapped out an exact direct path to the ruins. It is almost like they are using a video game cheat code to unlock the entire map. Chu Chao whispers back, his blue eyes narrowing with absolute suspicion and alert. This is clearly a trap. Should we grab your friend and get out of here? He simply smirks, a highly confident and mysterious smile flashing across his face in the dark. Do not panic, I have an ace up my sleeve. They press on, guided by the faint glow of crystals on the walls. Suddenly, a bizarre, creepy sight looms ahead. Hanging from the ceiling is a massive, deformed mass resembling a giant beehive. Countless thick, slimy green vines, they hang down like a curtain of death, trapping a human skeleton. You and I can see dull monster cores scattered nearby, and they have been completely drained of all their power. The cores lost their glow, completely hollowed out. No wonder they barely saw any aquatic beasts while diving down. It turns out the monsters here were swallowed up a long time ago. NUKES whispers, her voice shaking violently as she clings to Vodwang, demanding to know where the ruins are. Nearby, their spectacled teammate points upward, her face completely drained of color as she shivers in pure terror. Up there, hanging right in the middle of the vines, is a shriveled, withered corpse, tightly bound by thick plant fibers. It is Levi. Levi is dead. NUKES lets out a blood-curdling scream that echoes endlessly through the terrifying silent cavern. Dwang collapses to his knees, clutching his head in sheer madness. Where are the ruins? Why is there nothing here? Where did they go? And how is Levi dead? How could he possibly die? Another ally, his face twisted in horror, stutters that the vines are moving. He warns everyone to run as fast as they can. Suddenly his skull splits open as countless vines erupt directly from his head. A girl screams, her voice cracking in absolute terror. Vodwang, could he be infected too? He and Chu Chao immediately spring into action, unleashing bright, explosive bursts of energy to slice through the incoming swarm of deadly vines. He throws a massive punch, unleashing a wave of blue energy that blasts the vines away to clear a path. He murmurs in a low, serious voice. Who would have thought a beast could be this clever? After ambushing the two scouts, it hijacked Levi's body, using him as a puppet to lure the rest of us right into its trap. We have been lured straight into its hunting ground. The monster seals the exit with a massive stone wall, crushing any hope of survival. It has no intention of letting us leave alive. Chu Chao uses his vast knowledge to identify the threat. He remembers reading about this exact vine-controlling monster in his studies. It is a Tier 2 King-class monster, the Demon Vine. NUKES panics, knowing King-class beasts are on an entirely different level. There is simply no way Tier 1 warriors like them can survive this onslaught. He roars, drowning out her panicked screams. He does not care about tiers or classes. All they need to do is stand back and watch him tear this monster to absolute shreds. Suddenly, a voice filled with pure hatred echoes from behind as a scorching heatwave fills the cave. A blazing red sphere of energy looking like a miniature sun hurtles directly toward He to kill him. Hualong emerges, his entire body cloaked in a dark red aura of blood and mist, his eyes burning with the intense flames of vengeance. That blood mist belongs to a Tier 8 warrior. He simply turns around with a smirk, amused that someone went through all this trouble just to find him. Hoa Long growls that he heard about a massive radiation blast used against the monster horde in the Redwood Mountains' secret realm. He knew it had to be Dish. And tracking the lingering radiation signatures brought him straight to this spot. I did not expect you would still track me down and block the passage with a massive boulder to stop my progress. I even stopped my breathing and entered a state of complete suspended animation to hide. My heart rate and presence were completely masked, yet you still detected me. You really are the monster who pushed my entire fire clan into a corner, and now you must pay the ultimate price. Dishy tilts his head, putting on a hilarious act of total confusion. Huh? Wait a minute, uncle, who even are you? Stop playing dumb and go to hell. Hoa Long charges, and trust me, you and I are going to have to wait to see how Dishy survives this. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest monster battles ever. The fire dragon gets tangled in massive green vines and roars in absolute fury. He realizes this is a demon vine lair, looking at Yi in pure disbelief. Curse it, was this your plan all along? Honestly, our main character Yi is playing on a whole different level. Haha, the demon vine's special trait is absorbing martial energy and releasing deadly neurotoxins. If I keep trading blows like this, I am absolutely going to collapse right here. How dare you trick me? He just sighs at the guy. Seriously, uncle, you have way too much inner drama for someone I just met today. My target is that bastard Yi, not these damn vines. The fire dragon roars, unleashing a massive energy blast that turns the entire cavern into a chaotic, fiery war zone. The massive explosion shakes the entire cavern as giant boulders rain down from the ceiling. A girl from Hong Nokli's squad screams that the whole cave is about to collapse. Hong Nokli shouts for everyone to get back. Instantly, Yi unleashes his beast form, his entire body crackling with fierce blue lightning. Now watch this carefully. He charges forward, creating a massive energy storm to shatter the falling rocks, using his own body to shield the group from the incoming debris. He yells for Nokli and the others to run first. But through the smoke the fire dragon roars, launching his soul-destroying sword attack. Suddenly Uncle Joe rushes in, summoning a giant ice wall to block the blow. He stands firmly before Yi, his frost blade radiating intense cold. He warns the dragon that nobody touches a single hair on the kid's head while he is still breathing. The fire dragon just sneers, bragging that he is a level 8 warrior and some cheap ice won't do a thing. But suddenly Yi teleports right next to him. Hey chatty uncle, where are you looking? With an atomic blast punch, a terrifying explosion completely swallows the fire dragon. Uncle Joe warns him to escape, saying a high-level warrior is way too dangerous to fight in his current state. But Yi just gives a deadpan, confident response. Leave him to me. Outside the cave, the quiet lake surface suddenly starts thrashing violently as the demon vine goes completely berserk, churning the water into an absolute storm. Uncle Joe and Nokli's group break the surface. Panicking, she gasps, asking where Yi is. Joe stays dead silent, just staring at the boiling water. You and I both knew he'd survive, but get this. An earth-shattering explosion erupts as a giant-sized Yi emerges, carrying the fire dragon's body. The fire dragon is dead, his corpse completely mangled. Nokli covers her mouth in pure shock, looking at Joe as blue lightning blankets the entire sky and water. Shrinking back to normal, Yi wades to the shore, casually calling out for Uncle Joe to lend him some clothes. After the chaos settles, they discuss what went down, wondering about that massive blast. They assume the mysterious warrior must have detonated a forbidden plasma bomb, taking himself out with the demon vine. A plasma bomb? Isn't that high-grade military contraband? Just what kind of connection did that guy have? Plus, that blast felt way stronger than a normal plasma bomb, and I swear I saw a giant shape in the smoke. Nah, just a trick of the light, you definitely saw wrong. He sighs in relief. Luckily, they bought the story, because things would get ugly if they discovered his monster mimicry power. He went a bit too far and literally turned that warrior to ash. The body was totally vaporized, but at least he snagged the demon vine's core. Nokli then approaches, telling Yi that it is time for them to head out. She apologizes for tracking them and causing trouble, promising a generous reward once they exit the secret realm. Yi just waves it off, telling her there is no need to be so formal. He explains this is simply paying back her past favor. He warns her that if she pays him now, he will just end up owing her another favor down the line. Ziki and Uncle Joe share a devious grin. It is finally time for some fun monster hunting. 3 days later at the Redwood Mountain dungeon exit. Alright, you and I are about to watch Ziki and Chu Chao step out of a spatial rift and get the shock of their lives as they return to a completely transformed world. Skyscrapers tower side by side as massive cargo planes roar through the skies right above their heads. In just a few days, this entire outpost has grown into a small town with cargo planes, showing off insane construction speed. Over at the appraisal center, Zeike struggles with a massive sack, slamming it onto the counter with a heavy thud. The appraiser almost falls right out of his chair. "Please be gentle, sir. It will not do you any good if these items get damaged." Zeike just scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. "Sorry about that, but I have way too much loot on me. If I do not unload them now, you will never finish this appraisal before lunch." The appraiser just gives him a professional smile. "Please do not worry, we are trained professionals." Zeike glances at the storage ring on his finger and says, "All right then, here we go." He starts pulling out bag after bag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Zeike boasts as he drops the final bag. The appraiser's jaw drops at the sight of bag after bag. Did he come here to deliver wholesale cargo? You are going to love this reaction. Pale and trembling, she stammers. "Are you finally done?" Zeike just smirks, keeping his secrets. "I am done, but you better hurry up and calculate because I still have plenty of spiritual herbs to unload." Over at the Herb Appraisal Center, a team of experts gathers around a table of rare plants. "Oh my god, this is a 300-year-old 7-star leaf. This legendary herb only grows in the most hidden places, making it almost impossible for even expert herbalists to track down. What kind of insane luck does this kid have? He actually found a 9-leaf flower. This is one of the primary must-have ingredients for refining the legendary Qi Si pills. Even if all of these spiritual herbs are low quality, they are still worth at least 30 million yuan. Since some of them are incredibly rare on the market, they could go for much more." This warrior struck gold overnight. "Old who? You must be losing your mind. How could you possibly think that gathering this massive stash of spiritual herbs is just a simple stroke of luck? A powerhouse like him is not someone we want to offend." Watching from a distance, Zeike reflects that since the green and white monster cores are no longer useful to him, he might as well cash them all in. "During the desperate battle against the beast wave, I managed to collect 5 rare blue cores from those Tier 3 monsters. And that gold-patterned green monster core harvested from the Tier 2 King Demon Vine is the ultimate trophy." Suddenly, a text alerts him that his bank account just received 275,070,000 yuan. Now here's where it gets really interesting. With his monster loot sorted, he searches for a herb buyer, when suddenly a luxury car screeches to a halt right in front of him. "Hello there, student Zeike. I am Li Xiaotian, the owner of Pinghua Pharmacy. Word on the street is that you secured a massive haul of spiritual herbs from the Redwood Mountain secret realm. I am wondering if you would be willing to sell them to me. I am prepared to buy them at a price well above the current market rate." Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character Dehe realize his info got leaked by those greedy appraisers. But honestly, it is the perfect chance for him to sell this spiritual medicine. With buyers coming straight to him, he does not even have to run around. The appraiser begs him to bring more elixir next time as Dehe looks down at his phone. A bank alert pops up, 74,500,000. and 640 yuan total. But all this cash means absolutely nothing compared to gaining even a 10% boost in his raw personal power. Regular evolution serums on the market, and those low-tier monsters barely do anything for him now. It turns out his character template has a way pickier appetite than even he does as the host. We are talking high-end treasures like blood jade fruits and advanced serums, things he does not even have the clearance to buy yet. Oh wait, that is right. There is another path, martial arts. During the college entrance exam, he dominated Liu Qingzhu and the others purely through the raw power of his Demura template. But when it comes to true martial technique, he still cannot compare to the actual masters. So his next move is simple: acquire some legendary martial arts. Cut to the principal's office of City Middle School No. 1, where Dehe prepares to squeeze old Deng for some serious gold. Inside, the principal is casually sipping hot tea. Laughing warmly, he says he never expected his star student to actually return and visit his old school. He tells him there is no need to be so formal, but the principal insists. After all, Dehe is the top scorer in the entire college entrance exam. He is the ultimate role model for the school and everyone in City. Dehe then presents a special medicine he brought back from Old Li of the Binghua Hall as a respectful gesture. He explains it is not just a gift, but a way to honor his elders, a beautiful traditional virtue of the Xia nation. The principal is absolutely touched, praising him for his outstanding character and respect. The principal listens as Dehe finally drops the real question. He wants to learn high-level martial arts and needs the principal's elite connections. Since he has not started college yet, seeking out a martial arts family is his best bet. He is already 100% accepted into the prestigious Huadu University anyway. The principal asks why he cannot just wait for college, calling him too impatient, but with puppy dog eyes Dehe pleads, saying he just wants to improve. Watch closely here, his clever acting pays off. Giving in, the principal agrees to make an introduction. He reasons that since Dehe is a rare genius, as educators, they must adapt to a student's unique path instead of sticking to rigid rules. Flattering him, Dee agrees that rules are dead while people are adaptive. He says the academic world is incredibly lucky to have forward-thinking leaders like him. Ego fully stroked, the principal laughs heartily. By noon the next day, he calls Dehe, proudly announcing that everything has been fully arranged. He tells him he can head over immediately. He expresses his gratitude and asks which family it is. It turns out to be the powerful Lu clan of City, ready to share their secret techniques. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of City, a high-powered motorcycle tears down the road. A girl on the back clings tightly, praising the rider Keat for his thrilling fast speed. Keat boasts that this is nothing, claiming he has even better skills. But suddenly Dehe casually pulls up, telling him to stay focused at high speeds, unless he wants his family crying at a funeral. Furious, Keat snaps, asking if he is insane for startling them. He mocks Dehe for trying to race a motorcycle on a crappy shared rental bicycle before revving his engine hard. Declaring that Dehe does not deserve to ride alongside him, Keat blasts forward, earning squeals of admiration from his passenger as they leave the bicycle in the dust. Suddenly, a flash of blue energy erupts. Bidding Keat's rental bicycle instantly transforms into a high-tech sci-fi machine, blasting past them so fast the wind leaves them completely speechless. You and I both know public rental bikes are not supposed to fly like airplanes. Dehe soon pulls up to a majestic iron gate, shading his eyes as he peers inside. True to the reputation of an elite martial arts family, a truly magnificent villa stands right before his eyes. The classic European-style estate sits nestled inside a perfectly manicured garden. Majestic bronze horse statues stand guard at the entrance, radiating an intense aura of wealth and absolute power. No doubt about it, their residence is grand. Closing his eyes, he activates his life force magnetic field. Invisible ripples of energy sweep outward, allowing him to sense several incredibly powerful auras waiting inside. Several powerful entities register in his sensory field. Just then, a sweet, clear voice calls out as Liu Qingju, wearing a pure white dress, stands there smiling and waving at him. The setting sun catches her long black hair, creating a glowing halo around her. He cannot help but tease her. He asks if she is unhappy to see him, making her blush instantly. She stammers that it is not that, so he teases if she is actually glad. Flustered, she claims her mother sent her. Urging him to follow, she quickly turns around to hide her blushing face. They step through the massive gates together, heading straight into the heart of the luxurious mansion. Exquisitely carved red doors accented with gold swing open to reveal the lavish interior. Nervous Qingju calls out, announcing that Dee has arrived. The click of golden heels echoes down the grand wooden staircase, step by step, radiating absolute pride and authority. A stunning woman with flowing platinum hair and piercing purple eyes descends to meet them. Dressed in a deep purple evening gown that accentuates her perfect curves, her aura is both incredibly noble and dangerous, leaving everyone hesitant to even look her in the eye. She introduces herself as Tan Lam, head of the Lu family. Laying eyes on her, Dee instantly gets a massive nosebleed, his mind screaming a single legendary reference. He finally understands the ancient general Cao Cao's tastes. Later, in a lavish room, Tan Lam sits relaxed on a plush red velvet sofa, while her daughter stands before her with a bowed head. As her daughter tries to apologize, Tan Lam gently interrupts with an incredibly soft yet commanding voice. She watched the live stream of the duel with Dehe and reassures her that she did well. Dehe is such a powerful monster that he would be a dominant dark horse even at Huadu University, so there is no reason to blame herself. Qingju remains completely silent, her hands tightly clenched together. Her mother points out that her brother lacks the talent to ever lead, leaving Qingju as the sole heir of the family. Tan Lam stands up, walking over to gently lift her daughter's chin. But after all, she is still a young girl, and an incredibly beautiful one at that. Her mother's voice drops, filled with deep concern and helplessness. With her husband passing away early, the clan lacked a strong patriarch to guide them, forcing them to retreat to a small place like City just to survive. If any giant faction comes demanding her hand in marriage, they will have absolutely no power to refuse, which ultimately means handing over their entire 100-year-old family legacy to greedy outsiders. Which is why she wants to match her with Dehe, asking what she thinks. He is highly talented, has a clean background, and has a bright future ahead of him. She knows he is not some greedy wolf, telling her to just spend time getting along with him first. You and I are definitely going to want to see where this matchmaking leads. Step into the story with me as Yiha enters the room, bowing politely. Welcome to the Liu family, Yiha. Ho ho, hello auntie. Here is a small gift for you. I heard from the middle school #1 principal that you want to learn advanced martial arts. That is right. Qingzhu will show you the way. Yihi is surprised. Did she really agree this easily? Qingzhu will take you to our family martial arts hall. Since none of these techniques are allowed to leave the pavilion, you only have one single day to study inside. There are 3 powerful, mysterious martial techniques deep inside the hall, and whether you can master them depends entirely on your talent. Yihi bows respectfully, thanking the Liu family in advance. Qinlan smiles, a deeply meaningful expression. He is thanking the Liu family rather than thanking Qinlan herself. It seems he intends to make a promise to our family. Very well, Yihi, the Liu family will definitely hold you to that in the future. What a clever boy, the more I look, the more I like him. Yihi feels a sudden cold shiver run straight down his spine. Why do I feel like she is looking at me with such a strange gaze? Yiha and Liu Qingzhu walk together down a cold stone corridor, their footsteps echoing in the quiet space. She leads the way ahead while he casually follows behind, hands tucked deep inside his pockets. Suddenly Yi speaks up to break the silence. Classmate Qingzhu, why do I get the feeling that you are deliberately avoiding my eyes? Liu Qingzhu flinches, quickly denying it while still avoiding his gaze. I did not. Yi smirks, suddenly leaning in close to her face, his voice filled with playful teasing. Really? Watch closely here. Qingzhu jumps back, cheeks blushing red and purple, eyes wide in shock as she panics, pushing him away while stuttering in pure embarrassment. What are you doing leaning in so close to me? Seeing her adorable, flustered face, Yihi cannot help but burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! Before his laughter even fades, they stand in front of a massive stone door, towering like a fortress wall. Boom! Liu Qingzhu regains her composure, explaining the situation in a highly professional tone. This stone door is made of holy rock, a special stone excavated from a secret realm. It can absorb the attack power of the mysterious tier without breaking at all. Hearing this, Yihi narrows his eyes and asks an unexpected question. Can I punch it? Liu Qingzhu looks embarrassed, but she reluctantly nods, saying he can give it a try. She thinks to herself, his mind is so strange. Shouldn't he be amazed by the incredible quality of this rare stone instead of wanting to hit it? Without another word, Yihi gets into stance, channeling raw power into his fist as a blinding blue electric current begins wrapping around his arm. Crack! He unleashes a devastating, earth-shattering punch right at the massive door. Liu Qingzhu instinctively closes her eyes, remembering that blue glowing punch technique which brings back all of her most terrifying memories. Boom! A massive sound echoes out, but the stone door remains standing, completely unmoved. It did not even budge a single millimeter. Yihi rubs his fist in annoyance. How strange. The moment I touched the wall, it felt like punching the deep ocean, and over 90% of my power was completely absorbed. Seeing his reaction, Liu Qingzhu cannot help but giggle, covering her mouth. You and I both love seeing a cocky main character get humbled, right? Well, Qingzhu is secretly thrilled to see Yihi fail. As the massive stone door opens, it reveals a giant library filled with thousands of martial arts scrolls. Qingzhu explains that the techniques here are divided into movement, body tempering, defense, swordsmanship, and more. Whichever you want to learn, just use this identity token to access it. Yihi looks around, then asks, what about the black-yellow tier techniques? She points deep inside, explaining that he needs a special token to enter the smallest stone chamber at the back. Qingzhu pauses, her eyes filled with worry. But, you cannot possibly master black-yellow techniques in just a single day. You will only learn a tiny fraction. Honestly, I do not think my mother letting you study these black-yellow techniques is good for you. Instead, I can help you choose a few top-tier techniques right below that level which fit you perfectly. He makes a mischievous face, leaning close to her. Are you worrying about me? Liu Qingzhu pouts and turns away, saying she does not want to talk to this bad guy anymore. Yihi laughs before turning serious, coughing. Do not worry about me. I know exactly what I am doing. If I am going to learn, I must learn the absolute strongest. If I lack the courage to try black-yellow martial arts, I might as well go home, he says, pointing to the door. Is this door made of black energy stone? Liu Qingzhu nods, typing in the password. A secret chamber storing black-yellow techniques logically needs to be much safer. This quality and color of black energy stone is extremely rare. Beep, 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 she adds as the door slowly opens. To gather enough of this stone to build this dark wall, we have been collecting it since my great-grandfather's time. Whoosh! Inside are 3 heavily protected stone platforms, and one of them has an inscription that reads, Demon Within the Body. Liu Qingzhu explains solemnly that learning black-yellow techniques is not about reading, but rather sensing the martial intent left behind by the creator. If you cannot sense it, or if your attributes conflict with the martial intent, you cannot practice this technique. In short, black-yellow martial arts are like living things. Yi's eyes light up with wild excitement as a wide grin spreads across his face. How perfect, demon the body. I am the chosen one for this technique. He steps inside as the heavy stone door slams shut. Boom! As his eyes adjust to the light, Yi is stunned by what he sees. The item on the pedestal is not a manual but a grotesque, terrifying statue. This black-yellow martial art is actually a statue, not a book. Instantly, his mind is pulled into another space where he sits before an ancient Buddha statue, feeling a mysterious wave of energy. Is this what they call sensing the martial intent? Have I entered the world of martial intent? He suddenly snaps out of it, returning to reality. A black-yellow technique is not a book but a statue. Liu Qingzhu's voice echoes from outside. It is not just statues but also paintings or objects. Anything can carry martial intent. This is one of the grand, mysterious arts of true martial masters. Only peak masters can condense their own martial intent and seal it inside physical objects to pass down their ultimate legacy to future generations. He stares at the statue, feeling completely baffled. She said the rest is up to me. He quickly shouts back towards the door. What do you mean it is up to me? But boss, you still haven't told me how to actually learn from this thing. Liu Qingzhu's voice echoes back, calm and profound. Sense the martial intent. If you are destined, you will feel it naturally. Yi stands completely dazed, his eyebrows furrowed and mouth slightly open, utterly baffled by her highly abstract explanation. Huh? Hearing this, he sighs and suddenly lies flat on the cold stone floor, hands behind his head. Destiny? Well, let us wait and see how he conquers this fate. Alright, you and I are about to witness the ultimate level of slacking. While Yi Shi casually takes a nap, Liu Qingzhu watches his bizarre actions on fury. Meanwhile, deep inside his own mental space, our hero opens his eyes to a completely empty void. He mutters to himself, so this martial fortune world is just some kind of mental space, huh? Right now I have zero martial energy. Even my electro-demon core's nuclear reaction refuses to trigger. It really feels like I have been dragged right back to being a weak, ordinary human. Suddenly a system notification pops up, warning the host's consciousness has entered a highly specialized spatial dimension. To prevent sudden death, the system will now reinforce the host's spiritual body. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, but before he can celebrate, a booming, ancient voice echoes behind him. Good, very good. Only a true iron-willed man can inherit my martial arts. Otherwise, I would rather let this legacy rot deep underground. Yi Shi spins around and freezes in pure horror. Perched on a stone pillar is a mountain of a man with rippling muscles, wild white hair, and glowing crimson eyes staring him down. The beast of a man growls, "Kid, prove to me that you are a real man of steel." Yi Shi's jaw drops in shock, cold sweat pouring down his spine. This guy looks exactly like that statue. The demonic deity roars like thunder, saying, "When the storm hits, hundreds of evil spirits will swarm the night. You must guard this ruined temple for me. Do not let these filthy demons defile this angry bodhisattva. Succeed, and I will grant you the power to protect your home. Fail, and you will go insane as those devils eat you alive, stripping you of your martial path forever. If you are a coward, get lost." Rain starts pouring down. Suddenly, the eyes of the angry bodhisattva statue snap open with terrifying fury. Now pay attention because the real trial is about to begin. Yi Shi summons a sharp sword out of thin air, its blade gleaming under the lightning. Standing under the heavy downpour, he is surrounded by a sea of shrieking red phantoms. Yi Shi's eyes turn dead serious as he gets into a combat stance. The demons charge forward like a massive crimson tide, their deafening roars echoing through the empty space. He swings his sword and lands gracefully. Looking down at his blade, he notices strange, broken coin-shaped shards dropping from the demon he just sliced to pieces. Just as I thought. A trial wouldn't force you to fight hundreds of ghosts empty-handed. There had to be some hidden items. Dashing back into the demonic horde, he unleashed wave after wave of brilliant gold slashes. Up on the temple roof, the demon lord watches with crossed arms, looking completely unimpressed. Those hundreds of phantoms in this trial are actually the remnants of my own master's evil spirits. Looks like another utter idiot has come to challenge this trial. Modern martial artists are seriously getting worse by the generation. He grumbles in absolute frustration as he watches his demons get torn apart. I always have to clean up their mess, sigh. A giant demon roars and charges directly at Yi Shi. But our guy doesn't even blink. He faces it head-on, dodging the strike as smoothly as a pro dancer. The demon lord's eyes snap wide, totally speechless. What? Not a single one of those vile beasts can even get close to him. Yi Shi stands completely surrounded, yet not a single monster can touch him. He places a hand on his chest, feeling an invisible barrier of protective energy. It seems the system automatically protects my mental form, making me immune to all these strikes. He bursts into a maniacal laugh, his eyes gleaming with pure amusement. An invincible cheat code? Oh, absolutely. He laughs out loud. With a swift swing, he unleashes a massive wave of sword energy. The demon lord stands frozen in absolute disbelief. This kid is completely unaffected by the pressure of martial fortune. How is this even possible? Standing in the pouring rain with sweat and water mixing on his face, Yi casually answers, "No special reason, really. I just study hard and practice diligently every single day." The remaining demons let out a final howl and dissolve into nothingness. The demon lord laughs. "What a brilliant performance. Since you defeated hundreds of phantoms, I will keep my promise and hand down my legacy to you. However, whether you can actually survive accepting it is entirely up to you." With a wave of his hand, the ruined temple completely collapses, revealing an ancient well underneath. The demon lord explains that this well contains the very essence of the evil spirits he condensed over his entire lifetime. The supreme evil spirit body technique is also sealed down there. If you can refine it, with that, he shoves Yishi straight down the dark well. He goes quiet, muttering to himself. Fantastic. It has been a long time since I met a youth with such a bizarre personality. Memories of his past begin to flood back. In my prime, I was an S-tier conqueror. I lived by the power of the evil spirits within my flesh, and in the end I died because of them too. But as I aged, my vital energy began to decline rapidly, and the evil spirits I had suppressed inside my body started to bite back. They ran completely out of control, even slaughtering the innocent people around me. To stop the madness, I chose to end my own life. Before dying, I fused my soul and martial fortune together. Even though these evil spirits have weakened over the ages in this mental space, their raw malice is still far too overwhelming for any ordinary martial artist to endure. If you can conquer these dark entities, you will surely surpass all limits on the path of the demon body technique. Back in the monitoring room, Liu Qingju's eyes suddenly widen in pure horror. She screams out, "Mom, what on earth is happening to him?" On the monitor, Yishi is violently convulsing on the floor, his entire body wrapped in a deadly, ominous crimson aura. Both mother and daughter watch in dread, Liu Qingju staring at the screen with her face turning completely pale from fear. Just a moment ago, when he fell asleep, he still had a smug grin on his face like he was enjoying a pleasant dream. But now he is suddenly seizing and bleeding from every pore. Tanlan, however, remains shockingly calm. She lights a cigarette, takes a long drag, and slowly begins to explain everything to her daughter. "This third mysterious yellow martial art is something your grandfather chanced upon during his final years of life. He tried to master it back then, but even as a grand master, the martial energy of the statue violently rejected him, leaving him with severe internal injuries. Since that day, no one in our family has ever succeeded in learning it," her purple eyes gleaming with deep mystery. "Since its power is absolute, the physical price to acquire it is completely unbearable for any ordinary human. To wear the crown, one must bear its heavy weight. Since Yi chose to accept this power, he will have to wait." Tanlan's speech is suddenly cut short. Inside the chamber, Yishi suddenly sits straight up, throwing his hands to the sky with an excited loud shout. Liu Qingju slowly turns to her mother, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Mom, it looks like Yi Si's trial was not nearly as dramatic as you described. And honestly, you and I are probably just as dumbfounded as Tanlan, who stands there in dead silence." Yishi bows respectfully before the demonic statue, expressing his gratitude to the predecessor for passing down this incredible technique. The demon lord's voice echoes for one final time. Let's dive back in as a powerful elder praises our main character as the greatest talent he has ever seen, passing down a legendary quest left unfinished by their ancient ancestors. "I will leave this to your generation," the old man says. Meanwhile, Yi wipes his mouth with a sly grin, muttering to himself that the senior is totally wrong because he just cheated. He instantly feels a terrifying new power surging through his veins. His flesh and blood are bound to a demon, giving him an Asura body, even though his status screen stats did not increase at all. But since he mastered the profound yellow martial arts, his actual combat power has easily doubled. Just then, Tanlam and Liu Qingju rush in, looking anxious and asking if he really managed to learn it. Yi turns around with a bright grin and playfully gives them a military salute, confirming he mastered it. Hearing this, Tanlam is left completely speechless and in utter shock. How is this even possible? Even with Qingju's incredible talent, she had to stay inside the martial domain without sleep for an entire week just to comprehend a single profound martial art. But how long did it take Yi? Barely an hour, and he learned it after taking a quick nap? Qingju stares at his back as he walks away, her mind completely blown. Everyone calls her a prodigy, but the real monster is standing right in front of her. Yi turns back toward them with a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Since you two do not seem to believe me, let me give you a little demonstration. He flexes his muscles, exploding with a red and blue aura that takes the shape of a terrifying demon. Now pay attention here, because this auxiliary spirit he acquired from the martial will realm is basically a broken in-game buff. He can add it directly to his martial energy to make his attacks twice as deadly. Boom! Fierce red energy erupts from his palm, and the massive shockwave leaves Qingju completely stunned. She even hears a chilling screech, like a demon howling from the abyss. Could this be the auxiliary spirit he mentioned? Tan Lam's eyes light up as she rests her chin on her hand, gazing at him with pure adoration. Seeing that look, Yi freezes. An image of himself dressed as a funny Cao Cao pops into his head, screaming internally for her to stop. Lady, your daughter is standing right next to us. Can you tone it down a bit? I do not want to be labeled a homewrecker. Meanwhile, the innocent Qingju jests that since he mastered one profound martial art, he should try learning the other two. He still has all day left after all. Hearing this, Tan Lam immediately facepalms and turns to scold her naive daughter. Are you actually stupid or just playing dumb, sweetie? You literally just said you did not want to date him, so why are you handing over all our family treasures to him? Even if I am investing in him as a potential son-in-law, you cannot just give away our entire Liu family fortune like this. Fortunately, Yi steps in to politely decline. That is really not necessary, Qingju. One profound martial art is more than enough for me to digest right now, so I will not be taking any others. Actually, I am a bit tired and have some things to handle at home. Tan Lam nods, telling her daughter to escort him out. The butler told me you arrived on a rental bicycle. Do you know how to drive? Just grab any car from our garage to make your commute easier. Yi pauses, thinking about a car. But then he remembers a super cool motorcycle he saw on his way here. He eagerly asks if she has any bikes, and Tan Lam smiles warmly. Of course. Do you share the same hobby as my annoying son? I will let you have the absolute best one from his private collection. Meanwhile, a stylishly dressed young man is walking down the road toward the Liu estate, muttering to himself. He heard from the butler that his mother invited a live-in son-in-law over. He wants to see who this guy is, because his sister is a once-in-a-century beauty and a genius of an city. Absolutely nobody is worthy of her in his eyes. I know what you are thinking, and yes, he's talking about our main character. This rich kid is furious because a rental bike rider scared his date away. He mutters that the guy better pray they never cross paths again. Just then a sleek black motorcycle roars past, leaving him coughing in a cloud of dust as his eyes widen. Wait, is not that the loser on the rental bike he just overtook earlier? And even worse, is not he riding his own precious motorcycle? Yi arrives home and parks his shiny new motorcycle outside. Indoors, he begins preparing a lavish meal, with a sparkling crystal monster core sitting in a metal bowl as the main course. The last monster core he swallowed raw tasted pretty bad. Licking his lips as his eyes gleam with hunger, he decides to add some sauce to make it more appetizing this time. Using his chopsticks, he picks up a glowing blue crystal and pops it directly into his mouth without any hesitation. Upon swallowing it, a bright blue aura immediately envelops his entire body as his system screen pops up, displaying his overall physical stats upgraded to 23. With his lightning demon compatibility at 21% and his giant template at 85%, he mutters happily that his attributes have improved and there are stat points left to allocate. Back in the Redwood Mountain dungeon, he used the giant template to reach a height of 80 meters, but now he has extra points to invest. While an 80-meter giant is incredibly massive compared to ordinary monsters, it is still way too small compared to the colossal mountain-sized beasts dwelling inside that Redwood Mountain dungeon. With a look of pure determination, he raises his finger to make a bold decision. He needs to be much bigger, so he dumps all his points into the giant template. Next, he picks up a glowing green monster core. Time to consume this Tier 2 golden demon monster core. A violent surge of blue electric energy explodes from his body, and a sudden system alert flashes right before his glowing eyes. It reveals that after absorbing a plant-based gene sequence, his lightning demon template has triggered a highly unusual special mutation. Do you want to proceed with the mutation? Yi is taken aback. A mutation? He rubs his chin deep in thought as his muscles ripple. A mutation means it will transform into a monster template with entirely different attributes. If it is a good stat, that is great, but if it is bad, it would be a major downgrade. Without hesitating any longer, he slams the confirm button. No point overthinking it. Let us gamble it all and turn this rental bike into a motorcycle. A blinding flash of light erupts inside his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the rare QBS cosmic template. He throws his head back, letting out a wild cry as a massive flood of information and raw power surges into his body. The system screen keeps flashing details. If his lightning demon template reaches 100%, there is a small chance it will evolve into a terrifying cosmic monster. A cosmic form? He clenches his fists tightly, eyes shining with pure excitement. Just the name Cosmic Lightning Demon sounds absolutely god-tier already. But since it requires a 100% upgrade, he has to move fast. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks his house. And trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild ride where things go from 0 to 100 instantly. A massive explosion rocks the night as police sirens wail, with officers shouting tense commands all over the dark streets. Block all the exits in the park, do not let them escape, search everywhere, and do not miss a single spot. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a soft but highly unusual knock shatters the silence of Yi-hee's apartment. His eyes narrow as his sharp mind instantly begins to analyze the dangerous situation. The previous owner of this body was a total loner with 0 friends to visit at this hour. I did not order any food or packages either, so who on earth is outside right now? Crash! The window shatters into pieces, and a figure clad in a sleek silver-white nano-armor lands gracefully right in front of Yi-hee. Her synthesized, robotic voice echoes from beneath her helmet as she talks to her teammate over the radio, asking if they know who he is. She scans Yi-hee from head to toe, smirking. Well, it looks like this little brother is not just some ordinary martial artist after all. She steps closer, her voice sounding sweet, yet incredibly threatening. At first, I just wanted to hide something here and wipe your memory. But since you noticed me, I have no choice but to make things a bit painful for you, little brother. She leans down and whispers in his ear, telling him he better not try to run. Yi-hee sighs in pure annoyance, slouching down as if he has accepted his fate. Forget it, I have plenty of savings anyway, so maybe I should just buy a new house. The woman is completely confused, wondering what he is talking about. Suddenly, his aura shifts entirely. He looks up, eyes sharp as daggers, and points right at her face. Get ready because he is about to deliver a legendary line. I am saying you are dead. Meanwhile, a fierce gunfight is raging on the streets below. A special forces officer is struck down by a red energy blast. Bang! The captain screams urgently into his radio. The target is exposed. A man named Zhu Yi stands there, his face covered in blood, but his eyes are still wild with madness. He screams at Yao Yimi, telling her to escape with the golden gene. He promises to stay behind to buy her some time before laughing like a total psychopath. Come at me. Trading my life to drag all of you down is a bargain. Activating a forbidden technique, a raging crimson flame erupts all over his body. Zhu Yi unleashes a devastating attack but suddenly senses something is wrong. An enemy is still here. Yao Yimi, now wearing her nanosuit which has turned pitch black, appears right next to him. Zhu Yi yells in frustration, asking why her silver-white nano-armor is now as black as charcoal, wondering what on earth happened to her. I risked my life so you could take that thing and escape. So what is wrong with you? Yao Yimi quickly replies that she already hid the item, urging him to retreat. She grabs his hand and they quickly open a manhole cover to dive underground. They hide together inside a dark, damp alleyway deep beneath the city streets. Zhu Yi pants heavily, looking at her nano-armor. They finally lost the cops. As expected of high-tech gear, the suit has already repaired itself after the impact. Clack. A calm voice echoes from the shadows, startling them both. Hey, beautiful lady. You still have not explained why you broke into my apartment earlier. Yi-hee steps out from the darkness, a highly dangerous smile on his face. You really should have realized your massive mistake by now. I know what you are thinking. Did they really just break into the house of an overpowered boss? Yi-hee warns them he is going to have some serious fun with them as a reward, making Zhu Yi scream in terror. How did you find us? He can easily track the nuclear radiation coming from Yao Yimi's body. He cracks his knuckles, his eyes turning ice cold. If we are going to fight, shut up and move. Zhu Yi charges forward, but Yi-hee blocks his attack effortlessly. This is the perfect moment to test his new devil body cultivation technique. Zhu Yi feels an overwhelming monstrous pressure completely crushing him. This is bad. A glowing sphere of crimson energy begins to condense in Yi-hee's hand. Zhu Yi snup a mouthful of fresh blood. Yi-hee stands tall, radiating power. He unleashes a devastating punch, creating a massive vortex of red energy. Yao Yimi stands there in utter shock, unable to believe her eyes. Wow, those martial arts skills are amazing. Hey brother, which master did you train under? Yi-hee steps on the unconscious Zhu Yi, replying with ultimate smugness. I am a disciple of the great Emperor of Light. Yao Yimi mutters that she has never heard of him. She never imagined this small city of Ancheng would be so full of hidden masters. Suddenly, Zhu Yi snaps his eyes open and growls weakly. "Do not get cocky, kid." His entire body begins to monstrously mutate into a beast. He transforms into a massive beast with rock-hard skin and lethal razor-sharp spikes. "I am a respected Tier 6 martial artist. How could a nobody like you handle me?" The beast lets out an earth-shattering roar, making the ground tremble violently under his power. Roaring, the monster charges toward Yi He like a runaway truck, leaving deep cracked craters in the pavement with every single step. In response, a wide, thrilled grin spreads across Yi's face. Now this is finally starting to look like a real fight. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, Yao Yimi materializes right behind Yi He's back, utilizing her high-tech nanosuit's stealth mode. "Hey brother, I bet you did not expect my armor to have a cloaking device, did you? I am the actual attacker here." Yi He does not even bother to turn around. He coldly swings his arm backward, unleashing a blinding blue energy blast that knocks her away. Out of the way, boom! A massive explosion erupts right where she was thrown, with enough destructive force to completely demolish a concrete wall. In his monster form, Zhu Yi roars in pure rage upon seeing his partner get swatted away. That useless fool, she could not even pull off a simple ambush. He turns back, focusing all of his power onto Yi He. "I will have to crush him myself," Yi He merely smirks as his eyes glow brightly. Let's begin. The two clash in an earth-shattering collision. Boom! Yi He is pushed back a few steps, looking slightly surprised at the impact. Has his opponent's defensive power increased this much? Zhu Yi growls confidently. "Kid, my true beast form, the iron-crowned rhino, can easily withstand a heavy barrage of tank shells. What do you have that can possibly break through this?" Yi He quickly analyzes the beast. Not only has its defense increased, but its raw offensive power has also skyrocketed. Zhu Yi channels all his strength for a final strike. Die! A nearby building crumbles from the shockwaves. He stands amidst the ruins, panting heavily but filled with smug satisfaction. "No matter how arrogant you are, kid, you are simply no match for my iron-crowned rhino form." He looks around, but our main character is completely gone. Where did he go? A sudden overwhelming dread hits him as a massive shadow looms overhead. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. What on earth is this? Stick with me because our main character just transformed into a colossal ancestral titan, towering over skyscrapers and radiating terrifying energy. Is this a demonic beast? Where did it come from? Could it be that kid actually transformed? The massive beast unleashes a barrage of destructive energy blasts. Crash! Boom! Uncle One is blown away like a cheap toy, completely powerless to resist this absolute destruction. Yi's strength in this giant form is beyond anything we could imagine. He channels his energy, throwing a rapid-fire barrage of punches like a classic anime hero, as a system screen pops up to confirm his stats. Status: Colossal Giant Form. Overall physical index is 23. Yao Yimei, barely recovering from the blast, looks up at the towering monster in sheer terror. Shaking from head to toe, she is instantly consumed by deep, painful regret. What a fool I was. Why did I ever provoke this monster? Watching Uncle One get beaten to a pulp, she realizes there is no escape. If she does nothing, he will die right here. Escape is impossible. It is do or die. Standing on the edge of the skyscraper, she stares down the colossal beast, ready for a tragic final showdown. With a battle cry of pure determination, Yao Yimei charges directly at Yihe, unleashing her final attack as energy threads erupt from her hands. Swoosh! Razor-sharp nanowires shoot from her high-tech armor, wrapping tightly around Yihe. These molecular threads are strong enough to slice clean through the toughest alloy steel. She glares at him with cold determination. Even if some genetic mutation turned you into this giant titan, you still have the weak points of a mortal. Slash! She pulls the nanowires tight, slicing deep into his massive neck and completely severing the giant titan's head. The colossal skull crashes down, landing right in front of her. Yao Yimei gasps for breath, drenched in sweat, but a desperate spark of hope remains. Did she actually do it? Boom! Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the severed titan head. Yao Yimei stands frozen and face completely pale. He is a monster! Boom! Now watch closely. A massive blue laser beam blasts out from Yihe, vaporizing an entire skyscraper. The last thing she ever sees is a blinding, endless blue light. The entire neighborhood lies in smoking ruins after that devastating blast. Having returned to his normal human form, Yi calmly walks through the rubble and finds Uncle One, bloody and barely breathing. Coughing up blood, Uncle One looks up with eyes full of fear and rage, while Yi stares down at him with an icy glare, declaring it is his turn. "You monster!" towers over him, his voice completely emotionless as he reminds him that those who live by the sword must prepare to die by it. A chilly night wind sweeps through the ruined alleyway, leaving only a dead silence. Knowing his time is up, Uncle One decides to drag Yi down with him. Heh, since I am dying anyway, I will drag you down to hell with me. That woman you just killed, Yao Yimei, she hid something very important in your room. It is called the golden gene. Uncle One's bloody face twists into a maniacal grin as he tells him he will now be hunted to the ends of the earth. Go ahead and run, I will wait for you in hell, thud. Yihei shuts him up forever with a lethal kick, muttering that he talks way too much. Go ahead and run, I will wait for you in hell, thud. Yihei shuts him up forever with a lethal kick, muttering that he talks way too much. Standing up, Yihei's face turns serious. The cops are coming, so he needs to hide the bodies fast. Glancing at the destroyed building, he mutters that he went too far. Back at his apartment, Yihei makes a call to check in. Aunt Tan, how did the police questioning go? A text pops up on screen saying everything is fine. But she warns him that things have been dangerous lately, telling him to keep a low profile until Huadu University officially opens. Don't worry, Aunt Tan, you know I am the most well-behaved kid ever. Hearing this, she sighs in relief. I know what you are thinking, he is totally lying. Luckily, he warned Aunt Tan beforehand. Otherwise, after unleashing an explosion that looked like a miniature nuclear bomb, the police would never let him off. He picks up a strange cylindrical metal container. So this is the golden gene those two were talking about. Looking closely, he recognizes a familiar logo on the container. He saw it before in the Prometheus file given to him by someone from Huadu. It is the logo of Laserbuzz, a massive biotechnology corporation. Suddenly, a quick flashback of Uncle One and Yao Yimei flashes through his mind. It looks like those two stole this from Laserbuzz and got hunted down while trying to escape. He remembers Uncle One's chilling final warning. He dumped this entire dangerous mess right onto my head. Sighing softly, he looks out his shattered window, realizing it is finally time to pack up and move out. He decides to stay at a hotel tonight to plan his next move. Meanwhile, in a B-grade dungeon, a group of hunters stand over a dead beast, checking out their latest loot. Not bad, we made a decent profit. But suddenly one member of the team panics, pointing out that something is deeply wrong. The sky suddenly turns a bloody red, and the air grows heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, a massive wave of savage monsters charges out from the deep forest. There are so many of them they completely cover the ground. Right behind the pack, a mountain-sized giant beast emerges, carrying a dark throne on its massive back. Surrounded by skulls under a burning red sky. This is a Tier 5 Commander-class beast, the sinful yellow-eyed wolf demon. Terrified, the hunters immediately run for their lives. Quick, contact the military. We have a Commander-class beast leading a massive monster wave. An entire city could be wiped out in minutes. We need to deploy high-level Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters immediately. Damn it, high-level beasts rarely leave their territories, so why is this monster invading a low-level zone? Among the rampaging monsters, a giant gorilla with pitch-black fur steps forward. Beating its massive chest, the beast lets out a deafening roar, sending a powerful purple shockwave blasting through the area. Giant chains rain down from the sky, sending everyone fleeing in pure panic. Boom, rumble. Amidst the absolute chaos, a soldier screams into his radio, his voice trembling with pure terror. Emergency. A Commander-class beast has appeared at Galaxy Lake. The monster horde is spilling out like a flood. We need backup immediately. I repeat, we need backup. Slash. His final scream is brutally cut short as a massive claw rips him apart. The radio falls directly into a pool of blood, leaving behind only crackling static and a desperate computer warning. Commander-class invasion confirmed. Please respond right now. Hello? The giant black gorilla, leader of this terrifying monster horde, stands tall over the battlefield, beating its chest and letting out an earth-shaking roar. Bearing dagger-sharp teeth and burning red eyes, it roars a terrifying command. Trust me, you and I are about to see a massive war unfold next. Let us dive into the ultimate apocalyptic battle. A massive spatial rift opens up, releasing an endless sea of monstrous beasts that instantly swallows the land in total darkness. As a terrifying beam of energy shoots into the crimson sky, signaling their doom. Over in an city, citizens enjoying a peaceful evening suddenly freeze, their joy instantly turning into absolute horror as they look up and witness the nightmare in the sky. A massive beast tide is erupting from the Swan Lake dungeon, heading straight toward an city. A cold mechanical voice echoes from the public speakers across the streets, crushing every single shred of hope. Estimated arrival is 20 minutes. Military forces are already deploying to the front lines. The heavy footsteps of thousands of soldiers march forward, sounding like the final desperate beats of a war drum. Attention all martial artists in city, please assist with the defense. All available warriors report to the front lines immediately. Meanwhile, a chaotic sea of panicked citizens packs the train station. Screaming in desperation, a father lifts his young child high, trying to pass them through the frantic crowd. The babies' heartbreaking cries are drowned out by the terrifying roars and shouts around them. Trains are strictly reserved for the elderly, women, and children. Children are our future. If the city falls, they must survive. Inside the mayor's office, the atmosphere is so heavy and suffocating that it feels hard to breathe. A trembling secretary reports that reinforcements have been requested, but the mayor responds in a hoarse, exhausted voice, stating that this is not just happening to their city. The beast tide warning is actually ringing nationwide, meaning every single city is currently being overwhelmed. The secretary adds, instantly crushing his remaining hope, that even cities untouched by monsters are busy reinforcing their own borders. No one is coming to save us. Slamming his hand onto the desk, his helplessness turns to pure rage as he yells, "What about Huadu? Can they not spare even a single grandmaster?" It turns out that Kwansun, a neighboring city to Huadu, is facing a massive outbreak, and all high-tier martial artists have already been deployed there. The mayor slumps onto his desk, his shoulders trembling. When he looks up, his bloodshot eyes are filled with absolute resolve. There is no more time to waste. Pay close attention now, because the battle to protect the city has officially begun, and they are completely on their own. At an ancient martial arts school, the outside chaos seems like a distant memory. Dishi and Chu Chao clash like two fierce tornadoes on the training field. Suddenly, Dishi unleashes a devastating lightning strike, causing the surrounding air to ripple with raw energy. Chu Chao is forcefully knocked back with a heavy thud. Dishi just smirks, wearing a confident and slightly arrogant expression. "Not bad, you actually blocked that punch." Chu Chao gets up, rubbing his aching shoulder in total shock and admiration. "When did you learn the Xuan Wu form?" Dishi stretches his arms and replies calmly that he learned it just a month ago. It is still unrefined, but his growth is absolutely terrifying. "I am not getting weaker. You are just growing into a total monster." Suddenly, Dicky pauses, staring intensely toward the distance. Something is wrong. The city's beast tide siren has been activated. Right then, Chu Chao's phone blares with a loud emergency alert. It is an immediate evacuation notice, prioritizing boarding passes for all pre-university students. Dishi mutters that it is an evacuation. Chu Chao looks at him and asks if he is planning to leave. Surprisingly, a calm smile appears on Chu Chao's face. "What about you? With your incredible talent, you should run." Dishi lets out a wild grin, his eyes burning with intense battle spirit. "I know what you are thinking," but Dishi just cracks his knuckles, smiles, and there is only one thing left to do: fight. Inside the Lu family mansion, under the red apocalyptic sky, Lu Thon-Truk looks at her mother and pleads with desperation, asking to join the defense forces. Tan Lam responds with an icy voice, and every cold word she speaks cuts deep into her daughter's heroic spirit. She points out that in this entire city, even if you count every single veteran and volunteer, they have under 50,000 defenders. Against a massive beast wave like this, they are nothing more than paper boats facing a raging tsunami. They will be swallowed whole without a trace. Tan Lam's piercing purple eyes glare at her daughter with ultimate authority. A commander-level beast is coming, and a city of this caliber cannot stop even one of them. Only a grandmaster stands a fighting chance. "Your life does not belong to you alone, it belongs to this family." Lu Thon-Truk bites her lip in pain, her beautiful face filled with helplessness and conflict. Lu Thon-Truk screams in sheer despair, her purple eyes burning with hatred. A martial arts clan that refuses to fight monsters does not deserve to exist. She turns around, leaving Tan Lam speechless in her chair. The door slams shut behind her, sounding like a firm declaration of war. Tan Lam leans back and lights a cigarette, the rising white smoke veiling the deep exhaustion on her face. Her voice remains strangely calm. The elderly butler standing behind her speaks up, asking what they should do about young Dish. Tan Lam's purple eyes flash with a complicated gaze. "Send him a quick message and let him decide for himself." Meanwhile, at the Swan Lake dungeon, under a gloomy sky where the line between life and death fades, a sea of city's bravest warriors has assembled. They laugh and toast their glasses, desperately trying to drown out the growing fear in their hearts. "Old Tran, you are getting weak. Just retire before you break your back. Get lost. If a fragile punk like you can still swing a weapon, then my old bones can easily handle this fight." Unbelievable that we are fighting together at the edge of death. That is right. It has been 20 years since we last shared a drink. Old Truong, you spent your entire life as a simple farmer. Why not go home and rest? Why stay here? No, I am staying right here. I was born in an city, played chess with these old guys, so I will die here too. Swords are drawn, steel gleaming under the dark sky as they prepare for a bloodbath at the Swan Lake portal. A massive flying fortress and advanced fighter jets soar through the dark sky, forming the city's final defensive barrier. We are the city's absolute last line of defense. Keep alert on high, and do not let a single beast slip past. Standing firmly on the city walls, the mayor announces with authority that 60% of the city's military and all martial artists above warrior rank have entered the dungeon. As our brave vanguard, they have one crucial mission: to gather vital intelligence on this terrifying beast tide, specifically tracking the power and abilities of Lord-class and Commander-class monsters. A worried officer asks if they can even survive to report back. Suddenly, a heavily wounded soldier, covered in fresh blood, stumbles out of the active dungeon portal. He collapses to the ground, barely breathing as the mayor rushes over, calling for emergency medical aid. The dying soldier looks up and whispers for the mayor. In his bloody hand, he holds a USB drive containing the Vanguard's vital combat data, and that is where we leave things today, waiting to see if N-City can survive. Let's dive into this scene. A hopeless soldier looks up, gasping that everyone else is dead, tears and blood pouring down his face as he screams in pure agony. Every single one of them. The monster wave crushed absolutely everything. There is nothing left, not even their bodies. Through the soldier's tear-filled eyes, the final image he ever saw flashes. A massive gorilla with glowing red eyes. He gasps to watch out for that red-eyed beast, warning that it trapped them. If it was not for that creature, at least a few thousand of us could have survived and escaped. Right then, from the portal of the secret realm, a massive meteor shoots out. Boom! It slams directly into a skyscraper, triggering a massive explosion. It is dangerous as more meteors rain down on the city like a destructive storm. Their target? They are aiming for the minefield right below the tower. Boom, boom! A chain reaction of explosions rips through the area, destroying the city's unfinished defense lines. They are trying to blow up our unfinished defenses. Damn it. This is an attack straight from the secret realm. Fire everything you have and blow those monsters back to hell. Boom, boom. The mayor stands amid the chaos, his suit torn but his eyes remain steady. These are not just wild beasts, they are wearing us down. When did monsters learn human tactics? Nguyen roars in pure anger. These damn monsters. You bastards! A second wave of meteors erupts from the portal, even larger than before. The next wave is coming with double the rocks. Our defense systems fire wildly to block the stony rain. Yes, 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 a lone soldier stands amidst the gunfire, surrounded by massive dark shadows charging straight toward him. Swoosh! A winged, multi-eyed beast dives from the sky. Look out, we are under attack. A creature with chainsaw-like teeth rips off a soldier's head, its roar drowning out the screams of terror. A horde of freakish winged monsters dive down like living nightmares from the blood-red sky, tearing our defensive lines apart with their sharp claws and fangs. The mayor screams in absolute despair, his voice drowned out by the noise. Stone spears shoot out from the dimensional rift like artillery shells. They are tearing our rear lines apart. He reaches out trying to stop the spears before they hit, but it is already too late. Boom. Now here is where it gets crazy, watch this. The giant boss monster, a massive mountain of flesh, silently watches the destruction from afar. The red-eyed gorilla sneers with a sadistic grin, enjoying our despair. It is time, humanity cannot hold out much longer. Another massive white-furred beast roars out, commanding the entire horde to attack. Soldiers trample this land until nothing is left standing. Crash! The white-furred beast slams into the line of soldiers and tanks like a living engine of war, each impact causing a massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of artillery shells explodes all over its body, but it only seems to drive it even crazier. Boom! Atop a skyscraper amidst the ruin and smoke, Shi stands silently, his hair blowing in the wind. He looks down at the burning city and mutters, "After today, who knows what will become of this city?" His eyes grow razor-sharp and cold. I have actually grown quite fond of this city of Anne. I will not let these damn beasts destroy the peaceful life fought so hard to build. And so I will swoosh. He leaps off the roof, transforming into an armored demon, a god of death descending. The entire city is drowned in smoke, a literal hell on earth. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Lucin delivers a lightning-fast kick, taking down a monster. You never disappoint me. 5 monsters have already been taken down. Lucin replies back with a cold, "Not bad." I know what you are thinking, but check her out. Proud blonde Xiao Shaoling steps on a corpse, sneering at his low-level kills. Lucin, is that really all the top student of N-City High School number 3 has? Pathetic. Lucin glares at Xiao Shaoling, but suddenly swoosh, Chuzhou appears right between them. Chuzhou, that monster core in your hand, did you take down a 3-star beast all by yourself? Chuzhou calmly replies, I did not expect to run into you guys here. Why are you guys not evacuating? Chuzhou's eyes turn resolute. Our parents are martial artists fighting out there. As their kids, how could we run? One of their friends screams in absolute terror. Watch out! Boom! A tank is thrown like a toy, flying straight toward Chuzhou. The streets are now a massive graveyard littered with corpses of both humans and beasts. A surviving soldier screams out in pure panic. Who threw a tank? Slash. Chujo draws his sword to block it. Clang, he slices the tank completely in half, sending it crashing and exploding. Boom. Xiaoxialing gasps in horror. Is that the Lord-level beast that appeared first? How did it get to our rear lines? The white-furred monster lets out an ear-splitting roar. Calm down, it is not Lord-level. Its size and aura do not match up at all. It slams its fist into the ground, crushing everything. Chujo freezes. It is an elite. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of blue energy hits the beast. Boom. Yishi, wrapped in a demonic aura in his half-demon form, delivers a devastating kick to the giant monster's head. The monster tries to grab him. The beast's claw shatters like tofu. He flashes a wild, savage grin. Time for some dazed. What crack? Yishi pries open its foul mouth. Ugh, the smell. Gathering energy in his throat, he mocks. Let me give your mouth a thorough rinse. Sizzle. A beam of destructive energy shoots down its throat, incinerating it from within. The others watch in pure shock. Are the monsters fighting each other? Let's run while they are distracted. Calm down. That is Yishi. Yishi? That little monster is Yishi? Chujo watches Yishi standing atop the corpse. Yes. With him here, the city of Un might survive this disaster. Yishi turns around, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Chujo, this area is yours. I will reinforce other fronts. Swoosh! He shoots into the sky like a blue star. And trust me, we are seeing a guardian god rise. Gliding through the burning sky, Yishi closes his eyes, scanning the city like an invisible wave to hunt his next target. Elsewhere, a mammoth-like monster with thick hide and razor-sharp tusks is tearing right through our defensive lines. Gunfire rings out. Bang! But it is like a light tickle. A captain screams in despair. Throw away those useless guns. All right, you and I are diving straight into a brutal battle where guns are completely useless. Brave soldiers draw their blades, preparing for a bloody, desperate close-quarters showdown. Charging forward like moths to a flame, they throw their bodies on the line to halt the giant beast. But it flings them high, its razor-sharp spikes brutally impaling them in midair. It crushes everything in its path, leaving behind a horrific trail of blood and shattered bodies. A young soldier screams through his tears, "Captain, fall back, we cannot hold this defensive line anymore. We are just ordinary, normal men. There is no way we can fight these monsters." His captain replies, his voice raspy and hoarse. "Hold the line," he charges forward, swinging his sword down hard to slash at an incoming beast. "Slash!" he roars, desperately trying to rally his men. "We are soldiers. If we die here today, it is only to buy enough time for the civilians to escape." Suddenly, glowing red spectral figures erupt from the ground, savagely tearing into the monsters. What on earth is that? Are those martial artists? Could it really be? The red phantoms swarm the mammoth beast, ripping its flesh apart. Out of nowhere, a massive beam of light strikes down from the sky, piercing right through its head. Splash! The giant monster collapses. Dishi, now in his half-demon form and wrapped in a terrifying aura, slams onto the ground at lightning speed. He unleashes a wave of destructive energy, blasting the fallen beast with a massive boom. Meanwhile, across the battlefields, smoke and ruin cover the entire city. A group of fighting martial artists suddenly notices something very strange. Are those monster reinforcements? No, it feels like they are all heading in the exact same direction. Suddenly, a female fighter shouts in pure excitement, "Look, it is Dishi, the top graduate of our city." Another voice adds in panic, "The monsters are surrounding him from all sides." An old master with white hair but blazing eyes roars out, "Stick with me here, because this is where it gets incredibly tense. We cannot let him get overwhelmed. He is still just a kid and our absolute last hope." Immediately, the bravest warriors charge toward Dishi. "Charge forward. Snipe those beasts and protect our top graduate." Right in that moment, a brilliant blue beam of destructive energy tears through the air and boom! A massive graveyard of piled-up monsters and human bodies lies beneath the fallen boss monster, a grim testament to the absolute brutality of this war. Another beam of destruction strikes down, vaporizing everything in its path and leaving a scorched, blackened scar across the earth. The fighters scream in despair as another Lord-tier monster locks its sight on Dishi. "Watch out! A Lord-tier beast has targeted him. Protect Dishi, you bastards! If you want to kill the pride of N City, you have to go through us." A spark of hope flares. We are saved. Amidst the flames, human cries are no longer fear but pure defiance. Humanity will win. "Go rot in hell. Hold the line, reinforcements are coming soon." A young fighter yells at the veterans, "Are you guys so useless that you cannot even protect a single kid? You actually let him get hurt?" The veteran roars back, "Do not complain when I am too busy to cover you guys. If I go all out and the line breaks, we are all dead." Suddenly, a rhino-like beast covered in spiked armor charges forward, smashing through every single obstacle in its path with a loud boom. It slams directly into a glowing orange energy barrier, creating a massive, earth-shattering crash. 3 giant towers decorated with ancient runes pulse with magic circles, forming a powerful barrier that temporarily halts the beastly tide. Standing on top of a skyscraper amidst the howling wind, now you and I can see the heavy burden he carries. Lighting a cigarette, the mayor knows the seal cannot stop these primal beasts forever. We must slay the commander to end this tide. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The mayor moves at terrifying speed, leaving trails of white light in the air as he dodges attacks and dashes straight toward the primal horde. Boom! A winged predator with a wolf-like body and a bird head dives in, its razor-sharp talons aiming directly for his throat. Unfazed, the mayor clasps his hands together, quickly condensing a brilliant yellow energy sphere that burns as hot as a mini sun. Boom! He fires the sphere and it blasts forward like a destructive cannon, piercing the beast and instantly reducing it to ashes. But a split second later, his fiery eyes narrow as a sudden feeling of extreme danger makes him look up. From a massive tear in space, a giant head as big as a mountain slowly crawls out. With dark blue scales, jagged teeth, and glowing emerald eyes, its forked tongue slithers out, reeking of death. Cold sweat drips down the mayor's forehead as he grinds his teeth, identifying the beast as the level 4 Lord Tier Mountain Tempest Serpent. For a brief second, his eyes flash with resolve as he mutters, "This is the strongest mount of the Blood Eye. Since the commander's mount has joined the battle, that damn gorilla must be getting impatient too." Standing proudly atop a ruined building, the mayor faces the massive beast without a single ounce of fear. Crash! He slams his palms against the ground, sending ripples of orange-gold energy outward, causing the entire area to shake violently as he casts the Tempest Overlord hammer. He roars, and with unbelievable strength, thousands of tons of rock and debris from shattered buildings are lifted into the sky, completely blotting out the sun. The serpent looks up with its many eyes, cold and murderous. In the sky, energy pulls everything together into a giant sphere of stone, like the Chibaku Tensei from Naruto. Amidst the rising dust, the mayor stands on the ruins. With absolute confidence, he speaks, "Did you really think I did not know you excel in earth attacks? I used this element for a very good reason." For the first time, the serpent's eyes widen in sheer horror as it realizes it fell into a trap. "And you took the bait, you bastard." The mayor sneers as he activates his real ultimate technique, the Shockwave Realm Drill. A spinning drill of energy gathers the entire Earth's power and shoots from the formation center. Boom! The drill pierces through the serpent's diamond-hard scales, tearing a massive wound in its head as black blood sprays out like a geyser. Crash! But at the same time, the protective barrier surrounding the monster shatters into a million glittering glass-like shards. Right after, the ground cracks open as countless sharp stone spears shoot up, turning the city into a deadly spiked graveyard. Amidst the chaos, the mayor stands alone, staring down the wounded but still highly threatening beast. He lets out a soft sigh, sweat running down his cheek, thinking, "Thank goodness I had intel on this Mountain Tempest Serpent." You and I both know that if he does not stop it now, the casualties will be endless. Letting it fully enter the city would make it invincible. But since you only stuck your head out, you are just begging to die. He roars, charging at the beast once more as his power flares up stronger than ever. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a battle where countless golden energy arms sprout from the mayor's back. Each hand clenches tight, ready to launch hundreds of devastating punches, wrapping around the massive python's body like unbreakable chains of the gods. But the python's cold eyes just glow with zero pain. It is basically laughing at his desperate struggle. Then, swoosh! Out of nowhere, thousands of sharp stone spikes erupt from its scales, tearing through the golden arms and blasting the mayor back. Now the serpent is wrapped in spike armor, turning into a walking fortress. This is what you expect from a king-class beast that can literally grow stone spikes from its own flesh. The mayor mutters, shocked but still burning with a fierce will to fight. Suddenly, a soft cracking sound echoes from right behind him. In a cracked ruin, a pair of blood-red eyes watches him. Creepy as hell. The mayor completely freezes up, his eyes wide with horror as a cold shiver runs down his spine. An ambush. The attack strikes like a flash of lightning from the dark. A massive hairy fist packed with devastating power slams right into the mayor, folding him in half with sheer agony. Bam! The true mastermind steps out of the shadows. Towering like a mountain, the commander-class beast speaks in a deep, mocking tone at the tiny human daring to resist. "Hey, insect, what do you think you are doing with my pet?" A terrifying realization hits the mayor. His eyes widen as he sees the trap, the blood-eyed black ape. It was hiding inside the stone spike all along. The ape's crimson eyes lock onto him, filled with cruelty and glee. It growls, slowly tasting its prey's absolute despair. Now don't blink, because things are about to get absolutely crazy. The ape vows to crush his skull to show everyone how pathetic humans are, leaping down with insane force to trigger a massive explosion that literally shakes the entire city. Boom! The black ape looks at its smoking fist and roars with satisfaction. It has tested the waters enough. Now the real slaughter begins. That explosion just confirmed it for me. Your city has absolutely no strong martial artists left. Now I can slaughter everyone without holding back. With a roar, the mayor's battered body is tossed into the air like a leaf in a storm, dark energy eating away at him. Mid-air, he grits in his fading eyes, a fierce, death-defying fire suddenly blazes. Raising his hand, thousands of sharp metal shards from the ruins rise, forming a steel storm. Summoning every drop of his remaining strength, he guides the deadly vortex as his final strike against the enemy. Storming metal gale, the black ape just stares coldly at the steel storm, its voice oozing pure arrogance. Human, your struggle is useless, merely delaying the inevitable. It spreads its arms, basking in the chaos and despair, while its savage laughter echoes across the sky. On this battlefield, I have no natural enemies left. This has become my game, designed to drown humanity in fear and hopelessness. Watching your strongest champions crumble in fear and absolute despair is pure pleasure to me. Ha 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 ha. The devastating storm crashes toward the black ape, but it is totally useless. With a simple swipe, the beast deflects it easily and mocks the speed of the attack. Fast but still way too weak, instantly it counters with a giant energy slash, ripping the ground open into a deep abyss. It sneers again. In a flash, it vanishes and reappears, moving at untrackable speeds, leaving phantom purple trails. Suddenly it is right in his face. Let's pause and feel that heavy, invisible pressure crushing down on the mayor as the beast issues a chilling command. Kneel, I tolerate no lower life forms looking me in the eyes. Blood stains his chin, but the mayor shows zero fear, only a cold, terrifying resolve. A pillar of purple energy explodes, swallowing the mayor completely. The black ape narrows its eyes, feeling a strange sensation of unease creeping into its mind. Huh? Knocked to the ground, a strange light begins to burn in the mayor's eyes. Seeing this bizarre calmness, the ape speaks with genuine doubt for the first time. Why are you not afraid? The mayor growls back, defiant, as a blinding light begins to pulse from his bleeding hand. Bastard, you are smart, but you miscalculated. In the end, you are nothing but an arrogant beast. He roars, activating his final forbidden spell. A beam of light shoots into the sky, turning the earth into a giant array. Forbidden blood magic. The ape screams in rage, realizing it is trapped in a cage with no escape. You lured me into a formation you prepared beforehand. Lightning seal. A terrifying vortex sucks everything to the center, where the mayor stands proud, ready for the ultimate sacrifice. The ape sneers, trying to break it, thinking it is just a desperate struggle. So this is your plan? You think you can bury me underground? How incredibly naive, human. It rages, screaming threats to shake his resolve. You cannot seal me forever. The moment you weaken, I will break free. But a tired, satisfied smile plays on the mayor's lips. Survival was never his plan. This is not a backup option. He tears open his shirt, revealing a star-shaped scar on his chest. His voice rings out, steel-hard and proud. This is a song for humanity, a song of pure courage. Swinging his bloody, broken arm, he paints a tragic arc with his own blood. For the first time, the beast feels true terror, a feeling it has never known. What are you doing? The mayor reveals his ultimate, mutually assured destruction plan, his voice cold as ice. Right from the start of this battle, I buried the city's only strategic nuclear warhead beneath this very ground. The detonator is implanted right inside my heart. The moment my heartbeat stops, the warhead will detonate. The ape screams in panic and disbelief, unable to accept this human's sheer madness. You are lying. Who would bet their life on something like that? Do you think I will believe your cheap tricks? Blood pours from his mouth, but the mayor looks completely at peace. He has accepted his fate. Yes, I never planned on leaving here alive. I am Huang Than, mayor of An City. A memory flashes in his mind, his old oath echoing the one vow he pledged his entire life to keep. I, Huang Than, swear to dedicate my duty, my body, and my life to An City and its citizens. He slowly closes his eyes, a single tear falling as a smile forms. And that is where we leave a true hero who finally did enough. Let us brace ourselves for this moment. The detonator inside his heart clicks, sounding a final death knell for both him and his foe. Clang! Clang! His body dissolves into a brilliant sphere of light, an artificial sun carrying the final hope of An City, ready to cleanse everything in a glorious sacrifice. The entire city plunges into a heavy silence. Then, the world fades to pure white. An artificial sun rises from the earth, delivering a final judgment to friend and foe alike. Amidst total destruction far away on an evacuation train, a message is sent out like a mournful eulogy. A tear falls onto the screen, shattering just like the young soldier's heart. Meanwhile, a towering mushroom cloud rises from the ground, standing like a giant tombstone. On the front lines, the young soldier, representing the very future the mayor risked his life to protect, gazes at his homeland one last time, tears streaking his dust-covered face. Around him, battle-hardened veterans stand in solemn silence. They raise their hands, offering a final respectful salute to their fallen leader, their lost city, and the comrades they left behind. High up on the hills, evacuated citizens and martial artists stand frozen. They watch the massive mushroom cloud rise, a colossal tombstone standing between heaven and earth for a city built by heroes. As the giant mushroom cloud towers over the land like a monument, all the evacuated martial artists silently turn around to pay their respects. This is a solemn funeral worthy of true legends. At ground zero, absolute hell is unleashed. A blazing sphere of energy expands rapidly, incinerating concrete, steel, and living flesh. Even the mighty commander-level beast cannot withstand this devastating raw power, as its flesh is stripped away to reveal a massive skeleton burning in the hellfire. At the core of the blast, a pulsing crystal of energy forms. Now don't blink, because this is where the horror truly begins. The shredded remains of the blood-eyed ape slowly start to regenerate. Flesh and sinew knit back together around a burning core of energy. Even heavily injured, the monster king survives, fueled by pure disbelief-driven rage. I cannot believe this. I was almost taken down by a mere insignificant human. It roars toward the heavens in pure fury, swearing a vow of absolute vengeance. I will slaughter every single human in this city. I will torture them to death in the most brutal ways imaginable. Realizing how severely weakened it is, the beast turns to retreat and recover, already plotting its next wave of devastation. I must return to the abyss right now. Once my blood energy is restored, I will level this entire place. But just as it turns to flee, a cold, powerful voice rings out, stopping the monster in its tracks. Just where do you think you are going? Down from the sky, a figure clad in blue crystal armor descends like a falling star, and the beast recognizes him instantly. This human. I remember him. He is one of the greatest threats to our invasion. A terrifying genius, the warrior stands tall amidst the ashes, his eyes glowing with brilliant blue light. He speaks with a trace of sorrow in his voice, saying, "I finally found you. Too bad I arrived a little late." Without wasting a single second, he gathers massive energy into his fist and unleashes a devastating close-range strike. From his glowing fist, a massive torrent of pure blue energy erupts, completely engulfing the monstrous form of the Beast King. His expression remains ice-cold, his burning eyes locked onto his target, fully determined to end this threat once and for all. The beast staggers back, even more heavily wounded, but still defiant. It laughs at the newcomer, seeing an opportunity in his apparent arrogance. "Foolish human genius. Instead of hiding, you arrogantly stand right before me. This is the perfect opportunity to kill you. You and I both know arrogance is always a fatal mistake. If you had run, my mini nuclear bomb might not have caught you, but since you are so eager to die, take this." The monster's eyes widen in sheer terror as it realizes the true nature of this energy. It screams in absolute rage and fear. "Damn you!" Meanwhile, he begins his transformation into his primal titan form. Inside lies a glowing white energy core, the source of the blast. A blinding blue-white energy spreads rapidly, unleashing a cleansing wave over the already ruined city. The evacuated citizens watch in disbelief as a second sun rises over their ruined city. "Look, why is there another explosion? What is going on over there? Was that another trap set by Mayor Wang Thon? That man truly calculated every single detail." Trapped at the center of the blast, the commander's newly regenerated body begins to disintegrate again. Its face twists in sheer terror as it stares into the source of destruction, its final thought a desperate whisper. Standing untouched inside the explosion is Yi He, now fully encased in heavy battle armor, a true armored titan. An armored titan, it stammers, its voice filled with panic and disbelief as it stares at an incomprehensible foe. You are more monstrous than I am. Even the strongest king-level beasts do not possess an aura like yours." From behind the titan's mask, a freezing voice echoes, devoid of any emotion, carrying only the cold, hard truth. "I am nothing like you hairless apes." Without wasting another word, the titan raises his hand, forming a massive claw of blue energy that tears through the air like razor-sharp blades. Slash! He drives his claws down with earth-shattering force, completely shattering the ground below. Yet even while gravely wounded, the commander beast's raw survival instinct keeps it moving. It dodges with everything it has, but the titan already predicted its path. The crystal armor on his body shifts, becoming more complex and powerful, gathering an even more terrifying energy than before. Running is useless, little ape. This is my mountain-moving, sea-parting strike. Cornered. The commander beast lets out a desperate roar, gathering every last shred of its remaining energy for one final counterattack. Damn you! Do not look down on a commander. Two terrifying forces, blue and purple, collide, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the battlefield. A colossal pillar of light shoots into the sky, leveling everything in its path. Boom! Cracks spiderweb across the Titan's armored arm as smoke rises. He looks down, coldly analyzing his enemy's strength. You are a commander-level beast until the end. Even when wounded, broken, and twitching like a dying ape, I suppose that is expected. Blue electricity surges down his damaged arm as the crystal armor rapidly regenerates. In my Titan form, my physical stats exceed points across the board, yet somehow you still manage to crack my armor. Truly impressive for a dying beast, but it is still not enough to save you. Across from him, the commander's smoking body begins to heal its devastating blast wounds at a terrifying speed, visible to the naked eye. It screams in absolute horror, realizing a brutal truth. I used my full power for that strike, and yet you healed instantly? In that moment, it realizes it stands no chance. No, I cannot defeat this genius. Fear completely overwhelms its rage, and its survival instinct screams at it to flee. I cannot win, I cannot win, I cannot win. He cannot win, and so we watch him turn and flee without hesitation. Alright, you and I are about to watch this beast run for its life. For the first time, this boss monster knows what it feels like to be the prey. But the armored Titan is not about to let it escape. With glowing blue eyes, he raises his hand toward the fleeing monster. He speaks in a voice loaded with immense power, yet full of respect for the fallen. Filthy beast, you are not worthy of defiling the noble sacrifice of Mayor Huang Qing. Instantly, a massive beam of blue-white energy blasts from his palm, chasing the commander at light speed. In a flash of blinding light, the monster is completely swallowed by the purifying explosion. In its final moments, the beast could only spit out a curse. Damn you, human genius! As the blinding light fades, the massive Titan stands tall over the ruined city, scanning the ground below. That giant monkey dug deep underground to play dead. He closes his eyes, sensing the environment around him. But playing dead just proves it is absolutely terrified of being found. It is heavily wounded like never before, making this our absolute best chance to kill it. It seems Overlord-class magic beasts can completely mask their presence. A brief wave of regret flashes through him. If only he had located the beast sooner, Mayor Huang might still be alive. Stomping his foot, a massive hexagonal energy grid sweeps through every inch of the ruined city. Now pay attention here. Even though it is severely weakened, I can still sense the faintest trace of its lingering life force. With a fierce roar, he leaps toward a pile of rubble where a faint life force just flickered. Found you, you damn monkey! Opening his massive mouth, he charges a highly destructive blue-white beam. The energy fires, ripping apart the earth and blasting through hundreds of meters of solid rock, launching the giant monkey high into the air. Forced out of hiding, the boss monster rises, its body already pushed to the brink of destruction. It screeches in pure despair. Damn it! Just a bit more and I would have found the portal. If only that annoying mayor had not trapped me. Suddenly, a colossal fist slams down, sending agonizing jolts through its broken body. The impact completely crushes its physical form. Seriously, this guy is so incredibly tanky, yet he still has not bitten the dust. Right above him, the armored Titan hovers, with Yeehee pilot eyes glowing bright inside the robotic jaws. He speaks, his voice dripping with pure fury. This is the price for defiling Mayor Huang's memory. I am going to make you wish you were dead. Reduced to a mangled mess of flesh around its flickering core, the commander lets out one last defiant roar. Do not push your luck, you filthy human insect. Clutching its dying magic core, which now flares up like a collapsing sun, the beast roars a final vow to drag its enemy to the grave. I will burn every single drop of my magic core to drag you straight to hell with me. Its physical body crumbles completely, transforming into a terrifying phantom draped in hateful purple lightning, a true avatar of pure destruction. With a reality-shattering roar, its arm swells to a terrifyingly massive size. The vengeful specter charges straight toward the armored Titan, locking onto its sworn enemy. Die. Standing firm like an impenetrable crystal fortress, the massive Titan sprouts sharp spikes across its armor, ready to face this suicidal head-on collision. The two forces collide, whipping up a colossal tempest of purple and blue energy that swallows the entire battlefield. But maybe he celebrated a bit too early, because the resulting explosion is absolutely devastating. The seemingly indestructible armored Titan shell shatters into millions of glittering fragments, sent violently backward. A stream of dark blood spews from his mouth, proving just how brutal that final blast really was. With all its chaotic energy completely drained, The commander's lifeless skeleton tumbles down helplessly into the debris below. Coughing, blood drips down his chin inside the cockpit, but a victorious smile creeps onto his face. Heh, even after your desperate final strike, he mutters, as the boss's dry skeleton falls right toward the Titan's glowing jaw. It is over for you. But suddenly a bizarre melody echoes inside his head, a deadly haunting lullaby that makes him clutch his skull in agony. La 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 la, my head hurts, everything is spinning. Let's pause for a second. This mental psychic attack hits entirely different from before. This attack is not from the commander. There is another powerful player hidden in the shadows. From the ground below, a massive sea of pale spectral hands erupts toward the sky. Ignoring the Titan, they reach for the commander's dry skeleton to rescue it. A booming, authoritative voice echoes through the air. Do not think you can escape. Even worse, other ghostly hands covered in white fur rings begin sprouting directly from the Titan's own joints, pinning him down. They multiply rapidly, locking the Titan's limbs completely. His joints are locked up and he cannot budge a muscle. But even while completely paralyzed, Yi does not flinch. Gritting his teeth, a manic grin spreads across his face as he overclocks his power. Do not think this pathetic trick can trap me. Power levels surge past safety limits, compounding exponentially. 100%, 200, 400, 800, 1600%. His entire body erupts into a brilliant blue-purple flame, a tempest of pure energy released in a single earth-shaking roar. Taste the devastating heat of my 1000-degree fire. Meanwhile, those ghostly hands have almost dragged the commander's remains to a dimensional portal, just a bit further to the gateway. But then the monster's single remaining eye widens in absolute horror. He is right behind them, his body blazing fiercely like a dying blue star. Hurry, that giant is catching up. He is literally on fire, run! A massive wave of spectral hands rises up, desperately trying to block Yi's path. Amidst the writhing hands, a young black-haired girl appears, her face completely hidden in the shadows as a creepy, haunting lullaby echoes again. Yi frowns, unable to comprehend this strange new entity. What on earth is that? Another magic beast? But she is just the bait. Looming beneath her is a massive, towering beast constructed from countless writhing hands. A true overlord. With raw power like this, if its full form appears, I might be forced to my knees instantly. And City, now reduced to a pile of smoking rubble, silently witnesses the rise of a terrifying new nightmare. Ghostly fingers gently cover the little girl's eyes, shielding her from the impending violence. But right beneath them, a massive eye snaps open, swirling with a highly malevolent, glowing yellow cosmic energy. A psychic wave more crushing than anything before blasts directly toward Yi. Clutching his skull, he screams in agony as the attack bypasses all defenses. I blocked his physical hearing, but this bizarre song rings directly inside my brain. Trapped inside his Titan, Yi writhing in agonizing pain from this fresh mental assault, yet he looks down, his voice chillingly calm as he speaks. You slaughtered countless innocent people, and now you think you can just walk away? That single question sparks a powder keg inside his soul. Yi roars, eyes blazing. You must be dreaming. Gathering blue lightning crackling in his palms, he preps for round 2. Roaring from inside his giant armor, he launches forward like a guided missile. Facing this terrifying new enemy, he raises a single defiant finger. This is a local specialty from my hometown, a nuclear bomb. And trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. Stick with me, hope you like this, you bastard. A brilliant blue and white explosion completely swallows the remaining pieces of the commander monster. Its light, pure and dazzling, shines like a final judgment upon the invader. With a thunderous crash, a beam of destructive light shoots straight into the dark sky, standing as a temporary beacon of hope in this dead city. From afar, the surviving soldiers and martial artists watch the blast in absolute shock. But look over there. The spatial rift in the secret realm seems to have completely shattered. Someone gasps that something is wrong as the beasts suddenly turn chaotic, but hope begins to bloom. Could Mayor Huang's plan have actually succeeded? A commander bellows out to the crowd. Everyone stay on high alert. Do not let Mayor Huang's ultimate sacrifice be in vain. And City might just be saved. Against the gray, ruined sky, a solemn voice echoes to record the legendary feat. The Blood Eye Core has finally been vaporized by a massive nuclear bomb, cutting off the endless tide of monsters spilling through the secret realm's rift into N-City. The war is over. Now the martial artists of N-City begin the grim task of hunting down the remaining beasts wandering through the streets. Medics hurry to move the wounded, including warriors who fought down to their very last breath. The brutal siege raged day and night, continuing until every single monster was finally hunted down. The exhausted warriors finally get to rest. A fighter collapses in the ruins, the very picture of this hard-won victory. The siege of An City is won, but the cost is devastating. Nearly 80% of the soldiers and martial artists are either dead or severely wounded. At the epicenter of destruction, a massive pitch-black crater gapes where a bustling part of the city once stood. Now, check this out. Inside the Swan Lake secret realm where the nuke detonated, our main character, Ditch He, lies completely motionless, covered in battle scars. Suddenly, his blue eyes snap open. He stumbles to his feet, staring blankly ahead. His mind races. He had poured every ounce of his power into triggering the giant humanoid's nuclear blast. But because this ground is saturated with leftover radiation and fission energy, his body basically recharged itself on the spot after running completely dry. He recalls the brutal battle and the heavy sacrifice of the mayor. That clash was truly merciless. Mayor Huang charged in, luring the Blood-Eye Corps to ground zero. Thanks to that, Ditch He could exploit the nuclear zone as his home turf, repeatedly self-destructing to win. He stares at his hands, deeply reflecting on his own limits. Even though his infinite monster template is incredibly strong, it still cannot go toe-to-toe with a true Overlord-class beast. This victory was pure luck, a perfect alignment of tactical advantage and fate. He stands up, his powerful body straight, eyes burning with rock-solid determination. But these secret realm riots do not give him time to grow. Given enough time, he would easily reach the absolute peak of martial arts in the Great Xia Nation. He has no idea when the next template draw will open. Merging with the Cosmic Emperor template is his absolute fastest path to reaching the very top. With his path clear, he must move fast to gather plant element magic sources that are compatible with his template. Additionally, he must master cosmic martial arts. Since his infinite monster template allows him to cheat in the martial resonance space, he has to fully exploit the martial artist's extraordinary system. Even if cosmic martial arts take longer to develop than his template abilities, their ultimate potential is terrifying. After all, it is the cultivation system of a high-tier martial world. He gazes at the horizon where the sun rises over the ruined city, a new dawn for both him and his homeland. Perhaps being transmigrated here was his true destiny all along. 1 month after the siege of An City, a bronze statue of Mayor Huang is erected in the city center, serving as an eternal reminder of his heroic sacrifice. Let's pause for a second. Look at Ditch He relaxing on a park bench. He is scrolling through his phone, enjoying a rare moment of peace, but the national news is grim. Across Great Xia, 18 cities were hit by beast tides, and 2 have completely fallen. Among them, Guangshan City is witnessing an S-class secret realm completely enveloped in an impenetrable gray fog. The Great Xia Shenlong Martial Arts Organization has deployed 30 Grand Warriors and 5 Grand Masters, led by Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. He scrolls further, seeing a picture of a martial artist. This beast invasion is unprecedented, especially with an S-class realm acting up. The news about this warrior is absolutely shocking. Great Xia's strongest guardian martial artist, Fu Hongsheng, was mobilized at the border of the secret realm, personally entering Guangshan City. After 8 long hours, he finally emerged severely injured alongside only 2 surviving Grand Masters. Consequently, Great Xia designated Guangshan City as the 11th Global Forbidden Zone, with 8 million citizens officially confirmed missing. Ditch He's expression turns deadly serious. The situation is far worse than he thought. If even a Guardian-level martial artist is broken, has humanity's survival on this blue planet truly become this desperate? He cannot afford to wait anymore. He stands up and makes a call. Aunt Qin, I need a favor. On the other end, at the Liu family mansion, Qinlan is lounging on a sofa, her voice dripping with charm. Do you want to learn the remaining 2 cosmic martial arts of the Liu family? This aunt is incredibly generous, guys. Is that how you see me, Aunt Qin? No, that is not it. I actually have a different request. He asks her to help him buy high-quality plant element magic, ideally blue or even Lord-class purple tier. Qinlan's tone grows serious. Plant-type magic beasts are already incredibly rare, and Lord-class ones are absolutely priceless. Since you want so much, what can you offer in return? Ditch He confidently replies that there is always a secret realm trial during Huadu University's opening ceremony. He offers to team up with Liu Qingzhu to help her secure first place. Qinlan chuckles, unimpressed. Even the most outstanding freshman at Imperial Capital University in the past only reached the upper middle ranks, never the top spot. Even if he beat Qingzhu in a sparring match, he is still far behind the elite geniuses. Ditch He leans back in his chair, his smile never fading. But didn't you choose to entrust the revival of the Liu family to me, Aunt Qin? He offers to sign a promissory note. If they fail to win first place, he will serve the Liu family for any task, even taking care of her when she retires. A slender, elegant barefoot steps forward. Serve and do odd jobs, huh? Qinlan stands up, her sheer nightgown fluttering gently in the breeze. She makes her decision, agreeing to help him this once. The scene shifts to a modern building and City Central Hospital. The moment Dishi steps inside, an enthusiastic crowd completely mobs him. Wow, look, it is Dishi! They whisper that he slaughtered countless monsters during this secret realm invasion. As expected of the martial arts champion, while everyone else got injured, he is completely unscathed. I am a huge fan. Dishi, can you give me an autograph? Dishi, can we connect on Penguin Chat? He just mumbles, a bit flustered by his sudden fame, and coldly declines. Walking up to room 6, he spots his two friends' names. He opens the door only to find Chuzhou wrapped like a mummy, hopping around and laughing hysterically. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Haha, stick with me for this crazy ride. Wait, if it isn't Chuzhou, the #1 handsome guy of Ansao City, you finally got what you deserved. Haha. Yi looks at the massive pile of fruits and gifts in his friend's hands. Wait, aren't you supposed to be here visiting a sick patient? Why on earth are you carrying all that? Chuzhou proudly grins. The fans on my way here showered me with these. Yi can only let out a deep, tired sigh. Suddenly, another voice calls out from across the hospital room. Oh, if it isn't Yi. Yi turns around, completely failing to recognize the young man lying in the bed. Who are you? The young man beams. I am Luo Xuan, your very first opponent in the promotion match. Did you forget me already? Just then, a sudden memory flashes through Yi's mind. He finally remembers. Luo Xuan sits up, swinging his heavily bandaged leg with an optimistic laugh. Don't look at me like that. My leg is going to be perfectly fine. Why do you look like I am completely done for? I can just get limb reconstruction surgery. Or if that fails, I will just get the latest high-tech combat prosthetic leg from Larsaber. Yi looks at him, a deep sense of respect rising in his heart. Losing a leg at such a young age while protecting the city, Luo Xuan is truly a warrior worthy of admiration. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with loud ringtones. He looks at the screen, yet another unknown number calling repeatedly. There have been so many annoying spam calls lately, and it is driving him crazy. But pay attention here, because the ringing just does not stop. He is about to block it when his principal calls. Yi, why did you block a massive VIP from Huadu? Unblock them in surprise. Got it, sir. He quickly answers the incoming call. Hello, is this the student named Yi? I am Wang Dao from the Huadu Imperial University Admissions Office. I am calling to inform you that our university will open a full month early, and a special train will pick you up in just 3 days. Do you have any requests? Meanwhile, back in the hospital room, Chuzhou also receives a call. Hello, Chuzhou, this is Teacher Lao from the admissions office of Huadu University. Chuzhou politely replies, saying he will follow whatever arrangements they have set up. Understood, I will be there on time. Thank you so much, Teacher Liao. Then he mutters to Yi, looking a bit insecure. Out of the 3 of us in this hospital room, everyone is a top elite student. Maybe I do not belong on the bed, I belong under it. Yi ignores his friend's silly joke. He knows exactly what he has to do. Before school starts, there is one last task. A few days later, we cut to the ground zero of the nuclear blast at Swan Lake. Because the massive mushroom cloud threw hundreds of tons of dust high into the air, the sky for kilometers around is completely choked with thick ash, plunging the entire world below into an eternal night. Only a few faint rays of light pierce through the heavy dust clouds, illuminating the ruined and desolate wasteland below. Standing in the middle of this dead zone, Yi begins to transform, absorbing the leftover energy. He melts and merges completely with the environment, becoming one with the highly irradiated wasteland. A massive glowing blue eye slowly opens. A system notification screen pops up. Infinite Monster Template. Host Yi. Overall physical status 274. Synchronization with the Cosmic Emperor trace 38.9%. After his fierce battle against the blood-eyed black ape, the synchronization rate of the Cosmic Emperor template actually rose by 1.5%. That is incredibly high. Combined with the heavy nuclear radiation and leftover nuclear fission energy, this place is a perfect training sanctuary for him. 3 days of training boosted his sync rate by 6 more points. That is huge. Sensing his time is up, he murmurs, I must go. He departs, leaving a brilliant streak of blue light shooting across the sky. Meanwhile, at the An City train station, a clear voice echoes from the loudspeakers. Attention passengers. Train G666. From this station to West Huadu will depart in 5 minutes. All remaining passengers must complete their ticket checks immediately. Chuzhou stands on the platform with his suitcase, waiting for his dear friend. Suddenly, his eyes light up as he spots a familiar figure. He is finally here. A flash of light appears in the sky as Yi lands gracefully. He winks at Chuzhou, saying he is glad he made it in time. Right then, the passengers on the train recognize him. Their excitement is wild. Look, it is Yi. One passenger gasps, saying that terrifying pressure wave almost scared him to death. He thought a high-level beast was attacking. Another person adds, staring in absolute awe. That terrifying aura is insane. Even a high-level warrior burning his blood essence could not project pressure like this. He is truly the pride of our entire city. Chuzhou smiles knowingly, whispering that his friend has grown stronger again. Yi looks out the window as city begins to fade in the distance. We are finally leaving this place. He remembers that this is where his entire journey began. It was his first stop since transmigrating, and the true starting point of his legend. The train speeds up, leaving the city far behind. And city! He turns around, his eyes burning with intense excitement. Next stop, Huadu. The train roars forward like a massive steel dragon on the tracks. Whoosh! Inside the carriage, Yi is excitedly chatting and pointing at everyone. Chuzhou can only sigh at his friend's antics. Yi, can you please be a bit more serious? Meanwhile, a curious student asks Chuzhou if everyone on this train is a top-scoring genius. Chuzhou explains that it is not just that. The train itself uses the most advanced materials, designed to easily withstand massive impacts of thousands of tons. But even so, the hidden security for this Huadu University train is insane. There are no less than 5 elite warriors, and probably even Grandmaster-level experts guarding everything. After all, the young students riding inside this train are the absolute most elite and talented geniuses of this entire generation in Great Xia. Yi suddenly cuts in, a smug smile appearing on his lips. I already scanned everyone with my life force perception. Yes, there are indeed some strong fighters, but only 5 of them could survive 3 moves from me. Suddenly, a loud, urgent emergency siren blares throughout the train. Warning, Level 1 alert. The Huadu train is under attack by an unknown enemy. An official announcement blares out, repeating that the Huadu University train is currently under attack by unknown hostile forces. Professors and instructors are currently investigating. All students must evacuate the cabins immediately. Do not attempt to gauge the enemy under any circumstances. Panic instantly erupts among the students. No way! Who would dare attack a train from Huadu University? Maybe this is just a surprise test drill for us freshmen. But another student speaks up. Right now, Great Xia is at its weakest point. Our guardian warrior is heavily injured and in hiding. On top of that, one of our 3 grandmasters, Du Jingming, has completely vanished. So many grandmasters and warriors were lost to the beast tides in Guangshan and other cities. It is only natural that rival nations and factions we once suppressed are now trying to cause chaos. A terrified student asks if they should really evacuate. Chuzhou immediately turns to his friend, asking what he thinks they should do. Yi? Yi leans back, looking highly annoyed. He just wanted a nice nap after training. But then he jumps up with a wild smirk. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I need to see what is going down because the piece on this train is officially dead. Boom. Decay and Chuzhou rush to the door as a heavily injured student collapses into them. Hang in there, buddy. Decay asks what is happening up ahead. Terrified. The student explains in a shaky voice that enemies have seized the first 3 compartments. They are using a special domain to drag everyone into a pocket dimension, trapping the destructive shockwaves inside. Terrifying monsters inside are hunting everyone down. The combat teachers who tried to protect us are almost all dead or severely wounded. They sacrificed themselves to help me and warn everyone to run. This is not a drill. The freshman introduces himself as Chu Kum-hien. But another student asks skeptically, where is your proof? You claim there is danger ahead, so show us some actual proof. Another guy with wild lion-like golden hair looks down on Chu Kum-hien with absolute disdain. Where are the badges of the teachers or the other survivors? Why did only you escape? Are you even strong enough to stand alongside the top freshman? He introduces himself as Diem Ching-hung, a fellow freshman. Pointing directly at Dictae, he sneers. I do not buy your story and there is no way this guy survived either. The crowd nods along. Makes sense, the lion-haired guy is right. Diem Ching-hung shoved them aside, shouting, Move, I am going to the front. Chu Kum-hien screams out in absolute desperation. Wait, I am telling the truth. It is suicide up there. Why will you not listen to me? Do not throw your lives away. He then turns, locking eyes with Dictae. You are Dictae, right? Dictae stares back as a strange sensation washes over him. His life force field senses something deeply unusual about this kid. He simply nods, yes, that is me. A girl named Lutan Truk showed me your photo. She told me to warn you. No matter what, do not go to the front cars. Hearing this, Dictae's eyes widen in shock. That is exactly what she said. She took a devastating blow to save my life. He cries out, clenching his fists. Those people up there are on a brutal suicide mission. I could not stop them, but I promised her I would make sure you stay alive. Suddenly Dictae slaps him hard. Damn it, she is not even dead yet, and you are already treating this like her final wish. He asks if Dictae is still going. Now watch his reaction here, voice firm as steel. Of course I am. I promised her parents. Chu Kum Hien, despelopath spreading his arms. No, I will not let you throw your lives away. Another student sneers with utter contempt. With your pathetic, weak state, how did you even reach the first car? Chucho draws his blade. He complains. I am literally trying to save your lives here. How can you be so unreasonable? Throwing punches without an elegant girl like Tan Truk would never associate with such rude thugs. Dictae suddenly grabs him. Enough of your useless chatter. Chu Kum Hien is sent flying, coughing up blood. That raw power is completely on another level. Dictae casually tosses a round pill over to him. My bad, take this blood, Christae says. We are in a rush, let us move. Behind them he mutters in despair. Please do not go, it is too dangerous. Standing before the door to car number 3, Dictae stares at the swirling purple portal. This must be the entrance to that pocket dimension the freshman talked about, right? He grabs Chucho's suitcase. To test the waters, he hurls the suitcase straight into the purple vortex. It vanishes instantly. Whoosh! Dictae frowns, concentrating hard. No feedback, no sound, and not even his life force field can detect a single trace of energy coming from inside. It seems plenty of freshmen already went through this gate. A thrill of pure excitement washes over him, as this bizarre mystery only fuels his burning curiosity. Fascinating, let us go! Without hesitating, he steps straight into the portal. As the purple light swallows him whole, a drop of sweat drips down his cheek, eyes flashing with absolute caution. Inside is a chaotic void, with a single path of light winding through the darkness. He stumbles as sudden dizziness hits him. Ugh, my head is spinning. Who is behind this trick? Looking around, there is no sign of his companion. That is weird. We stepped through the portal at the exact same time. So where did Chucho go? Deep in the distance, a glowing exit glimmers, the only ray of hope in this bizarre space. Light is up ahead, let us get out of here first. He leaps off the pathway and lands in a completely ruined world. Massive skyscrapers are bent out of shape and floating in the air. What kind of freaky place is this? He tries to activate his unique abilities, but absolutely nothing happens. My life force field is completely unresponsive. Is this dimension blocking my powers? Opting for a more direct approach, he leaps into the air, his sheer physical strength launching him hundreds of meters high. At least his physical strength still works. He lands heavily on top of a building with a loud crash. Boom! He gathers a swirling blue-white energy sphere in his palm, sparks of lightning crackling around it. A look of pure madness washes over his face. Quit playing mind games with me. Unleashing his raw power, he roars out a terrifying command. Blow this place to pieces. A colossal blue-white explosion erupts in all directions, a shockwave flattening everything in its path. Boom! Hiding inside the nearby buildings, other students stare out the windows in absolute horror. You can bet they are totally losing their minds. What is going on, and who unleashed this crazy power? Talk about a flashy entrance. Hearing the loud rumbles, Chucho dashes toward the noise. There he finds a weak, heavily injured Lutan Truk. Looking up, she whispers softly, Dictae, why are you here? You came back for me. Dictae lands on a nearby rooftop, scanning the messy battlefield. He knows this exam is no ordinary test. It looks like we do not just have classmates and allies here. His eyes lock onto a shadowy figure lurking in the distance, boasting glowing red eyes. We have got deadly enemies too. Suddenly, another enemy emerges, a giant brute wearing a creepy pig mask and holding a bloody cleaver. The muscular student who doubted Chu Kum Hien earlier steps up to face this masked beast. He sneers, still wearing that ridiculous pig head. You clearly are not one of the good guys. You mysterious bastard, I am going to rip that mask right off your face. The silent monster's red eyes gleam with pure cruelty. The muscle head charges forward, unleashing a lightning-fast kick. Swoosh! Watching from a distance, Dictae is slightly taken aback by what he sees. He actually blocked my ultimate punch and is totally fine. The muscular student quickly pulls out a sharp dagger and drives it straight into the beast's neck. Slash! The masked enemy just lets the dagger sink in, a creepy smile forming. Did not expect my recovery to be this insane, did you? I can easily stop your blade with raw muscle. Your strength is weak, but that weapon is strange. It bypassed my defense. Who on earth are you? The student grabs the pig mask, shouting, Let me get a good look at your face. The beast opens its mouth, spitting out a copper blast. With a powerful yank, the mask is torn away, revealing absolutely nothing inside. He laughs. I am a man of my word. I said I would rip it off. But as Dictae narrows his eyes, you and I know this nightmare is just beginning. All right, you and I are diving right into the action. Look at that. A small object drops from the torn hood, and our main character, Dishhe, picks it up. It is a pendant, so this really is a test from Huadu, where you defeat monsters to collect loot. He looks at his broken dagger, analyzing the situation. The masked assassin's weapon must have been infused with high-level martial energy to make it this sharp. But once that energy fades away, it just turns back into a completely ordinary item. What is this pendant actually for? Don't tell me I have to hunt down a whole mob of these masked enemies just to collect their hidden pendants. Suddenly an arrow flies right at him. He calmly evades it, realizing this truly is a survival game. Up on a nearby roof, a red-eyed phantom stands holding a crossbow. Is this another wave already? Dixie growls, a wild grin spreading across his face. He absolutely hates being ambushed. He charges forward, but an energy arrow suddenly erupts from beneath the ground with a massive boom. The ambusher leaps into the air, drawing its crossbow to rain down a deadly shower of arrows. Countless dark energy bolts pierce straight into Ditch, he turning him into a human pincushion instantly. But he just sneers, wearing a crazy confident smile. How naive! Flexing his muscles, his body explodes with energy as he transforms into a monstrous state, shattering every single arrow stuck in him. A massive surge of red and blue energy erupts from his body, expanding into a giant skeletal structure of thorns resembling a terrifying prehistoric beast. With an earth-shattering roar, he unleashes that bizarre, monstrous energy construct, slamming it straight down onto the building where the sniper is hiding. The sheer power of the blast is absolutely terrifying, completely crushing the skyscraper into dust. Boom! From a distance, hiding inside another building, normal citizens watch the destruction in absolute horror. What on earth just happened over there? That entire high-rise just collapsed. Ditchy walks out of the thick dust, holding one of the arrows that pierced him. He wants to see exactly who tried to skewer him like a shish kebab. Now watch closely, because another enemy rises from the rubble. This time it's a guy in a suit wearing a rabbit mask, wielding a sharp spear. A rabbit head, huh? The rabbit mask foe charges at insane speed, his body cloaked in a deadly purple aura. He swings his spear, launching a razor-sharp arc of energy aimed directly at Ditchy. Ditchy raises his leg, casually blocking the strike. Clang! A deafening metallic screech echoes out. But then he freezes in surprise, sensing the sheer skill behind that single blow. What the hell? This thing actually knows martial arts! The rabbit's spear suddenly shifts direction with masterclass technique, aiming its sharp tip right at his temple. Whoosh! Instantly, a thick wall of ice materializes out of thin air, stopping the spear dead in its tracks. The ice wall shatters into millions of glittering fragments, saving Dishy's life. Crash! Countless sharp ice spikes erupt from the ground all around them, forming a frozen prison that locks the enemy in place. Shosho lands from above, his sword gleaming with a cold light, as he confidently yells to leave this rabbit to him. He charges, his sword repeatedly clashing against the spear, creating a storm of ice and sparks across the ruins. The rabbit-masked fighter seems surprised and annoyed by Xiao Xiao's sudden entrance. Ugh! Xiao Xiao unleashes a flurry of lightning-fast slashes, his razor-sharp freezing strikes forcing the rabbit to retreat. Swish! Swish! Finally, channeling all his power, he completely freezes the rabbit inside a massive block of ice. But Xiao Xiao isn't done yet, focusing all his power into one final strike. With a massive explosion, the ice block shatters into 100 pieces, blasting the suited rabbit away like a bullet. Boom! Sent flying at incredible speed, the rabbit can only gasp in utter shock and disbelief at Xiao Xiao's devastating power. Huh? But before his body can even smash into a distant skyscraper, a giant shadowy figure with bat wings and massive bullhorns slowly emerges in the sky, its oppressive evil aura instantly smothering the entire area. And you and I definitely didn't see this coming. The giant monster snatches the flying rabbit, growling that it finally caught its target, before ruthlessly crushing him to pieces. Roar! A destructive wave of blue energy completely flattens a row of buildings in a terrifying blast. Boom! Meanwhile, over on another rooftop, a group of students is hiding and talking. Just a few minutes ago, they wondered why it got so quiet over there. That guy charged in so showy. Is he dead already? He must be dead. We've ambushed over a dozen of those masked guys, but we couldn't even scratch them. Their weapons can bypass any defense. They are way out of our league. A gorgeous red-haired girl sneers with utter contempt, saying that the guy rushed in like a fool. He's probably just a local kid admitted to Huadu, a total frog in a well completely full of himself. Another teammate agrees, pointing out that, honestly, the top scorers from the major cities are on a completely different level compared to people from small towns like theirs. I heard about Diem Chin Hung and Ao Duong Trak from Mado, Tham Luc Vu, and that new god. I wonder what they are up to. Another student asks in curiosity, are they really that strong? Then this year's freshman champion has to be one of them. The other shakes his head. No way, the ultimate top freshman is always a local prodigy from right here in Huadu. Compared to those legendary Huadu geniuses, students from other regions simply can't compete. The cultivation resources they've received since childhood are worlds apart. Suddenly, their conversation is cut short by a blinding flash of blue and white light, exploding from the direction ditch. He caused trouble earlier. Boom. The group stares at the explosion in sheer terror. What kind of insane attack was that? An electromagnetic railgun? Are you kidding? How could there be a railgun here? Elsewhere in the ruined city, Diem Chin Hung, sporting his wild lion mane blonde hair, witnesses the massive blast alongside his companion. Diem Chin Hung asks his teammate Ze, "What do you think?" The youth named Ah Duong Tra calmly analyzes the situation. That style of attack doesn't match the methods used by those masked guys. It might actually be the technique of another freshman. Meanwhile, Diem Chin Hung's giant sword is impaled straight through a lion-masked corpse, showcasing their own terrifying strength. A freshman? Aside from a select few in Huadu, who else could possess such ridiculous power? We definitely need to go check it out. Either way, we already collected the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants. Tham Luc Vu from Chengdu must at least have the goat pendant, O Duong Trak adds, his voice sharp. The new god from Lulyu Island should have the snake pendant. A freshman named Luthan Truk even managed to grab one. If those masked guys are basing this on the 12 zodiacs, then only the pig, rabbit, dragon, tiger, and dragon pendants are left. His eyes turn deadly serious as he mentions the final zodiac sign. As for the dragon, the image of a figure wearing a dragon mask flashes in their minds. His aura towers far above the rest. That monster is a walking death sentence with just one touch. We have to run. Fighting him is out of the question. He is the final boss, Diem Chin Hung concludes. As for the remaining pendants, that freshman who fired those blue beams must have a few. The new god and Tham Luc Vu will likely head there too. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this deadly game enter its final phase. O Duong Trak mutters, his green eyes flashing coldly. If you and I want to win, we have to steal from the others. Back to Yi He squatting down while holding the pig-shaped pendant he just snatched from his target. Chu Zhou arrives and asks out of curiosity what it is. Yi He stands up to explain that before he got there, he took down a pig-masked guy and grabbed his pendant. If he's right, this test is all about collecting every animal pendant. Looking around warily, Chu Zhou asks if they are really going to actively hunt down those masked guys. Yi He looks toward a distant rooftop. Exactly. Just now, someone fired a sneak attack arrow at me from up there. It was definitely a masked hunter who likely escaped in the chaos. He examines the wound where the arrow struck, but since his arrow hit me, I can easily track him down using it. Let's go. They walk through the desolate streets. Yi He stops, noticing signs of a battle where someone beat them to it. He touches a scorched mark on the ground that still feels warm. These burn marks are still fresh, meaning they are close. Chu Zhou immediately goes on high alert, placing his hand on his sword hilt. He unsheathes his sword, unleashing a freezing aura as he prepares for combat. With a sharp swing to the ground, a wall of jagged ice erupts. Boom! A red-haired girl using active camouflage is forced to reveal herself from the impact. She mutters in annoyance that her optical stealth was actually detected amidst the rubble. Chu Zhou charges, his blade flashing with a cold light as he warns that lurking in the shadows means trouble. But another guy steps in fearlessly, telling Lin Yushi to back off before unleashing his raging flame battle body technique. He throws a devastating flaming punch toward Chu Zhou, the intense heat literally warping the air. But someone else steps in and easily blocks the fiery strike, holding a cigarette with a completely nonchalant look. He tells Lin Yushi that her optical camouflage was just too weak. She scoffs, telling him to mind his own business. The guy introduces himself as a freshman named Sin Chen. Yi He walks over, sizing them up. "Are you guys trying to ambush us?" Sin Chen's teammate quickly waves his hands to clear up the massive misunderstanding. "We just beat a chicken-masked guy and hid here to bait others." Watch closely as Sin Chen takes a long drag of his cigarette. Completely unaware that Yi He does not buy this story at all. His blue eyes turn icy cold, filled with deep suspicion as he stares right at Sin Chen, asking what this is supposed to be. Like a flash of lightning, he lunges forward, grabbing the seemingly empty air right next to Sin Chen. To everyone's absolute shock, Lin Yushi's real body suddenly materializes as he chokes her and lifts her high off the ground. Meanwhile, the real Lin Yushi bites her nails from her actual hiding spot, looking incredibly frustrated and shocked. She realizes that since he spotted her clone, this guy must have some serious skills. Sin Chen stands nearby, laughing lazily. He admits he never expected her little sneak attack to actually work on him anyway. That would have been too boring anyway. Snuffing his cigarette out on the ground, A smug and highly provocative smirk spreads across his face. I guess it is my turn now. He takes a massive breath, and his body begins to swell up in a bizarre, horrifying way, looking like a giant balloon ready to explode. Suddenly, a pitch-black, suffocating smoke cloud erupts from his mouth, completely swallowing Yi. You and I can see Lin Yuxi snapping open her golden fan, her voice dripping with threat. Do not even think about running. She waves her fan, spawning a green vortex that tightly binds the black smoke around Yi, creating an inescapable prison of smog. Just like that, Yi is completely trapped inside the dark vortex, his vision totally blocked. Bound by the heavy smoke, he suddenly spots a bright red glow ahead. Floating arrogantly in mid-air, Xin Chen laughs. He warns that it is not over yet and offers to heat things up for him. A massive, violent flame explosion erupts from within the dark smoke, scorching everything in sight with intense heat. Standing side by side, they both laugh triumphantly, fully convinced they have easily finished off their opponent. What is the point of being strong if you still can't beat us? However, a freezing voice suddenly cuts their laughter short. What on earth are you two laughing at? Out of the blazing smoke, a hand glowing with blue-white energy reaches out as Yi claps his hands together, releasing a massive invisible shockwave that surges outward. Boom! Xin Chen screams in pure horror, unable to believe his eyes as the shockwave effortlessly dispels his massive wall of flames in an instant. A simple clap was enough to blow away my entire firewall? Before he can even process this, Yi appears right before him, eyes glowing. What kind of insane power is this? He gasps in absolute panic. Facing Yi's devastating punch, which carries pure physical force that tears through all energy shields, he takes a direct hit that sends fresh blood spraying everywhere. Crash! Xin Chen is sent flying like a broken kite, his body scraping violently across the dirt and leaving a deep trench before finally stopping. Lin Yuxi stands frozen, her face pale with terror as sweat pours down. She mutters to herself about the horrifying truth, their limits, and Yi's absurd power. Right now, we are stuck at the martial apprentice stage, with our raw physical strength completely sealed off. Even if Huadu freshmen have a higher ceiling during this apprentice stage, they still cannot break through it. But this guy's stats don't look like a regular freshman's at all. As she struggles to deal with Yi, Lin Yuxi suddenly feels a freezing chill on her feet. Frost has spread from the ground, binding her legs tightly. To her absolute shock, she mutters in panic. Damn it, I was so focused on the close combat fighter that I completely forgot about the ice user. Right above them, a massive towering phantom of overwhelming power emerges like a judging specter. Lin Yuxi stares at the phantom and then at her two opponents, utter despair written on her face. Even working with Sin, we could not defeat one of them, let alone two. She realizes her situation is entirely hopeless. Her golden fan drops as her will to fight completely collapses. With no reason left to struggle, she musters all her energy, breaking the ice around her legs with a green wind. Crack! Without a single second of hesitation, she turns around and pours all her remaining strength into her legs to flee. The only thought in her mind right now is survival. I have to run. Splat! She trips and crashes onto the dirt. Turning around, her face turns pale as she realizes the one grabbing her is Yi. Yi is right there, grabbing her leg and dragging her back ruthlessly, tossing her through the air before slamming her onto the ground. Clenching his fist, his blue eyes glow dangerously as he prepares to finish her. He whispers to himself, preparing to unleash cosmic martial arts. Trust me, you and I are about to see if she can escape by splitting into countless afterimages running in every direction. Alright, you and I are about to watch a monster unleash. Dicky flashes a savage, razor-sharp grin. Heh, did you really think you could run? He unleashes a wave of blood-red energy from his body, a dark, terrifying technique that stains the air. Behold the Shadow Phantom Prison. Sinister red and black specters erupt from the ground, tightly binding both the real Lam Vu Tich and all her illusions. Frozen in absolute terror, she screams in agonizing pain, crying that she cannot even move. What on earth is this? Ditch he laughs maliciously, savoring his prey's total despair as she remains trapped in his technique. You cannot fight and you cannot run. Just accept your fate as my captive. Completely broken, her will to fight vanishes. Lam Vu Tich quickly begs for mercy. I surrender, all of my pendants are yours. She tosses two jade pendants toward him. Ditch he catches them with ease, looking down coldly at the girl whimpering helplessly on the ground. Now tell me everything you know, he demands. If you had been honest from the start, none of this would have happened. Still bound, Lam Vu Tich quickly explains. To pass this exam, you must collect all 12 of the pendants. We are in the final phase of the exam now. Even if you do not make the first move, others will come to hunt you down for them. Oduang Trak and Diem Chin Hung from the Demon City are the absolute top elites among the new students. They have likely collected several of these pendants already. Despite her desperate situation, she flashes a sly smile, trying to provoke Dich He into a fight. What do you think? Want me to lead you to Oduang Trak and Diem Chin Hung? Since I have no hope of winning, I might as well stir up some chaos and watch you guys destroy each other. Dish, he chuckles warmly, patting her head in a mocking, playful gesture. Do not worry about that, but I do like your fan. Lamp Fu Tich can only blush in embarrassment. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the ruined city, Diem Chin Hung and Oduang Trak rush forward at high speed, discussing the situation. Now watch closely. This is where the real mystery begins. Tanthun and Lam Vu Tik should have found them by now, right? If they cooperate, we will be safe for now. It does not matter who wins, we will just take the pendants from them later. But as they sprint ahead, Diem Chin Hung abruptly freezes, his eyes wide with sheer terror. Trak, look at that corpse. Lying on the cold concrete in a massive pool of blood is Tanthun. Oduang Trak recognizes the victim instantly, his voice shaking with disbelief. That is Tan Than. The scene rewinds to a few minutes earlier. Tan Than is running for his life through the desolate streets. That guy is a literal monster, and Lam Vu Tich must have been utterly crushed by now. I feel like he has marked me as his next target, and he is definitely coming for me. It looks like I must cooperate with those two powerful rivals, Oduang Trak and Diem Chin Hung. Suddenly, a chilling sense of absolute danger strikes from behind, causing him to spin around. Who is there? A shadowy figure with long, messy hair and a glowing purple sword floating in midair charges toward him at a terrifying speed. The attacker's eyes gleam fiercely in the darkness, unleashed within a sinister blood-red vortex of pure, unimaginable power. In pure horror, Tan recognizes his attacker. It is the most terrifying legend in this entire exam. It is the dragon. A brief flash of light erupts from a street lamp, then instantly vanishes. Slash! With a lightning-fast strike, Tanthun's shadow is cast on a ruined wall as blood splatters everywhere. Let's pause for a second. This is brutal. The dragon-masked figure stands there holding the stolen pendants as Tanthun collapses. Boom! Diem Chin Hung and Oduang Trak stand over the dead body. Why did Tanthun die here? Looking at that brutal wound, Oduang Trak analyzes. This was done by the dragon mask. That slash was incredibly clean and decisive, a fatal blow proving his strength completely overwhelmed Tanthun. Out of all the Zodiac masks, the dragon mask is the only one capable of this. Diem Chin Hung is utterly baffled. But wait, is the dragon mask not supposed to be restricted to that underground parking lot? Back then, I led over 20 people down there to search for you. A horrific memory flashes back. The dragon mask stands amidst a sea of corpses. Only 2 members of Diem Chung's squad managed to escape alive. Only 2 of us made it out. He touches the pool of blood. I cannot believe he is actually killing people. Is this not supposed to be an exam? But this fresh, warm blood is definitely real. Oduang Trak trembles, cold sweat pouring down as genuine terror begins to grip his mind. Standing back up, Diem Chin Hung asks, "So what do we do now?" Tanthun's pendant has already been stolen, and the dragon mask has likely left the underground parking lot because of us. The freshman must have completed some hidden conditions, like defeating all the other lower-ranked masked guardians. Because of that, the final boss can now remove his restrictions and roam completely free. Just like the regular Zodiac masked guardians who hunt down freshmen automatically, the fearsome dragon mask is probably actively hunting down anyone holding a Zodiac pendant right now. Oduang Trak clenches his fists, his fighting spirit erupting. We cannot face the dragon mask head-on. We must secure the other pendants before he does. We cannot let them fall into his hands. He roars as his bloodline awakens. A pair of blazing golden wings erupts from his back, surrounded by crackling yellow lightning. The golden rock! Soaring high into the sky, he declares, "What we must do now is actively release a signal to attract the other pendant holders and fight them to the death." A massive sphere of golden energy forms high in the sky, serving as a bold signal of defiance to all other players. Boom! In another dark corner of this deadly zone, Luthan Truk sits completely alone. I was on my way to Hoado, but somehow got dragged into this bizarre, cursed city. So many innocent freshmen have already been brutally slaughtered by that dragon-masked killer. Another survivor and I met the instructor. He said he could get one of us out, but I simply cannot. I cannot abandon everyone at a time like this. She gazes at a photo of herself and Dich He on her phone. I must warn that idiot Dich He to stay away from this. She clutches her head in deep anxiety. I wonder if the survivor who escaped ran into Dich He. What a pity. I do not have the strength to search for him right now, but with his brute force, as long as he avoids the dragon mask, he should not lose. Suddenly, a chilling sensation of being watched makes her flinch. Her eyes narrow in realization. Have I already been found? Given my battered, weakened state, there is absolutely no way I can escape. The enemy has already sensed my aura and is undoubtedly coming to snatch the pendant from my hands. Even though I do not care much about this pendant, I feel like He definitely needs it. I cannot fight them right now. To deal with them, my only option is to lure them to that place. Oduang Trak flies high, scanning the ruined city. That is Luton Truk. Back during the college entrance exams, word spread that the fallen Lu clan produced a genius who awakened the netherworld divine bird bloodline. Because we both possess high-tier divine beast bloodlines, I thoroughly researched her profile. Oduang Trak hovers in the air, his blazing golden wings illuminating the entire sky. He squints down. It seems she holds the ox pendant. What a pleasant surprise. But she is heading toward a specific spot. He realizes her desperate plan and sneers. Is she trying to lure me to the Dragon Mask underground parking lot? Too bad he is already out roaming with his blade. There is absolutely nothing left in that dark garage. Trust me, you and I are about to watch her ultimate trap completely backfire. Let's dive in as he spins, his glowing wings creating a golden vortex. He screams to his partner, Chin Hung, to wait there while he catches someone first, then plunges down at terrifying speed, triggering a sequence of explosions as he rips through the parking garage levels. Boom, boom, boom. He crashes right in front of Luton Truk, his blazing golden wings completely illuminating the pitch-black darkness. Luton Truk, you can't run. Suddenly another eerie voice echoes from the shadows, sending a cold shiver down Oduang Trak's spine. This voice. Out of the darkness, the Dragon Mask slowly steps forward, his deadly aura suffocating the air. A Dragon Master? Impossible! He was supposed to go after the one carrying the sacred pendant. A terrifying realization flashes through Oduang Trak's mind. Wait, if his target is the person carrying the pendants, he stares down in utter shock at the 4 zodiac pendants hanging around his own neck. I have 4 pendants. He's bound to hunt where they are gathered. Such foolish arrogance has only brought this deadly danger right to me. The Dragon Mask's eyes glow with a lethal purple light locking onto his prey. Terrified to his core, Oduang Trak completely loses his cool. He looks up to see the Dragon Mask floating in midair as a bizarre distortion begins materializing all around them. Oduang Trak realizes he's walked straight into a trap. This is a domain. How can the Dragon Mask even cast something like this? He mutters, cold sweat pouring down his cheek. This special domain drags you in the moment you make eye contact. The only way to escape this deadly trap is to defeat the caster himself. The Dragon Mask charges forward like the wind. Here he comes. A barrage of purple energy slashes rain down on Oduang Trak, forcing him to shield himself with his golden wings. Now pay attention here. The Dragon Mask suddenly teleports right behind him, blade ready to kill, while elsewhere, He and Uncle Joe clash with the Lion Bomber. He scowls annoyed. Did this guy seriously use the global voice chat just to trash talk everyone? Uncle Joe warns him he's losing his focus. He, leave this one to me, I want to test my own limits. Chin Hung suddenly steps forward as the massive shadow of a tiger roars behind him. You really think you've got me so arrogant? Uncle Joe stares down his opponent, his sword flashing with a freezing light. Frostblade! He swings, launching a massive crescent of ice at Chin Hung, but it is instantly shattered. Chin Hung laughs, asking where he thinks he's running. He lunges forward, swinging his giant broadsword and trapping Uncle Joe in a blazing orange vortex. Stunned, Uncle Joe can't believe his opponent's raw speed and power. He channels every ounce of his energy into his blade to block the strike. Focusing his mind, he ascends to a whole new realm, sword and man as one. His weapon transforms into a gigantic ice blade, manifesting the phantom of a frost serpent. But Chin Hung simply swings his heavy dao, shattering the ice drill and blasting Uncle Joe away. Uncle Joe and Chin Hung clash once more, freezing sword meeting flaming broadsword to unleash an energy storm. Overhead, the spectral forms of an ice dragon and a fire tiger roar, locked in a fierce struggle that mirrors their deadly duel. Nearby, He sits casually on a rock, resting his chin in his hand as he watches the battle with sheer boredom, completely indifferent to the outcome. But look closely here. Chin Hung suddenly senses a wave of pure despair, turning back in a cold sweat as he realizes Trak is screaming for help. He and Uncle Joe exchange one final heavy blow before backing away. Chin Hung roars with frustration, shouting that if he didn't have an emergency, he would have broken 8 of his bones by now. Uncle Joe replies with a chilling glare, asking if he really thinks he can just walk away after talking all that trash without permission. Suddenly, He flashes right between them, a brilliant ball of blue energy forming in his palm before he hurls it directly at Chin Hung, leaving him stunned. The orb detonates on impact, a blinding flash of light completely swallowing Chin Hung. Boom! The explosion tears a deep trench into the earth, obliterating everything in its path. Diem Chin Hung lies sprawled on the ground, bruised and bleeding, wondering if he just got blasted by some wild beast. Dishi appears beside him, mockingly grinning. I'm the one who hit you. Your roar was so loud I put a little extra force into it. You ambushed me. I wouldn't call it an ambush. Your brain is just too slow to register my fist. Diem Chin Hung roars in absolute fury, the intense pain and humiliation driving him wild as he demands his opponent's life. 3 minutes later, he is sitting there with a swollen, bruised face, completely stripped of his dignity. Dish. He tells him not to pout, since surviving 3 minutes against him is actually impressive. His pride was completely shattered with a single punch. Dishi effortlessly lifts Diem Chin Hung's giant broadsword, noting its great weight and asking to borrow it, though adding that it needs a little upgrade first. Bright blue energy wraps around the heavy blade, and sharp crystal shards sprout along its edge, transforming it into a bizarre, far more powerful weapon. Uncle Joe then approaches, handing Dick He a strange pendant. Ditch He, we didn't find any other pendants in his storage space, but we did find this. It's a mysterious jade piece softly glowing. The pendant flashes repeatedly as if broadcasting its distress. Meanwhile, back inside the domain, Oduang Trak stands heavily wounded, his blood pooling on the ground. His brilliant golden wings are completely shattered. He whispers in absolute despair, realizing he's used every single sacred relic from the secret ruins, down to his very last sealing nail. Just one strike directly to his heart would have sealed his martial energy and cut his power flow. But tragically, despite sacrificing an entire arm, I still couldn't drive the nail into the dragon mask's chest. I missed by just 3 inches, leaving the golden nail embedded in his shoulder. The shadow dragon roars, ready to finish off its helpless prey. I've lost my only shot at defeating this monster. Calling him a damn bug, the dragon mask plunges his blade straight through Oduang Trak's chest, ending the young prodigy's life. Meanwhile, Lu Tanchuk stumbles up the final stairs. Just a few more steps to the rooftop. She looks back toward the distant battlefield, her heart filled with dread. The dragon mask is absolutely terrifying. That ugly lion can't even compare to him. Oduang Trak won't survive much longer, and I'm definitely going to be his next target. Clenching her fists, she resolves to survive. To live, she must draw Dishi here and escape. Since this is the tallest building around, his previous signal flare gives her an idea. She will fire her own signal directly at him. Focusing her energy, the glowing phantom of a purple sparrow appears in her eyes. Awakening her nether sparrow bloodline, a beautiful wave of purple energy ripples outward, broadcasting a desperate distress signal. Having fired her shot, Lu Tanchuk collapses onto the roof, gasping for air in pure exhaustion. That hurt like hell. I just hoped Dishi got the message. Suddenly, heavy metallic footsteps echo behind her, sharp, cold, and carrying an intense killing intent. Her pupils shrink in sheer horror as she slowly turns around. But trust me, you are not ready for what she sees looking over that ledge. Alright, you and I are about to watch an epic clash. Below, the dragon mask hovers, his purple sword trembling in sheer excitement as he finds his prey. She simply cannot believe his insane speed. Did he really find me this fast? Damn it, I need to send another signal and get out of here immediately. Suddenly, the mask's swirling red eyes flash with a blinding glare, locking her in place. He soars upward, a streak of purple light shooting straight to the rooftop. He lands gracefully right in front of her, his sword still dripping with deadly destructive energy. He raises his blade, ready for the final execution strike. Liu Qingju closes her eyes in complete despair. Damn it, there is absolutely no time left. But then the very space around her suddenly shatters like fragile glass. Yihi tears through the rift, completely shattering the domain. I promised your parents, and I always keep my promises. Liu Qingju opens her eyes wide, tears spilling over with shock and relief. The dragon mask narrows his eyes, staring intently. Yihi just roars. And you, what on earth are you? Here is where it gets crazy. Watch him swing his enhanced saber, unleashing a massive blue-white energy slash that literally slices a towering skyscraper clean in half. Yihi hurriedly tells Liu Qingju, Zheng Zheng, Chua Chao, and the little brother I just adopted are waiting in the east alley. Go there first. Liu Qingju asks anxiously, but what about you? Yihi glares at the foe. I will handle this dragon masked bastard. He summons a colossal ice dragon, whisking Liu Qingju and the others away to safety. The beast soars off, leaving a glorious golden trail streaking across the dark sky. The dragon mask lands hard, his purple sword humming viciously. He stands his ground, a powerful, crushing aura surging around his entire body. This annoying domain again. The moment I received Qingju's desperate distress signal, I instantly knew something shady was going on in this place. Is hiding like a cowardly turtle in this tiny domain the only way you can fight? Yihi's eyes then spot the golden spike, driven deep into the dragon mask's chest. That nail, could that be the secret weapon Yan Zhengzheng was talking about? The beast roars, summoning countless lethal phantoms behind him ready to strike. He only feels utterly thrilled. Sword and saber clash at blinding speed, unleashing a devastating storm of raw energy that shakes the entire space. They brutally slice a massive skyscraper completely in half. Debris rains down in sheer chaos as they battle at an unfathomable pace, unleashing raw force where every single blow could easily level an entire city block. The dark dragon roars, shaking heaven and earth, gaping its deadly mouth to crush him. But Yi, wearing a maniacal grin and clenching his teeth, uses his own crystal saber to stop the strike dead in its tracks. Roar. He pours his entire strength into the blade, pushing the beast back and blasting annihilating energy. The dragon mask watches in disbelief as a blazing blue beam skyrockets right through the skyscraper. Yi grins, his echoing voice filled with pure, long-awaited satisfaction and unbridled excitement. Incredible power. Since arriving in this world, I have finally found a worthy opponent. His bright blue eyes glow defiantly as he flashes a confident smirk. So you won't go down without a real fight, huh? Nearby, the villain struggles to his feet atop a floating boulder. For the very first time, his real face is unmasked. A man with long, wild hair, glowing crimson eyes, and a heavily scarred, muscular physique. Now, you and I both know a boss transformation when we see one. A primal, sinister aura erupts from him, but Yi just smiles, completely unfazed. Now that is more like it. An invincible final boss like him should never fall this easily. Now unmasked, the villain roars in fury and charges. Countless spectral shadows swirl around him, creating a deadly vortex that shreds everything in its path. Their weapons clash, erupting into a furious purple and gold tempest. He is shocked by his opponent's insane boost. His speed and power have doubled since unmasking. The beast's red eyes glow wildly as a vortex of pure energy gathers all his remaining might. He swings with vicious speed, forcing Yi to barely raise his saber. A deafening screech echoes as a bone-shattering impact rattles his entire body. He stares at his weapon in absolute horror. His crystal saber, reinforced with nuclear power and monster energy, is instantly shattered, sliced clean in half like it was absolutely nothing. The enemy gives him no time to breathe. He swings again, his blade screaming with the icy song of death. A fatal strike comes for Yi, but he literally catches the blade with his teeth. With a maniacal grin, his crystal-coated jaw locks it tight. His eyes flare crazily as he whispers, "I finally caught you." With one shattering bite, the deadly sword explodes into countless shining pieces right inside the enemy's domain. He raises his fist, leaving the villain's eyes widening in shock. Without giving him a single second, Yi unleashes a devastating blue fist straight into his ribs. Boom! The monster howls as pure force rips through him. As the enemy stumbles, Yi's crystal-clad hand grips him tight. His voice drops to a chilling, mocking tone. "We are not done yet, valued customer." Yi roars defiantly. "Technician number 23 is absolutely thrilled to be at your service today." Immediately, he unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of devastating palm strikes all over him. Each brutal hit flashes with blinding blue light, targeting the most vital pressure points. Yi narrows his eyes, his brilliant mind coldly analyzing viciousness and deadly efficiency of the martial technique he is unleashing. He whispers, "Throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and groin. These are all the most lethal pressure points on any human." Plus, since Ouyang's copper spikes already pierced his flesh, his meridians are clogged, completely rupturing his flow of internal energy. These evil energy-infused strikes penetrate vital meridians, triggering total destruction from deep within. Under this highly calculated, brutal onslaught, the monster's body begins deforming in a truly grotesque fashion. In a desperate final effort, he drops his shattered hilt with only one plan left: to throw. He lunges in a desperate suicidal charge, swinging a newly formed blade that paints deadly purple arcs of energy in the air. Yet he calmly raises his armored arm, showing absolutely zero surprise. He says, his voice dripping with chilling calm, "I knew you would never give up this easily." The blade smashes into the stolen weapon in Yi's hand, but fails to pierce it by even a single millimeter. He continues, "Your only real chance to kill me was the moment I first arrived." With one sharp twist, he disarms him, sending his blade clattering away. "Trust me, this battle is far from over." Yi sneers, declaring that even under these perfect conditions, his maximum chance of success is a measly 30%. Stick with me to find out why. His face contorts with sheer rage and absolute determination. He roars, "Go to hell now!" A massive wave of blood-red and pitch-black energy erupts from his body, completely swallowing the dragon warrior in a massive explosion. Swept up in the violent energy storm, he gasps in shock, realizing this treasure fan is heavily infused with pure killing intent. That is exactly why it is even stronger than when Lanye held it. Yi charges forward, screaming that this is not over yet. Channeling every ounce of his remaining strength, he bellows a battle cry and unleashes his first strike. A terrifying blast of blue energy erupts, sending the dragon warrior's battered body flying back like a puppet with its strings cut. Suspended prepares his next strike. His cold voice echoes, "Second strike." He unleashes an even more devastating blow, the mountain-shattering Shadow Fist. Yi's relentless barrage of blows triggers a chain of violent explosions, tearing through nearby buildings like a devastating natural disaster. The dragon warrior now lies completely motionless amidst the ruins, his body shattered. The beast groans in agony. Yi's voice drips with pure contempt. "A dragon? I thought you would actually be strong, but you are nothing more than a pathetic worm." Crushed under this absolute overwhelming power, the dragon warrior's bloodshot eyes flare with rage. Only one single thought remains in his mind. "Kill him! Kill him now!" Looking coldly down at his dying enemy, he rests his blade against the beast's neck now. Watch closely as he ends it, softly whispering, "Farewell." With a single strike, the beast is decapitated, leaving a bloody green dragon pendant in his hand. He calmly mutters to himself, "It is finally time to end this game." Yan Zhengxiang is completely speechless, his eyes wide with absolute shock and terror after witnessing such devastating destructive power. As Yi walks back, he finds Zhengxiang still kneeling on one knee, completely paralyzed by disbelief. Zhuzhou and Liu Qingzhu stand nearby, staring at him with deeply conflicted expressions. Liu Qingzhu is the first to speak, her purple eyes wide with regret and worry as she says, "You really should not have gone to fight that dragon-masked freak all on your own." Zhuzhou, remaining calm and rational, softly points out that anyone other than Yi would have only gotten in the way. Qingzhu lowers her head, her voice cracking with guilt as she admits that Zhuzhou is absolutely right. "I was too heavily injured back then, unable to even use my martial skills. If I had gone with him, I would have only distracted him, forcing him to protect me instead of focusing on himself. If only I were stronger, I would not have been a burden dragging him down." Just then Yi suddenly pats her shoulder, asking with a curious face what she is spacing out about. Startled, Liu Qingzhu stammers in embarrassment, completely ignoring her obvious embarrassment. Yi asks if he can borrow her ox pendant for a moment. She shyly hands it over, allowing him to gather all the zodiac pendants and start carefully arranging them. He mutters, trying to arrange them in order from the rat to the pig. Once finished, he rests his chin on his hand, looking quite puzzled. Nothing is happening. Did I get the order wrong somewhere?" Yan Zhengxiang stands up, his sharp eyes locking onto the dragon pendant. He explains that this dragon pendant was never meant to belong to one of the masked hunters. Rather, it is a specialized hunter designed solely to hunt down and eliminate the other pendant holders. Under normal conditions, you cannot use this dragon pendant to pass the trial. Hearing this, Yi immediately removes the dragon pendant from the lineup. Suddenly, the entire space begins to shake violently. Yi asks in surprise if it worked, while Yan Zhengxiang looks equally shocked, wondering if they triggered some hidden mechanism. The night sky is suddenly ripped apart by a massive gold lightning bolt as a blinding light envelops them. "I know what you are thinking, but check this out." Yi screams, "Look at the sky. What on earth is that?" A colossal eye, burning like a blazing sun, stares down at the ruined city from the center of a swirling vortex. He can only gasp, "What is this thing?" A powerful beam of light from the eye sucks him upward. Falling through a vast, endless void, Yi opens his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, he finds himself sitting on a crowded train. Someone screams in shock, "Wow, I am actually alive. I remember being killed by a dragon-masked guy in a strange city. How did I end up back here? Is this real? Yes, many of us were slaughtered by that dragon monster. Was it all just a dream? How could so many people have the exact same dream?" Yi realizes, this is the Huadu University train. Did I really make it back? Is it possible that I have returned? Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes directly inside everyone's mind. "Attention all students, please remain completely calm. You were temporarily pulled into a magical illusion created by the Illusion Eye Divine Relic. This is actually this year's freshman entrance exam for the Imperial Capital University. Please relax and settle your emotions." A special announcement continues regarding this freshman exam. Yi, who hails from a small town, along with the team of Zhuzhou and Liu Qingzhu, he has successfully gathered all the zodiac pendants first, ranking number 1. In addition, Yi's exceptional performance earns him a special reward upon enrollment. On the train, other students whisper in excitement. "Who on earth is Yi? I died way too early to know what happened. Wasn't Ouyangze supposed to win? Where even is this small town anyway? How could a top genius from a major city lose to someone from some random small province and collecting every single pendant? How is that even possible? We could not even defeat a single masked hunter. Maybe he is actually the hidden heir of some incredibly powerful elite martial arts family? I definitely need to get close to this Yihe. Meanwhile, Yihe feels a strange sensation, thinking to himself that it has finally arrived. A notification screen suddenly pops up right in front of him, explaining that meeting specific hidden criteria unlocks special rewards. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully outperformed all other freshmen in the Illusion Eye trial. You are rewarded with one custom draw. Yihe turns to Juzhou, muttering with a hint of annoyance, "Juzhou, pass me a wet wipe. I need to wash my hands thoroughly." As he prepares to claim his prize, he concentrates deeply, telling himself that there better not be any cheap tricks this time. Revealing a muscular red humanoid creature with bat wings, a status screen appears. D-Class Template C13 Vampire Awaken. Bloodline Ability Corpse Infection. 1%. Evolution Form. As the high-speed train rushes forward, the Huadu University's sign signals the start of a brand new journey. Ouyangze approaches a quiet Yihe, asking him directly, "You are Yihe, right?" But Yihe is lost in thought, muttering, "A vampire? What a lucky draw. You and I can't wait to see what happens next. Let's jump into a story where I just helped an SR tier golden body. Despite its weak bloodline, its evolved form can actually freeze time, so overpowered." Nearby, the massive Reem Chinhung nervously blocks Aoduang Track, thinking, "Track, stay calm. If you pick a fight with Dish He on this train, there is no hospital nearby." Meanwhile, Aoduang Track gasps in disbelief, asking Dish He, "Did you really defeat a star tier mask?" Dick He raises his sharp eyes. His voice is cold and decisive. "Let me correct you." Hearing this, Aoduang Track freezes. Cold sweat pours down his forehead as two words echo in his mind: "Killed him." Snapping out of it, Aoduang Track stands tall in the train car, declaring boldly to everyone, "Dicky, I am planning to start a brand new club in Huadu, completely independent from the student council. I want to invite you to join, and I will even make you the president." Aoduang Track's eyes shine with hope as he extends his hand out to Dish He. His voice is pure passion. "Dish He, your strength gives me the courage to break the outdated traditions of Huadu. Join us." Instantly, the entire train car erupts into excited whispers. Shocked murmurs erupt everywhere. The incredibly proud Aoduang Track is actually reaching out to invite Dish He, and he even wants him to be the president? This could be the birth of a legendary new faction in Huadu. What a historic moment. But pay attention here, because Dish He is about to stun everyone. "I have no interest in student council turf wars or starting clubs. I prefer going solo." The crowd instantly freezes. What? He actually unbelievable. What a historic shutdown. Who exactly is this Dish He guy to dare turn down someone as powerful as Aoduang Track anyway? What a shame. But Aoduang Track does not get angry at all. He just smiles and pulls out a business card, saying sincerely, "No worries, here is my card. We will always look forward to working with you, Dish He." As the sun dips behind the power lines, marking the end of the day, the train slowly grinds to a halt. Chua Chow whispers, "We have arrived." Dish He turns around with a curious look. But once those doors slide open, his jaw completely drops in shock and he can only gasp. Wow, so this is the legendary Huadu? It definitely lives up to the hype of a massive metropolis. Dish He mutters, absolutely awestruck by the massive neon-lit skyscrapers stretching all the way to the horizon. As students step off, the futuristic platform buzzes with incredible energy. A staff member smiles and announces, "Attention all Huadu University freshmen, please head through this gate to reach the campus." Footsteps and rolling suitcases click-clack as the crowd files inside. Suddenly, the entire crowd freezes, their faces struck with pure unadulterated shock. A massive, gleaming, futuristic airship slowly descends in a spectacular display. The loudspeaker booms, "Your seats correspond to your original train seats." In the crowd, Dish He playfully makes a finger gun and pokes Lu. "Lu Thon Chuk, little Thon Chuk." The girl startles with a quick squeak. Right next to them, a gorgeous white-haired woman, likely her mother, glares at him. She strictly warns her, "Thon Chuk, remember that even though you are engaged to Dish He, you are not married yet. Do not get too cozy in public, and do not let that brat take advantage of you." At the same time, she locks Dish He's head in a tight grip, making him cry out, "Ouch, auntie, what are you doing? We are in public, you know." Internally, he is completely baffled. Public? Did she take the wrong medicine today? Wait, why do we even have to fly anyway? Lu Tanchuk pouts, annoyed. Why did her mom promise her to a country bumpkin like him? Looking up at the night sky, she calmly explains, "Because the university is in the sky. Now look up with them, because this sky city is absolutely mind-blowing." In the sky? Floating majestically among the clouds, a massive flying city of modern architecture and blazing lights reveals itself. Huadu University. The airship glides right through a giant hexagonal energy grid protecting the city. He stares thoughtfully out the window, realizing that massive electromagnetic barrier must be there to keep out dangerous monster invasions. Even my detection range got heavily restricted here. This place is the real deal. As they land, a guide calls out, "Keep your student IDs safe." He looks down at his card. Student ID, Dicky male, first-year student. Evaluation, S grade. A sleek maglev train awaits them. Please head over to the maglev station to head straight to the dorms. The train shoots off at dizzying speed alongside a massive tower. One excited student points outside, shouting about reaching a new city. Where did this weirdo come from? In the elevator, Dicky says. My room is on floor 42, unit A3. What about you, Chuachao? Chuachao replies, I am on floor 45, unit B7. He says, so you are higher up, I will get off first. Stepping inside, his jaw drops. A single dorm room spanning 100 square meters? These students are living the dream. He looks around in pure excitement. The latest high-end computer setup, fully stocked amenities, and even a massage bathtub. Honestly, who could ever say no to a massage bathtub? Cheering in delight, Dishy flops onto the incredibly plush bed. He feels like he is staying in a high-end 5-star luxury hotel. After a moment of bliss, he sits up with a sly grin. Alright, time to get down to business. First, I need to max out my evolved dragon template. Back on the train, he figured out how to scan a barcode with his phone to log into the exclusive university app, Hodo Pass. The Academy Marketplace is exclusive to Hodo Pass, using Academy points as their digital currency. He already converted over 20 million coins at the bank into points. Suddenly his phonings with a notification. 322.43 points. Dishy's eyes widen in absolute shock. Wait, 100,000 coins only gets me 1 point? This is straight up highway robbery. Still, the school market is bound to have some legendary top-tier gear. Sitting on his bed, he stares intently at the glowing screen. His fingers fly across the screen, browsing the exclusive shop. This place is packed with tons of ultra-rare treasures that would never hit the open market. Truly a major perk. He grins with excitement. Without a single second of hesitation, he decides to dump all his points into buying blood attribute magic cores. He calculates his budget confidently. After all, even that massive giant template took less than 10 million coins to push its compatibility rate past 90%. Click-clack. He completes the transaction instantly. Almost immediately, a soft whirring hum sounds from the balcony as a high-tech drone flies in to gently deliver a package. A sweet electronic voice speaks. Thank you, student. Good luck on your path. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest monster templates out there. He is amazed when his package arrives by drone. Talk about high class. With an eager, mischievous smile, he pops open the lid. Inside, magic cores sparkle like blue sapphires, radiating a thick blood-red energy. Licking his lips, he whispers that it is finally time to power up. But right after swallowing them whole, an excruciating pain hits, ripping through his stomach. Eating so many at once is absolute torture as he clutches his abdomen, his body twitching violently. His hands clench as blue veins bulge across his skin. Suddenly, razor-sharp claws begin to burst from his fingertips, dripping with fresh, dark blood. Right then, a system notification flashes before his eyes. Text scrolls across the screen showing the vampire template is at over 100% compatibility. System alert. The legendary vampire bloodline is now officially unlocked. His infinite monster template profile updates showing his constitution score has passed 29. He stands up and looks in the mirror. His once dark eyes are now glowing like burning coals, webbed with eerie crimson veins. He feels pure, raw power coursing through his veins, flashing a highly satisfied grin. This transformation is absolutely unreal. He gently runs his tongue over his newly grown razor-sharp fangs, their tips stained blood red. A dark, sinister thought crosses his mind as he realizes how incredibly lethal these new fangs really are. Tearing through his enemies and drinking their blood will now be as effortless and sweet as sipping milk tea. Meanwhile, his pale fingernails have completely morphed into deadly blood-red talons that gleam under the dim light. Now pay attention to this. He spreads his hands, admiring his sharp talons as a wild, psychotic gleam flares up in his crimson eyes. Blood begins to trickle from his eyes, staining his pale cheeks. He whispers in a raspy, ominous voice that he has a crazy idea. Boom. He suddenly punches himself dead in the chest in a terrifying act of self-destruction. Gasping, the blow sends him stumbling into the bathroom, where he collapses over the sink with his entire body shaking violently. Coughing uncontrollably, he spits out a mouthful of thick, dark blood. The wounds around his mouth and throat look horrific, as if something just tore him apart from the inside. But then a miracle happens. His flesh starts to knit back together on its own, and the open wounds close up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, he wipes the blood from his chin. His healing factor is faster than ever. He stares at his hands, feeling a vibrant surge of life. The vampire class regeneration is mind-blowing, but this physical change is just the start. The most important part of this upgrade is his massive new power. To test his vampire lineage, he steps into the empty room next to his bedroom. It is a vast, quiet space reinforced with heavy-duty materials. In a world obsessed with martial arts, even university dorms have private training fields. Yi strips off his shirt, revealing a ripped, muscular physique. Thick, blood-red energy erupts from his body, wrapping him in a dark crimson cocoon that radiates a savage, ancient pressure. His eyes flare with an eerie blue light, contrasting sharply with the crimson energy swarming around him. He smirks and whispers a soft command. Behind him, the blood energy condenses into a terrifying summon. Boasting massive bat wings, bone armor, and sharp claws, it growls with immense malice. Yi turns to face the nightmare creature he just summoned. Grinning with absolute confidence, he taunts the beast, telling it to go ahead and hit him with everything it has. The beast lets out a deafening roar as it prepares to strike. Its wings snap shut as a phantom entity with a white body and red roses manifests directly behind it. Let's see if he can survive this. An earth-shattering explosion erupts as the beast's fist collides with Yi, who crosses his arms to tank the direct hit. At the point of impact, a burst of crimson energy explodes as phantom blood rose petals flutter and fade. The sheer force is so intense that his arm bones immediately crack under the pressure. The shockwave is absolutely devastating, blasting Yi backward into the reinforced training wall with a thunderous, earth-shaking crash. Dusting himself off, he merely smiles and whispers that the punch was incredibly intense. Now it is time to test his ultimate time-freezing ability. He takes a deep breath, focusing all of his will and energy before roaring out his command to freeze time itself. Instantly, everything in the gym halts, leaving even the tiny dust particles suspended perfectly in mid-air. 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds pass. As he hits his absolute limit, the space around him begins to crack like shattered glass. Fresh blood trickles from his nose, but Yi grits his teeth, his blue eyes burning with fierce determination. Is 5 seconds really his limit? No way, he has to push past it. He roars in his mind as time drags forward heavily. 5.1 seconds, 5.2. The blood vessels in his eyes feel ready to burst as tears of blood run down his face. The mind-splitting pain is agonizing, but he desperately holds on to 5.4 seconds. His rose summon, usually as solid as a fortress, finally shatters under the intense pressure into countless energy fragments. As space snaps back to normal, Dish collapses to his knees, his whole body trembling as he gasps for air. Wearing a tired but deeply satisfied smile, he mutters that 5 seconds is the limit of a normal body, but definitely not his limit. The next morning, Yi and Joe walk through the sunny Academy City. Shielding his squinting eyes from the bright sky, Yi complains, prompting Joe to ask if he is serious. Yi nods, admitting the light bothers him. He realizes that after fusing with the vampire template, he has developed an annoying, sudden hatred for bright sunlight. While he will not turn to ash like a real vampire, the burning sensation is still incredibly annoying. Joe suddenly asks if he has read about the university's massive academic reforms this year. Still squinting, Yi lazily replies that he has not, asking what is going on. He spent all night training his new vampire template in the gym, ignoring everything else. Joe explains that the university has replaced standard lectures with a brand new elite group mentorship system. This means students will study directly under a main advisor for the entire school year, while also having the option to seek extra guidance from assistant advisors whenever they need help. Scratching his head, Yi asks if they need to search for an advisor. Joe shakes his head, correcting him that only he needs to find one, not Yi. Completely confused, Yi asks what he means. Joe holds up his phone to show a group notification. Reading the screen, Yi learns that because he collected all 12 zodiac pendants, the school has granted him the rare privilege to choose any advisor he wants, and absolutely nobody is allowed to reject him. Yi mutters that posting this announcement in the public chat is a bit boastful. Soon they arrive at the crowded physical training hall, which is already packed to the brim. Looking around the sea of students, Yi is stunned by the crowd. Joe explains that candidates enter in groups of 3 for evaluation. He tells Yi to head in first while he explores. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Since I can choose any advisor, it doesn't matter when I join. Come along with me as this wild story begins. Yi starts wandering alone across the massive campus, complaining to himself about how boring this advisor selection is. Suddenly, his sharp sense of smell twitches as a trace of crimson aura, looking like an invisible ribbon of blood, drifts past his nose. Yishi's eyes widen. That is the undeniable smell of fresh blood, and cold sweat immediately breaks out on his forehead. If it were just normal blood, it wouldn't be weird, but this scent carries an underlying malice, like a hidden current of sin and slaughter. It stirs up the killer intent inside me. I have to find where it's coming from. Following the scent with a pounding heart, he spots a little white-haired girl with twin buns sitting in a secluded corner. She is happily holding a milk carton, sipping away through a straw as if she doesn't have a single care in the world. The little girl lets out a soft sigh of pure satisfaction. Yishi just stands there, completely frozen, unable to believe his own eyes. Could such a cute little girl really be the source of that terrifying, suffocating, murderous aura? I must have made a mistake. Sensing his intense gaze, she looks up, her burning orange eyes with strange pupils staring directly into his soul. She stands up and tilts her head, asking a shocking question. Hey kid, have you been training in the fiend god physical body technique? Yishi is completely stunned. How? How did she know that? He wonders how someone who looks like a child can act like a grumpy old lady, and why is she calling him a kid anyway? She shrugs and casually replies, because I was the one who helped little Hu modify that cultivation technique. Yishi's eyes go wide. Little Hu? An image of a massive, muscular man with spiky hair immediately flashes through his mind. The little girl simply nods and confirms, yep, that's me. She crosses her arms, sizing him up. Liu Chenghu was my disciple 90 years ago. You are his student, right? Yishi is utterly confused. Are you seriously kidding with me right now? Sure, martial artists can break past normal human limits. Even grandmasters aged 82 to 90 can still look like they are in their absolute prime. But what about a kid who still smells like baby formula? He continues his train of thought. For those who practice high-level martial arts, modifying their entire bone structure to resemble a little child is not entirely impossible. But the white-haired loli standing right in front of him, with her pure and innocent look, it could be cute or silly depending on who you ask, but no Oscar-winning actor could ever fake this level of innocence. Suddenly her eyes glow deep red, releasing a chilling wave of pure killer intent. What is it? You don't believe me? Yishi lets out a forced, awkward laugh and raises both hands. I would rather believe Qin Shi Huang is still alive than trust your words. Now watch closely, because right after those words, a terrifying illusion invades Yishi's mind. He sees his own head lying beneath a massive guillotine, surrounded by an endless, horrifying sea of deep red blood. His decapitated head lies under the blade in a pool of blood, and standing over him is none other than the white-haired girl. She now appears as a demon with glowing red eyes in the dark. Gasping in pure horror, he snaps out of the illusion. Yishi takes a step back, his heart racing as cold sweat pours down like rain. He stammers out, was that just an illusion? Clutching his chest, he tries to calm down. That killer intent was so overwhelming that he genuinely felt like he was about to be executed. In absolute panic, his survival instinct kicks in. Yichi roars, preparing to unleash his inner power, blood devour, but his chant is abruptly cut short by an unexpected burst of sweetness. The little girl had casually popped a lollipop, her favorite treat, right into his mouth. All Yishi can do is mumble in utter confusion. Instantly, that terrifying killer intent vanishes into thin air. She presses her hands together and bows apologetically. Sorry kid, I guess I went a bit too far. Please do not report me to the academy staff, alright? I am only allowed out under supervision for 1 or 2 hours a week. It is so boring. Yish, still sucking on the lollipop, stands there dazed, unable to process this sudden 180-degree flip. He hesitantly asks, who are you? The little girl winks playfully, pointing 2 fingers at her cheek as she proudly introduces herself. I am Gong Ke, a super powerful grandmaster. And let me tell you a little secret. Back when the current principal of Huado University, Shi Qinwen, was just a little kid, I actually made him cry like a baby. Boom. Yishi suddenly drops down, his knees hitting the hard ground with a loud thud. You and I can see a crazy plan starting to take shape in his mind. If Gong Ke actually modified that high-level martial arts technique, she can definitely help him break through his current bottleneck. She is a combat-specialized grandmaster, and their fighting styles align perfectly. Looking up, he clasps his hands in a traditional disciple bowing posture and shouts, Master, I, Yishi, have wandered half my life without finding a worthy mentor. Today, I formally request to become your disciple, Master Gong Ke. Please accept me. Even Gong Ke is completely stunned by this sudden move. She just blinks with a look of pure confusion. Huh? Back in the physical education hall, up on the spectator stands, 5 powerful figures are watching closely. They are the deans of the 5 major academies of Huado University. Below, students are whispering. Those are the 5 deans. Why would they care about freshmen like us? Another student replies, then why else would they be here? Just to waste their precious time. An insider chimes in, of course not. Haven't you heard the news? That freshman Yishi actually completed the Zodiac Challenge. The deans are definitely here because of him. What the freshmen do not know is that the entire Zodiac trial was broadcast live, and the audience was the entire faculty of Huado University. Starting from the announcement on the train, the instructors watched how each student reacted to the sudden crisis. An artificial intelligence facial recognition system graded their reactions. Those who naively thought it was just a simple test and rushed in completely unprepared received very low scores. Once inside the Zodiac City, students were evaluated on their combat intelligence, practical martial skills, and leadership abilities shown during battles with those masked Zodiac warriors. Even if a student did not defeat any of the Zodiac warriors, displaying outstanding performance in any of these areas would still earn them a high score. Yishi was the only student to receive the absolute highest score in every single category, but even that was not enough to shock the 5 deans. What truly shocked them was that he killed the Dragon Mask, a boss who was not even part of the trial and whom anyone else would have died facing. A white-haired dean says that Yishi probably does not even realize who the Dragon Mask really is. He is actually a digital model created by the Xia State supercomputer, NUKES, modeled after the data of the legendary National Guardian martial artist Fu Hongxing when he first entered Huado University decades ago. A majestic vision of Fu Hongxing with divine double pupils appears. The dean continues that although the supercomputer could not fully replicate Fu Hongxing's divine double pupil technique in the simulation, Fu remains the strongest martial artist in the history of the Xia State and the entire world. No one has beaten his record at Huado University for over a century. Yet Yishi defeated a model trained purely on the data of that absolute legend. Even without his full power, defeating that model proves Yishi is a total genius. As long as nothing goes wrong in his training, he is guaranteed to become a grandmaster, or maybe even a legendary great grandmaster. And you and I will definitely be right here to watch it all unfold. The deans nodded in agreement, and honestly, you and I can only hold back our excitement while waiting for Yishi to officially find his advisor. Some bad news, Dean. A panicked assistant ran in, gasping that Yishi had already chosen Gong Ke, the former Imperial University professor and current special grade instructor, as his personal advisor. Hearing this, all 5 deans stared in absolute shock, their jaws dropping. They shouted in unison, "What?" Meanwhile, back outside, Gong Ke asked, "You want to be my disciple?" Gong Ke asked as Yishi hugged her tightly, fearing she might run away. Yishi shouted back, "Yes, I officially recognize you as my master." He thought to himself, thank goodness this loli is over 100 years old, otherwise kneeling before her in broad daylight like this would get me at least 3 years in prison. Gong Ke sighed and said dejectedly, "But unfortunately I have been expelled from the university." Yishi's eyes lit up as he confidently replied, "Master, you said you are only allowed outside for 1 to 2 hours a week, right? If you take me as your disciple, I will find a way to win back your freedom within 2 years. Rilonka's eyes sparkled like stars as she cheered, "All right, I accept." Right then, a system notification chimed in Yishi's head. Recruitment successful. Wait a second. A flash of light erupted as the 5 deans materialized. Gong Ke grumbled, "More busybodies. Now pay close attention to this standoff," as the stern dean spoke up, "Senior Gong Ke. Didn't you promise not to interact with students during your temporary release? And honestly, given your current mental state, you are not in a fit condition to be teaching anyone at all." Another dean added, "That is right, Senior Gong Ke. Please just go home." Gong Ke completely ignored them, turning directly to Yishi to say, "Let's go home." "Huh? Oh sure, what is your name anyway?" Yishi immediately cupped his hands in a respectful bow, replying, "Master, my name is Yishi." Ignoring the deans trying to stop her, Gong Ke flashed a bright smile and waved at Yishi. She began skipping away, looking as cheerful as a carefree child. "All right, Yishi, come home with me." Yishi smiled and gently floated after her, leaving the 5 deans standing frozen in utter helplessness. Soon they arrived in front of a massive skyscraper with an incredibly bizarre and modern design. The entire building was wrapped in blue glass panels that beautifully reflected the sky. The grand words Huadu Research Institute stood out majestically. As soon as they landed on the rooftop, Gong Ke spun around joyfully with open arms, enjoying her freedom while Yishi quietly observed his surroundings. With a soft click, an automatic door slid open. Gong Ke stepped inside happily, with Yishi following close behind into a quiet state-of-the-art elevator. Yishi asked about this curiously, and Gong Ke calmly replied, "It is mainly because over the past few decades I had some mental issues and kept hurting people. So Huadu arranged for me to live here." Fortunately, in recent years I have learned how to control myself, which is why I am occasionally allowed to go outside and stretch my legs a bit. Hearing this, Yixi's eyes lit up. So I am your first disciple in decades? Gonka turned to look at him with a strange expression. You certainly have an unusual way of thinking. Shouldn't you be scared? Yixi laughed nervously, sweating bullets. But let's be honest, you and I would also be terrified of getting sliced into tiny pieces. With a ding, the elevator doors closed. The display panel showed the floors going down to an unbelievable level, -666. The doors opened to an absurdly long and narrow corridor, entirely made of pure white metal. Yixi was astonished. Why is the hallway in such a massive research facility so narrow? Gonka casually replied, because it is designed for me to walk through alone. Yixi pointed to a door at the end of the hallway. There is a number flashing on the door. What is that countdown timer for? Above the door, a red digital clock displayed 0 hours and 11 seconds. Damn it, we are out of time. Get inside, quickly! Gonka suddenly screamed in panic and bolted forward. Yixi rushed after her, shouting, Master, what does that countdown actually do? Gonka explained in absolute desperation as they ran. Every time I leave, that timer starts ticking. If I do not return in time, the alarm will ring directly in the office of the Huadu Chancellor. When that happens, the university will officially hunt me down. Yixi gasped, is it really that serious? Beep! The timer hit 0. In that split second, Yixi grabbed Gonka in time, pulling them both tumbling inside. The thick steel door slammed shut right behind them. A pink hexagonal energy barrier materialized, sealing them in. We made it. Gonka let out a huge sigh of relief. Yixi stood up, immediately sensing a bizarre change. There is some kind of magnetic field here. My martial arts energy cannot materialize properly outside my body, which means that any of my martial arts techniques will be severely weakened inside this place. Gonka turned around, crossed her arms, and said casually, of course, this is my solitary confinement cell after all. To stop me from escaping, Shi Jinwen and his boys built this massive 3-story house for me. Yixi looked up, completely dumbfounded. Gonka threw herself lazily onto a plush sofa, kicking her legs up. This place is fully equipped with entertainment rooms. There is a gym, everything, but they also installed high-power magnetic dampeners to constantly disrupt martial arts energy, just in case I ever feel bored enough to break my way out. Yixi looked around in total disbelief. She called this a prison cell, but it was honestly a high-end luxury apartment where every single comfort was fully provided. It felt more like they were serving Master Gonka here rather than locking her up. Meanwhile, in the private office of the Huadu University Chancellor, Shi Jinwen sat in deep thought when a panicked assistant rushed in to report, Chancellor, we have bad news. Yixi has officially become Gonka's disciple. Shi Jinwen simply replied with absolute calm, just let him be. He then continued, remember, our ultimate goal here at Huadu is not to produce a bunch of average talents. We are cultivating someone who can shoulder the very future of Xiaoying. A glint flashed behind his glasses as he added, when a real genius appears, our job is to support them completely and let them grow with absolute freedom. Just let him train under Gonka's guidance for the time being. The special training camp for our local freshmen is coming to an end, and Yixi will be the whetstone to sharpen those young, unrefined blades. Understood, Chancellor. The assistant bowed deeply and reported, Chancellor Yixi has successfully entered the confinement zone with Gonka. So far, everything remains fully stable. The monitor then displayed her profile, boldly marked with the word danger. The screen detailed Gonka, special grade warrior. Risk of losing control 5 to 14%. Survival rate of anyone sharing a room with her 95%. Sharing a room with Yixi, chance of injury 38%. Successful rescue rate only 10.3%. Safe rescue window 1 to 3 minutes. Predictive analysis shows she still has a 5% risk of losing control. And trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. You and I are starting off with some brutal odds. He has an 89.7% chance of dying before rescue, and even if saved, a 95.3% chance of not making it. Yu Chang looks out the window, his silhouette looking incredibly lonely. He mutters that special-grade warriors are either death row convicts with immense power or fighters with uncontrollable strength due to unique circumstances. The government restricts their freedom during peacetime, but when the Xia Kingdom faces a real crisis, they are deployed to the front lines as national-level weapons. Facing someone like that, Yi must be ready to embrace death. Without that kind of determination, how could he ever walk this path of absolute slaughter? He sighs, knowing time is running out for the Xia Kingdom. Fools from the Buck Brighton Federation and heretic fanatics from the god-descended nation, all plotting their next moves. Looking down at the city, he knows this new generation must grow up and they must do it fast. Back inside the training chamber on level B3 of the Soul Refining Hall, Gong Kei stands in the massive space, remarking that it has been decades since she last trained anyone. She proposes a spar to test his skills. Yi asks if she will suppress her power down to the martial artist level to fight him. Gong Ke scratches her head, laughing awkwardly as she forgot about that part. Wearing her tracksuit, she begins stretching and warming up, shouting out her counts as she moves her flexible body. Opposite her, Yi assumes a defensive stance, hands raised guardedly. He speaks firmly, telling Master Gong Ke that he is ready. Yi focuses deeply, silently, telling himself that he absolutely does not want to experience that horrifying guillotine illusion again. Now pay attention, because in a flash Gong Ke lunges forward like lightning, her red eyes glowing with killing intent, as she aims a lethal hand strike right at his vitals. He screams in his head, wondering what happened to a friendly spar, as her strike targets his weak spots. He feels completely overwhelmed by her sheer presence. He realizes he calculated 5 different dodges, but she moves faster than his thoughts. She is reading his body like an open book, leaving him with only one option, a direct clash. Yi roars, unleashing his full power as blue energy erupts around him, forming a jagged, thorny suit of bone armor. Raising his spiked, armored arms to block the lethal blow, Yi braces himself. Gong Ke grins excitedly, seeing right through his plan to use bloodline awakening for a counterattack. But she chuckles, claiming she is still much faster. In an instant she vanishes, reappearing right behind his back with mind-boggling speed. Boom! She unleashes a brutal barrage of strikes, making his armor shake violently under the impact. Yi screams in pain as her raw power pierces his defense, blasting him backward to stumble onto the ground while she lands gracefully. Holding his bloody arm after his armor shatters, Yi gasps in disbelief. He notes that she did not hold back at all, completely crushing his awakened state. Gong Ke brings some of his blood to her lips, licking it with sadistic delight as she laughs about how long it has been. Wiping the blood from his face, Yi's gaze turns incredibly sharp. Acknowledging he cannot match her in physical combat, he warns her that he is about to use an unfair martial art. Let's see how she handles this. He summons a massive phantom, a giant made entirely of pure roaring blue lightning. Gritting his teeth, he is glad he maxed out his giant form template last night. Gonk stares at the colossal summon, muttering that he is quite a monster for pulling off a martial art of this scale. Stretching her arms, a bright halo of energy radiates from her. She tells him that as his master, she might as well show off some of her real skills now. Leaping into the air, she unleashes a spin kick that sends a massive red slash colliding with his blue lightning, shaking the room with a thunderous roar. A blinding blue explosion engulfs the entire training hall. When the light fades, Yi's new form is revealed, a mechanical giant made of blue crystals and dark armor, crackling with lightning. Seeing this ancestral mechanical form, a spark of genuine amusement and impression shines in Gongke's glowing red eyes. The colossal mechanical giant slowly stands tall, its massive frame almost scraping the ceiling of the training hall. Exhaling softly, Gongke spins and releases a dark red energy vortex even more devastating than before. The impact smashes directly into his arm, cracking the ultra-hard crystal armor. Yi is terrified, knowing this armored shell should be 10 times more durable than his previous giant form, yet she tore through it like it was nothing but paper. He screams in agonizing pain as his crystal armor shatters completely. The giant blue eye of his machine flashes angrily, but Gongke lands on its shoulder, peering in to ask if he is hiding in the armor's mouth. He is terrified by her monstrous perception. Even with his vital signs completely shut down, she still spotted him as she smiles slyly, conjuring a pink energy ribbon in her hand. She tells him to come out before she drags him out, but crystal spikes suddenly erupt from the back, forcing her to leap back gracefully. Yi challenges her, asking if her incredibly powerful attacks will be able to cut through this next defense. From his chest, a blazing blue sphere of energy forms, radiating intense heat. He grins, knowing his nuclear breath might not melt her, but wanting to see how she defends against it. Suddenly, the scenery shifts as thorny chains erupt from the shadows, binding him tightly. He finds himself trapped beneath that familiar guillotine once more, watching the massive freezing blade begin its deadly descent. Activating his vampire bloodline to freeze time right before the blade hits, Yi suddenly appears behind her rose entity as the world grinds to a complete halt. She pushed him to his limits, trapping him inside her domain of pure killing intent. To break free from this mental illusion, he must fight back with his own willpower. Inside this illusion, her rose form unleashes a devastating barrage of flaming fists, but Yi fights back with absolute unbreakable resolve. The illusion shatters into pieces, returning them to reality. Yi slowly opens his eyes, his gaze calm and clear once more. He finds himself on the floor as Gongke nudges him, complaining that he is finally awake. What a wild duo, right? Let's dive into this epic scene where his tough turtle shell gets shattered. Yi weakly calls out for his master, sitting up in the rubble, mumbling, "It really looks like you brutally ripped me right out of that transformed monster's giant mouth, master. And that tough crystal shield I created to protect my real body? You smashed it to pieces like it was nothing." But that is definitely not something possible at the martial apprentice level. Yi narrows his eyes, staring at his master with absolute suspicion, asking if she cheated. Gongke turns away, tossing her hair proudly. "Cheated? I beat you fair and square. How is that cheating?" Yi asks back with a look of pure disbelief. "Really?" Gongke hesitates. "Well, maybe I used a little more force than necessary. You know I am super strong, so it is hard to hold back in just a couple of moves." Yi just silently stares at her, his expression unchanged. Under his intense gaze, Gongke starts sweating, gulping. Suddenly, she bursts into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. All right. I won't break the rules next time, okay? Please don't be mad. It has been decades since I had anyone to play with." Gongke's crying echoes through the massive training hall. Yi jumps up in panic, waving his hands frantically, begging her to stop crying. Still sitting on the floor, Gongke sniffling. Hearing his comforting words, she looks up with teary eyes, sobbing and asking if he will stay. Yi smiles warmly. "I worked so hard to become your disciple, why would I leave?" Gongke clears her throat, saying, "Ahem, I was not crying earlier, by the way." Gongke suddenly stands up, hands on her hips, puffing her chest out to look tough. Yi can only think, "Nice subject change, master." Walking over to the fridge, Gongke says, "Well, now I have a really good grasp of your actual strength. You are not on my level yet, but compared to most people, you definitely have talent. Now here is where it gets interesting. Pay attention. The training is finally about to start." Yi stares at her back with pure determination, asking to learn advanced techniques and how she sliced through lightning and his robotic arm. Crack! Gongke pops open a soda can. "You mean my slicing technique? That is extremely hard to teach." "You will get a feel for it after slicing enough things." Yi wonders what kind of feeling, as Gongke's crimson eyes flash, and a thin curve of light appears before him. No matter if it is a human body, a magical beast, or any object, there is always a precise entry point, a line that can be cut cleanly. You can call it the death line. Yi mutters, cold sweat dripping down his face. This deathline style seems completely different from that divine dragon guy who specializes in slashing. If the divine dragon's slash is all about overwhelming raw power and piercing sharpness, then his master's cut is more like a butcher's flawless precision, perfectly clean with unmatched technique. Gongke sits down and takes a sip of her soda. "If you want to learn that, it will be complicated. I suggest you become a martial artist first. Without a solid martial arts foundation, you will not even be qualified to learn most of my techniques." Yi sits down next to Gongke and asks if she knows the difference between an apprentice and an artist. He explains it is not just about physical training, but the mind as a spiritual eye opens in his head. Compared to apprentices, martial artists gain a vital new ability called inner vision. With inner vision, an artist goes from practicing broad martial arts to refining precise microscopic movements. Through this inner vision, they can see their own meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, then use massive martial energy to reinforce them, expanding the limits of their physical body. To put it simply, a powerful mind must come first, followed by physical strength. Makes sense, right? Yi smiles with absolute confidence. He never expected Gongke to be such an incredible teacher, truly worthy of her title as an Imperial University professor. Even if she is slightly crazy, her vast knowledge is not diminished at all. That being said, since fusing with the Makadung template and awakening Gagarudo, he has felt his mental stats rise significantly, which will give him a massive advantage at the martial artist stage. He turns to ask, "So what is the difference in breakthrough methods once you reach that level?" Gongke begins explaining that breakthrough techniques and martial skills are ranked into 4 distinct tiers: heaven, earth, mortal, and unranked. She continues, explaining that students from vocational colleges or lower-tier schools only use unranked techniques. The benefit of these is they are incredibly easy to use, meaning anyone with enough energy and martial power can break through. In fact, over 80% of martial artists break through using unranked methods. But students at Huadu University start with mortal tier methods as their absolute minimum. Yi frowns, asking, "So what about the heaven and earth tiers?" Gongke looks into the distance. Heaven tier skills are basically sacred relics. Most are found in hidden realms or ancient ruins, and might not even exist anymore. She puts her arm around Yi, whispering, "Even our Imperial University only possesses a single one. And with your current rank and authority, there is absolutely no way you can access it." Then her mood shifts instantly as she excitedly says, "But you can learn an Earth-tier breakthrough technique." An ancient dark red book with fine gold patterns appears in Gonka's hand. She introduces it as the Bodhi Heart Sutra, the very Earth-tier breakthrough technique that they have mastered. Little Hu's Devil Soul Corpse Bind was actually inspired by this exact method. Yishi's eyes light up like two brilliant stars, and he screams in excitement, "I want to learn it." "Great, let's start right now. Prepare yourself to experience the killing intent domain I created just for this." Gonke tosses her empty soda can into a nearby machine. Wait again? Yishi panics as he realizes what is about to happen. Boom! A crimson wave of killing intent explodes, swallowing Yishi. Gonka licks her lips, her red eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh, how I love the smell of blood." That night, under the city's mystical moonlight, as class ends, Jujo walks out and spots Yishi standing alone. He approaches him with a friendly smile, saying, "Hey Yishi, how was your first day? I heard you became whoosh." A cold blast of killing intent suddenly grazes past Jujo's face, slicing off a few strands of his hair. Yishi is standing there, holding an icy sword with lifeless eyes, radiating a thick killing intent. He snaps out of it, quickly retracting his aura, stammering, "Oh, sorry, Jujo. That was just a reflex." Jujo frees sweat dripping down his temples. "Yishi, what?" Jujo looks at him, but what he sees is not a human anymore. Instead, it is a monstrous specter standing atop a mountain of corpses. "What on earth did you go through today?" 10 hours ago, inside the illusion realm, a drop of blood fell onto a quiet lake, sending ripples outward. Roar. From beneath the blood lake, countless crimson-eyed corpses rise up, rushing straight toward Yishi. Surrounded by a sea of zombies with only a dull knife? And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives since his master banned all martial arts and powers. Alright, you and I are about to watch this kid survive with nothing but a blade against a horde of zombies, carving his way through muscle memory. He is training his body to find the fatal strike zone instinctively, delivering fast, precise blows. Gritting his teeth, Yeha looks up with fierce determination, saying, "Alright, I get it. Okay, here I come." He dives straight into 7 zombies, unleashing lightning-fast slashes one after another. Watching from a distance, Gonka is absolutely amazed by his performance. She realizes training an Earth Fiend-grade technique inside this illusion is something most martial artists are not even qualified to try. If Yihei did not have crazy high mental stats, this crushing pressure would swallow him whole. Gonka's eyes light up with intense pride watching her student stand firm amidst this overwhelming sea of pure killing intent. Yihei truly deserves his reputation as the rising star of Huadu, and his future looks incredibly bright. Sometime later, back in his cozy dorm room. "Man, only one day passed and I am completely exhausted." Yeha sighs as he soaks in the warm bath, leaning back to relax. This place definitely lives up to its status as the best university in Xia State. Suddenly, his phone rings. Yeha glances at his phone to see Liao Qingju calling her profile showing a cute cartoon dragon. Over in her own dorm room, Qingju is lounging lazily on her bed with messy dark hair, holding the phone close. "Hey Qingju, what is going on?" Yi asks. Qingju rolls over onto her stomach, explaining that her mother sent over the item he wanted. She adds that her mom is incredibly grateful, since his help got her first place in the freshman challenge. Hearing that he wants to stop by her place to pick it up, Qingju panics as her cheeks turn bright red, quickly waving off the idea. Let us pay close attention to this next part because her flustered reaction is hilarious. She promises to send it via drone, then asks who he chose as his advisor. Qingju sits up to hug her dinosaur plushie, proudly announcing that Dean Bai took her in as a personal student due to her high potential. Yi congratulates her warmly, but Qingju immediately flips the question back, curiously asking him who he ended up choosing as his advisor. Still soaking in the tub, Yi realizes he should probably hide the fact that he rejected 5 deans in a row. Sharing that would definitely keep her awake all night. He hesitates, mumble replying that he got accepted by. He makes a muffled gargling sound. Qingju asks him to repeat that but is only answered by loud spitting noises. As the first semester slowly comes to a close, it has been a wild ride for the Huadu freshmen. Earlier, Ouyang Ze established the Blood Dragon Guild, bringing together young elites from all over the country. They quickly gained massive popularity among the freshmen. But naturally, once the local students returned from summer camp, major clashes with the Blood Dragon Guild broke out. Tensions escalated quickly, but the guild ended up losing far more fights than they won. This constant losing streak completely halted the rapid momentum of the Blood Dragon Guild. Right now, the most popular freshman on campus is Xiang Jianhui. After all, he was the absolute top scorer during the Huadu entrance examinations. His sheer power during the exam stream left everyone speechless, and rumor has it that Fu Hongsheng even praised him as a future national-level combatant. You and I both know how fast people forget. They are already asking if anyone actually remembers our main character anymore. After all, he has been completely out of sight for over 3 months. Meanwhile, deep underground at the research institute, Gongke is screaming at him to speed up. Standing on his back while he performs grueling push-ups, she explains that each of her steps injects pure, condensed martial energy straight into his body. Standing proudly on his back with her arms crossed, she adds that this energy, mixed with her insights on the Bodhi-Heart Sutra, will stabilize his newly reached martial artist realm. She boasts about him being lucky to feel her petite feet, but Yihe just grits his teeth with popping veins, muttering that this is absolute torture, not luck. He complains that she sealed his energy, making every push-up feel like he is lifting a massive mountain, while her energy inside him feels like it is tickling him to death. Gongke sneers, mocking him as a weakling who has not even finished 1,000 reps yet. Yihe roars, demanding to know who she is calling weak, before suddenly accelerating his pace as she cheers him on to push harder. Gongke bounces happily on his back, constantly urging him to go faster. Screaming in agony, Yihe pushes past 1,000 reps, triggering a massive explosion of crimson energy that erupts violently from his body. This overwhelming surge of energy completely tears down his exhausted muscles, instantly rebuilding them into a much stronger, perfectly tempered physique, refined by pure martial force. As he stands up with his newly perfected physique, Gongke screams, calling him a pervert because his shirt is gone, though she keeps peeking through her fingers. Yihe blushes and tells her to actually close her eyes if she is covering them, before announcing that it is finally time to end his training. Gongke asks sadly if he is leaving, and he points out that after being locked up with her for 3 months, he desperately needs some sunlight. With tearful eyes, she asks if he will return. Yihe smiles, telling her she is terrible at video games and needs to practice before he gets back. Gongke sticks her tongue out, claiming she does not want to play with him anyway, as Yihe finally steps outside and gazes at the massive skyscrapers. Gongke sticks her tongue out, claiming she does not want to play with him anyway, as Yihe finally steps outside and gazes at the massive skyscrapers. It has been 3 long months since he last felt the sun, and walking down these familiar streets feels like an eternity. But he is not just out here for a casual stroll. He has work to do. At Huadu, off-campus missions are a vital part of your academic grade. This involves hunting down wanted martial criminals, exploring mysterious realms, defending against beast tides, or even clashing with dangerous criminal syndicates and hostile foreign forces. Now you and I are heading straight to the student center with him to pick up a quest and reunite with his old friend. Yihe enters the center, greeting Jojo, who turns around with a joyful grin, surprised to see him finally back from his long training. Jojo complains about the wait, prompting Yihe to ask how his progress has been. Alright, let's jump back in as Jojo, who became a martial artist 2 months ago, meets Yishi for the first time in 3 months. On the outside, Yishi's aura and physique look exactly the same. But as Jojo narrows his eyes, he senses something is deeply off. That silence is actually the scariest change. Just how much has his strength grown, and can I even hope to match him now? 3 days ago, I watched a private match between Huadu's top freshman Hong Jianhui and the Blood Forest's vice president Ouyang Zai. Just as I expected, Ouyang Zai was completely crushed in under 10 minutes. And looking closely, Hong Jianhui was not even using his full power. Could Yishi actually beat him? Honestly, at this point, Hong Jianhui might not even be worthy of being Yishi's opponent. Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm late. A gorgeous girl with long black hair suddenly rushes over to them. This is none other than Liu Qingzhu. Yishi smirks as Qingzhu and Zhuzhou look on, completely clueless. Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu's mother appears out of nowhere and whispers into her daughter's ear. Qingzhu, remember, you two should act like a real couple with hugs, kisses, and all that. Hearing this, Qingzhu blushes furiously and stutters, wait, do that right now? As Yishi walks over, he asks, what on earth are you doing? We haven't met in 3 months and you won't even say hello? Suddenly, Qingzhu stands on her tiptoes, plants a quick kiss on his cheek and mutters, I really hate you. She shouts in embarrassment and runs off. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Yishi is completely clueless. Meanwhile, we see a massive high-tech arena where their upcoming battles will soon take place. Inside the Student Activity Center, a giant screen constantly flashes the latest high-reward missions and lists the legendary achievements of top students. Yishi, Zhuzhou, and Qingzhu sit in front of the control terminal. Yishi notes that he and Qingju have already finished 3 missions, hitting their quota. Zhuzhou simply grunts in agreement. We came today just to team up with you, Zhuzhou adds. Yishi points to the screen and says these 3 missions fit us best right now. First, a psychotic serial killer in Huangtan. A married woman there was perfectly skinned and literally turned into a coat rack. The body count has already climbed past 40, including a rank 7 martial artist. Our job is to capture or eliminate this rogue fighter. The second mission is investigating a bizarre beast tide in Liancheng, where monsters have mysteriously started flooding back into the secret realm, requiring us to find the cause. And finally, there is the anomaly in Lingshui County, where a tourist group reported mass sleepwalking and a sudden craving for raw meat. Shortly after, the entire team of freshmen and sophomores sent to investigate vanished completely. We need to find the cause and retreat if necessary. Qingju quietly ponders. The serial killer in Huangtan, the beast tide in Liancheng, and the anomaly in Lingshui. All 3 were originally Class 2, but Lingshui was just upgraded to Class 3. Huadu off-campus missions are rated Class 1 to 5, and the higher it goes, the deadlier it gets. Let's look closely at how insane this is. The only Class 2 mission Qingju did required a 10-person team, but Yishi just casually pulls out a black card with red patterns and says, "Do not worry, I have special privileges." A spectral projection of Gong Ke appears right beside him, cheerfully explaining, "Yaoshi, you can already hold your own against the best freshmen and sophomores. Very few can even trade blows with you now. What you need most right now are harder missions to truly sharpen your skills. With this card, you can take any mission in the academy. There are huge risks, and even Xuan Wu class warriors have fallen doing them." Naturally, Zhuzhou and Qingju are completely shocked, demanding to know where he got such a legendary item. Zhuzhou presses for answers, leaving Yishi totally flustered. Luckily, Qingju quickly changes the subject, asking Yishi what he thinks about the 3 missions. Yishi sighs in relief. He begins to analyze, noting that risk and reward always go together. The first task is tracking a criminal, which is highly inefficient since the authorities have failed for months. It is too difficult. The second option is the beast tide. But with the elite Dragon Breath forces deployed there, we will just be stuck doing boring busy work, completely shut out of real combat and intelligence. The third mission puts everything entirely in our hands. No safety net means massive danger, but as we know, the higher the risk, the greater the ultimate reward. If we fear danger and want to live like greenhouse flowers, why even bother becoming martial artists? I prefer the third choice. Qingju smiles warmly. I agree, Yishi says, smirking. I will follow Yishi, Zhuzhou concludes. Perfect, then we leave today. But at the reception desk, the female clerk slams her hand down, calling this absolute madness. Are you blind? An entire team of sophomores was just wiped out in Lingshui, yet 3 freshmen dare to take on a Class 3 mission? You are severely overestimating yourselves. Instructor, I have this privilege card, Yishi calmly responds. The woman roars, so you have learned how to lie now, huh? I am calling the director to expose you this instant. She turns around and dials the phone, her voice instantly turning meek. Yes, director, of course. Hanging up, her attitude flips a complete 180 degrees. She bows deeply, wearing a radiant smile. I wish you all a completely successful mission. Yishi mutters to himself, you know, I actually preferred your grumpy attitude. As they leave, Yishi tells his team to go pack their gear while he grabs something. He heads over to a bizarre building shaped like a giant robotic face, the Academy Forge of Magic Tech. Identity verified. Director, I am here to claim my weapon, the grand prize from that tide-turning battle. Yishi stands before the dean, who has a literal golden face. He notes skipping an Earth Fiend tier skill to choose a weapon instead. You have quite a sharp eye. If Senior Gong Ke had not spoken to you first. Anyway, enough talk. Admire what I crafted for you. A magnificent giant horse-chopping saber is presented before him. It lacks elemental attributes, but it channels martial energy with 95% efficiency. It is forged from a famous ultra-durable alloy called Stardust Gold, making it a top god-tier blade. This saber is 1.2 meters long, with a flat dark blade flecked with starlight, the signature mark of Stardust Gold. The spine features dense serrations shaped like the sun and moon to maximize its weight and crushing impact. Every single swing lands with absolute earth-shattering force. Yishi test swings the massive blade to feel its weight. The handle is wrapped in non-slip black leather laced with Stardust Gold fibers. As he swings, the blade cuts through the air, flashing with a cold light that literally freezes your blood. The weight is balanced, there is no drag, and it fits comfortably, Yishi remarks. The dean laughs, saying it is funny because the blade was actually built using his measurements from 3 months ago. Yet it still matches his new awakened strength. What can I say? The royal blacksmiths are truly on another level, Yi Shi says as he leaves. Of course, I dare say even Senior Kunke would call me daddy when it comes to forging. The dean boasts proudly, but then quickly clears his throat, adding, Ahem, Yi Shi, do not be foolish enough to repeat that to Senior Gongke, all right? Lingshui County. To keep things quiet, we are posing as ordinary college students doing a simple internship, Yi Shi explains to the group as they step off the bus. He closes his eyes to activate his life force sensor. Since he pushed his Demon Dragon template to 71% this semester, his sensing range should easily cover the entire district. I just worry our arrival might spook the rats hiding in the sewers, making them scatter. But let's check out our lodgings first, Zhu Zhao says. And trust me, you and I are about to see this simple mission go completely off the rails. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild mission that starts with a local offering, a cheap tricycle ride. Dishi smirks. The mission is officially on. Sitting in the tricycle, the driver strikes up a conversation, asking which school this polite young man attends. He asks if they are visiting for the holidays. Sticking to their cover story, Dishi replies that he is a local from Linchthu, bringing 2 classmates for a visit. He adds that he now studies in Van Thon. Shocked, the driver drops his cigarette, demanding to know his family name since he does not recognize the boy at all. Dishi calmly lies, claiming his late grandfather was Dishtho Dung, who passed away years ago before they moved. Suddenly, the driver gasps in realization. He eagerly asks if Dicky is old man Dick's grandsons. Dicky secretly rejoices, glad he studied the local dialect, and that Hoa Du's fake background story actually exists. The driver laughs heartily, warmly praising him for remembering his roots and promising him a blessed life. Soon, the tricycle pulls up right outside a grand, ancient wooden house. This is their secret Hodu base. As the driver leaves, he calls out, reminding little Ditch that Linchthui's biggest event is happening in just 2 days. It is their legendary triennial festival, and the driver insists on picking Dishi up if he feels too shy to leave. Dishi politely nods and promises to attend. Thanking the driver, they step inside. Dishi notes that the abandoned house has been empty for over a decade, leaving it completely ruined and desolate. Looking at the thick weeds and dust, they realize they have major cleaning to do. But watch closely because Chu Chao steps up, claiming cleaning is his absolute specialty before stomping his foot and releasing a massive blast of blue energy. That is not cleaning, that is a straight-up massacre, Lu Tan-chuk mumbles. Dish, he simply shrugs, calling it fast and efficient. Acting like a true professional Dish, he tells everyone to drop their luggage. He orders Chu Chao to install micro-cameras around the entire perimeter for constant surveillance. Dish, he and Lu Tan-chuk head inside, where the air is damp, heavy, and choked with cobwebs. Just minutes later, Lu Tan-chuk suddenly calls out from a deep, dark room, urging Dishi to come look at what she found. Keeping his guard up, Dishi asks what she discovered. She points to a small shrine, admitting she has no idea who or what it is dedicated to. Her voice is filled with confusion. Right in front of them stands a small wooden shrine, looking completely out of place amidst the ancient, dusty ruins. Inside rests a twisted, deformed statue made of tangled tentacles, its face covered by a red cloth. Dishi firmly declares that this creepy item does not belong here. Shocked, she asks him what he means by that. Dish, he points out that if this wooden shrine had actually sat inside this damp house for over 10 years, it would have rotted into dust. Although dusty, wiping it reveals that it is practically brand new. Hearing this, Chu Chao enters the room, silently radiating intense, cold, killing intent. An icy dagger condenses in his hand as he realizes an intruder placed it here. He growls that he hates how the creepy statue looks. He prepares to smash it, but Lu Tan-chuk quickly stops him, arguing that it could be a crucial clue they need to inspect first. Dishi agrees, yet a destructive ball of blue energy already crackles in his palm. Lu Tan-chuk spins around, yelling at him for agreeing while preparing to blast it. Sighing in total defeat, she covers her face and begs them to at least look under the red cloth before destroying the creepy thing. Her fingers tremble as she slowly lifts the red cloth. Instead of a face, a pair of glowing purple eyes glare from the dark with absolute malicious evil. Something is terribly wrong. Dishi shouts, instantly pulling Lu Tan-chuk back to shield her. Calling it a filthy monster, Dishi orders Chu Chao to strike. An icy blade of chi slashes the statue, but you and I are about to see something truly bizarre as the shattered wood begins to bleed thick black liquid. Instead of shattering, bubbling black slime oozes from the gash like boiling tar, releasing an incredibly foul, rancid stench into the room. Where do you think you are going, Ditch? He roars, his eyes flashing as he summons his stand. A powerful crimson entity manifests behind him, stretching out its giant hands to grab the escaping black mass. Instantly, the hand of Stan Fadno unleashes a blinding, explosive flash of light. Screaming in agony, the black mass deforms, revealing dozens of razor-toothed mouths screeching with agonizing, mind-shattering wails that echo through the old house. Dishi orders Chu Chao to seal the monster. Unleashing his full power, Chu Chao summons a raging blizzard that completely freezes the creature solid inside a block of spiked ice. Lu Tan-chuk stands frozen in place, her face completely pale with shock. She can only stutter out, asking what kind of monster this is. Speaking softly, Dicky summons a pure blue flame in his palm, channeling a warm energy that instantly dispels the dark corruption. Slowly, Lu Tan-chuk's terror-stricken eyes begin to focus once again. He explains to Chu Chao that she was temporarily infected by the creature's psychic energy, so he must infuse her with pure martial arts energy to purify the corruption. Shaking her head with a trembling voice, Lu Tan-chuk sighs in relief and says she is fine, feeling as though she just woke from a terrifying nightmare. The terrifying pressure is gone, replaced by a soothing warmth spreading through her body. Meanwhile, Dishi turns back to inspect the frozen monster with a cold glare. He realizes that all the strange anomalies in Lynch Thui must be linked directly to this creepy clay statue. Having secured their first major breakthrough, he orders his two teammates to stay behind and guard the frozen block. Saying he has some business to handle, a sinister, calculating grin slowly spreads across his face, his bright blue eyes flashing with the thrill of a hunter tracking his prey. He reveals that he secretly planted a microscopic tracking device onto the tricycle driver's vehicle earlier. If his timing is right, the trap is already set. There's no need for the driver to pick him up, because Dishi is coming straight for him. High up in Lynch Phi County, Kim Sun Temple sits solemnly on a foggy mountainside. Right outside the temple's back gate, the familiar rickety tricycle finally comes to a sudden stop. The anxious driver quickly climbs down, looking completely terrified. A young monk waiting nearby bows respectfully, telling the man that the abbot is already expecting him inside. Nodding in sheer terror, the trembling driver is led deep into the temple. Instead of the grand main hall, they enter a dark, damp, secret corridor hidden right behind an old stone wall. The passage opens into a massive underground hall flanked by giant bronze statues. At the far end stands a massive gate covered in yellow talismans, radiating an incredibly heavy spiritual pressure. The monk introduces Liu Chen-sin, who met the blessing standard. "You and I must proceed carefully." "All right, you and I are diving straight into this creepy temple, where the monks have brought a wealthy donor named Lu Kong-sing. He claims he has something extremely important to report to the abbot." A raspy, hoarse voice echoes from behind the closed door, asking why the benefactor has visited so suddenly. But before he can even finish his sentence, the voice suddenly cuts off. Inside the room, a horrific low growl erupts, questioning if someone else is there. Suddenly, the abbot's sacred robes shred to pieces as his human skin rips open, revealing a terrifying pitch-black lizard monster covered in sharp horns. With one swing of its razor-sharp claws, it tears the young monk in half in a bloody instant. Strangely, Lu Kong-sing, the driver, shows absolutely no fear. He throws himself to the ground, bowing fanatically, while chanting that an immortal is among them. A true immortal. Whoosh! A black object flies through the air like a bullet. Bam! It is Dika's shoe, smacking the monster right in the face. Out of nowhere, our main character drops down like lightning, unleashing an absolutely devastating kick. He summons his powerful stand. The rose entity materializes as a glowing golden energy scythe, clean slicing the monster's head off in one perfect deadly arc. So filthy. Luckily, Gawarudo kept this black blood from splashing everywhere. If this nasty stuff got on my clothes, I would never be able to wash it out. Trembling, Liu Kong-sing looks up at Diak-hei and stammers. You are the descendant of the Yi family." Suddenly, crack! The stone floor violently shakes, and a grinding noise echoes throughout the temple. The giant guardian Buddha statues begin to move, their eyes glowing like red-hot embers in the darkness. 4 massive, lifelike bronze guardians carrying golden weapons completely surround Dikha. Wait, even Buddha statues can move now? Dikha just smirks, remaining completely unfazed. Clang! Their massive weapons collide with a deafening screech, ready to crush the intruder to dust. But Akei's rose entity casually reaches out, blocking the giant weapons with absolute ease. Now watch closely, because things are about to get wild. The red eyes glow as the 4 giant guardians roar and unleash a coordinated strike from all directions, leaving Diak-hei with absolutely no escape. "Make the spatial ring invisible so the enemy cannot detect it," Diak-hei whispers. With a confident smirk on his lips, he calls out, "Stellar Cleaver, come to me!" As he shouts, space ripples and a massive saber shimmering with brilliant starlight appears in his hand. Gripping the hilt tightly, he feels the familiar weight and a surge of raw power rushing through his veins. Diak-hei charges forward, turning into a whirlwind of lightning-fast slashes in a beautiful dance of pure destruction. In the blink of an eye, all 4 statues are chopped to pieces, their heavy bronze limbs crashing to the floor with a loud clang. But wait, laser eyes too? Are these even real Buddha statues? Diak-hei is shocked as the decapitated bronze heads start firing deadly red lasers. He easily slips through the barrage, leaving scorched black tracks all over the floor. Raising his giant saber high, he roars a challenge. Let's see what you guys are actually made of inside. With one final brutal slash, he splits the remaining complex machine tree, entangled wires sparking inside. Amitabha! Liu Kong-sing screams in sheer terror, right before a stray laser beam slices him completely in two. Shattered debris of the mechanical statues lies scattered all over the cold floor. As electrical sparks fly everywhere, Diak-hei swings his blade to clear the dust. So they weren't even alive? From the very start, my sensory domain couldn't detect a single trace of life force from these mechanical guardians. Staring down at the highly complex mechanical parts, his eyes grow thoughtful. How could a remote and backward place like Lingshu County ever possess such incredibly advanced high-tech engineering? Diak-hei stands before a colossal steel gate reinforced with countless golden talismans. Every single talisman radiates an intense spiritual pressure, but it feels completely fake and artificial. Could the answers to all these mysteries be hidden behind that door? Stick with me, because we are about to find out, as he smirked and signaled his stand. As a college student, I should at least have some basic manners and knock on the door first, right? Boom! His rose entity channels raw power into a fiery meteor-like punch directly at the steel gate. Hey, is anyone actually home? A second, third, and fourth punch rain down like a destructive storm. Each devastating impact triggers a blinding explosion of light, making the entire temple shake violently. Boom! The heavy, impenetrable steel gate finally shatters under that insane pressure, exploding into 1,000 pieces with an earth-shattering blast. Diak-hei casually walks through the smoking debris, brushing dust off his shoulder like he just did something totally ordinary. Looking up, his blue eyes flash with genuine surprise at what is hidden here. Before him lies an unbelievably vast chamber, a massive underground palace carved directly into the heart of the mountain. And right in the center, a colossal golden Buddha statue, standing tens of meters high, sits in silent meditation, radiating an overwhelming invisible pressure. So it is a secret underground palace with a giant golden Buddha hidden inside. Looking up at the massive statue, he yells a loud, challenging message that echoes through the quiet space. Hey, your guest is already here. Are you still planning to hide like a little coward? Suddenly, a faint, ancient sigh of exhaustion echoes throughout the entire temple. Out of the dark shadow of the statue, a bald monk wearing a red robe steps forward. He joins his hands with an extraordinarily calm face, showing absolutely no emotion. Our temple holds no grudge against you, benefactor. Why have you come here to desecrate this sacred place? But the sight of this monk standing before the silent giant golden Buddha creates an incredibly eerie contrast. Our temple has no grudge. Why have you come to offend it? The monk repeats, his voice sounding like a flat machine. Diak-hei smirks, his sword flashing with a cold blue light. Cut the act. You are just a robot. Are you really that addicted to playing this role? Without warning, he swings his blade. A fiery red slash rips through the air, clean and ruthless, slicing the mechanical monk right down the middle. Yet the split monk still stands with folded hands, bowing respectfully as his flat voice echoes again. Benefactor, your blood karma is truly heavy. Shut up, Diak-hei roars, raw disgust and anger written all over his face. Unable to stand this fake display for another second, he leaps high into the air and lands on the giant Buddha, plunging his massive sword deep into its golden crown. Using all his strength, he flexes his muscles and pries the giant's sword. The structure shatters under the pressure, exposing a dark, damp abyss below, a true underground hell. Diak-hei lightly lands on the freezing stone floor of this hidden basement as dust rains down around him. 1, 2, 18 sliding metal gates surround him. He scans the room as a heavy sense of unease rises. Behind those doors, countless pairs of vicious green eyes glow in the darkness, like hungry beasts waiting to strike. Screech! The gates slide open all at once as an army of hideous pitch-black lizard monsters pours out like a tidal wave, hot drool dripping from their razor-sharp fangs. More lizards? This is a massive army. Each one emits level 1 to 2 martial energy, and trust me, you and I need to watch how he survives this mass-produced horde next time. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crazy fight where our main character faces a massive army of bioandroids, but he's not even sweating. Dishy's eyes glow with a deadly blue light as a bloodthirsty grin creeps onto his face. He takes his stance, his blade hissing, ready for absolute carnage. Imperial blade style of the Emperor. First stance, Heaven-cleaving slash. Crimson energy erupts from his body, crackling with intense arcs of red lightning. Thousands of razor-sharp crimson slash waves explode outward like a hurricane, tearing through the monster horde. The entire reptilian army is instantly chopped into bloody pieces, painting the area in a horrific scene of absolute slaughter. Dishi sneers, wondering what kind of holy temple breeds so many hideous creatures right beneath its own floorboards. Suddenly, a giant scaled reptilian beast with burning eyes smashes through the wall, snapping its massive jaws right at him. Standing calmly on a mountain of monster corpses, he stares it down with zero fear, showing only the cold contempt of an absolute ruler. Dicky grabs the lifeless head of a bioandroid, thick black fluid still oozing from its torn neck. Even with its head completely severed, a pre-recorded robotic voice eerily repeats in the quiet room, warning our hero that his sins of blood karma are far too heavy. Stupid bioandroids. Even with their heads ripped off, they still repeat the same programmed lines. He looks up into the deep darkness of the palace, shouting a bold challenge. His voice carries a massive pressure as he demands to know if the puppet master behind the curtain is ever going to show up. Suddenly, a creepy, sharp, genderless laugh echoes off the stone walls. It seems we have angered a rather strong opponent this time, but even so, that is all he is. Boom. The entire palace shakes violently, feeling as though a massive earthquake is about to tear the place apart. The massive gold Buddha statue, which was once completely still, slowly stands up as stone chunks crash down. Dust flies everywhere as its outer shell cracks, revealing a highly complex, ultra-modern mechanical skeleton hidden underneath. Pay attention here because hundreds of cables and pistons start moving perfectly. This is not a statue, but a giant, brilliantly disguised war machine. Mechanical parts shift and lock together with a terrifying metallic screech, transforming the holy statue into a giant combat robot armed to the teeth. Its golden eyes flare up, locking its targeting systems right onto Dishi. You are beyond salvation. The robot's mechanical voice booms with terrifying authority, sounding like a final death sentence passed down from a cold machine. He gasps in absolute shock, but he can't hide his excitement. Wow, it can even transform? Time to send you back to the wheel of reincarnation. The massive robot raises its golden hand high, blocking out the dim light from above, ready to crush He like a tiny insect. The giant hand slams down with enough power to level an entire mountain, compressing the air into a deafening roar. In this moment, Dishi's eyes flare with brilliant blue light, refusing to back down even a single inch. Lightning energy wraps around his body. The massive golden hand strikes down with the force of a meteor, creating a world-shaking boom that rattles the foundations of the cavern as stone debris explodes in all directions. But shockingly, a blinding flash of blue energy erupts from the impact point, forcing the giant machine back. Inside the Titan, an electronic voice frantically blares out, warning of energy spikes exceeding safe limits, and a rapidly overheating right arm. The machine freezes, desperately trying to push down, but it is useless. Internal systems crash with error warnings as the temperature continues to skyrocket. For the first time, its mechanical voice shows utter disbelief, screaming, "What on earth is this?" From the center of the explosion, a monstrous creature made of sharp, dark blue crystals emerges, sporting jagged jaws and glowing eyes. Using sheer impossible strength, this beast stops the giant war machine's devastating fist with just one single hand. Let's pause right here. The monster's crystalline mouth slowly opens as a blue energy orb forms in its hand. It lets out a deep mocking roar, chanting Amitabha. He unleashes a lightning-charged punch, sending a beam of pure blue light tearing through the air to strike the gold robot's head. He gives his opponent zero time to recover. He lunges forward, grabbing the giant robot's arms with his massive crystal claws. Deep inside this monstrous form, Dishi's face twists into a wild, completely bloodthirsty grin. He screams with pure excitement, "I am not done yet." Instantly, the beast pulls back and drives a massive knee strike straight up. He roars in delight, telling the enemy to taste his iron-hard, pitch-black knee, followed by a sickening, bone-shattering crash. The Titan's face mask completely shatters from that brutal knee strike, exposing the complex mechanical gears underneath. Once again, the system blares a critical warning, reporting severe damage to the main skull unit. Despite the surprise attack, the war machine does not hesitate. It immediately activates its defense systems, launching dozens of metallic spheres that hover ominously in mid-air. Activating its floating prayer bead cannons, a barrage of red laser beams fire simultaneously at the crystal beast, unleashing a rain of deadly energy. Not stopping there, the Titan's shoulders and chest pop open to reveal countless missile pods. The mechanical voice commands without hesitation, "All batteries, open fire." A massive explosion swallows the entire battlefield with enough force to level anything. Thick smoke and raging flames completely envelop the crystal monster. Staring at the fireball, the robot's operator clicks his tongue. His mechanical voice tinged with annoyance and curiosity, asking, "What kind of monster are you anyway? I actually had to deploy this much weaponry just to wipe you out." But as the smoke clears, the monster still stands tall, its crystal armor virtually untouched. It roars back mockingly, telling him all of those toys are just thermal weapons, which are completely useless against a true master of martial arts. The mechanical voice turns freezing cold, promising to set him free. Suddenly, sharp golden spikes sprout all over the giant robot, transforming it into an untouchable mechanical hedgehog. Even against this spiked form, the crystal beast remains completely unfazed. It opens its mouth wide, gathering an even larger orb of blinding blue-white energy. Speaking with the authority of a final judge, he says, "Fake monk, it is time for you to log out." Tempest breath. A massive beam of pure energy blasts forward, completely shattering every single gold spike. Amidst the deafening crash, his mocking voice rings out, saying he is sorry for breaking his precious robot toy. He brushes dust off his shoulders, looking down at the ruined giant lotus throne, and mutters sarcastically about digging a massive hole inside a mountain, only to hide a snake army or a moving Buddha statue. He lands lightly on the ground as the monstrous energy fades away, returning him to his human form. With a smirk, he realizes the mastermind is a mad scientist. Let's wait and see what you and I find next, as his eyes lock onto the destroyed lotus seat. You and I are about to go down a dark path. Just as expected, a hidden passage opens up. He casually steps over, staring into the abyss to see what lies beneath this lotus pedestal. Rewinding 30 minutes earlier, inside a high-tech control room, two men wearing white lab coats stand right in front of a giant monitoring screen, watching everything unfold. The young assistant reports to a figure standing nearby, his voice dripping with confidence. "Doctor, that man took down the mechanical bodhisattvas at the gate, but do not worry. With our state-of-the-art materials and structure, that door is absolutely indestructible." He continues with an optimistic smile. "It is fine, Doctor. We still have our entire army of cyborgs ready. Tens of thousands of bio units can wear down even a grandmaster martial artist. Plus, this battle will finally help us clear out our massive leftover inventory of cyborgs." But on the screen, the sight of he's standing completely alone atop a mountain of steel from the destroyed lizard army leaves them both utterly speechless. Now pay close attention to this guy. Sweating bullets, the assistant desperately scrambles for reassurance. "Doctor, we still have our trump card," he yells with fanatical belief. "Trust in our design. This mechanical Buddha armor was built to fight giant lord-class beasts. Crushing a mere human martial artist should be child's play." Yet, the screen shatters his confidence, displaying the brutally smashed face of their mechanical god of war. Once again, the room plunges into a deathly silence. The young assistant tries to speak, saying, "It is fine, Doctor, we still..." But before he can finish, the old scientist whirls around and roars, "Shut your damn mouth." The old man glares at his subordinate with a cold mechanical eye. "What kind of cursed nonsense are you spewing? He is literally at our very doorstep, and you still claim everything is fine," he continues, his voice becoming terrifyingly calm. "The guards upstairs will buy us a few minutes. We must retreat immediately. Once we are safely outside, activate the self-destruct sequence of this entire facility. We cannot allow any information to leak." This old researcher, identified as Dr. Feng, formerly of the Prometheus Tier 3 Research Institute and secretly recruited by Laserbird, barks his final orders. A flashback reveals that 10 years ago, Laserbird targeted the unremarkable town of Lingthui. After secretly replacing all the monks at Kim Sun Temple, they exploited the locals' faith to launch a massive brainwashing campaign, seizing control of the entire district. Under the guise of offering sacred blessings, they lured the local residents of Lingthui into undergoing human modification. This turned them into free test subjects, feeding Laserbird's biotechnology with invaluable clinical data. Dr. Feng's voice echoes with deep regret. "What a waste, but we must abandon this facility." Boom! Suddenly, the control room wall explodes, shattered by a massive blast of blue energy. Emerging from the dust, he floats down with a cold blue glow radiating from his eyes. He stares directly at the terrified scientists, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Abbott, where do you think you are running off to?" Terrified, Dr. Feng barks orders to his guards. Two men in black suits instantly draw their weapons and lunged forward. To protect the doctor, they attack, but he sweeps past them like the wind. A claw-like wave of sword energy erupts, sending all four of them crashing onto the floor. "Now I know what you are thinking. Is this guy going to beg?" Standing up in sheer terror, the old man stammers, "What do you want? We can talk." But Dishy just coldly points to his watch. With just a single tap on my watch, I can easily trigger the self-destruct. Laserbird implants microbombs into every key researcher and manager. Our families are also monitored by the corporation. That is how they enforce absolute obedience and keep their secrets safe. Dr. Feng screams in agony as ditch. He snaps his wrist, sending the watch flying across the room. He tightly clamps the old man's mouth shut, preventing him from committing suicide. The old researcher can only squirm in absolute agony. Muffled groans escape him as his mechanical eye flashes a desperate red light. He finally lets go, and the old man collapses helplessly onto the floor. Staring at the dying old man with freezing blue eyes, his voice remains completely emotionless. Now tell me everything you did in Lynch Thui. Dr. Feng looks up, sweat pouring down his face. Down in the underground lab, he stands with crossed arms, looking down at the cowering scientist. Tell me, did your people murder those 3 young martial artists earlier? What exactly are you doing down here? Dr. Feng chuckles maniacally, his mechanical eye glinting with a sinister red light. Besides, I cannot tell you anything about the experiments. There is a signal tracker inside my brain. If I utter any of the company's restricted keywords, the bomb inside me will detonate. He bites down hard on a false tooth, releasing a stream of toxic green smoke. If I must die anyway, I would rather make it quick. The old man starts seizing, foaming at the mouth. Grunting he quickly pins him down, forcing his mouth open. A poison capsule hidden in his teeth. He clicks his tongue. Unbelievable. Is every single Laserbird employee eager for death? Suddenly, the room starts shaking. He senses a shift in the air. His heart has stopped beating. It seems the automated self-destruct sequence is already active. He stands up, looking at the fresh corpse with cold eyes. Behind him, a creepy red phantom slowly manifests. Too bad for you, because even death is a luxury here. The crimson phantom's sharp claws plunge straight through the chest of the corpse. Maca dung can turn living humans or fresh corpses into undead creatures, but except for a few rare cases, most of them are nothing more than mindless zombies, with no regeneration and degraded intellect. However, I possess the power of the progenitor. Combining it with Maca dung's gift, he places his hand on the corpse's head, pouring dark energy inside. The corpse twitches violently, resurrecting in a truly horrifying manner. Dr. Feng's newly revived body convulses as he forcefully coughs up a crushed metal sphere, the deactivated remnants of the self-destruct device. He stumbles, falling to his knees on the floor in absolute, unquestioning submission. His voice is now incredibly raspy and hollow as he utters, "Master." Speaking directly through the old man's mouth, he explains his unique power. I can easily create loyal subordinates whose memories and talents remain perfectly intact. They do not fear the sunlight, possess powerful regeneration, and obey me unconditionally, submitting both their minds and bodies to my will. He looks down at his new servant with a smug grin. You can no longer die, which means your self-destruct mechanism has been completely neutralized. From now on, your name is Doc. Your past is irrelevant and your sole duty is to serve me. Without a single hint of hesitation, the mad scientist replies, "Serving you is my absolute honor, Master." He adds, "Because you have accepted the mighty progenitor's power, a deep mental link now binds us together. Their pesky tracking devices will no longer work on you." His eyes flare with an intense blue light. Powerful psychic energy surges through the connection, directly linking into the old man's brain, making his eyes glow with the exact same radiance. As the mad doctor's memories flow, a colleague named Xiao Liu is seen sneakily eating something. "Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next." Alright, you and I are diving into a wild sci-fi nightmare. It starts with a boss asking, "Hey little Liu, sneaking off to eat before the break? Did you finish that data comparison?" But when the colleague turns around, his face is smeared with blood, his eyes glowing with absolute madness. The colleague stammers, "Sorry, Professor Feng, I am just so hungry, so hungry." In another flashback, the professor himself is eating, muttering, "Is today's menu still raw meat?" He complains, "With my remaining teeth, chewing this is pure torture." His assistant chimes in, "Dr. Feng, these are the sacred offerings brought by the county folks for the Buddha." The assistant adds, "I heard they are 3 young outsiders, very soft." But an intense sense of unease suddenly grips the doctor. No, something is deeply wrong here. In another memory, an old woman is dozing off right inside the main temple hall. Sleeping again, right in the main sanctuary. An assistant notes that some of these temple visitors are actually nodding off while kneeling in prayer. The assistant suggests, "Is that not perfect, doctor? We can ship these citizens straight to our laboratory warehouse. It saves us so much time and effort." Scores of locals are slumped on the floor, fast asleep. They came seeking blessings, only to suddenly pass out. But why? The puzzled assistant turns and asks, "Dr. Feng, what is happening here?" Sleep is a basic human need, sure. But pay attention here, this is where the doctor's dread spikes. He knows something is terribly, terribly wrong. Images of a bizarre cult flash through his mind, the Divine Descent Nation. Then, one fateful day, he looks down at his own wrist and gasps, "What is this? Why is this carved into his flesh?" The numbers 26, 75, 342, and 1 are clearly visible, looking exactly like some bizarre numerical puzzle. He racks his brain until it clicks. It is an internal company file code. Quickly, he scribbles down the decrypted sequence, 344826112. He punches the code into his terminal. As the encrypted files load, a horrifying truth hits him like a train. It is all wrong, completely wrong. My memories, my mind, my entire reality has been altered. He remembers sitting at his desk, surrounded by a swarm of terrifying glowing rats. Who did this to him? Who turned me into a mere lab rat? Staring at the decrypted files, he realizes that the hidden numerical puzzle was a message he left for himself before his mind was compromised. He knew that even if his mind got wiped, his core researcher instincts would force him to solve the code carved on his own skin and uncover whatever it was meant to reveal. The clue was meant to warn him that regardless of what he believed his symptoms were, hypnosis, insomnia, or recurring nightmares, the mastermind behind everything is the sinister Divine Descent Nation. He finishes scanning the memory stream, his eyes flashing with a cold light. So their raw meat is actually human flesh, and this Divine Descent Nation is a flat-out grotesque cult. The Mad Doctor, now having fully regained his true memories, speaks with trembling, tearful eyes. This place was once a secret laserbot facility, but that horrific cult stealthily infiltrated and hijacked everything. Just like the brainwashed local citizens, our minds were completely rewritten, turning us into mindless puppets. Yihi's eyes flare up with fury. So those 3 Huadu martial artists were eaten by you too? I guess to monsters like you, me, Zhu, and Qingzhu are just premium cuts of meat. The doctor's memories continue. This is my 8th year running Ling Shui. The Jinshan Temple base is fully operational, and our biological human conversion technology is finally ready for the production line. It is supposed to usher in a brand new era where standard martial artists are replaced by far superior cyborgs and machines. Project Prometheus was right. After tracking local anomalies and cross-checking our timelines, the Ling Shui outbreak actually began back in February. We first detected it in March and launched a secret investigation. But day by day, my own mind was subtly warped, creeping along until I was completely brainwashed and assimilated. More than once, I used my scientific intellect to spot the logic gaps in my memory and regain temporary clarity. But in the end, I simply could not escape the assimilation. Our Jinshan Temple facility has sunk far too deep. There is absolutely no way to escape or resist that overwhelming cosmic will. The anomaly in Ling Shui progresses through 4 distinct phases: cannibalism and severe insomnia, idol worship, and mass sleepwalking. Cannibalism marks the initial physical warping of the body, as that alien will first infect the human mind. Severe insomnia signals a much deeper, more agonizing hijacking of the host's mind. Idol worship means both body and soul are heavily contaminated, leaving them completely beyond saving. Mass sleepwalking means, well, you and I know that's terrifying. Yihi snorts. I thought illegal human testing was the worst of it. But compared to this grotesque cult, we are practically civilized. They actually plan to feed an entire city to that cosmic entity. The doctor continues. I finally identified the source draining everyone's life force. A demonic fetus salvaged from a secret ancient ruin. A demonic fetus pulled right out of ancient ruins. Suddenly, the doctor's final memory flashes with absolute clarity. The doctor says, according to my data, the demonic fetus will fully mature in 2 nights. Yihi's eyes widen as he recalls the tricycle driver's strange warning. Little Yi, in 2 days, Ling Shui will hold its triennial festival. Make sure you attend. Yihi crosses his arms, looking down at the Mad Doctor. That old driver actually dropped a vital piece of info. Closing his eyes, he mutters, I have got all the intel I need. He scans the chilling laboratory. So this facility actually belongs to Laserbot. As for the Divine Descent Nation, the demonic fetus, and those 3 missing Huadu martial artists, he finally has all his answers. Now under Yihi's mind control, the doctor begins spilling his darkest secrets. Yihi smiles. Thanks to him, I now know Laserbot's deepest secrets, including the horrific illegal experiments they have been running. I do not have the power to take down Laserbot right now, so I will leak this to Huadu and let them clean up the mess. Yihi smirks as another highly intriguing memory surfaces, offering a completely unexpected surprise. It turns out the doctor spent his entire life researching the legendary gold gene, mastering its raw potential and physical benefits. Yihi muses, I will deal with that after purging the Ling Shui anomaly. Instantly, a system notification flashes in his mind, marking his current quest as officially completed. Sure, Huadu allows investigators to cash out and end the mission once they find the truth. But a mere standard reward is not what Yi is after. A bloodthirsty, ambitious grin stretches across Yi's face, exposing his razor-sharp fangs. I would much rather plunder the ultimate prize right from the Divine Descent Nation instead. He turns to the brainwashed Mad Doctor and delivers a chilling command. Now go into hiding. Find a way to dump this agent directly into the county's main water system. In short, maximize the infection. Despite being mind-controlled, the old doctor is absolutely horrified by this insane plan. Madness, this is pure madness, the old man stammers. But suddenly a dark realization sparks in his glowing eyes. I understand, my lord. You are going to fight the demon fetus to steal its believers. Yi gazes out at the corrupted townsfolk, his voice dropping to a terrifying, icy calm. By now, Lingshui's residents are already in the 4th stage of corruption. There is no going back. Using them is selfish. Absolutely, but once this storm passes, I will find a way to restore their normal lives. At least under his control, they will not harm society. The scene shifts back to their base where Yi walks in and greets his depressed teammates. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Let's dive back in. He looks at the table and mockingly asks if they are seriously eating the food of Lingthui. Hearing this, Liu Qingju turns pale, looking like she is about to throw up. Yeah, Yi sneers. Looks like you already know what the food here really is, huh? Uncle Joe then reports seriously. Qingju and I also went out to investigate. It seems the locals here are eating human flesh. Uncle Joe looks straight at Yi and asks, you already knew that, didn't you, Yi? The key is that the entire town's perception is distorted. Is something enslaving them? Yi secretly smiles, thinking this young assassin's deduction is almost spot on. After Yi reveals his own findings, Liu Qingju gasps in horror. An illegal biotech lab has been operating in Lingthui for years? Why is this place so incredibly chaotic? Uncle Joe thoughtfully adds, so a powerful biotech corporation has also been dragged into this bizarre anomaly? Terrified, Liu Qingju suggests calling Huadu for backup since this exceeds level 3. Yi secretly scoffs, thinking she must be kidding. If backup arrives, how can he interfere? He speaks up to calm them down. Take it easy, the real danger is the mystery itself, not our safety. Do not scare yourselves. Clenching his fist, he passionately declares that if their first instinct is to run for backup, they will never achieve anything. Yi then lays out his plan. We will hold our positions until nightfall. He explains that they have seen the raw meat and idol worship, but one final anomaly remains unchecked: mass sleepwalking. His eyes gleam with calculation. Perhaps this twisted town only reveals its true self after dark. Scene cuts to the Laserbuds headquarters meeting room in West Capital. A high-ranking executive reports that 30 minutes ago, they received a self-destruct signal from the Jinshan Temple base in Lingthui, which was cancelled after just a few seconds. Something is wrong since we cannot establish contact with the base. The board of directors will decide our response today. A powerful figure ruthlessly decides. Simple. It is better to kill by mistake than let a witness escape. Detonate the heart bombs of every researcher to prevent live testimonies. Then deploy a strike team to Lingthui immediately. Now watch closely as an explosion rocks the water plant, marking the start of the Mad Doctor executing his new master's plan. Inside the plant, the Mad Doctor clutches his chest and coughs up a mouthful of black blood. He reports through a telepathic link, his voice trembling yet completely loyal. My lord, Laserbuds just tried to detonate my heart bomb, but I successfully removed it. I am currently recovering. He urgently adds that a hostile strike team will arrive in Lingthui at any moment. Yi's disembodied voice echoes cold and decisive in his mind, telling him it is fine. Just carry on. Though terrified by his master's calm demeanor, the Mad Doctor immediately obeys, saying, yes, my lord. As night falls, a bright full moon illuminates the old sign of a deserted train station. At platform number 2, a silent night train pulls up, and a mysterious group of people steps out into the empty station. A fat man with a greasy smile codenamed Catfish looks around and remarks that it is a very quiet place. No wonder the company chose this as a black site. A charming woman with a suitcase replies. Bai Yun, carrying a smiling baby, skeptically asks who could have done this. The company has way too many enemies. Another couple appears and the man Golden Snake orders them to the base. The girl beside him is Bluebird. Their leader, a glasses-wearing intellectual exuding a dangerous aura, is Captain Black Lion. He gives a brief command to destroy everything, including equipment and records, before the group starts bickering among themselves. Catfish complains about eating instant noodles all day and asks to grab food. Bayun adds that she needs to breastfeed her baby. Golden Snake jokes that it is dark so she should just feed the baby, prompting her to call him a pervert. Black Lion snaps at their lack of professionalism. Catfish sneers, reminding him that the fearsome leader of Laserbud Squad 3 was actually just a normal programmer before. Black Lion adjusts his glasses, growing serious. He explains that flashiness is for amateurs, and as professionals, they must blend in without attracting any attention. Enough. Golden Snake and Bluebird will scout Linthui while I take Catfish and Bai Yun to check the Jinshan Temple base. Moving out, Golden Snake and Bluebird slip into a dark, abandoned house. Inside, they find a black pot containing a decomposing animal skull. Golden Snake mutters that this town is seriously messed up. Bluebird replies with sarcastic agreement. Cannibalism tends to ruin the vibe after all. Golden Snake senses danger as Bluebird steps deeper into the shadows, warning her that this will not end well. Bluebird stops in front of a small altar, staring intently at a bizarre clay statue resting there. Suddenly, her eyes glow purple as she is completely hypnotized. Meanwhile, Golden Snake reports that a single powerful warrior wiped out the entire base, leaving thousands of biological corpses behind. Even a massive fortress-class war machine was brutally crushed, leaving 0 survivors inside. However, the chief researcher, Dr. Feng, is missing. No trace of him is near the temple, but suddenly static cuts off the radio transmission. Look closely at what he sees outside. He spins around in pure horror. It is the mass sleepwalking anomaly, and it is heading right toward them. Golden Snake panics as he realizes they have been compromised. He spins around, shouting for Bluebird to take action immediately. Suddenly, an intense pain flares as a mindless purple-eyed Bluebird plunges a sharp knife directly into his side. Clutching his wound, Golden Snake looks at his teammate in disbelief and pain, asking her if she is somehow being controlled. Glancing at the altar, he understands. He recognizes that statue from secret company files as a relic from a hidden realm ruins, the moon nightmare Balos. Meanwhile, high up on a rooftop, Yihi stands beneath a massive glowing full moon. Looking up at the night sky, he quietly mutters to himself. The moon is massive, feeling as if it could easily draw out my life force. Pulling out his phone, he tracks Uncle Joe and Qingzhu, showing a red dot. They are in the southeast. Yihi looks at the moon with dangerous curiosity. If sleepwalking is how it feeds, what does that look like? Trust me, you and I are about to find out. Stick with me here because you are about to witness one hell of a nightmare. Deep in a dark alley, Golden Snake's eyes widen in absolute horror. What is this? The scene before him is a living nightmare. Both he and Bluebird are tied tightly to 2 towering wooden pillars, while a massive sea of brainwashed citizens with empty eyes surrounds them below. He screams in pure desperation, demanding to know what is happening. That is when Golden Snake realizes something terrifying. These are the same townspeople from earlier. Have they all been mind-controlled too? The mob begins to emit a creepy low hum, their eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. Panicking, he tries to shake his unconscious partner awake, telling the useless idiot to open his eyes right now. In absolute desperation, Golden Snake tries to negotiate with the soulless mob, asking if they are from the Divine Image country and pleading to talk. The organization backing me is incredibly powerful, but his threat only meets dead, empty stares. He curses under his breath, realizing that there is absolutely no reasoning with these brainless shells. Disgust and sheer terror grip his soul. These people have been brainwashed far beyond human limits. They are nothing but monsters wearing human skin. No, actually, they might be even worse than wild beasts. At least animals understand pain and fear death. But these mindless fanatics feel absolutely nothing. Then, out of nowhere, a bizarre echoing sound rings through the cold night air. Now pay close attention here. He looks up in utter confusion at the sound of a chiming bell, as the entire mob stares at a massive, abnormally bright moon taking over the sky. Someone in the crowd gasps in horror at how massive the moon is. Instantly, the townspeople begin a rhythmic, eerie chant, their faces stretching into wide, mindless smiles, filled with pure, ecstatic joy. Then a deeply disturbing sight unfolds. They begin climbing on top of each other, using their fellow citizens as stepping stones to form a massive, writhing pyramid of living flesh. Shoving, trampling, and clawing over one another, everyone is desperately trying to reach higher, building a grotesque tower of flesh and bone that continuously rises into the night. This writhing human spire stretches toward the giant moon like a mutated beast in a horrifying ritual. The heavy base of this human tower plunges deep into the ground, carving out a massive pit, as if anchoring itself directly to the underworld. Finally, the ritual is complete. A bizarre towering monument made from hundreds of human bodies stands tall, with 3 wooden poles looming at its peak under the eerie, ghostly moonlight. Meanwhile, near the Golden Silk Temple, Black Lion makes an urgent phone call, his voice heavy with worry. He cannot reach Golden Snake or Bluebird. Something has gone terribly wrong. Analyzing the situation, He realizes the culprit who destroyed the Golden Silk Temple has made their move. He quickly turns his attention to his two remaining teammates. Whatever is happening, a massive disturbance just shook the city. We are taking the initiative and heading back right now. But as they turn toward the streets, all three freeze in sheer shock, staring up at the sky. Hanging right over the city is that unrealistically massive moon, casting a freezing, deathly glow over everything. Ares, clutching her child tightly to her chest, suddenly points into the distance, screaming in sheer horror to look. From the distance, a member of the laser squad gasps in absolute shock, questioning if that is a massive ball of light. Another teammate notes that it looks like the moon itself pulled that thing down. Black Lion snaps at them to stop talking nonsense. That light is landing somewhere inside the city, and as he stares, cold sweat drips down his forehead. With a deadly serious expression, he mutters that the collapse of the Golden Silk Temple is far more complicated than headquarters originally anticipated. He turns and barks a decisive order to his squad to move out immediately toward the moonlight. That is likely where they lost contact with Golden Snake and Bluebird. The three of them sprint off, dashing through the eerie, silent streets of Lingthui. Tiny glittering particles float gently through the air around them, creating a strangely surreal atmosphere. Suddenly, Black Lion halts, his eyes narrowing sharply behind his glasses as he warns the group that someone is close by. Right then, a figure lunges down from above, swinging a razor-sharp blade charged with deadly blue energy. Now, you and I both know how deadly a surprise attack is, but this blow is blocked perfectly by a green umbrella deployed just in time. The blade grazes the umbrella and slams hard into the wall of a nearby house, leaving a gaping hole. Black Lion pushes up his glasses to analyze the situation, wondering if it is magic technology. The green umbrella slowly folds shut to reveal none other than Liu Qingju. Staring coldly at the group of mysterious strangers, she demands to know exactly who they are and what they want. When asked why they were attacked, Black Lion responds with a sinister, maniacal grin. He mocks her outfit, noting she is not a local, and concludes that they are the very pests who destroyed the Golden Silk Temple. He cold-bloodedly orders his two teammates to crush these two annoying pests within 3 short seconds. Catfish and Ares shout in unison before lunging forward with blinding speed. Chuzhou and Liu Qingju immediately drop into defensive stances, preparing themselves for a brutal and uneven showdown. Wearing a sickening grin, Catfish lunges straight toward Liu Qingju. He laughs, calling her a beauty and declaring it a waste to just kill her without enjoying her looks first. As he reaches out to grab her, Liu Qingju struggles to defend herself, calling him a heavy pervert. Chuzhou roars, leaping between them to cast his massive ice wall. A massive, jagged wall of ice erupts from the ground, completely stopping Catfish in his tracks. But Black Lion steps up and effortlessly throws a single devastating punch. With a loud crash, the ice wall shatters into tiny fragments. Chuzhou stands frozen, unable to believe his eyes. How could his defense be destroyed so effortlessly? He quickly yells for them to fall back and avoid getting trapped. Qingju agrees and both leap backward to create some distance. Black Lion mutters that there is only 1 second left. Black Lion whispers as he suddenly teleports right behind Chuzhou, preparing for a fatal strike. Fortunately, Liu Qingju, her eyes glowing a deep purple, rushes in just in time to block him. Another one? Black Lion is startled by a sudden new threat. He quickly leans his entire body backward as a massive broadsword grazes right past his face. Whoa, that was close. Yi Shi has finally arrived, standing face to face with the enemy captain. Black Lion eyes him coldly, asking if he is on their side. Yi Shi replies coldly that he came here to kill him. Black Lion smirks at his arrogance before channeling his energy, roaring the name of his assassination technique. 12 illusionary bodies. 12 identical clones materialize and completely surround Yi Shi. With a shout for him to die, all 12 copies charge at him simultaneously. Yi Shi stands completely still, roaring the phrase Zawarudo. Time suddenly grinds to a halt. Amidst the frozen enemies, he flashes a highly confident smile. A Grandmaster's protective energy might block tank shells, but they are still mortal and can be killed. Those are some nice clones. Honestly, I cannot even tell which one is real. White lightning flashes, slicing in a zigzag through all 12 clones in the blink of an eye. Yi Shi stares at the frozen targets, a confident smirk on his face, noting that he does not even need to find the real one. Mocking him, he identifies the Assassin King as nothing special. A red, spear-like energy condenses in front of the real Black Lion. With a soft chime, it shoots straight into his forehead while he remains completely frozen in stop time. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Let us jump right into this madness. Time reboom, Black Lion falls dead, his face frozen in pure terror, as our main character, Yi Shi, calmly approaches the corpse. Might as well do this while the body is still warm, he thinks. His target's blood will help him break through from a mere apprentice to a true martial artist. He presses his hand down, and the dead leader's body convulses one last time. Seconds later, Yi Shi stands up, feeling the raw power coursing through him. Not bad, he has officially reached the martial artist stage. Right below his feet, Black Lion's corpse melts away into a pool of black blood. The two remaining members of Laserbuzz, Cash and Bai Yang, watch this entire gruesome scene unfold in absolute terror. Bai Yang stammers in shock. What on earth just happened? Their captain was slaughtered in an instant by a mere kid. He even drained the captain's blood. This guy is a total monster. Yi Shi turns his head toward them, a cruel, amused glint flashing in his eyes. We are not quite done yet, he whispers. Let me show you two something incredibly fun. He raises his hand toward the pool of blood and commands, flesh cage, demon skeleton. Bai Yang stares at the bubbling puddle, her voice trembling. Out of the blood rises a grotesque creature made of white bones and raw red flesh, taking the shape of Black Lion himself. She screams in pure panic, calling out to her dead captain. Are these people really just martial artists? Cornered and desperate, Bai Yang grits her teeth and decides to play her final card. Without warning, she tosses the baby in her arms straight into the air. The innocent child mutates hideously mid-air, morphing into a massive muscle-bound abomination. Bai Yang shrieks at the creature, ordering her sweet baby to hold them off. She instantly commands Cash to move, and both of them flee in a panic. Yi Shi tells his teammates Chuzhou and Tan Truk to cooperate with his shadow clones and trap this mutated biological weapon right here. Now watch this part. He glares the two fleeing cowards, a cold smirk creeping onto his face as he prepares to hunt them down himself. Chuzhou does not hesitate, immediately unleashing his full strength. Bloodline awakening Ice Demon Dragon, a freezing tempest of frost energy erupts, completely surrounding his body. The beast roars in fury, ready for battle. Chuzhou charges forward, summoning a colossal ice dragon that swoops down to attack. The monster braces itself, its body glowing crimson as it prepares to take the hit. Boom, the two devastating forces collide, unleashing a massive earth-shaking explosion. Chuzhou swings his sword down from above. Take this, he yells, slicing deep into the beast's head. But then he freezes in utter shock. How could a creature with such a massive body react with this kind of speed? Is it actually a cyborg? The monster swings back with terrifying agility, forcing Chuzhou to scream for his shadow clones. Out of the darkness, countless blood puppet clones surge forward, their crimson eyes glowing brightly in the dark. They swarm the muscular beast like hungry vultures, tearing with sharp claws and bone weapons from every direction. Then, a pair of radiant purple feathered wings suddenly erupts from Tan Truk's back. Violent purple energy surges around her body, and her eyes glow with a terrifying, fearsome light. Energy fully charged, unleash the technique. Heavenly scattered feather dance. She fires a massive sphere of purple energy that unleashes thousands of razor-sharp blades, shredding the very earth as they lock onto the target. Chuzhou blocks its only escape route, shouting, "Do not even think about escaping, monster!" Trapped. The beast lets out a final desperate roar as the destructive energy swallows it whole. A colossal purple explosion erupts, completely leveling everything for dozens of meters around. Meanwhile, Cash is desperately sprinting through a dark, muddy sewer, muttering to himself in absolute panic. Damn it, the last time I had to run like this was against the drug lords of the Black Triangle. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy flares up behind him. A blinding blue beam of light streaks forward. Before he can even blink, and trust me, you'll love this line, a freezing voice mocks him from behind, calling him a rat that belongs in the sewers as he turns in absolute horror. Elsewhere in the city, Bai Yang is running for her life. Out of nowhere, a massive bolt of blue lightning strikes the ground directly in front of her. She realizes with dread that the blast hit Cash's sinks in. Golden Snake and Blue Bird are gone. Her captain is dead, and now Cash is too. Am I really the only survivor? Who on earth are those Throoms her? No, she cannot die here. She wants to live, but where can she possibly hide now? Suddenly, a desperate thought flashes in her mind. Of course! She looks up at the pillar of light connecting the Earth to the giant moon. Is someone landing on the moon? Is this a miracle from the heavenly descent nation? A crazed determination fills her eyes. She must survive, even if she has to sell her soul to the devil. She stares at the towering pile of squirming human bodies under the beam of light. Even though the gruesome sight makes her freeze in disgust, she has absolutely no other choice. Right then, Yi Shi appears in the distance with a massive blade on his shoulder, radiating a crimson aura of killing intent. Bai Yang panics. Oh no, he is already caught up. She has no time left to hesitate. Caring about nothing else, she lunges forward into the writhing pile of bodies and begins climbing the human tower. Stepping over lifeless bodies, she struggles toward the top, aiming for the beam of light where she believes her only chance of survival lies. As she finally nears the summit, she looks up and freezes in awe. At the top is not an energy vortex, but a massive, beautifully detailed gateway slowly materializing before her eyes. It really is a massive gateway. With a heavy thump, it swings open, pouring out a warm, gentle light. Bayoung bursts into tears of sheer joy and ultimate relief. "Father, Mother, I miss you both so much." She steps into the light, vanishing from the real world under the gaze of the giant moon. Behind that gateway, the girl stands safe, while down below, millions of sleepwalkers continue to crawl. Yishi just stands there, watching her retreating back with a sly smirk. With a quiet chuckle, his eyes glow with a purple light. His illusory figure shimmers mystically before completely dissolving into a puff of purple smoke. From a nearby hilltop, the real Yishi stands with his arms crossed, watching everything unfold with pure amusement. He mutters that a god used her deepest fears to construct this illusion, forcing her to climb toward the moon. How incredibly intriguing, he smiles, pulling out his mobile phone. Now 2 of the Laserbuzz assassins are dead, and the remaining 3 are likely facing a fate worse than death. Electricity crackles in his eyes as a confident smile plays on his lips. By his calculations, the forces of the Heavenly Descent Nation will not arrive tomorrow, and with Laserbuzz losing both a base and an entire squad, they will probably lay low. Therefore, they can consider all external threats to be completely eliminated. After so much preparation and planning, the main show is finally about to begin. The pillar of light slowly fades away, and the colossal moon shrinks back to its normal size. Below, the sleepwalkers collapse unconscious, while Chuzhou and Tantruk regroup with Yishi on the hilltop. And that's where we leave it. Chuzhou gravely asks Yishi if they should really keep going, because things are getting far too crazy. "What do you think? You and I are about to dive into one of the wildest master plans ever." Yihi smiles, saying they aren't just a party of 3. They have a powerful hidden ally protecting them from the shadows, who simply prefers to stay anonymous. Chuzhou silently reflects. An ally? After spending so much time together, he knows Yihi cannot possibly be from an ordinary background. He deduces there is a massive genetic gap between high-level warriors. High-tier combatants create a massive gap in the level of existence between themselves and normal humans. Yihi is either the illegitimate son of a legendary powerhouse, or a young master from an elite clan undergoing a trial in the mortal world 1-2. If it is the latter, he must have secret bodyguards watching over him. That would perfectly explain his mention of a powerful ally. Enveloped in a swirling vortex of crimson energy, Yihi is standing on the hilltop, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "Chuzhou, Lanjuk, I have an incredibly important mission for you both today." A blinding crimson aura flares up, signaling a command that cannot be disobeyed. He points toward the city below, where countless shadow summons are already waiting for orders. He orders them to lead his shadow army and smash every clay statue inside the city's homes. Chuzhou obeys instantly without a second thought, while Lanjuk silently observes. As they begin to leave, Yihi calls her back, telling her to wait. Lanjuk turns around looking confused, while Yihi stares directly into her eyes with a warm, genuine smile. He softly asks her to trust him. Her eyes waver for a moment before she flashes a brilliant smile, completely letting go of her doubts, and says she trusts him. She gently scolds him with deep care, telling classmate Yihi that next time, he needs to trust his team and stop trying to carry the weight of the world entirely on his own. Now keep your eyes on the screen here. At the ruined Jinsun Temple, Yihi meets up with the Mad Doctor. "Cut the nonsense," Yihi orders. "Time is running out and we must prepare." The Mad Doctor points toward a massive pit overflowing with robotic debris where all the androids Yihi previously destroyed are piled high. Yihi nods, satisfied with the massive pile, before unleashing a wave of energy, activating his terrifying power of personification. A colossal skeletal giant wrapped in crackling blue lightning rises from the ruins. The monstrous creature tears open its own chest to reveal a beating crimson heart, which melts into a massive river of blood, pouring down and completely drowning the pile of dead androids. From that pool of blood, grotesque lizard monsters with glowing green eyes begin to crawl out. A massive crimson eye opens from the center of the blood. Yi explains that he will first use the vampire virus to reanimate these biological corpses. Next, he will use the power of personification to grant them strength. When the time comes, they will evolve into a massive army of immortal giants, completely bound to his absolute will. The Mad Doctor reports on his laptop that the biomosquitoes are deployed and heading to the district, as a giant mechanical insect with glowing red eyes takes to the sky. Excellent. Those biological mosquitoes carry vampire blood inside. He orders them to swarm into every home and deliver his special brand of warmth. As the swarm spreads across the city, Yi gives his next order. Once the infection is complete, the doctor must repair the massive combat machine. Even if it cannot be fully restored to its original state after being dismantled, they can still salvage and modify its heavy weaponry. From the robot's wreckage, the mad doctor confidently assures him not to worry. He smiles, pointing to his temple. Everything on his end is moving forward perfectly. You and I both know things are about to get complicated. Let's see how his opponent, the Heavenly Descent Nation, reacts as two buses speed down the highway. This doomsday cult first emerged in human society during the Secret Realm invasion. Inside the buses, dozens of cultists dressed in pure white robes sit in absolute silence. At the very back sits a mysterious, heavily hooded figure. A mysterious bishop, wielding devastating power from hidden ruins, has allowed this ragtag group of fanatics to expand at an incredibly terrifying speed. Their doctrine teaches that the demon fetus from the secret realm grows by devouring the life force and mental energy of living beings. The bishop stares out the window, planning to lead backward humanity into their true heaven. He declares this land the sacred ground of their kingdom, where everyone will soon join them. Ahead on the highway, a massive open space comes into view. A glowing red sphere wrapped in dark tentacles floats in midair ready to hatch. A believer reports that Lin Thui district is just ahead, containing the fetus planted by their archbishop 4 years ago. Another cultist starts weeping, crying out for the late archbishop. He contributed so much to the church only to be brutally killed by Long Kuyet and his foolish band of fools. He never got to see the divine fetus he worked so hard to cultivate finally mature. Another cultist laments that this is a cruel, cannibalistic world, crying that a man as deeply pious, compassionate, and kind as their archbishop was left with absolutely nothing in the end. The hooded bishop glares forward with glowing purple eyes, his voice booming as he declares they cannot let the archbishop's sacrifice be in vain. They must not allow this world to plunge deeper into the abyss under the control of ignorant fools. Otherwise, this place will turn into a second zone of absolute sin. Swallowed by blind fanaticism, the crowd chants in unison to welcome the return of the gods, calling this an act of true salvation for humanity. Raising their hands high in wild worship, they chant together. The Lord has come to the world, creating heaven on earth. They will fight to the end for their God. And just like that, the next night arrives. The moon over the sky of Ling Thu distorts into a creepy grinning face, and a massive column of energy suddenly pours straight down. Standing atop a tower of humans, the fanatical bishop watches the spectacle in pure excitement. It is truly fascinating, as only 2 divine fetuses have successfully hatched in their entire history. He pulls back his hood, revealing a bald, wrinkled face stretched with a mad grin from ear to ear. He boasts that he will now be written into their sacred history, recalling the catastrophic power of the previous gods. The very first deity hatched by their heaven triggered global climate anomalies, massive tsunamis and volcanic eruptions, causing hundreds of millions of deaths and displacements. And incredibly, that was the devastating result of just a single minute of divine activity. After the second deity descended upon the Australian continent, he summoned dense fog and surging ocean currents that completely blocked the surrounding waters. Suddenly, all communications ceased, and satellite imagery showed the entire continent was completely empty, leaving behind nothing but a quiet void. The entire continent was quickly marked as an S-class danger zone. After Allied forces suffered devastating losses, it was permanently designated as an S-class restricted life zone, and absolutely no one has ever stepped foot there again. He slashes his wrist, letting his blood crystallize, and that is where we leave it. You and I must see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to witness the arrival of a terrifying third god as this twisted cult gathers. The bishop summons glowing red talismans to float all around him, standing atop a towering pile of human bodies ready for the descent. The portal of light appears once more. Pressing his bleeding hand against his chest, the bishop whispers his final prayer, begging his god to accept his sacrificial blood. Boom, the massive portal swings wide open. A majestic ancient voice echoes from deep within, commanding him to step inside. Stepping inside, the bishop enters a bizarre, horrifying domain made entirely of writhing flesh tentacles. The ancient voice explains that this is a sacred platinum coffin, and the divine fetus the bishop has been nurturing is sealed deep inside it. After feeding on the life force of the water spirit people for 4 years, the divine fetus is finally ripe. Outside, the fanatical cultists begin sacrificing their own blood to fuel the ritual. The hooded high bishop commands his followers to begin welcoming the arrival of the gods. The cultists chant in unison, obeying their father, as the old bishop carries the heavy platinum coffin out and places it right at the center of the bloody ritual array. Spreading his arms wide, he screams the final summoning chant. "O great moon, the nightmare of the dream world, your most loyal servant calls upon you. Grant me permission to invoke your sacred name, Moon Nightmare Barros." Suddenly, an agonizing scream pierces the air from one of the followers. The cultists shriek in absolute agony as their souls are forcefully ripped from their bodies. Pure white souls float up from the Tower of Humans, swirling toward the coffin. But suddenly a deafening roar echoes as a blue shockwave sweeps across the chamber, instantly corrupting the pure souls into a chaotic blue. The bishop looks up in sheer horror. What on earth is happening? The once pure white souls have all turned into an eerie, corrupted blue. Did that mysterious roar corrupt the ritual? He screams in utter disbelief, demanding to know how this is even possible. How could the soul of the divine fetus be defiled by some random unknown roar? Who is behind this? Hundreds of corrupted blue souls stream like a chaotic river of energy, rushing straight toward the platinum coffin. Now pay attention, because the bishop screams in total despair. The ritual cannot be stopped, and these corrupted blue souls are about to defile the godchild. Right then, a shadow appears behind him. Zishe walks in, his voice freezing cold as he says, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Bishop." The old man spins around in absolute terror, demanding to know who he is. Zish smirks, lightning sparking in his piercing blue eyes. He calmly asks the bishop if he really cannot guess his identity in a situation like this. Without giving the bishop a single second to think, our main character concentrates his raw power. Glowing red geometric patterns materialize all around him, signaling a devastating ultimate attack. Zishi swings his colossal greatsword, unleashing a massive blazing wave of crimson energy. With one breathtaking strike, he slices both the ritual moon and the bishop in half, roaring with thunderous force to declare his true name. "I am Aki!" A deep bell tolls from the nearby tower, sounding like the final judgment has arrived. Pale as a corpse, the dying bishop gasps out his god's name, the great moon nightmare Barros. As the moon above turns a deep, bloody red, Zish stands tall over the corpse, looking down with absolute contempt. Pathetically weak, even with 3 life-saving magic tools, you stood no chance. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the ruins, calling it an impressive strike for a kid. A figure clad in a crimson robe emerges, asking if Zish wants to join their god's church. He pulls back his hood, revealing a bald yet eerily handsome face. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qi, the supreme leader of the divine cult in the kingdom of Xia. The man you just killed was merely my deacon," he says, looking at the corpse with total indifference. "Well, you must understand that being in this cult is a high-risk job." Zishe sneers, but Lin Qi just smiles, adding that letting a subordinate pretend to be the leader makes perfect sense. "You and I both knew something was off, and yep, it was just a body double." Without a single word, Zish charges forward to strike. Lin Qi simply raises a single hand, warning him that this sacred ground is no place to come and go as he pleases. Purple energy tentacles suddenly erupt from the ground, binding Zish tightly. Zish grits his teeth, struggling against the hold. He realizes he's being pinned down, wondering if this is some sort of telekinetic power. With a fierce roar, Zish unleashes a wave of crimson energy. Virudu, a colossal spectral figure, materializes behind him, making Lin Qi raise an eyebrow. As the massive phantom reflects in his eyes, Lin Qi murmurs, "That specter behind you? Have you also mastered demonic arts?" Zishi just roars back, exploding with blue lightning. "Damn it, the only reason I wanted to leave was to avoid fighting near this creepy coffin. Do you really think I'm scared of you?" A massive crystalline monster clad in lightning appears. But Lin Qi just scoffs. These pathetic evil creatures can never harm me." Yet as the beast lunges to attack, Lin Qi is forced to block, struggling to hold his ground. Boom! He gets smashed right through a wall. A massive explosion erupts, leveling an entire block. Yet Lin Qi stands amidst the rubble, his robe torn but completely unharmed. Insane! His severed arm heals itself in the blink of an eye. "I told you can't hurt me," he boasts with an arrogant smirk. "I am blessed by the Lord." Zish clicks his tongue. "So you can rapidly regenerate too? That is going to be a pain." Suddenly, the remaining cultists begin chanting frantically. "Lord's descent, heaven on earth! Lord's descent, heaven on earth!" Hearing this, Zish narrows his eyes in annoyance. Turning around, he sees hundreds of cultists surrounding him, cutting off any escape. Zish sighs, saying he almost forgot about them. The zealots pull out glowing red daggers, screaming with fanatical rage. "We are justice!" They shriek, plunging their daggers into their own chests. Z stands amidst the falling corpses, utterly baffled by this mass suicide. Is this really all these lunatics have up their sleeves? The logic of religious fanatics is truly beyond comprehension. Zishe looks down at the sea of bodies with disgust and curiosity. Let's see what kind of sick trick they're playing. Suddenly his eyes narrow as his instincts scream danger. Here it comes. A freezing, sticky, spiritual energy begins to warp the air. Thick, crimson energy oozes out of the fresh corpses, twisting together to form giant, grotesque hands. A massive, hideous shadow rises from the bodies, letting out a wild, bone-chilling roar. The light reveals a giant three-eyed demon covered in coarse black fur, sporting twisted blue horns and an eerie phantom flame burning bright on its third horn. Confronted by this terrifying beast, Zish merely shrugs with total indifference, letting out a smug smirk. Well, in the end, it is still just an inferior half-demon. Covering one eye, Zish watches with amusement, realizing they use their own bodies as vessels to summon this monster. Zish clicks his tongue, asking if this is mass cloning. He laughs aloud, and you and I can see blue lightning explode from his body. As massive titans emerge against the blood-red sky with surging blue energy, Zish mocks them, saying it's too bad he now has his own army to deploy. He didn't revive those lizardmen for nothing. They will be the perfect vessel for these bodies. Alright, you and I are diving straight into absolute chaos, where a swarm of red demons clashes with blue giants. But Jihee's army of lizardmen warriors is far more brutal. They easily overwhelm and tear their enemies to shreds. Standing amid the ruins, Lin Chi is completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. The bishop was killed instantly for no reason, and now all these giants have appeared. Who on earth are they? Then it suddenly hits him. Wait, where is that brat leading them? Placing 2 fingers on his forehead, he quickly activates his spirit vision to locate him. Through his mind's eye, he spots Jihee standing atop the Tower of Corpses, right beside the platinum coffin. Is his target the divine embryo? Stop right there! But before he can move, Zhu Zhou in his frost demon dragon form, and Liu Qingzhu with her brilliant purple wings block his path. Your opponents are us. Lin Chi grinds his teeth as cold sweat pours down, finally putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. These people are clearly prepared. Could they be agents of the Long K who discovered the sect's secret plans here? From the initial decapitation to our demon horde being completely intercepted by a giant army, we cannot even escape now, meaning the sect's mission is a total failure. Meanwhile, Jihee approaches the platinum coffin. Just getting close, he feels an icy chill that threatens to freeze his very soul. Resting his chin in his hand, he stares at the coffin in deep thought. The guy inside seems to harbor an extreme hatred toward me. Well, it is no surprise, considering I am the one who went ahead and teased that god. Pay attention here, because a sudden system screen pops up right in front of Jihee, granting him 5 points of divinity while revealing that the heavenly court spent 4 years gathering pure faith to nurture this divine embryo. Over half of it was despoiled by the host, Jihe. That tainted power of faith was then taken by the embryo to construct a vessel, allowing the moon demon to manifest in the human world. This allowed the host, Jihe, to steal a portion of the god's power of faith back then. But honestly, I have never cared about those warriors of the heavenly kingdom. My real enemy from the very beginning has always been the god associated with the moon in dreams. He pushes the coffin lid with force. Even if I stole your divine power, and even if you are just a malnourished, premature baby, you should be awake by now. Why are you still hiding in there? He flings the lid wide open, his face showing genuine shock for the first time. What is going on? Why is it completely empty? The platinum coffin is completely vacant. Jihee roars in anger, swinging his hand to unleash a violent wave of energy into the empty space. You call yourself a god, yet you hide like he stops. An abrupt, heavy silence falls over the entire battlefield. It is too quiet. The roars of the clashing giants and demons have vanished without him even noticing. He stands alone atop the coffin, blade resting on his shoulder, enveloped in a chilling, deathly stillness. He stops. The battlefield is suddenly shrouded in an eerie silence. Jihee stands alone on the coffin, weapon on his shoulder, in a chilling stillness so deep it makes your hair stand on end. The roars of clashing giants and demons have vanished without a trace, completely catching him off guard. Even the battles of Zhuzhou, Qingzhu, and that vice-bishop have vanished without a trace, as if he is now the only soul left in the entire world. Suddenly a voice echoes inside Jihee's mind, calling out his name. He spins around in shock, sweat dripping down his temples. Someone is here. Stunned, Jihee realizes who it is as the figure smiles wickedly, asking if he has forgotten his true self. Jihee stands frozen, his pupils shrinking as the terrifying truth hits him. The moon is an illusion. Since when? Lin Chi sneers with glowing purple eyes, challenging him to guess when he first fell into the dream. I know what you are thinking, but let's rewind a few minutes to when the battle was still raging fiercely under the dark night sky. Up in the air, Liu Qingzhu and Zhu Zhou coordinate their attacks to suppress a massive archdemon. Lin Chi grinds his teeth, calculating that he can only use the archdemon to stall them for now. He looks anxiously toward the tower where Ji-hee is standing, wondering about the situation. Activating his spirit vision, he immediately senses something unusual. Wait, that kid's condition is not right, and I cannot even sense the bishop's spiritual energy anymore. Could it be? His face becomes incredibly tense. He realizes he must act immediately. I have to get to the divine embryo right now. Lin Chi pulls out a green needle radiating a deadly aura. Once it pierces an enemy's body, it causes blood thorns to sprout from within until the victim is torn to pieces. He charges forward, leaving the battle behind with his eyes locked on Ji-hee. Let the gods punish his sinful soul, but I will deal with his filthy body myself. Ju-jo instantly notices his movement and realizes his plan. Damn it, he is heading straight for Ji-hee. Ju-jo's body erupts with an intense surge of absolute zero energy as he shouts for Liu Qingju to save him. I will hold this guy back. Channeling his blood energy, he unleashes his ultimate technique against the giant archdemon to clear a path for his ally. Though successful, Ju-jo is completely exhausted, sweat soaking his brow. He mutters that freezing a beast this massive has nearly drained his entire pool of energy, then yells to Qingju not to hesitate. Our lives are not as precious as Ji-hee's safety. Liu Qingju looks back, her purple eyes filled with determination as she nods. As she flies off, she silently prays for Ju-jo to stay alive. But the archdemon is too powerful. Shaking its icy seal, Ju-jo watches in horror as a massive explosion erupts, and the beast shatters the barrier. It roars with absolute hatred, asking if he really thought this was enough to kill it. The beast vows that its revenge is far from over. Suddenly, countless ice spears erupt from the ground, skewering the archdemon's flesh. The sharp frozen spikes dig deep, forcing a painful howl of agony from the monster. Out of the cold mist, Ju-jo's silhouette emerges, radiating his final burst of power. He roars that the blood of a mighty lineage flows in his veins, as a brilliant blue light erupts fiercely around him. Inside the light, Ju-jo transforms, his body encased in pristine white frost armor. He knows he has to risk absolutely everything in this fight. Forced to use both the blood combustion technique and bloodline breakthrough simultaneously, his life force will burn away at an alarming rate. Yet his gaze remains resolute as his hands turn razor-sharp, believing that sending this demon back to hell is worth any price. Gathering all his energy, he forms a massive sword of ice and charges. He lets out one final roar, telling it to go back to hell. Facing this devastating attack, the Crimson Demon bellows in response, shaking the very sky. The beast also channels its bloodline technique with full force. Ju-jo's colossal ice blade descends with terrifying power, and as the two forces collide, a blinding explosion tears through the area. Upon impact, Ju-jo breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes something is terribly wrong, and that's where we leave it, with the demon blocking his strike using raw strength alone. Ju-jo cannot believe his own eyes, his face twisted in shock. Let us jump right into this madness where his ultimate storm chi blade gets completely blocked. Next, horror strikes him. His blade gets vaporized by the demon flames, leaving his energy completely drained. He has absolutely nothing left to fight back. But right at that desperate moment, a fiery red spear streaks through the air. The spear flies with terrifying speed, giving the demon zero chance to dodge. Whoosh! It slams directly into the monster, triggering a series of massive, ear-splitting explosions. Boom! Watching from afar, a young man is completely stunned by the sight. He mutters in sheer disbelief, wondering if there is another master here, or if this is the ally Dick mentioned. As it turns out, the mysterious savior is a middle-aged man wielding a massive, heavy sniper. He mutters that luckily, his master left him an armor-piercing bullet infused with his own energy for critical moments. Watching the clash, he realizes he was wrong to think this kid, Ju-jo, was the weakest member of their group. Who knew he was hiding such a trump card? In this world, martial artists rank from apprentice to master, grandmaster, and national guardian. This kid is already on the verge of breaking past the apprentice stage. He glances over to the other side. That girl Liu Qingju seems incredibly powerful too. It makes sense, since anyone chosen to follow the master must have insane potential. Suddenly, a swarm of drones fills the sky. Now pay attention, because the sniper has a plan. He will use these drones to help the kid recover, making the demon's defeat a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Lin Chi glares at Ju-jo and Liu Qingju, gritting his teeth in a mix of terror and rage. He realizes they are not part of the Longqiet faction. He screams at them in frustration, demanding to know who is backing these three kids who keep getting younger and more monstrous. Facing his rage, Ju-jo calmly replies that they are just ordinary freshmen from Hwada University. Right as those words leave his mouth, countless heavy metal coffins suddenly manifest out of thin air. They crash violently into the ground all around Lin Chi, shaking the earth with a deafening roar. As the metal coffin doors burst open to reveal the creepy figures hidden inside, Lin Chi gasps in absolute horror, realizing they are actually living corpses. Watching from high above, Liu Qingju recognizes the familiar faces inside. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she realizes those three belong to Huada's missing second-year team. She also remembers the guy in the middle of the other group, who they had fought before. Believing the tide has turned with these new reinforcements, Lin Chi bursts into a maniacal laugh, screaming that the gods are finally on his side. Watching this unfold from afar, the sniper panics as he stares at his tactical screen and swears under his breath. If the girl his master ordered him to protect faces 6 master-level living corpses, she will die without a doubt. Gritting his teeth, he makes a hard decision. He originally kept the Blue Giant army back because they were too weak and lacked intelligence, fearing they would only get in her way. But now everything has completely changed. He must deploy reinforcements immediately. If he fails his master's critical mission, even dying 10,000 times would not be enough to redeem his failure. Instantly, the massive blue giants receive the command to charge forward, successfully blocking the path of the oncoming living corpses. Seeing this, Liu Qingju realizes these giants are allies trying to buy her precious time. You and I both know she is not wasting this golden opportunity. Flapping her vibrant purple wings, she charges directly toward the central tower to rescue Dick. Seeing her escape, Lin Chi panics and screams at his minions to stop her from reaching the divine body. On his command, the living corpses unleash a barrage of deadly energy blasts straight at her. But the loyal blue giants step in just in time, selflessly using their own massive bodies as shields to protect Liu Qingju. Even though a stray blast grazes her and throws her off balance, Liu Qingju refuses to slow down. Staring at the tower with fierce determination, she screams out, "Dick, wait for me!" Suddenly, a toxic green beam shoots from behind and pierces her. Heavily wounded, she plummets as blood spills from her chest. Yet she grunts that it is not over yet. Driven by sheer will, she gathers her remaining strength and flies upward once more. With desperate pleading eyes, she whispers to herself that she is almost there. Realizing her stubborn goal, Lin Chi curses in absolute panic. But right at that crucial second, Dick appears directly in front of her. Liu Qingju collapses into his arms, hugging him tight as she whispers in pure relief, "Dick, I finally caught you." Without a moment of hesitation, she holds him close, spreads her vibrant wings, and shoots back up into the sky. Her only thought right now is getting Dick away from this hellhole. Suddenly, excruciating pain from her wound hits her. Gritting her teeth against the agony of the blood crystal's sting, she forces her energy to erupt, covering the wound in purple flames. She uses the intense purple fire to cauterize her flesh, successfully suppressing the spread of the toxic crystal. Flying over the ruined battlefield, she looks down at the scattered remains of the blue giants and realizes they have all been wiped out. With the enemy corpses still hunting them, they must escape this place immediately. Suddenly, a cold, oppressive voice echoes from the empty air, carrying absolute authority as it demands, "Put him down." Startled, Liu Qingju looks around with extreme caution, shouting, "Who is there?" The voice replies with pure arrogance, refusing to take no for an answer. It tells her she has done enough and that he won't blame her. It orders her to step forward and hand him over. In response, she grits her teeth as dangerous purple energy pools in her mouth. She growls every single syllable, "I refuse." Instantly, her power violently explodes as she spreads her massive wings and roars in fury, "Get lost!" But instead of a physical strike, a sudden wave of dizziness hits her, warping her vision. She gasps as she realizes it is a mental attack. Clutching her head in agony, she screams about the unbearable mocking laughter inside her mind. Tears stream down her face as her consciousness slowly fades away, but her fading mind clings to one single thought: she cannot let Dick get hurt. Unable to fight the pain any longer, she blackouts completely, plummeting helplessly from the sky. Down on the ground, the sinister corpses raise their heads, waiting to strike. In a horrifying twist, their necks stretch out in a grotesque distortion. At the same time, sharp crimson spikes erupt from the ground, aimed directly at the falling Liu Qingju. Mid-air, a sudden blinding flash of light erupts. Opening her eyes slightly in her semi-conscious state, Liu Qingju can only let out a weak gasp. Just as the lethal spikes are about to skewer her body, a warm, familiar pair of arms catches her. Dick is awake, and he gently whispers that he is sorry for waking up late. Whispering his name, she rests her head against his chest with a peaceful smile, telling him that he is not late at all. Scooping her up in a warm bridal carry, Dick tells her to rest easy and leave the rest to him. Watching this, Lin Chi panics, screaming in disbelief that there is no way he escaped the illusion, nor can he fight 6 moon god apostles at once. He commands his minions to attack all at once, confident that no one can survive a joint assault from 7 martial masters. With a roar, they all charge straight at Dick. Surrounded by enemies, Dick calmly states that now that Qingju is safe, he can deactivate Zawarudo. Lin Chi freezes in absolute confusion, having no idea what is coming. Die. But before they can touch him, a colossal blue foot crashes down from the heavens, pulverizing the entire squad. The sheer weight of the stomp turns them into literal dust. Looking down with icy eyes, Dick asks what he was laughing at, as the illusion shatters to reveal Lin Chi trembling on the floor. Trust me, you and I are definitely ready for the next part. Stick with me, because we are jumping straight into this nightmare as he begs, please no, don't torture me anymore. It turns out the trapped in this illusion wasn't him. Deep inside his own mental space, Lin Chi, horror-struck, realizes the truth. I created this illusion, so why is this happening? Why can he slaughter me so easily? Every single time I get tortured, I feel that agonizing, tearing pain. He stares at Yi Shi's figure in his own illusion with absolute paralyzing terror. How on earth did he escape the dreamscape, or did it never work on him? Is he really some demon god that even the divine cannot hope to punish? In sheer despair, Lin Chi makes his final move. Forgive me, Moon God, I must close this dreamscape, force him out and push him into the divine vessel. Back in reality, Lin Chi's face twists with raw terror as he mutters his master's name, Lord Moon God. Right after, his giant blue avatar rises after wiping out all enemies. Yi Shi glances at the obliterated henchman, his voice completely hollow and cold. Even after gaining that power in the end, you are still nothing more than a pile of corpses. Yi Shi scans the area for the remaining cultists, but his eyes suddenly lock onto a figure hovering high above. Oh wait, there is still one left. Floating in midair, the white-haired god silently watches everything unfold. Now pay attention here. As the deity descends with pure disdain, Yi Shi just faces him with a sinister smirk. Moon God or Moon Nightmare, whatever you call yourself, you finally decided to show up? The god stands stares of radiant light, white robes fluttering like a supreme being. Looking down, Yi Shi finds his feet standing on a dry alien surface. He mutters, "This place." As he scans the horizon, utterly shocked to realize the entire terrain has transformed into the moon. Quickly regaining his composure, he begins to analyze, there is no way this is the actual moon. I don't feel the freezing space or any lack of oxygen, so this must be a domain just like my master's slaughter domain. He narrows his eyes, knowing domains physicalize reality unlike mere illusions. The massive deity looks down at Yi Shi with an appraising "S. Yi Shi, I truly admire you. In a sense, you are indeed the most outstanding human I have ever encountered." With a satisfied expression, the deity continues, "Especially since you absorbed a piece of my divinity, achieving over 96% compatibility. You are the perfect piece to complete my ultimate mortal vessel." Yi Shi half closes his eyes, plotting, "Go ahead, keep talking. The plan to undermine him is already complete, now I just need to stall for time." The deity extends a highly tempting offer. "I am willing to preserve your consciousness after merging. Stepping from a mere mortal to godhood, you have no idea how vast the universe is. Earth is just the tip of the iceberg." Reaching out his radiant hand, the deity commands, "Come here, step onto the moon and rule over the heavens with me." Instantly, Yi Shi's soul entity flips the middle finger at the deity in absolute contempt. Let's pause for a second. This moment hits different once you realize Yi Shi's absolute audacity. He coldly sneers, "A god's promise, I thought you deities were special. But you're just intelligent life forms of a slightly higher tier. Because you're incomplete and can't threaten me, you used a useless puppet and tried to bribe me. Playing the same petty tricks as humans, I really overestimated you." Narrowing his eyes as a wave of absolute killing intent erupts, the god growls, "I forgive your insolence, human, but once my vessel is complete, even a body with 20% compatibility is not something you can oppose." With eyes reflecting the cold moonlight, he speaks, "I only asked for your opinion out of admiration as a mere formality." Unleashing his devastating attack, the deity coldly declares, "But your opinion does not matter anyway. The result remains unchanged." Instantly, a massive black hole of dark energy opens beneath Yi Shi's avatar, violently sucking everything inside. Yi Shi watches in horror as his giant avatar is ripped apart. "He tore through my giant form with just a single strike?" The god's dark energy completely tears apart and swallows Yi Shi's giant avatar. Standing under this overwhelming pressure, Yi Shi grits his teeth, realizing his body cannot move. His body cannot move at all. Gently touching Yi Shi's forehead, the god lets out a menacing hum. "You are nothing but food prepared for me to enjoy." But as he peers deep into the boy's mind, the god suddenly freezes in shock. "Why can't I feel his consciousness anywhere?" Yi Shi suddenly cracks a cunning smile, his eyes flashing with mischief. "Ha ha ha, you idiot! You realized you cannot touch my soul at all, didn't you?" Then he adds, while my physical body is no match for yours. He smugly explains, mentally I have my system panel supporting me. I already anticipated gods like you, knowing physical combat would be impossible. Yi Xi's eyes turn razor sharp, so I used the super regeneration of my vampire bloodline. He drops a bombshell about his backup plan. I split my body vertically and left the other half with the mad scientist. This ensures that once this main body is destroyed, my consciousness immediately boots up in the other half. The white-haired deity stands completely stunned, gasping, "You!" Suddenly a giant sword descends from a spatial rift, splitting the sky in half. Out from the blinding light, a majestic general emerges amidst a massive, deafening explosion. He proudly declares, "Dragon's Blood 1st Division Qinglong, here to request a battle." Yi Xi sighs in relief, laughing to himself. Finally, thank goodness I reported this trash heap of a place to Dragon's Blood. Honestly, I only planned to steal the divine power from this moon demon's mortal vessel. Looking down at the ruins, the moon demon observes, "A body of this caliber, is he truly human? Seems I must upgrade my evaluation of your race's potential." Qinglong looks at him with pure disdain. "Are you really a demon? Why is your body so inferior and impure? Compared to the first demon I fought years ago, you fall far short." Furious, the moon demon's dark eyes flare. "This is only because of Lin Qi's inferior host body. What a humiliation. Human, have you ever been struck by the moon?" He turns to Yi Xi, wrapping him in protective energy. "Your body belongs to me. I will not let this battle damage my precious vessel." With a flash of light, the moon demon uses his energy to teleport Yi Xi away, leaving behind chaotic echoes of war. Watching Yi Xi vanish, Qinglong muses, "Does this demon care that much about that boy? Fine, once I suppress this beast, I will track that young man down to get some answers." If I recall correctly, Shi Jingwen mentioned his name is Yi Xi. Just like that, an earth-shattering battle erupts between Qinglong and the colossal deity in the night sky. A thunderous roar echoes, "Show me what you've got." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet pine forest bathed in serene, peaceful moonlight. A sphere of light crashes down with a massive boom, bringing Yi Xi to safety. He drops to his knees, throwing up violently. "Ugh, this feels just like severe motion sickness. Where did that monster teleport me to?" Yi Xi quickly checks his tracking device, but the local magnetic interference prevents him from locating Linshui County. Thank goodness I had the mad scientist take Zhou and Liu Qingju away first. But a sudden system warning makes him break into a cold sweat. Under the moon demon's gaze, whether in dreams or moonlight, he will always be tracked. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he escapes this stalker. Alright, you and I are watching a guy shiver, face flushing with anxiety. It is scary out there. A boy has to protect himself. Once he calms down, he opens his system screen and stares at the glowing number 5. It is time to study the divinity points he just stole on the battlefield. The information panel takes its time to explain. Divinity is a core power source, gained either through extreme transcendent cultivation or as an irreplaceable high-dimensional swarm talent in a specific domain. Yi Xi stares blankly into the air. So because he snatched the power of that silver-haired handsome boy lover, no wonder the guy went completely wild and held such a massive grudge against him. The system shows that 5 divinity points can upgrade his potential, making him realize how insanely powerful divinity actually is. Before this, he only used his Lakos template abilities on pure instinct. He focuses on the stat screen with a decisive gaze. If he adds the moon demon's divinity, his Lakos template will immediately evolve in the lunar domain. The Empress template and the giant model simply are not suitable or worth investing in right now. Only the Lakos model, with its insane time manipulation ability, is his most important trump card right now. Without a moment of hesitation, he presses the button. "Come on, upgrade my vampire form." A massive surge of energy erupts as the Lakos model reaches Bhima rank, unlocking the Dark Knight Lord. This form grants him boosted attacks and absolute regeneration under the full moon. His Za Warudo ability is also boosted, lowering cooldowns and pushing his limits. Witnessing this powerful new form, Yish gasps, realizing how incredibly strong this is. Even with the environmental conditions, the growth rate is absolutely terrifying. His eyes gleam with pure excitement as his stacking stats multiply his combat power exponentially. This truly is the ultimate character template. Looking at his 2 friends recovering inside the stasis pod, he tells himself that higher risks bring greater rewards. This Linshui trip was absolutely worth it, bringing resources and privileges that are crucial for his friends right now. Standing in mid-air under the golden full moon, he spreads his arms wide, feeling the massive surge of new power coursing through his body. He throws a powerful test punch, blue eyes glowing in the dark. A massive burst of energy erupts as he leaps forward, completely tearing through the fabric of space. Stretching to relax, he He mutters with pure satisfaction, feeling great. It will not take long for him to fully adapt to his body now that the moonlight has enhanced him. But his face turns serious as he senses trouble. Since he is a key player, you and I know the Dragon Court is definitely going to interrogate him. He carries too many secrets and lying to experts is highly risky. To find a safe way out, he dissolves into a dark shadow and flies away. He needs to contact his old backer at Hua University. After all, connections are meant for times like this. The scene shifts to Hua University, a magnificent futuristic city floating high up among the white clouds. Yi calmly steps off the aircraft. Waiting there, Principal Shi Jingwen greets him with a warm smile, saying, "Hello, student Yi. I am the principal of Hua University." Yi politely shakes his hand. "Hello, principal. You are an absolute idol to all of us students. Your legendary reputation is well deserved." Principal Shi Jingwen smiles gently and speaks in a reassuring voice. "Haha, student Yi, I do not care much for formalities. There's no need to be polite, just relax." Yi immediately offers a playful salute, making the principal realize how interesting he is. He then asks straight out if the principal came all this way because of the incident back in Linshui. But the principal replies, "No, I am here to tell you that your team completed the Linshui mission excellently. You do not need to worry about anything that happened afterward." Yi scratches his head, deeply confused. That is so weird. An incident involving an evil cult ritual and a literal moon god, and it just ends like this? No interrogation at all? The principal pats his shoulder with a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, trust Hua University. Just leave the aftermath of Linshui to us. I know what you worry about, and I respect a genius's secrets. This mission will be reported anonymously." He explains that they will only announce it as a Level 4 mission. Level 5 tasks are usually led by professors, and a freshman pulling this off would cause too much of a shockwave. With a wise gaze, he adds that Hua University will still grant them rewards equivalent to a Level 5 mission. Hearing this, Yi is absolutely shocked, breaking into a cold sweat. This level of treatment feels just like a dream. The next day, waiting in the guest room, Yi thinks, the mad doctor finally sent the Linshui battlefield images. Now you and I get to see who is actually stronger, Thon Long or the Moon Demon. Staring at his phone, he sees a giant crater instead of mountains. He freezes. If he remembers correctly, Linshui County was supposed to be a mountainous region. How did it turn into a massive basin? Has anyone ever been hit by a literal moon before? Did that pale-faced pervert actually pull this off? He sighs in anxiety, wiping away his sweat. Phew, this high martial world is way too dangerous. With his current strength, he still feels completely unsafe. That creep even said he would keep watching him. He hasn't dared to close his eyes to sleep, terrified of meeting that psycho Barros in his nightmares. Recalling the principal's advice, he stands up and waits. He had told everything to Principal Shi Jingwen, who said Tan Long could seal the Moon Demon's mark. He is waiting to seek guidance from this legendary figure, the second-ranked martial arts grandmaster of the entire Xia kingdom. Suddenly, the door creaks open, signaling the arrival of a powerful figure. Yi looks up in excitement as the newcomer enters, muttering, "He's finally here." But his pupils instantly contract in pure shock at the pressure of the man who just appeared. In front of him stands Thon Long, a freezing mist radiating heavily from his body. Yi blurts it out, "Senior Thon Long, your condition doesn't look good at all." Thon Long steps into the room, his entire body wrapped in thick bandages, and speaks slowly. "Don't overreact. I was hit with some freezing energy from that cunning moon demon Barros. But I won that battle. He only blocked 100 of my strikes before his pathetic vessel began to collapse." Exhaling a freezing breath, he adds that if that demon didn't have so many cheap escape tricks, he would have slain him long ago. "If that happened, you wouldn't even need to wait here for me to seal that brand." Yi drops his jaw, surprised that a legendary figure is actually explaining things to him. He is different from the mysterious master he had imagined. But unexpectedly, the man is actually quite endearing. With a swift motion, Thon Long prepares to cast his spell, saying, "Let's begin. I will help you seal off his gaze." He removes his outer robe, revealing a powerful body wrapped in white bandages. Looking straight at Yi, he asks a deep question. Principal Shi knows how to read the stars. He mentioned how special you are, which is why there are top secret things I can share. Tell me, have you ever wondered if demon beasts were once intelligent creatures, just like humans? Yi freezes in shock as the phantoms of terrifying monsters unconsciously manifest right behind Thon Long. Thon Long recalls his painful past. "Back when I was a black tortoise martial artist, my master brother and I entered a new rank of ruins. Out of all of us, I was the only survivor." As Thon Long breaks into a cold sweat, "I was struck by a horrible curse inside those ruins." Yi gasps, "A curse?" Thon Long explains in pain, "My body is mutating into a beast and my mind will vanish." Even the top doctors are powerless. Trust me, it gets wilder. Alright, you and I are about to dive into an epic tale starting with a legendary warrior who chose exile on a lonely island in the ocean. He entered an S-class secret realm in the Great Eastern Ocean to wait for death, but a tsunami swept him to an uncharted land. Now, as the mighty Thonglong reveals this national secret, Dick Tae listens in total silence. Some secrets, though, are simply too dangerous to share. To put it simply, someone on that island saved me from turning into a mindless magical beast. Thonglong strips away his bandages, revealing glowing purple veins that crawl across his massive muscles, radiating pure malice. Dick Tae stares at the marks, completely frozen in shock as he mutters, "What are these strange runes?" Suddenly, an explosion of violent energy erupts as a roar of pure agony echoes through room A000. Staring at the runes makes Dick Tae bleed from his eyes, though his recovery power heals them instantly. Still, that single glance made him feel like his soul was being dragged into a deep abyss. Watching him closely, Thonglong notes that normal martial artists would have died on the spot. Yet Dick Tae only bled a little. The sacred scriptures clearly did not choose wrong. He might be the key to changing this entire dangerous situation. Thonglong places a finger on the boy's forehead and warns him not to resist. He is about to carve 2 runes into his mind to finally grant him peace. A blinding flash erupts as the branding begins. Dicka squeezes his eyes shut, enduring the agonizing pain flowing directly from the master's finger. The runes on his forehead glow with intense light, as the system announces a new connection with the moon and dream demon. Once the seal is complete, Dick Tae bows deeply to express his sincere gratitude to the legendary senior. Throwing his cloak back on, the giant casually asks if the boy's teacher is indeed the famous Kung Ka. Dick Tae instantly remembers his teacher's warning about her past as a troublemaker at the academy. She had beaten up so many people who are now top powerhouses, warning him never to reveal their connection. Thonglong quickly reassures him that they have no grudge. He only mentions her because she was once the absolute strongest candidate to reach the Great Grandmaster rank through pure slaughter before her mind was damaged. Now pay attention here, because Thonglong's eyes are flashing with a sudden wild challenge. He wants to test the successor of the legendary Slaughter Grandmaster firsthand. Seeing his opponent's burning excitement, Dick Tae can only groan, realizing that the strongest martial artists are always absolute battle maniacs. Looking up with a confident grin, he suggests they spar under the moonlight. Hearing the word moon makes the mighty giant break a sweat, grumbling in annoyance at the mention of it. Standing in the center of the massive training field, Thonglong declares that he will not make a single offensive move. He demands the boy show his full potential, promising to block using only one hand and raw physical defense. If Dick Tae can force him to take even a single step back, he wins. Victory means any wish granted, plus a direct pass into the prestigious Dragon Crevice department with every elite privilege imaginable. Dick Tae bows, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit as he accepts the challenge. Above them, a brilliant full moon shines down, cutting through the freezing darkness. He points to the sky as a torrent of dark purple energy erupts, shaking the entire arena. Thonglong narrows his eyes in utter shock, sensing a power that feels exactly like the moon demon. But he quickly realizes it is not the corrupting malice of a fiend, but rather a pure energy born from the moon itself. Leaping from the sky like a falling star, Dick Tae unleashes his first strike, the devastating Slaughter Moon. Feeling the pressure, Thonglong braces himself against the sheer weight of the boy's killing intent. Let's pause here. Across the campus, his master Kung Ka instantly stops humming as she feels a familiar, terrifying killing intent in the air. It makes no sense. He has only been gone for 3 days. Did the kid lose his mind and slaughter an entire city to gain this much power? Meanwhile, in a nearby hotel, a young man named Kim Trang sits with a girl suddenly frozen in deep thought. When asked what could possibly distract him from their plans, he admits he just felt a chilling wave of pure bloodlust. Looking out the window with a grim expression, he realizes this immense pressure has likely blanketed half the academy. The kid is certainly not trying to hide. Back on the field, Thonglong throws a massive punch that literally rips through the air. Seeing the deep crater left behind, Dick Tae is completely awestruck. He grips his spear, analyzing the legend. Unlike his master who targets weak points, Thonglong fights head-on, gathering massive energy in his fist to meet raw power with even greater force. This is pure, unadulterated strength crushing all techniques. Sweating profusely, Dick Tae pours everything he has into his defense as the blow arrives. A blinding shockwave explodes across the field as their powers collide with earth-shattering force. As Dick Tae is sent flying, Thonglong panics, fearing the worst. He worries the reckless kid risked a self-destructive forbidden technique just to win, staring at his falling body with deep concern. Losing such a promising future genius to a damaged martial foundation would be an absolute tragedy for the entire country. But as he rushes over, Dictae opens his eyes with a sly grin, pointing out that the master has finally stepped back. He actually pulled it off. By inhaling the dust, the blood demon illusion was triggered, while the moon curse weakened the master's body just enough to succeed. Stunned by the trick, Thonlong narrows his eyes in utter helplessness. This kid is not only exceptionally talented in martial arts, but his cunning intellect is also top tier. Chuckling to himself, the legendary giant stands on the arena and proudly announces that Dick Hay has won, asking what reward he wants. Dick Hay decides to save the favor for later, earning praise for his long-term thinking. Crossing his arms, Thonlong praises the boy's exceptional foundation and admits his crazy teacher did a wonderful job raising him. However, he notes that without a truly monstrous physical vessel, his power is only surface level. Dick Hay chuckles, reminding him that he has not even unleashed his core healing forms yet. The giant smiles knowingly, pointing out that training with the right master is crucial to building an unbreakable foundation without losing his way. He drops a massive hint about how having a legendary physical cultivator as a mentor right now is absolutely vital. Excited, Dick Hay enthusiastically punches his open palm, shouting that he finally gets it and will ask the dean of the physical cultivation department for special training tomorrow. Hearing this, Thonlong completely loses his mind and screams at him to just ask to be his apprentice instead, wondering why his high IQ suddenly plummeted. Sweating, the legendary master grumbles at having to beg for an apprentice, but deep down, he knows Dick Hay is a once-in-a-generation talent. Holding a glowing medal, he calls Dick Hay, "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Stick with me. We are about to see a secret technique change everything." Hidden inside this badge is a top-tier body refinement art I took from a Western powerhouse after defeating him. It is a national treasure martial art from his homeland. I am giving it to you today, hoping you will train hard to achieve great success soon. Yi happily accepts it, while Qinglong secretly plots. This technique is incredibly hard to master because its spatial martial energy rejects anyone from the east. I had to use brute force to tame it before passing it over. He will definitely struggle and come begging for my help. That basically makes me his indirect master. Later on, I will just make our master-disciple relationship official and call it a day. We cut to the hallway outside room 42F, building a 3 in Yihee's dormitory. Showing off his toned six-pack physique while drying his hair, Yihee reflects on his time. Honestly, spending half a year in the basement with Master Gongke means he barely visits his own dorm. I will still need to use dream cultivation to practice this martial art later. Suddenly, a doorbell rings through the quiet space. He cracks the door open, looking out into the pitch-black hallway. Who could it be visiting this late at night? When the door opens, a pink-haired guy with an anxious face speaks up, asking Yihee if he can come in. Slightly surprised by the uninvited guest, Yihee realizes it is Ouyang-ze and tells him to come inside. Leading the way, Yihee wonders what the guy wants. Is he trying to drag him into the club again? Ouyang-ze steps into the room with a gloomy face, sweating bullets, and looking incredibly mysterious. And here is where it gets crazy. Watch this. Suddenly, he drops to his knees with a loud thud, crying out, "Brother Yi, there were too many people outside, but now I am begging you. Please, you must become the leader of the Dragon Blood Society." Yihee, who was drying off, quickly wraps the towel around himself, asking Ouyang-ze how he changed so much since they last met. "Where did your burning ambition to conquer the world go, and why are you in this miserable state? Also, how did you even know I was back in the dorm?" Sweating nervously, Ouyang-ze explains that a Dragon Blood member spotted him returning and reported it. Yihee crosses his arms, looking down at the kneeling guy. "Speak up, why do you want me to be the leader? Is your organization in some kind of deep trouble?" A moment later, Ouyang-ze's face is swollen and bruised from a beating. Spitting blood, he groans about how miserable his life is. Yihee sits down and casually hands him a pill, admitting he went a bit too easy on him. He tells him to swallow the blood-healing pill before they talk. Holding back his tears, Ouyang-ze explains their desperate situation, admitting the society can no longer function. He begs Yihee to step back into the spotlight. At Hua University, students can form their own clubs, but without making outstanding contributions, the school will not provide any funding. He reminisces about the golden days under the Dragon Blood banner. When they first started, their club was incredibly popular, securing massive sponsorships and attracting countless students through great benefits and business connections. His face darkens with pure resentment. But as Dragon Blood grew, they were targeted by the student union led by the locals. Mentioning his rival with an intense look, He explains how under Hung Zhuang's leadership, Dragon Blood suffered defeat after defeat. Investors abandoned them and members jumped ship, leaving the club completely paralyzed. Yi rests his chin on his hand, narrowing his eyes as he summarizes. Yes, I get it. Basically, you lost to that Hung Zhuang guy. Ouyangza kneels and explains the unwritten rules of the school. To suppress him, they could ask upperclassmen for help. But the hidden rule says same-year issues must be settled by peers. If I get upperclassmen involved tomorrow, he will crush us. He screams in absolute despair, saying Yi is the only classmate strong enough to help. He begs him to save Dragon Blood. Yi rubs his neck, sighs, and finally agrees. Ouyangzi ecstatically grabs his hand, thanking him on behalf of all the Dragon Blood brothers, but Yi cuts him off, stating he has not finished talking yet. Yi's eyes turn sharp and terrifying. Instead of asking me to be the leader, you and I both know you are just looking for a shield to protect Dragon Blood. Cut the crap and get straight to the point. What do you want me to do next? Ouyangzi seriously reveals major news about a recovery plan for the Great Xia, but Yi snaps at him to cut the nonsense and focus on the main point. Pointing at the war map, he quickly explains, this is a nationwide mobilization of martial artists to reclaim 12 cities taken by demon beasts. Upperclassmen will hit the front lines, while we freshmen handle the outskirts. This is also our final exam to determine this year's top leader. Ouyangze looks at him with hopeful eyes, declaring that Dragon Blood will follow his command in this operation. Yi narrows his eyes, staring deep into his soul. That is easy enough to say, but before we do that, you have one more thing to handle. Sweating bullets, Ouyangze nervously asks what that final task could be. Moments later, he is forced to climb a ladder to fix the ceiling while Yi stands watching, telling him to quickly take down all those hidden cameras. As Ouyangze leaves, Yi smiles to himself, realizing this guy actually did him a huge favor. I have confirmed that achieving greatness unlocks a chance to summon a new character template. The higher the achievement, the better the chances of getting a high-tier template. He flashes an ambitious grin. Ouyangze is a business genius. If I clear all the obstacles for him, Dragon Blood will become the #1 organization at Hua University. The rewards will be massive, both in martial arts and character templates. I must claim them all. Meanwhile, the proud flag of the Dragon Blood Society flutters triumphantly under the nightlights. At the headquarters, the core members are waiting. Inside the meeting room, Tan Chen leans back defiantly, puffing on a cigarette as he asks Yan Zhengsheng why Ouyangze is taking so long. The once timid guy has now become incredibly arrogant. Yan Zhengsheng, with his messy hair, calmly replies that the vice leader went to welcome the true leader of Dragon Blood and will arrive shortly. The entire room erupts into whispers as members look at each other, wondering who the true leader is. A terrifying image of Yihe flashes in Tan Chen's mind, making him and the girl beside him turn pale. Damn it, could it be him? He asks if Yan Zhengsheng is putting his hopes in Yihe. Slamming his hand onto the table, he loudly warns Yan Zhengsheng to recognize the situation. Ouyangze's time is up, and he should step down like a smart man, because a wise bird chooses the right branch to perch on. Yan Zhengsheng glares back with intense killing intent, growling a cold question. What on earth are you people trying to do? Tan Chen laughs maniacally, revealing he joined the Chu family faction from the capital. Brother Chu Kai promised them a much better future than this half-dead Dragon Blood Society. The crowd starts wavering, whispering that no one can trust Yi since he has been Mia for 6 months and was too scared to face the capital's provocations. Staring at the traitors, Yan Zhengsheng grits his teeth, realizing the core members have all been bought off by these puppet actors who set this up beforehand. Suddenly, a powerful kick shatters the meeting room door. An arrogant guy with messy hair walks right in, scolding Tan Chen for being so slow. Tan Chen and Lan Xiu immediately kiss up to him, saying everything is settled and they are ready to leave. Yan Zhengsheng roars in anger, demanding how they got into the Dragon Blood clubhouse. Chu Kai sneers with pure malice. How did I get in? I fought my way in. Do not worry, I will pay for the damage later. The guards at the gate will probably be thrilled with the resources I leave as compensation. Laughing loudly, Yan Zhengsheng snaps. He unleashes his power and throws a direct, earth-shattering punch at the arrogant brat. However, the powerful strike is easily blocked by a mysterious female fighter. Sweating profusely, Yan Zhengsheng anxiously notes that this woman is highly dangerous. Losing his patience, Chu Kai yells at Tan Chen and Lan Ziyu, calling them useless trash. He orders them to defeat this big guy to prove their loyalty. The traitors can only stand frozen in fear, sweating as they hesitate. Chu Kai's face turns demonic as he threatens to leave no one alive. Why keep a dog that cannot bite? And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Alright, You and I are jumping right into a moment where a massive shockwave literally rips through the building, forcing everyone to clutch their heads. Suddenly Yishi appears. He grabs the boss's head with one hand, smiles, and asks Oyangza why he left such a mess behind when he could hear the noise from the second floor. Without wasting a single second, he throws both the leader and his female companion straight out of the shattered window, leaving everyone in absolute shock. Yishi calmly cleans his ears with a relaxed expression, noting that it is finally quiet now. Meanwhile, the two troublemakers scream in terror as they fall from the high window. They scream all the way down. He turns back to look at the remaining members, brushes off his hands, and asks coldly if they have anything else to say. One traitor quickly kneels, begging for forgiveness and admitting greed blinded him into wanting to leave. Now that he has offended Boss Kai, he cannot join the temple faction anyway, so he begs not to be abandoned. Speaking on behalf of the group, Oyangza delivers the punishment. He will not expel them, but the officers are on probation. Anyone failing will be demoted, and they are banned from this week's association activities. He asks if they accept. Yishi glares at the crowd with eyes as sharp as daggers, asking them directly if they accept those terms. The terrified traitors shout their agreement in unison, then quickly shuffle out of the room on Yishi's command. Sitting down, Yishi concludes they are just short on investment money. Oyangzi agrees, explaining that next month's building reclamation project is their absolute best opportunity to finally show themselves to the world. He wears a devious, wicked smile. Since returning, he keeps hearing about Hong Jianzhuang. Why not just drag the guy out, beat him up, and win the investment once and for all? Now watch this. The entire room falls dead silent, staring in utter shock as sweat drips down their faces at his crazy plan. Oyangza nervously explains that Hong Jianzhuang just announced he is entering seclusion to break through. Disappointed, Yishi realizes a fight is off, but suggests they do not need to limit their target to freshmen. He ponders seriously and asks how much they know about Division 1 of Longque. Yan Zhengheng explains with deep admiration that Longque is the nation's strongest organization, and Division 1 is their ultimate squad. He explains other divisions have agents, but Division 1 is entirely made of trump cards. He eagerly asks if Yishi wants to join, noting their chief is Qinglong, the nation's second strongest expert. Fewer than 3 graduates are accepted into it each year, making it the dream destination for every single martial artist. Yishi smirks, knowing exactly what to do next. He instructs them to activate the Longqi media team and start spreading the news immediately. He stands up, pointing to the sky with overwhelming aura as he declares that he, Yishi, a trump card of Division 1, is challenging every single expert below Grandmaster rank at Hua University. That should bring in the funding. The entire leadership of the Longqi Association stands frozen in absolute shock, staring at their new president's arrogant figure in the quiet room. Yan Zhengheng stammers, asking if he is really a Division 1 elite. That is simply impossible, regardless of strength. Yishi replies that while he cannot share specific details, he was directly recruited into the official ranks. Oyangzi sweats nervously, asking if he is joking, as this is no laughing matter. Yishi confirms he is serious, having just joined yesterday, and expects his official card in 2 days. He is ready to challenge every student below the Grandmaster level. He thinks it over, noting normal martial masters can be crushed instantly, though exceptional genius masters might take a bit more time to defeat. His eyes turn cold as he thinks about his trump card, like his time-freezing ability, which is meant for creating an information gap. Exposing this key ability just to secure investment would be a waste. Otherwise, he would have challenged the entire school. You and I might think this is crazy, but Oyangza decides to trust Yishi anyway, putting his faith in the legendary student. For the sake of Longque, he immediately contacts their media team. Instantly, the news spreads like wildfire across the high-rises. The top first-year student who vanished for 6 months is back as a Division 1 ace, challenging the entire university. Everyone wonders who this arrogant guy is. Most believe the true genius of the first-year class was Hong Jianzhuang of the prestigious Hang family from the capital city. People discuss it excitedly on the streets, remembering Yishi placed first in the reformed freshman exams, shocking several deans. They wonder why he disappeared for 6 months, and how on earth he entered Division 1. Graduates who took the Division 1 exam this year reported it was incredibly difficult, with a 99% failure rate. A group of students check their phones, realizing he was directly admitted without even testing. They joke about getting recruited based on looks, but others quickly shut down that ridiculous idea. At the university hospital, Jojo and Liu Qingzhu look up from their recovery beds in surprise, noting that Yishi never stays quiet for long. They realize someone is about to get extremely unlucky. Official websites explode with debates, confirming that Lonk officially hired him as a special talent, so it cannot be fake. Some claim he just used connections and lacks the actual power to deserve the title of a top trump card. Oh Youngza watches the exploding public reaction on the monitors, knowing everyone will find out his true strength once the live stream starts. Aggressive comments flood the forums with users betting he is a fraud who used shady deals to get into Division 1, eager to see him fail live. Others tell everyone to stop guessing his strength, since the live stream will prove everything, believing he must be real if he dares to broadcast his challenge live. Oh Youngza laughs triumphantly as the projected revenue charts begin to skyrocket from all the attention. As the hype around his stream surges, major platforms send representatives to secure exclusive rights. This massive traffic brings a wave of wealthy advertisers eager to sponsor them. As expected of Yishi in just one day, he brought in a massive wave of funding, saving their organization from ruin. Meanwhile, in VIP Room 17, a heavily bandaged Boss Kai growls with murderous intent, laughing at the fact that Yishi is actively seeking death. He licks his lips with a twisted smile, noting that injuries and deaths are completely normal in martial arts duels. Soon the night of the grand opening arrives, showing a magnificent arena from above. Thousands of excited spectators cheer loudly, filling the entire stadium with intense anticipation. Helicopters circle overhead as thousands of phones record Yishi standing proudly at the aircraft door. The announcer declares the highly anticipated martial arts tournament has finally begun, introducing him. He immediately dives straight down like a flash of lightning, initiating an incredibly powerful entrance. His jump creates a brilliant blue light that tears through the night, causing a massive explosion. He calmly walks right out of the thick dust as the online chat absolutely explodes with hype. And trust me, you and I just witnessed the most legendary entrance of the entire year. Alright, you and I are about to watch He dominate the arena under the moonlight like an absolute beast. He challenged the entire school, but honestly, they are the ones struggling to survive him. The stadium erupts into pure chaos, completely overwhelmed by his terrifying presence and sheer arrogance. Up on the balcony, an upperclassman narrows his eyes at the arena. He cannot help but respect it, muttering that this freshman really knows how to put on a show. Seeing the livestream views skyrocket, a fighter named Long Thao steps up. He is greedy for that sweet clout, thinking if he wins this match, he will become an instant internet celebrity. To him, this is the ultimate cash grab. And even if he loses, he can just claim he weakened He for the next guy. Either way, he wins the views. Talk about a flawless plan. Long Thao leaps onto the stage full of confidence, introducing himself as a Tier 2 martial artist. He calmly replies, Dragon Blood Guild Tier 8 martial artist. The tension in the air is thick. Instantly, he unleashes a lightning-fast kick that lands perfectly, leaving no time for defense. Long Thao is blasted backward, blood spraying from his nose while crying out in his mind for his precious views. He cold-heartedly sweeps his gaze across the crowd, tossing out a simple chilling challenge. Next. Suddenly, a second-year student named Ryu Lang leaps down with her spear. Though only a Tier 5 martial artist, she has beaten 3 Tier 7 experts before. Why is a powerhouse like her joining the fight so early? While the crowd wonders if she even stands a chance against him, he simply insults her weapon, calling its quality trash. He meets her head-on, effortlessly shattering her spear and completely crushing her entire attack in one single devastating collision. With a smirk, he waves his hand to the entire crowd, saying, "Sorry, but I am in a hurry. Just attack me all at once." Now watch closely, guys. The crowd completely loses their minds, charging him all at once to teach this cocky freshman a lesson. But you and I know he's already 3 steps ahead. He unleashes a barrage of strikes, instantly blowing back anyone who dares to approach him. His raw power explodes into a raging storm of energy, sweeping across the arena and blasting every single challenger right off the stage. The entire stadium lights up as thousands of hands raise in excitement, witnessing he absolute and undisputed domination on the battlefield. Shukai grits his teeth in terror while staring at his phone. How is this guy so strong? Revenge seems impossible when anyone he sends ends up in the hospital. He remembers his older brother, Chu Wiem Din, but knows he is too logical to defend his brother blindly. A sinister grin creeps across Chukai's face, unless, of course, back at the arena, He stands proudly among his defeated foes, asking if anyone else wants some. The beaten students groan on the floor, calling him a shameless monster. The class of 2003 is officially ruined, remembered only as stepping stones for Suddenly a powerful figure steps forward, sending the crowd wild. It is Wiem Din. He is a Tier 9 martial artist who has completed his isolation, reaching a flawless state that can easily crush standard grandmasters. His profile pops up. Veemdin possesses the purest solar core bloodline in history. Since his massive energy causes self-combustion, he must wear a high-tech nanosuit to regulate his temperature. Now Dichi is about to pay for his arrogance. Veemdin bows politely, offering to double pay for any damage his brother caused. Dichi looks surprised, asking if he is the brother of that troublemaker, which Veemdin confirms. He narrows his eyes, saying, "You do not look like a fighter. If you are not here to avenge your brother, then why did you step up to challenge me?" Veemdin closes his eyes solemnly, declaring he is not here for his useless brother, but to protect the pride of the Chu family. His eyes flash with a heavy threatening pressure, warning Dichi that insulting his clan was a massive mistake. He simply smiles helplessly, exhausted by this ridiculous misunderstanding. This is such a cliché scenario. Obviously that little rat exaggerated the story to his brother. But whatever. The two face off on the cracked stage. Veemdin demands an apology to the Chu family in front of everyone. Dichi challenges him, asking if he actually has the strength to make him do it. Veemdin glares furiously, calling him arrogant. Instantly they both clash head-on, their fists colliding with a blinding flash of light that tears through the air. I know what you're thinking, this punch looks absolutely devastating. As the stadium collapses into smoke, we are left wondering if Dichi can even survive this. Under intense pressure, the glowing patterns on Veemdin's body begin emitting a scorching heat. Dichi breaks a sweat as he notices the sudden change. His opponent nanosuit is dissolving, causing the temperature to skyrocket. Veemdin completely unleashes his power. His arm bursts into flames, terrifying the crowd with an intense blazing heat. Spectators stare in absolute awe at this legendary top-tier showdown. Honestly, these two are on a completely different level compared to the previous fighters. The collision between fire and spiritual energy creates a massive explosion. The crowd goes wild, praising Veemdin's extraordinary strength and proving why his family is so respected. No one else can stand against Dichi, who has basically become the Academy ultimate boss. Veemdin charges forward like a rocket, but his eyes suddenly fill with deep confusion as he looks closer. What kind of beast is Dichi? It feels like a literal demon. Dichi, now covered in frosty blue armor, smirks arrogantly, telling him not to worry about it. He strikes with lightning speed, forcing Veemdin to dodge by a hair. Dichi cold-heartedly adds that hesitation will only lead to defeat. Amid the tense atmosphere, a young boy enthusiastically cheers. "Go defeat the demon king Dichi." Veemdin grits his teeth, feeling the immense pressure from his opponent's brutal strikes. He wonders how the dragon blood could recruit someone with such a savage fighting style. He breaks into a cold sweat, his instincts screaming that something is deeply wrong here. A massive shadow suddenly looms over Veemdin. Dichi smiles wickedly, explaining his technique of compressing beast energy directly into his body. Veemdin panics, wondering why this kid suddenly looks so massive, but Dichi casually tells him to keep his chin up. Instead of releasing his simulated beast form externally to create a physical body outside, he uses incredibly high control over his own flesh to gradually release that power directly within his system. Dichi throws a colossal punch wrapped in wild blue lightning that shatters the air. This gives him crazy speed, sharp reflexes, and multiplies his physical strength every single second. Beating him now is like an adult fighting a toddler. An earth-shattering explosion cracks the ground, leaving everyone completely speechless. What a monster. No wonder he dared to challenge the whole academy. Veemdin turns pale with terror. He thought his own bloodline was overpowered, but compared to Dichi, he is just a high-level beast in human skin. Feeling his bones cracking and his body on the verge of collapsing, Veemdin decides to risk everything. His bones cannot take the impact anymore. His hard-trained body is reaching its absolute limit, meaning he will have to rebuild his cultivation from scratch. But first he must take down this monster. Veemdin transforms into a streak of fire, charging directly at Dichi with his final hope. If raw power cannot match him, then he must win with pure speed. Dichi, in his terrifying beast form, easily counters the charge. He laughs, calling his opponent the truly arrogant one, and that's where we leave it for today. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Grab your popcorn. You and I are diving straight into an absolute war. Clan leader Veemdin erupts in crimson rage, warning Dichi that this next strike will kill him, raising his fiery giant hand to end it all. The audience screams in absolute terror as the overwhelming heat physically warps the surrounding air. This is the raw power of the Veem clan's legendary master of fire martial arts. The entire arena is swallowed by a massive fireball resembling a miniature sun. Standing at the center of the blazing tempest, Din pours every ounce of his martial genius into this final strike. He glares ahead with a roar, preparing his ultimate technique, the earth-slaying flame skill. He narrows his eyes, completely calm, casually muttering that his opponent is finally putting up a fight. Lightning crackles around his demonic beast form as he mocks Din, asking if he really thought he was the only one who could shoot energy blasts. Grinning arrogantly, he channels a massive surge of destructive energy straight into his celestial dragon cannon. Pay attention now, because this clash is absolutely insane. A colossal beam of blue lightning erupts, colliding head-on with Din's flames. The impact triggers a blinding explosion as Din watches in horror, crying out in total despair that he is dead. The massive blue beam is so powerful that it pierces the heavy clouds, shooting into space and slicing straight through the moon. Suddenly, Principal Tikin Van materializes in midair, sighing in gentle disapproval, telling He that he went a bit too far. He immediately shrinks back to normal, scratching his head with an innocent laugh, claiming he only went all out to lure the principal into showing up. The principal floats down, casually carrying the defeated Din by his collar. Adjusting his glasses, he sighs deeply and mutters that he only came to watch the heated battle, not expecting to get dragged into the spotlight. Looking down at the massive ruined crater, he asks if He did this on purpose. He grins, replying that without the great principal present, his arena would look far too cheap, so he begged for this favor. Staring down at the unconscious clan leader, the principal chuckles gently, noting that He's master always calls him foolish, but it seems he was just playing along. Promising to personally back him up this time, he stands in the light and boldly challenges the crowd, asking if anyone else dares to fight He. If not, he will officially declare He the undefeated victor and the true master of this arena. The surrounding students pale, trembling as they push each other, whispering if anyone is crazy enough to face an atomic breath that could slice them in half. Pointing to the massive blast, they fear they would turn into ash. Someone suggests wearing him down in turns, telling the other to go first. Adjusting his glasses, the principal solemnly declares He the winner of this challenge. He stands tall on the peak, pumping his fist to the sky in triumph. A truly unprecedented achievement, a first-year freshman taking on the entire academy's martial masters and winning. Absolute magic. The public completely erupts in excitement. Everyone is shouting that he is the pride of Anthon City, feeling prouder than ever before. I know what you're thinking, and yes, this news immediately shot straight to #1. People online are going wild, with some even claiming they saw his greatness since childhood, and asking everyone to follow their page for more updates. With so many masters in crisis, He is hailed as a divine blessing to the nation. The amazing news quickly flies back to his old high school. Standing proudly before a massive screen, his former principal praises him for bringing honor to Anthon, urging all other students to follow his legendary example. While thousands of students shout His name in the hall, a few powerful figures remain silent and calculating. Netizens also begin to question why the principal personally announced his victory. Why would the academy's head intervene in a private challenge? What is their hidden relationship? And is there a massive shadow organization backing him? Behind the scenes, a high-ranking member of Dragon Blood ponders, realizing this student might be far more than just a simple orphan as his files claim. An immediate classification order is issued, locking He's profile under top-secret Dragon Blood security, forcing everyone to stop digging or face severe legal consequences. The loyal members rejoice, knowing the haters will regret it as their faction rises. Diem Chin Hung and Odwang Trak look around in confusion, asking where their legendary hero ran off to, only to hear he left in a rush. Cut to He's dorm room 42F3. As he rests, a hologram of the Mad Doctor appears, reporting that he successfully retrieved the hidden golden gene. Asking if there is any way to unlock it, the doctor proudly confirms he can do it, having served as one of the lead engineers on the project. Pointing to the mysterious metal box, he warns that it contains a tracking beacon. The moment they open it, the Prism Laser headquarters will track and eliminate them. Is there any way to block this tracking signal? He stares at the screen, asking how much time they have. The doctor explains they need 15 days to build a shielding chamber and another 15 days to crack the complex code. He agrees, telling him to hurry but stay safe. Scanning the doctor's memories, he is shocked to find that the notorious Prometheus had a deep alliance with the God's Kingdom. Prometheus used the Crimson Origin to secretly grow a divine embryo, but stabbed the God's Kingdom in the back right before completion. Flashbacks reveal a dark entity, as the research team secretly contaminated the incubation process, leaving the descending god incredibly weak. Ultimately, Prometheus successfully captured the very first living demonic entity in human history, treating it as a research specimen, dissecting its organs to analyze the project. Using a demonic lifeform far superior to humans, Prometheus made rapid breakthroughs in biotechnology, creating the shocking Eden Project. As a massive light entity envelops the Earth, they plan to physically construct a mortal god to protect the planet and dissolve all national borders. Their goal was to unify humanity under the absolute rule of a divine brain, ensuring perfect resource distribution and turning the Earth into a literal paradise. They also designed the Spark Initiative to modify human genetics, triggering a massive evolutionary leap, which eventually birthed the Prism Laser's Golden Gene Project. Dishy sits in deep thought, realizing Prometheus's secrets run deep. Just mentioning the gene lock made others suspect him, and now he is bound to get dragged into the storm. Pulling out the token, he realizes he almost forgot about this while helping Aodwang Trak. Now he prepares to use the deep sleep cultivation method to enter. Dish. He wakes up drenched in a freezing torrential downpour inside a mysterious new dimension. He stands up amidst a brutal battlefield littered with corpses, but these wounds were clearly not caused by humans. He looks down at the lingering, smoldering flames on the scorched earth, which even the icy rain cannot seem to extinguish. He stares at giant bones and bizarre claw marks. Trust me, we are definitely not alone here. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a wild martial arts ride. Looking from above, the battlefield is a complete mess. As the rain stops, our main character strips off his heavy armor, wondering how anyone actually fights in this heavy Western gear. Standing tall with a random weapon, Yi sighs because this space limits his true power. He just grabs a discarded sword, waiting for the quest NPC to show up. Suddenly, a creepy carriage pulled by black horses breathing blue flames emerges from the shadows. A mysterious old man pulls back the carriage curtain, letting out a cold, deeply contemptuous snort at him. The carriage suddenly screeches, trying to speed away and escape him. But Yi stops the massive wheel with his bare hands. He smiles, asking the old man why he is running instead of giving him the trial quest. The old man panics and yells in shock, calling him a monster for stopping the carriage. He claims he has absolutely nothing to say to a bandit. Yi looks completely innocent, asking if he looks like a bandit. The old man furiously snaps back, recalling how a green-haired martial artist broke in earlier just to steal his family inheritance. That guy used brutal force to steal it right after breaking through, and Yi is just as bad. Our main character responds with a completely deadpan stare. He tells the old man he does not care about his personal grudges, but as the quest NPC, he still has to do his job. Suddenly, Yi unleashes a powerful slash, completely shattering the carriage. The old man frantically sticks his head out of the debris, screaming, but he just flashes a sly, scheming smile. He says he destroyed the carriage so his incompetent guide cannot escape, forcing the old man to tag along and map out the area. With his carriage in ruins, the old man begrudgingly walks ahead, cursing the brat for destroying his ride. Yi calmly follows behind with his sword resting on his shoulder. He tells the old man that since he owns this space, he is the only guide available. Walking past fiery cliffs, the old man mutters that Yi has slightly better manners than that green-haired punk. But once they reach a desolate plain, Yi looks around in confusion as the tracks suddenly vanish, making things incredibly annoying. The old man smirks smugly, thinking he successfully tricked him. He laughs, believing the naive kid is now trapped and will stay lost forever. But here is where it gets interesting. Pay close attention to our main character. Ignoring the old man completely, Yi kneels down to inspect the soil, realizing there are absolutely no footprints. He looks up at a massive bird flying across the sun, wondering if the beast took to the skies. The old man is stunned by his sharp deduction, wishing this brilliant young man belonged to his own family line instead of being an outsider. He confidently analyzes their path. He notes that flying beasts never nest in low areas, meaning the highest peak ahead must be their destination. Turning to the old man with a mischievous smirk, he asks to borrow the horse once more, leaving the guide completely speechless as he gasps in annoyance. The scene shifts to majestic snowy peaks towering under a dark sky. The two ride the blue fire horse, speeding forward and parting the waves of a mysterious spiritual sea. The beast's eyes crackle with intense blue lightning as they reach maximum speed. Suddenly, the horse thrashes wildly in the water, sensing a massive wave of hostile pressure waiting right ahead of them. Taking a steady stance on the ice, Yi looks at the fallen old man, noting the horse sensed danger because they finally arrived. A colossal multi-headed dragon wrapped in crackling lightning appears, leaving him completely stunned. He stares at the massive entity, wondering if this is the legendary star-devouring flame beast, the fated enemy of Demolap. The beast roars furiously, unleashing massive pillars of fire that tear the sky apart. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, completely incinerating everything surrounding the center of this dangerous trial. Stumbling out of the thick ash, the old NPC snorts, boasting that as the master of this space, he cannot die. The dragon heads glare down as the old man lets out a sigh, muttering that the kid was simply too young. A spirit projection appears to explain that the goal is not to defeat the dragon. Instead, challengers must find a sacred treasure hidden in the snowy mountains, earning the dragon's respect to finally unlock the ancient inheritance. Recalling the past, the old man notes that the green-haired warrior was an exception. He simply used brute force to slaughter the mighty beast and steal the sacred legacy anyway. Suddenly, the old man freezes in complete shock. I know what you're thinking, but wait, with the kid's low level, that blast should have killed him, right? But then, Yi stands tall amidst the burning wreckage covered in wounds. The old man stammers in disbelief, realizing the kid is alive and his body is changing. He channels his energy, letting wild power explode around him. He explains that his body did not receive a boost initially, because his synchronization rate with this space was far too low. Transforming into a pitch-black form with a menacing grin, his synchronization spikes, merging his character template power with his soul. He tosses away his cheap sword, declaring he no longer needs it. He tells the dragon to prepare to witness his absolute true power. The old NPC stumbles back in absolute terror, clutching his head. He gasps, wondering if this kid is actually another insane monster. His body expands into a massive, glowing beast as his Demolap template reaches 71% synchronization. Bearing razor-sharp fangs, he lets out an earth-shaking roar. He knows this godlike power is not limitless. Once his nuclear energy and physical strength run completely dry, he will revert to human form, giving him roughly 2 minutes to finish this entire fight. But that is plenty. The massive enemy stares in utter shock. Yi casually reaches out, wrapping his hand around its throat. This is the ultimate clash of titans. Watching this earth-shaking clash, the old NPC can only scream in horror. A massive explosion tears the ground apart, sending giant boulders flying high into the air. The multi-headed beast roars in agony, facing Yi head-on. As brilliant light floods the sky, he shouts to recreate a legendary battle right here in this cosmic training ground. Soaring into the air, Yi mocks the beast for thinking he could not fly. Enveloped in brilliant blue spiritual energy, he reminds his foe that he has plenty of long-range attacks up his sleeve too. Opening his massive jaws, he charges a devastating energy sphere and fires a blinding beam of destructive force that pierces directly through the clouds. A colossal nuclear explosion detonates in mid-air, instantly vaporizing everything in sight. Keeping up the pressure, Yi focuses his mind through the violent shockwaves, warning his foe this is not a simple contest of raw strength. His entire body radiates a brilliant starlight aura as he prepares to unleash his ultimate technique, known as Meteor Demolap. The beast roars in absolute agony as razor-sharp beams of light rip through space, repeatedly slicing off its massive heads in a torrential rain of dark blood. Staring at the heavily battered beast, Yi smirks mockingly. He notes that with only 3 heads left, it really reminds him of a certain legendary 3-headed dragon. He charges directly ahead with towering killing intent, aiming straight at the beast's remaining parts. He coldly notes those last 3 heads are about to drop, unleashing a devastating blue energy wave that completely incinerates the dark sky. The massive energy blast explodes into a giant blue sphere of light, tearing space apart and sweeping away everything around it. Through the heavy dust, his giant hands grab the glowing heart of the dragon's power source. It is a legendary victory, and trust me, you and I just witnessed a brand new god rise in this frozen world. Alright, you and I are jumping right back to the scene where this stunned old NPC looks up, unable to believe his own eyes, wondering if he is trapped in some illusion. How could anyone possess such a beastly form? Suddenly, the old man freezes, his eyes wide with utter shock. A massive burning heart crashes to the ground, unleashing thick spiritual energy that shakes the entire mountain range. Yi reverts to his human shape, leaping onto the massive heart to gloat, saying how incredible it feels to manipulate the body of a giant beast and go on a wild rampage. Hey old man, now that I have slain this dragon, I know exactly where the inheritance of this cosmic space is hidden, so I won't be needing your help anymore. But the old man roars in anger. Yi just smirks with ultimate confidence, raising his armored hands to gather energy, laughing that he already knew the old guy would resist, so he'll just take it himself. Unleashing dark power, he charges straight into the core of the heart to seize the ultimate legacy. Gritting his teeth, Yi forces himself to endure the intense, scorching heat of the energy, groaning at how hot it is. His armored arm shakes violently in the blazing sea of fire, feeling exactly like it's submerged in boiling molten iron, threatening to melt away completely. Yet his gaze sharpens with absolute resolve as he dives right into the crushing pressure of the core, muttering that it's actually getting a bit heavy. Mustering every ounce of his strength, he hoists a glowing dark sphere, successfully overcoming the final trial of this space. The NPC elder stands completely frozen, his eyes filled with absolute disbelief. Strange threads of spiritual energy begin to crawl out from the dark sphere, wrapping around and absorbing directly into Yi's body. Now watch closely as this massive surge of raw power begins to violently forge his physical body under an ancient godlike law. As Yi gets fully clad in armor, the old NPC gapes in awe at this god of war reincarnated. The trembling elder recalls history, remembering that even when powerful martial artists from the southern sect forced themselves to wear the dragon armor, they only unlocked 90% of the inheritance. Their bodies and strength were simply too weak to handle the crushing weight, not to mention how it drained the wearer's blood. Yet this kid is the very first martial artist in 1,000 years to gain the complete, unconditional recognition of the dragon armor. Sitting casually on a rock, Yi looks at the elder mockingly, asking if he wants to know how he did it. He says he just put the armor on and that was it, asking what could possibly be so hard about it, making veins pop on the old man's forehead in pure rage. The elder clenches his fists in frustration, then sighs in heavy defeat, muttering that he should just let it go. He turns and walks away into the falling snow, reminding himself that since his ancestors have already accepted the boy, there's no point in holding on to this grudge. With no descendants left in the clan, passing the legacy to someone more capable might actually be a blessing. At least this ancient power won't remain buried. Suddenly, Yi scratches his head and asks with greed in his eyes if this inheritance is missing something, like maybe some kind of administrative authority. This completely triggers the elder, who roars in absolute fury, calling him a shameless bandit and asking if he's trying to rob his clan's deepest secrets too. Yi, however, calmly analyzes this top-tier manual, realizing that the dragon armor is insanely powerful because it only trains external strength, meaning he needs an equal internal cultivation technique to achieve perfect balance. Otherwise, combining both internal and external training is the only way to achieve a perfect body tempering masterclass, a rare opportunity he absolutely cannot miss. 7 days later. Inside a modern bedroom, Yi is sleeping like a corpse after exhausting himself to digest the massive power. Suddenly, a phone rings loudly, shattering the peaceful silence of the room. Yi groggily drags himself out of bed and answers the call with a tired yawn, asking Sujo hey what's going on. He explains that he spent 80% of his time cultivating while sleeping, as digesting the massive amount of information from the dragon armor is incredibly draining. But a serious voice on the other end startles him, explaining that he and Liao Qingzhu got discharged yesterday and need to head to the university center today to claim their rewards. The director told him to pass on the word that Yi's reward must be personally settled by the principal in his office, leaving him stunned. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Is the head honcho about to interrogate our boy? He definitely looks a bit worried. A breathtaking view of the flying city unfolds, showcasing the high-tech core architecture of Hua University. As he steps into the massive ultra-modern lobby, a gentle voice greets him, saying they've been waiting for a while. An elegant, beautiful woman wearing glasses approaches him, introducing herself as Nuwa, and tells him the principal is waiting upstairs. Yi quietly studies her with deep suspicion before agreeing. While he can't sense any martial aura from her, she also completely lacks the life presence of a normal human. Could she actually be something else? Yi quietly follows Nuwa into a cramped elevator, unable to hide his curiosity. Nuwa suddenly turns around and calmly asks if he's interested in her body, making him break into a cold sweat as he quickly explains that he's just interested in their advanced technology. When she replies that they are not the same, Yi blushes furiously, stammering to clarify that she completely misunderstood his intentions and that he definitely didn't mean it like that. To clear the air, Nuwa pulls back her clothes, revealing a glowing mechanical frame of a mass-produced service unit. She explains her internal structure is totally different from human women, and they only simulated realistic features on her head to make her seem more friendly. Yi lets out a huge sigh of relief, realizing what she meant, and silently marvels at the incredible technology of Hua University. The elevator stops on the 667th floor, and Nuwa guides him out, saying the principal is waiting. Yi politely thanks her and steps inside, only to be instantly enveloped by a sudden spatial distortion. Before he can even process the familiar feeling, he is instantly teleported and dropped right onto an armchair. Principal Shi Jingwen is calmly brewing tea and asks if he's had enough sleep, and whether he has mastered the dragon taming technique yet. Yi He looks around in complete confusion, wondering how he got here. Shi Jingwen pushes a cup of tea over, explaining that it's a special blend modified by their research lab from a secret realm, urging him to try it. Taking the cup, Yi He curiously asks if the ability the principal just used was a spatial power. The principal simply nods, confirming that he can perform spatial transfers within a certain range. Yi He silently reflects on this with a serious face. That explains how he managed to save Uncle Yan Ting. Spatial cultivation techniques are legendary, easily matching heaven-defying powers like time manipulation. The principal then goes over the rewards, letting him know his academic points and resource passes have already been credited to his account. Since he was the main contributor to completing a level 5 mission, he can choose 2 Earth-fiend martial arts and gets a custom high-grade weapon of his choice. Yi He's eyes narrow as he quickly calculates, realizing he has no immediate need for new weapons or skills. Standing up, he makes his real request, asking the principal for access to the core forging files and authorization to search for information on bromediers, claiming he has no other hidden motives. But the principal instantly cuts him off with a simple deal. That sudden, decisive agreement makes Yi He break into a cold sweat, wondering if the old man has somehow read his playbook. The principal immediately gets up and leads the way, telling him they are heading to the archives. Yi He stands there dazed and full of regret, muttering that he hasn't even tasted his tea. As he steps before a mysterious blue light, the principal tells him he can drink it later, but what Yi He sees inside leaves him completely speechless. And trust me, you and I will find out what it is next time. Alright, you and I are about to see a massive brain floating in a glass jar. What kind of creature does this belong to, and why is it cut in half? The principal reveals the crazy truth. This is Nuwa's central computing core, her very brain. Our main character Yi He stands there stunned. Nuwa? So that is what it is. Who made those staff members then? The principal continues, explaining that decades ago, this half of the brain actually belonged to Prometheus. The pieces click together, leaving Yi He shocked. The Otherworld God plan means this half-brain belonged to the very first demon lord captured alive by humans in history. Yet this godlike entity was brutally sliced into 8 pieces by Prometheus himself. At his peak, Prometheus was truly insane and powerful. No wonder they dared to plan the Eden Project. Once you dare to slay a god, uniting the globe and dividing all of humanity seems like child's play. The principal calls out to Nuwa, and the brain instantly glows with a response. Greetings, sirs, I am here. He begins operating the device to export the data. Nuwa mechanically replies, understood. Grabbing the freshly copied flash drive, the principal hands it over, saying he has saved a part of Nuwa inside, and he can ask her absolutely anything he wants to know. Yi He stares at the device in his hand, totally shocked. Holy crap, only heaven knows how many deep core secrets this central supercomputer actually holds. From China University secrets to Great Xiao's critical strategic missions, the principal just handed this massive power over to him. It is an unreal level of trust. Could there be some kind of hidden agenda behind this? The principal grabs his hand, pulling him away with a knowing smile. Stop standing there dazed. Even for me, bringing a student in here is a major rule violation. We should probably get out of here.